Hi, everybody. Welcome to Escape Reality Star Wars Talk. I'm your host, Caleb, and with me is my co-host, Seth. And we're here to talk Star Wars.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Specifically, we're here to talk High Republic Adventures Volume 3, which has yet to get an official, print of it, in, a trade. But, we have the issues, so we were like, let's just talk about them, because it's about time we talked about them. So I guess we're going to jump right into it because I was looking for Star Wars news earlier and I didn't see anything major going on right now. So, yeah, let's jump right into it. So when we last left off with our friends in High Republic Adventures, they were heading over to Takodana to help out with the Jedi Temple there, where they, ran into some Nihil, because the Nihil said, yeah, we're going to take that. It didn't go well for them. So now we're at, the continuation of that story, sort of, where we now have the, sorry, I got excited. So my brain just... Sorry, my brain went crazy. It fried right now because when I sent off the tweet and the Hive post, I tagged Daniel Jose Older, DJO, and he just liked the tweet. So sorry, my brain is
It's spasming out over there, huh?
Hey, I'm a fan of the work, and therefore, But yeah, so our main cast is now on their way to Takodana to help out, where Sav is already cleaned up for the most part, along with...
Sav!
Yeah, Sav is amazing. And you're gonna be so happy. Do you like Sav?
No.
No?
No.
You don't like Sav?
I think they're a fine Jedi.
Oh, in that case, you won't care that they're gonna be the main character in the current run of High Republic Adventures that is about to come out.
I don't hate them, but I'm not like, nah, fuck that old lady.
See, I like Sav a lot. I
don't hate them.
I love Sav.
But I'm like, they're a better character. I'm not gonna finish that.
Hey, it's your opinion.
Sorry.
It's your opinion. There's nothing wrong with that opinion.
I do like Sav in that they're not an idiot. And that sometimes they're like, listen, okay,
I'm gonna
doing
tell you
it this way isn't going to work.
I'm going to tell you what I need to tell you. Yeah, because, this isn't your first time meeting Sav.
Yeah, I've seen Sav from the perspective of other people.
Yeah, because Edge of Balance.
Yeah, Edge of Balance, and also earlier in the High Republic Adventures.
Yeah, I think Edge of Balance was your introduction to her, though.
Yeah.
No. It was High Republic Adventures, because we did 1 and 2 together.
Yeah.
Because we had Shaylee on, and we talked both High Republic Adventures Volume 1 and 2 in one episode.
Sav is not my favorite character in the High Republic.
See,
but I'm also like, I don't want anything bad to happen to this.
My things about Sav and why I love her have to do with her connection to Court and how, genuine that connection is. And it's similar... You know what, let's get into the plot, and we'll come back to this. So Farzala, Zine, Ram, who's now part of the crew at this point, Lula, Ram Jammer, and Court, they all make their way.
Yeah.
And that's when, Maz Kanata's like, having, memories.
Yeah.
Court and everybody's kind of remembering back in the old days of when Court was found.
Yeah.
Because... Maz was given Court.
Yeah.
Because basically these pirates came up on our doorstep and were like, hey, here's this kid we don't want. Can you take care of it? Because we think it's freaky.
Listen, this kid is
rambunctious to the nth degree.
We don't know what to do with it.
And so Maz is like, no, him, yeah. Maz is like, I'll take him in. I got this. Biggest mistake of Maz.
Yeah. For the next 3 weeks.
Oh, yeah. So, we'll do all the flashbacks now, because I think it's fine to talk about all of it now. So, Maz basically takes in Court. This is before Court has the mask, but
he does
find the mask from her kid, in her, collection of artifacts room. And so, like, because basically Maz leaves Court with her droid to, like, so that way she can go get Court some milk. She's like, I gotta get some milk for him. Keep an eye on him. Make sure he doesn't do anything stupid.
Yep.
He does something
He
stupid.
does a bunch of... In fairness, the droid does try.
Instead, he gets his arm ripped off by Court, who is a baby, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, baby Court is just like, phew.
Yeah.
and then he swings at the droid with his own arm. Oh, and so,
As it turns out, Court's species is freakishly strong.
yeah, so we learn more about that actually because when she finds the droid all beat up,
Like, damn.
she's like, "What happened?" And he's like, "The kid did this. He's in the basement." And she finds Court in the basement with the iconic mask that he wears on
I
him.
think the first time I saw Court, I compared him to Cubone.
And it's even more true now that you know the backstory of his
Yeah.
race. Because you're like, oh no, they actually do just put on this mask that they grow into,
Yeah.
and then eventually they break out of it when their head gets too big.
Mm-hmm.
Because so Maz runs into this pirate who basically is like, oh yeah, no, I totally know the backstory of this. So that's a Von Dune crab skull, and apparently it's from the same planet that your boy Court is from. He's an Aloxian, and it's from the Zavalox sector. And Aloxians, when they're young, have to go out and kill a Von Dune crab and then take the mask, and that's because Aloxians are just a violent species, like, naturally. And they believe that putting the mask on helps balance their aggressive nature. And so, hey, whatever works, right?
Yeah.
And so, like, he's like, yeah. And so he finds him and basically, eventually, when they get old enough, their head is too big for the mask, obviously. And so when the mask breaks, that's when they believe, oh, I've matured and I don't need it anymore, essentially. And that's when they basically come of age, truly.
Giving a violent kid the equivalent of a teddy bear.
Yeah. And so now let's go back to the present day story, because that's mostly that's Court's story, and now we know. So I want to talk. Actually, I'm going to talk about it. So every few issues have been somebody somebody from the we were talking about it off screen, so I want to talk about it on screen now. Everybody has had their story told within the High Republic adventures. So the first few issues are about Zine. And basically getting to know her.
Yeah,
and her backstory and learning more about her as a character and her arc growing as a person.
Yeah.
I was going to say Jedi, but she's not a Jedi.
She's not a Jedi.
So growing as a person.
Not a Jedi.
Zine, not a Jedi. Marala. Yeah. Lula, I'm not sure if I want to be a Jedi. Talasola.
Yeah.
So we get, which is the next arc, we get Lula's arc, and which I think we get more of Zine and Lula because they are they're the A plot, yeah. And so they're the main characters of this story, which is why after we get through everybody else's arcs, it becomes back to the Zine and Lula show.
So,
but we also get Farzalla's plot, which I love Farzalla's arc.
Farzalla's plot is, fuck, this is a scary line of work I'm in.
Yeah.
I better learn how to deal with that.
Yeah, and then Court's is balance. I think Court is just. I don't really think Court had to really do anything. He just had to balance the connections of his past and his present, and that's really about it.
Yeah.
And I think Court did a fine job with that. Also, Court is very good looking once you get the mask off. Court, on the mask, he's fine, but without that mask, you go, oh damn, Court, you matured. It's when you see, it's the difference between Neville in the early Harry Potter books in the Harry Potter films and Neville in the later Harry Potter films. You're like,
when did you get so jacked?
Yeah.
I was training for the Triwizard Cup, but I guess that's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
Oh well.
And so,
I'm gonna go kill a snake with a sword.
And so, And then, of course, so we get Court's story, and then we'll talk later about Lula and Zine's
Yeah.
last part of the arc, because they get the last part of the Volume 3. But yeah, so Maz and Sav, who that's the part I forgot, is Maz witnesses Court using the Force, and is like, oh, well, good thing we got a Jedi Temple right across the lake. And so calls Sav, and Sav basically
Hey man.
basically takes care of Court during the, and basically is the one that keeps an eye on him and helps his early training before Yoda comes to bring him to the temple proper.
Yeah. He's like, all right, look, kid.
Yeah, because Sav and Maz are old friends, which is what I think what the new set of High Republic Adventures is going to be about. Is going to be like, because they mention that they fought these pirates and stuff, and that Sav went undercover as a pirate and all that, and that's part of how they met, and that they're both Force sensitives, because Maz is a Force sensitive. She's just not a Jedi. And so, like, I think that's the story we're gonna get, because they mentioned it was like 100. Like they were like, oh yeah, it was about 100 or 200 years ago, and it's like that fits the timeline of where we're at. And Sav is the main character of the new. Okay, I think this is where we're going. So it's actually interesting that I reread that and started to make that connection. I was like,
damn.
So they've been planning this.
No, I was trying to figure out how old Maz is.
Maz is over 1,000.
Yeah. She would have to be.
Yeah. Maz is about the age of Yoda.
Yeah, I was just running the numbers. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's been confirmed that Maz is old.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
This is some, like, us figuring out Pants is actually in his 60s.
And so, but yeah, so Maz and Sav immediately greet their boy, because it's like, we raised you, we're basically your two lesbian moms that raised you. That's essentially the energy they give me.
I was like,
that's the energy they give.
the energy I got was like, oh, I'm gonna go visit my grandma's for like a few weeks.
Yeah. And so, obviously everybody's like, oh, that's cool. And then Farzal was like, holy shit, Maz Kanata, the famous pirate queen, you know her?
Yeah.
Yeah, she raised me. Before the Jedi found me.
Yeah.
And then
there's also fucking Sabata Krill and her sister.
Barine, yeah.
Yeah.
Which we know Sabata as the holy fuck you.
Yeah.
The traitorous bitch who betrayed Crix.
Yeah. And it's like,
so it's weird seeing them in this state where we're supposed to believe that Sabata's not Nihil.
Yeah. Like, I don't think anyone there really believes that.
Yeah,
but
no.
They're like, we'll give you a chance.
Because we're Jedi and that's kind of our thing, is we have to still give you a chance.
Except Baleen is, I think, genuine with it.
Yeah, Barine is genuine.
Is genuine.
Yeah, Barine.
Sabata is not.
Yeah.
I do like that, full context, spoilers ahead.
I mean, these are, in the case of like what Sabata's up to, like we've talked about it because we've already discussed Midnight Horizon.
Yeah.
And
I like that Sabata's plan is, I'm going to set up Crix so that Zine will kill him and make herself look bad in front of the Jedi.
That, or Crix will kill her, forcing the Jedi to kill him.
Yeah.
Either way.
None of these things happen.
Yeah, neither of these happen. Crix doesn't have the guts to kill her.
Yeah.
I mean, he tries to shoot her a couple times, but like
what was...
It doesn't work.
Do it again on purpose this time.
We'll get to it. We're about So yeah, they're like, so we were introduced to the Krill sisters, and they're like, yeah, they turn themselves in. They claim they're changing. We've got our eyes on them still, though.
Yeah.
Apparently not close enough, though, considering what's about to happen.
Fucking Sabata. Always stay plotting.
Yeah. And so
she'd be a great fit in the industrial district.
So yeah, so
and Coruscant.
preparing for the inevitable of the Nihil returning.
Yeah.
Maz and Sav are like, "Hey, here's this all this
Here's all the guns we took
Yeah.
when we were pirates.
Yeah, here's all the guns we took. Yeah, here it is. This is the This is how I'm connecting it, and how I know that this is the story we're getting for High Republic Adventures Volume 2. I get like actual Volume 2 because it's
Oh shit.
you know what I'm talking about when I say like because there's Volume 2 and then there's Volume 2.
Volume 2 of Volume 2.
Yeah, because like whenever they reset the numbers, it's Volume 2 or Volume 3 depending on how.
V2 dash.
So we're V2-1. So we're in V2-1 coming up, and it's actually the first issue's coming out this upcoming week. So, but yeah, so they start talking about it, and yeah, here's the line. Here we go. This is Sav. Here we go. Haven't had to use any of this stuff since I was a Padawan. I think more than a century ago now. And then Maz is like, yes, back when you went undercover to join my pirate crew during the Battle of Jeddah. Where have we heard that before? Where have we heard this Battle of Jeddah thing?
Man, the Battle of Jeddah is going to be both awesome and really, really bad.
Yeah, so like, you're telling me this happens during Phase 2's storyline. So I'm going to assume the Phase 2 High Republic Adventures with that star Sav are going to be about her going undercover as a pirate. Because it makes sense. So I think it was interesting because I was thinking to myself, what story like when they announced that it was going to be Sav before we had to reread this, I was like, what's the story they would tell? And then once I reread this for the show today, I was like, oh, there's my puzzle piece that I was missing. Like it was just the one piece I was missing. I was like, boop. That circle goes in the square hole. I found out what. Yeah. So, yeah, they show off their guns and they're like, look at all these guns that are in our Jedi Temple. And they're like, are we supposed to have all these guns in the Jedi Temple? Look, this.
It's fine.
It's
Don't worry
fine.
about
it. It's just us living in this Jedi Temple anyway. So who's gonna?
There's like 2 people here.
Yeah, and one of them's not a Jedi. What are they gonna do about it? And so. We then see the little probe droid sneaking all the thermal detonators around the Jedi Temple.
Yep.
Meanwhile, back at the air, like I guess the air defense unit, whatever you want to call it, the spaceport. They're like, hey, look at all these bleeps and sweeps and the creeps.
Okay.
What do they represent? A lot of ships.
Okay, are they our ships?
No, they're Nihil ships, and we're probably about to be under attack because that's a lot of bleep sweeps and creeps.
We should sound the alarm, right?
Yeah, so
let's go do our job.
So they go to sound the alarm, and just before they do though, Sav catches Sabata sneaking about and uses her helmet to
bang,
bing, which actually, let's talk about the hat, because that's part of the culture of Sav's race. We see it in the Clone Wars with that bounty hunter.
Are they the
They're the one with the wolf.
No. I'm trying to remember the name. Kyuzo? The right one? Or am I thinking of something different?
See, I just had a brain fart now, because now. Imbo. His name is Imbo. But Kyuzo are the race, yeah. So you had the race.
Yep. I know I've seen that hat.
But Imbo has it. And so the Kyuzo, that's just part of their species, is that they wear that hat. And Lula, of course, is like, but what about like attachments to our previous lives before we became Jedi? Because Lula is dealing with a lot of attachment issues, and she's trying to like resolve that.
Yeah.
And so of course Sav is like, hey, I've been around. As long as you can separate things, like as long as you compartmentalize health in a healthy way, you're fine. Which tends to be what a lot of these Jedi during the High Republic era tell people. They're like, it's fine to have these attachments, just realize that you've got to be careful with them.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine to love somebody, just don't let that be the controlling factor in your decisions. Yeah. And like, so she's like, yeah, I got this hat because, it not only is it a part of my culture, but it's also kind of useful.
Yeah. See? Bing.
Bing. And it's the same thing with Court's mask. Is that it's part of his culture, but it shouldn't be viewed as like an attachment because eventually the whole point of their culture is that Court is going to grow out of it. And so, just as the spaceport calls and it's like, hey
guys, we're under attack.
There's some Nihil coming. That's when Sabata's like, oh great, Crix came in just in time, beep, and everything blows up.
Kaboom!
Kaboom! Actually, it's kathoom on the that. Actually, that's probably how it's probably supposed to sound. Kathoom. The H is a little more. But yeah.
Onomatopoeias are weird.
Yeah, onomatopoeias. So then we get the everybody getting out of the Jedi Temple, and we see that Court's mask has broken in two. And
didn't really grow out of it.
Yeah.
More like got exploded out of it.
Yeah.
Which is my issue with it a little bit.
I think
I understand it's probably supposed to be metaphorical.
Yeah, I think it's a metaphor of basically the Force is just saying, "Hey, it's time to move on," and so he accepts that it's time to move on, and that's part of his personal growth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it could have been done a little bit better, but that's fine.
And so, Court, of course, is like, all right, let's do this. And he speaks Basic for the first time in the series.
It's weird.
Because he still speaks his language mixed with Basic.
Yeah.
Which is interesting.
It was the first time seeing him speak Basic. This man is bringing bilingual to a whole new level.
And so, Court jumps immediately into action.
Like, all right.
He's like, I'm ready. I'm going to take down these Nihil. And take down these Nihil he does.
Yeah.
He literally goes ship to ship just cutting them down. And it's... Oh, boy.
Yeah. It's like... Fucking...
Yeah.
Break my mask today.
And so, the space station is like, hey, we've handled things on our end. Do you need backup? And they're like, no, I think Court alone has got this handled.
They're like, to be honest, I feel kind of bad for the Nihil right now.
Yeah, like Maz and Sav are like making jokes just as they watch this go down. They're just like, remember that time when we did that thing? Oh my god. And
everyone else is kind of like, should we be worried? Nah, don't worry about it. It's fine.
He's got this. And sure enough, he does. Like, he sends them on the run. And so they manage to capture Brina, but not Sabata, obviously, because we already know what happens in Sabata's story. And so everybody immediately accepts their buddy Court without his mask, because High Republic Adventures Gang is the most loving and accepting group ever.
They're like, well, the mask was going to come off eventually.
Also, Court looks sexy without the mask. Like, sexy Court time.
That's still a child.
I know. I'm saying, like, for them, that's probably, like... I mean, they gave him the cowl, like, the callous hair, man. Don't give me the callous hair. But no, yeah, obviously, no. But yeah, they accept their little buddy, because Court's their buddy. How old are they? Because now I'm trying to remember the timeline. So they started at 16, right? At the beginning of Volume 1, and it's a year now.
Yeah.
So they're probably all 17-ish.
Yeah.
Like maybe some are hitting 18 because Zine looks like she's about to be of a completely adult. Same thing with Farzala. Farzala looks like
let's face facts. Farzala is a grown ass man.
Farzala's about to, he's hitting 18.
He's about to go into college. Is what Farzala is about to do.
Everybody else, and also Lula. Lula looks pretty old for the group. I think the youngest are Court and Ram.
Yeah.
Crix and we're about to talk about Crix because we get a Crix scene.
Punk.
Crix is definitely an adult.
He's like,
did you there's a bit where we see him in Markion's old mask,
Yeah.
because remember he gives Crix his mask,
Yeah.
and so like Crix in the mask looks like a full on like he'd been working out.
It's like been training for a whole 7 months.
But yeah, no. So he has a mission report with Sabata where he basically is like, Sabata, you fucking failed, and Sabata's like, hey, I'm the one who blew up the Jedi Temple. Your guys were the ones who sucked. And they're like, okay, well, you know what? Let's work together. We're gonna work on a special plan together that Markion's been setting up.
Yep.
And so, basically, hinting at mission,
Yeah. The setup for
Midnight Horizon, as well as Fallen Star, and so we get a little bit of levity.
Yeah, time for a brief and fun break.
So we get 2 issues back to back that are just like, all right, let's take a breather.
Yeah.
First being the Galactic Bake Off Spectacular, which this came out later, but in chronological order, this is what happens next.
Yep.
So we get this fun little episode of basically them baking a special recipe that Yoda's made, because we've heard that Yoda is such a that Yoda bakes. Like that's something that they brought up early on in High Republic Adventures, and then they're like, now they're bringing it back, and they're finally showing us this great bake-off. And part of them baking this recipe is that they have to tell a story. And so Torben Buck and Cantum Sai decide, hey, let's get together, tell the story about, this time we had to work together during the great hyperspace disaster.
Yeah.
And so they tell this. I'm going to keep this one a little bit more. So basically, there's this place where they send.
It's a Jedi retirement.
It's a Jedi retirement
Let's call
facility.
it what it is.
Yeah. And so it's about to be hit.
You know what? I never thought, like, oh, what happens when Jedi get too old to do their job?
Now we know.
You get
to basically retire. You get to chill out, relax, except for when disasters happen.
Yeah.
Then everybody has to save you.
Whoops.
So both Torben and Cantum were on site for this. Cantum is actually on site at the facility trying to get people evacuated to the hangar area, so that way when Torben arrives,
they can just go.
Yeah. So Cantum believes that they brought everybody in. Turns out they are missing one Jedi.
One of the older Jedis, like Susie from Section 3, is missing.
It's
I know their name's not actually Susie.
Yeah. I know it begins with a G. Griswold.
Okay.
I knew it was a G. But this tiny little Jedi. So Cantum goes back to go get them.
Yeah.
And they find Griswold. Who
Griswold's having a time of it.
Yeah, so
since
it's
the hyperspace disaster just fucking happened.
It's basically Griswold feels everybody's chaos.
Yeah.
Like feels all this death, all this sadness, all this panic, and is feeling everybody else's fear, and therefore it's
just having they're having an Imri moment is what they're having.
Yeah. So basically,
for better or worse,
instead of going, oh, I'm just feeling everybody else's fear, she is also emanating that fear out. And that's what kind of made everybody miss her on the first glance, because they were like, yeah, we scanned for life forms with the technology and the Force, and we didn't see anybody else.
Yeah.
And so I think that's part of why they missed her the first time. And so Cantum Sai is like, hey, I'll get you back safely. We're going to do this together. And you did nothing wrong. It's okay to be afraid sometimes.
It's fine. Listen, the situation is scary.
And
come on.
Yeah, so eventually they do rescue Griswold, and after like going through like everything that could go wrong, they're like, let's go through this hallway. Oh no, the ship split. Okay, we got to close that so we don't lose air. All right, now go a different way. And then they Cantum Sai tosses Griswold out to Torben, who after everybody's like, oh, we gotta leave, like we got a minute before everything goes down. He's like, no, I'm gonna go get my friends.
We're gonna wait.
And so Torben goes outside and starts.
We're gonna wait for like 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah. So Torben goes outside and starts manually using the Force to move debris out of the way.
50 done, only 1,000 more to go.
And eventually they run into each other. Cantum tosses Griswold to Torben. Torben manages to bring Griswold back to his ship, and then eventually
And Cantum
loops back around to get Cantum. Is
was
what?
there for like an hour?
Yeah, like they get picked up by Torben.
Yeah.
It's implied they get picked up.
Because we know they don't die.
Yeah. Okay, here's the recipe.
Yeah,
It
'cause
does
this-
call for eggs. It
okay.
calls for 4 eggs.
4. Okay.
For the custard and caramel.
Yeah. Because this was a discussion. I was like, why is fucking Engel breaking eggs throughout this entire story?
You only need 4, so I don't know why he's like, I'm going to go back to breaking eggs. How many eggs are you breaking?
I guess maybe I wasn't paying attention, and maybe he does it like twice
Yeah.
during the story.
Yeah, it's like,
But it's
wow.
like, why are you...
Like, why do you need so many eggs? I guess they're making a lot of the custard cakes.
Yeah.
So I guess there's that. Because, Claudia Gray, for the audience, I'm going to explain. Claudia Gray gave us the actual recipe for the Sweet Story custard cakes. So there's an official recipe if you ever want to make it. I don't have the ingredients, otherwise I would have had it with us.
Yeah.
I also don't. I guess this counts as our story if we were to have it, but that would mean we'd have to be doing the podcast while I'm baking
Yeah.
for that to count.
We'll figure something out later.
Let's see. There's tart shells, sweet custard filling, and then yeah. All right. So, so they mention at the end of that issue, by the way, that they were making the custard cakes as
They're
the
like
prize for the race,
Great Jedi race.
which is coming up in the very next issue that we're about to talk about. And they're like, we made enough of them that we can just eat some of them now.
Yeah. Maybe that's why they made like more than 2, so that's why Engel's just breaking eggs the entire time.
They're like, we got to make enough to just, because as they're telling the story, more and more people are coming into the kitchen just to hear the story. Which one of the ongoing jokes is they keep stopping to talk about making the custard cakes, and everybody else is
halfway
like,
point, everyone's like, no, go back to the story. We don't give a fuck.
and then they get to the part where they're like, all right, we got to get the cakes out of the oven, and they're like,
back to
just
the
finish the story. And so so I like it, and because we get that levity, we needed this
it's
levity.
Like, oh, thank God. Before we go back to the fucking gloom and doom that is.
So we're back to the main issue, which is the Great Jedi Rumble Race, which is still a bit of levity, but we're also getting some Sabata planning her shenanigans in that issue. So Lula's having visions, and she's concerned.
Like, we were talking about this earlier. Lula is having issues with attachment at the moment, right?
Specifically with Zine, yes.
Yes. The other thing that I thought Lula was sort of dealing with is the weight of expectations.
That does seem to be a common theme in the High Republic, now doesn't it?
Yeah. Like, except no one is like...
No one's expecting what he thinks.
Her mind is.
Yeah.
She's like,
it's
supposed to be a Jedi.
It's that gifted kid in school. Like, most of the time, nobody's expecting it. Now, the gifted kids who feel burnout as adults, that's generally because yes, adults did expect too much from you.
Yeah.
But for the most part, there's like the few selected gifted kids that the burnout is kind of on them because they're like, oh, there's these expectations that people have of me because I'm so.
And I have to meet them.
Yeah, and it's like, no, you're a kid. You're still a kid. You don't have to meet those expectations.
But today is the day where none of that shit matters.
Yeah, because so they're bringing back the Great Jedi Rumble Race, which was apparently a race that Cantum and Torben invented, and it's basically like, as kids we would get bored, and so we just do this race every once a year at least, and and like the ongoing joke are there are no rules, and literally everybody's asking, but what about this? There are no rules. What about that?
Rules.
There are no rules.
Okay. Am I allowed to use a car? There are no rules.
The only thing is, while it's not a rule, please do not blow up the space station.
Yep.
Because we do not want to go flinging out into space.
Yeah. Fucking. that one like real evil Jedi kid. So thermal detonators are okay, right?
Meanwhile, on Corellia, yes, that place.
Yeah, welcome back to fucking.
We're meeting our buddy.
I was about to say Night City.
Yeah, we meet our buddy Respriller.
Uh,
Yeah, that guy. Where Crix, Respriller, and Sabata are making their plans.
like, all right, let's get down to plotting.
Yeah, so we basically get a lot of the backstory of what's going to happen in Midnight Horizon, where basically Crix and Sabata are working with Respriller to basically set up what they're going to do, assassinate the nobles and try to set up everything there. Meanwhile, Sabata is going behind Crix's back to basically replace Crix.
Yeah.
With basically her and Respriller are like, hey, we got to get rid of Crix because while he has a lot of the hatred and anger that you need to be a Nihil, he doesn't have the motivation to move upward. He
doesn't have the ambition.
There's no ambition, and therefore that's where he fails.
Yeah.
And so Respriller's like, yeah, I'm down. Let's do this. And so back at the race,
throw this kid under the bus.
yeah, back at the race, everything kind of goes down where like it's just a free for all.
Yeah. I think Ram bangs his head on a door frame.
Yeah, there's some rough moments where it's like, ow, because Ram uses Ram and the two kids, the younglings that also start saying wizard because of Ram, they all take Astala Maru's astromech to fly because Ram was going to use his droid to fly, but somebody else already like ruined it by putting what was it? I'm looking right now. They replaced the fuel with bantha milk. And then his droid is like, yes, bantha milk tastes so good. And it's just like, so droids can taste, for one, and two...
This is another, why did you do this?
And two, bantha milk doesn't ruin it. Like, that's interesting.
What the fuck is the circuitry of this droid made out of?
That would be like if I, instead of a regular, like, cooling unit in a computer, I just put milk in there. I just took my coffee cup and just went...
It's so ridiculous.
Yeah. It's like, nope, not doing that. And so, yeah, so this race goes like hardcore, man. And then we see both references to a bunch of things that we've seen because we've seen both what happens in because we did Trail of Shadow and actually, it doesn't connect back to Edge of Balance, but we know that Edge of Balance is Volume 2 is happening in the background of this.
Yeah.
We just don't see the Edge of Balance characters in this like we do.
No.
Whereas Edge of Balance, we see the High Republic Adventures characters.
Lily and like the two younglings are there on...
And the two younglings are racing.
Yeah, but Lily is dealing with her own stuff.
Yeah, because Lily ends up talking to Stellan.
Yeah.
Oh, also, we see Jahan.
Yeah.
As well as her boss, man. I forget the Republic head of the base all of a sudden.
Yeah.
I forgot his name all of a sudden.
And there's also Force Detective Man. He's also there.
Yeah, because that's why I was saying it connects back to Trail of Shadows.
God, that's another character I'd like to see more of.
Yeah, I want to see more of him.
I want more noir in my Star Wars.
We don't see Gal, though, because I think Gal is missing at this point already, right?
Yeah. Either that...
Or about to be.
Yeah, they're about to be missing.
Yeah.
This might be during their nap.
But yeah, we got Velko as well. Rodor Keen, that's his name.
Yeah.
So we got Rodor and Velko in the background, which is a nice little throwback. And of course, Astala, our boy Astala.
Mm-hmm.
Rest in peace.
God damn it.
Because that man was on the top half of the space station. And so...
We put a nuclear bomb in your space station. Why? Because to hell with you, Jedi. That's why.
So yeah, so once again...
Welcome to the Outer Rim.
Yeah,
You're not wanted.
Like we were saying, though, Sabata's plan is basically get the Jedi to kill
I
to
need
kill
the Jedi
Crix.
to kill this teenager because he's being a real dickhead about everything.
Yeah, so we're basically going to reveal where
I'm
the
fine with that, but he's not a motivated jerk.
yeah. So the base is basically the plan is basically reveal the base of where he's hiding
Yep.
and get him caught.
Yeah. I do love that she is also at the end of this. Does anything else happen in between those two?
The only other thing
I
is
don't think so. Oh, Torben Buck
Torben wins because
winning the race because he's like,
he cut to the end and he was like, "Oh yeah, I was cheering you on, but it was so I could win, and I was cheering you on for second place."
like they all fall for. They're like, I thought you. He like force pushes them at the end, and I'm like, and I think I had the same reaction as one of the characters where they go, "Damn, I can't believe I fell for that."
Yeah, Zine says that. Yeah, and it's just like, and then Cantum's like, he did say there were no rules. And then of course, Torben's like eating them things, and he's like, "Good thing I made this treat, and it's exactly the way I like it." Because he says specifically, "Good thing Buckets used extra butter for the first place treats." It's like, Mister.
You son of a bitch.
But it's more to love about Torben.
Oh,
Once again, rest in peace.
rest in peace, Torben.
Because Trail of Shadows.
You did your best. And you stripped naked and decided I'm gonna go fucking fight the Nameless in the nude with a lightsaber.
With just my underwear. Not even underwear. It was more like a jock strap.
Yeah. He's like, I'm gonna go try to fuck up the Nameless. You guys get the hell out of here.
But yeah.
Oh.
And so, yeah, that's basically it. Because Respriller and Sabata are like,
Yep.
good thing we're working together.
Yep.
And so,
We're
now
gonna betray each other eventually over something. But
so yeah. So 2 more issues now.
yeah.
So we're back to kind of the real serious stuff because we're hitting that finale,
Mhm.
and we get some flashbacks of Lula when she was being trained by Cantum, and it's basically more of that. Hey, you got to understand the importance of detachment,
Mhm.
and it's once again, it's not a matter of you can't care for people. It's
But you have to
balance it, like any other emotion. And of course, Cantum's like, you taught me the importance of this lesson.
Yeah, you taught me one the most important lesson that Jedi can learn. And she's like doing a front flip with a lightsaber.
He's like, no. Although that's,
And Yoda's like, the front flip is nothing to sneeze at.
yeah. Like, they're both Yoda and Cantum are like, I mean, that is a good lesson, but...
That's not the one we're talking about.
Which, of course, hints back to what we of course now know already because of Midnight Horizon, because we get Cantum's backstory in that, and how they met Lula, and how that changed their life. And so, we're getting narration from both Lula and Zine about this, like, having to deal with their emotions. And
You know,
and we're getting more connections to Midnight Horizon because we have the message from what's his name, the member of Crash's team who died.
ooh,
You know who I'm talking about, though.
I know who you're talking about. More because I remember how fucking hard they were like, this man is dead.
Yeah. I got this.
He was the one with the dogs.
Yeah, because he had the dogs from Solo.
Mhm.
Because he was that same species that can't go out into the light. Hold on, I'm pulling it up. Prybolt.
Yeah.
Which Prybolt didn't die because I think they come back because I think they're alive in Solo. I think is what I remember. Yeah. Oh no, they did die. Okay. There is somebody that's like in this that's also alive in Solo though.
No, it's The one that run Mother.
Oh yeah, they mentioned her, but I think there's like another like member of like
No, it's the same
it's
one.
just
That
it's just
she's younger.
it's just her. Okay.
Yeah.
I think they mentioned some other Grindyloids that are like part of besides Lady Proxima.
No, Proxima is in that one.
Yeah,
there are other Grindyloids.
Yeah, I thought there were other Grindyloids
none
that
of
were
them-
in Solo as well.
They're not in Solo, but they are mentioned. And it's mentioned that Proxima's young, but she's got that drive.
Isn't Malak alive during?
Don't think so.
Hold on.
I do remember
No, he's not. Okay.
that
But yeah, Proxima, yeah.
the gang that Proxima will become the leader of showing up and being like, hey, you have like 1 week to find out who killed fucking Prybol.
The White
or
Moss?
We're gonna
Yeah.
fuck you up.
Yeah, the White Moss.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that
That was terrifying. They're like, if you can't find the guy who did this, we'll just kill you instead.
we're going to start a gang war out in the streets.
Yep.
So Prybolt's message comes through, and they're like, okay, we need to start. Cantum Sai is going to go down to Corellia, and
They'll take Ram with them.
yeah, I'll take Ram. They'll take Ram with them, and they'll meet up with Reeth and Comac, and they'll do the events of Midnight Horizon. Meanwhile, Torben and Lula will be in charge of the mission to find Crix.
Mm-hmm.
And initially, Zine is like, "Well, I also care." Like they're both fighting their care, like how much they love each other. And
should I go and tell them?
And
I should tell them.
And Zine is like, you know what? Though I probably should give her space, so I'm gonna go ahead and volunteer to go to Corellia, which does not happen, by the way, immediately because one of the Jedi Padawans who's out on patrol
is like, hey, we got a problem.
Yeah, there's some Nihil. Padawan Bibbs runs into Sabata's ship, and Sabata leads them to Crix's base on purpose. But
Padawan Bibbs is like kind of just...
He's kind of grooving around, sitting in his ship like, man, I wonder when they're going to show up. In the meantime, I'm just going to come up with stupid words that rhyme.
Yeah, he's like trying to figure out different rhymes and such because he's bored. And it's like...
Which is fair. That's something that's something I could remember kind of doing as a kid, is just coming up with random words.
Well, no one's here. I have like 20 minutes to kill,
and also being like, oh, that word doesn't exist. Why would that? But so I guess it doesn't count for my rhymes.
All right, I gotta scratch that one off the board.
And then Sabata shows up and is like, oh, great, Nihil ship.
Yep, there we go.
And so calls in, which then causes everybody to go, okay, so the team that was going to go with Cantum is now cut down to just Cantum and Ram.
Yeah.
And everybody else is on, let's capture Crix.
Yep.
And so, even Obertuk is with them, because remember, Obertuk is Farzalla's master, and the one that falls asleep and then murked by Marchion later. Rest in peace, Obertuk.
Damn it.
Because remember, he gets murked in the eye.
Yeah.
The Eye of the Storm comics.
He's like, fucking Marchion, like, torturing and killing Jedi, my favorite pastime.
And this one's even better because I'm going to tell him my backstory and then kill him.
Yep.
I get to monologue.
With no repercussions.
For once, the monologuer wins.
How do you know if someone's the villain in a movie? How fucking long have they been monologuing? About 3 minutes? They're probably the villain.
Yeah. And so Obertuk and one of the other masters is like, hey, we've got the Padawans, though, like the younglings, though, so we're going to kind of stay back, but we're here if you need us. We don't want to, like, bring our younglings into war.
We're not going to go and put the kindergartners in a dogfight. Let's not do that.
Okay, and here's where Crix is in, like, the full get up, and it's... Honestly, Crix looks badass in it. It's one of the few times where he doesn't look like he a wimpy bitch.
Yeah, he looks like he's gonna go and join the cast of fucking Mad Max.
Yeah. Like, it's like, Crix is usually a bitch.
Let's be real.
Let's be real. He's a bitch. But in that get up, I could see him being frightening. He could almost get away with being threatening.
Yeah.
But he's a bitch, so it's not
If
gonna.
we didn't know it was Crix, we might actually be concerned. But we know it's Crix.
We've discussed this before, but we don't apologize for how we treat Crix.
No. At first, I kind of understood it. I'm like, after a while, I'm like, okay, now you've done it. You've done betrayed your old man. I'm not about that.
Yeah, like
that was my turning point for Crix. I'm like, okay, I get that you're upset that fucking Zine never told you.
but now you've got some
But
like
now you that's being a dick, and then there's actively being malicious.
and joining a terrorist
Joining a
organization.
terrorist organization.
He's like, I'm gonna be a terrorist, Mom. Oh fuck.
That's not
That's not where you're supposed to. No,
that's not what you were supposed to do.
it's like, but my elder Tromac was part of same terrorist group,
It's not
but that doesn't mean you should be. Also, Elder Tromac was kind of starting to back out of it because he started to realize, yeah, this might be bad.
not good. After the Battle of Jeddah, fuck this, I'm leaving.
So
Because Tromac is still a kid.
yeah, Tromac is a child, which is part of why he believes in the whole Nihil stuff, because from the beginning he's been raised into it.
Except he's very much like fucked off with.
Yeah,
Like he's not actively
he still
joining.
follows a lot of the Path's teachings though.
Yeah, but unlike the Nihil, he hasn't gone to be a fanatic with it. Like,
Yeah, he
doesn't
just
like Jedi.
but he doesn't go like steal artifacts or anything.
Yeah.
He's just like, we'll leave you guys alone. Just don't bother us.
Yeah.
Also, we will kick out anybody who's force sensitive in our group.
He's like, that's it. Just don't use the Force and leave us alone.
Yep. So of course this big battle happens.
As opposed to the Nihil, who are actively like fucking up the galaxy
Yeah.
because they think it's a good idea.
So they find out his base is on Dolharhide.
Yep.
We get this big battle where Crix is like, "Hey, where's Sabata? Sabata's supposed to be backing us up." And they're like, "Sabata left after she got back from her patrol. She told us that you would know where she is." God damn it. And that's when Crix is like, "She betrayed us."
He's like, that fucking sellout.
And so he gets on the main guns of like the anti-aircraft turrets.
Like, I guess I have to do this now.
And so he shoots at, he knows it's Zine, and he's like, I'm going to shoot you down just like I did that one time, except the first time was accident. This time, I know it's you.
And I'm gonna do it on purpose again.
This time to actually try to kill you.
Yeah.
And so, like,
Zine's like, okay.
Zine goes down to kind of sacrifice herself to avoid Lula getting hit.
Yeah.
And so Zine crashes into Crix's little gun turret, causing Crix and Zine to go down together.
Mm-hmm.
And Lula lands her ship as well as Farzala and Court.
Yeah.
And Crix is on the run with a gun
I better run
again. Crix just knows how to run away. That's kind of his gimmick. With a gun, usually. Usually he has a really big gun that's like bigger than him
Yeah.
as he's running away.
You know, I think he'd get away faster if he ditched the gun.
And so, yeah, so Crix versus three Jedi and another Force user
He's like,
are on his butt.
let me think about my odds. They're bad. I'm leaving.
I'm going to go into my safe room, which is no longer safe
Yep.
because Sabata has armed it with...
Sabata's like message is, I've rigged your safe room to explode if a single blaster shot goes off, so you can either die like a real Nihil or get caught by the Jedi.
Yeah. Because basically she filled it with large Rhydonium fuel canisters, and she's like, the liquid form is very, very explosive. And it's even worse because I've basically she's made it to where it's also a vapor.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's in the air. So, haha, fuck you.
Yeah.
So you die one way or the other.
I'm trying.
And so
Is it as well if a lightsaber ignites or no? It
uh
should be in that.
plasma blade, so yes, the lightsaber.
Yeah.
So if the lightsaber ignites
It's
as well.
gonna be really funny in about 2 minutes
Yeah.
where none of that shit happens.
Well, that's because I don't because they never really enter the room, and I think they managed to air it out by pulling him out of the room. Because the way I viewed it is she pulled him out of the room away from the. Because
It's not very. It wasn't very clear to me.
So the thing is, there are two doors.
Yeah.
And Lula and Farzola took one door. Zine and Court took the other door. They can't see each other
Okay.
because there's
So
like,
they have to.
and basically they're like, okay,
Use
if we
the
open
Force
one
signal.
door, then we're in trouble. But if we open both doors, then we could surround them.
Okay.
The thing is, we got to sync up.
Because if we do this wrong,
Somebody's gonna die because Lula starts. I think Lula senses what's behind there,
yeah.
so
She's
she's
like, wait, nope. Be very careful. Don't just.
can't go in guns blasting
Yeah.
or laser slashing either.
Yep.
And so they start to open back up to each other because they haven't been able to feel each other lately because
Yeah.
they've both been just
They're like,
so in deep with their feelings that it's blocked them.
Yeah.
And so they're realizing, okay, I'm thinking about this too much.
Yeah.
I need to just take a deep breath, relax, and know that things will work out themselves out. For now, I need to connect in the Force with my
Yep.
friend. And so they manage to do that, and they open the door together at the same time. And I think it does air out, because I think that's what that is. But on top of that, she pulls him out of the room before he
Okay.
takes his shot, because right there is him being pulled out of the room.
Okay. Because I was like, man, you guys are fucking lucky.
Yeah, so she pulls him out of the room before he takes his shot. And so, and then when he does take the shot, she manages to make it to where it's not in the room, I think. She manages to, like... So,
Even though they.
yeah.
On paper, these kids should all be dead.
But we're going to go with it because it's science.
Yeah.
We're not taking this too seriously. We are opening for...
God forbid you smoke a cigarette in that room.
God, you're making me want to go on a rant about Andor.
Don't worry. We'll talk about it later.
Oh, did you hear about
No.
the... Oh, you didn't hear about bricks and screws?
No.
Oh.
Well-
Okay, we'll talk about it in a second.
Okay.
But we are open to, hey, this is a
willing to let
science fantasy. We are
I'm
not.
willing to let this one slide because there's fucking magic involved.
Yeah, like it's Star Wars. If
Yeah.
we take this too seriously, then we end up
In
in
this
a,
one instance, I'm okay with it.
if we take things too seriously, then it becomes a like, how are we going to enjoy this?
Because let's be real. As nice as the High Republic is, I don't think they're not gonna kill teenagers.
Especially since the High Republic Adventures is kind of the kids
like,
the
kids
kids
version.
comic. Like it's not, but it is.
Yeah. This is the teenage one.
Yeah. Like I would say this is young. This is older kids
Yeah,
to
this is
teenagers.
like when you're 13 to like 16.
And maybe even 12 or 11 you could read
Yeah.
this.
Whereas
Whereas the mainline comic is definitely teenagers to adults.
yeah. And then the
And then of course we
children's
got
books.
children's books, young adult novels, and then
would have more car crashes than a fucking Fast and Furious movie.
and so but yeah, so they managed to capture Crix. Success.
Yeah.
Mission complete. And so now they bring him back so they can basically question him, which is where we connect once again to Midnight Horizon because we get but on their way to bring him back
Tormund's like, hey,
by the way, Canton told me that if they didn't make it back right away, that depending on how this mission went, he wanted that if you were okay with it, I'm to knight you.
Mm.
And Lula's thinking things over because Lula's still like, I love Zine. How does that connect to me being a Jedi? Does that mean do I really want to be a Jedi? Because it's what I've wanted my whole life since learning what Jedi are.
Mhm.
But is it what I really want at the
Yeah.
end of the day? And so she tells Torvin, I don't know if I can accept yet.
Yeah.
Let me have time to think about it.
Give me a day or two.
And so on the Star Hopper, they bring Crix to be interrogated. Meanwhile, we meet the new class of younglings that are basically going to
Yeah.
replace our cast as, it's our cast is graduating essentially, and so now we got the new kids on the block, and we get a fellow Axolian.
Yeah.
Yeah, new baby Axolian. And so named Zint. And so we got Court and Zint. And so they become buddies immediately. They get, oh, it's so cute.
You're
Killing me with cuteness.
older.
And without mask.
Yeah.
And so
And Crix is like, I fucking hate it here.
Crix is like,
I can't believe Sabata would.
yeah, he's like, I'm gonna get Sabata back. All I gotta do is not say a thing, and as long as everything goes to plan, the Eye will know that I did my job, and I'll be right back where I should be.
Yep.
That's not how things are gonna go.
No. The greatest.
The greatest interrogation ever, which unfortunately this time we don't get to see.
Yeah.
This time we are viewing things from Lula's perspective, because we already saw Zine's perspective in Midnight Horizon,
Yeah.
where she lies to Crix and is like, I'm reading your mind! Get out of my brain!
I'll never tell you the secret base's plan is on section 39D.
Yeah. Meanwhile,
Oh, wait, shit.
Farzala, Court, and Zint are like hanging out because Farzala's like, "Hey, you found a new buddy.
Yeah.
Let's do this."
I think they're playing.
They're like playing like keep up essentially.
Yeah.
They're like all meditating together, keeping this little orb up.
Mhm.
And so, but yeah, Lula is watching the interrogation, but is too busy thinking about like her and Zine's connections.
Just having an internal dialogue with herself.
Yeah, it's basically a remember all these things that happened throughout the comic
Yeah.
and how close Zine and Lula have gotten throughout the entire series.
Mhm.
And that both of them have feelings for each other that they just won't tell each other.
Yeah. And I was like, all right. I'm gonna have to tell her. I should probably do that the next time I have the chance.
But yeah, so basically, so part of the lie that Zine is telling Crix is like, oh yeah, Sabata has been feeding us information, and we already know about about what's going on. And Crix is like, no, she's not. She didn't tell you about Gus Talon. Oh fuck.
Thanks.
And this is when Crix does the most annoying shit that would get me to punch the fuck out of him. I don't care that he's still technically a child. In the Star Wars universe, being a child is kind of different than in the real world. Like, we've had this discussion about drinking at 16,
Yeah.
and, like, there's the idea that you can be a ruler of a planet at 14.
Yeah.
Like, I think being a child is, like,
I think you stop being a child once you get to 12 in Star Wars.
yeah. And so, like, there's this thing that's, like,
Yeah.
it's a little different. And so, yeah, I would totally punch Crix for what he does.
Bam. He
Which is-
doesn't even get to finish the sentence.
yeah, so Crix tries to pull the most manipulative shit
Oh,
ever.
Exactly.
He says, okay, so let's start with Zine. I'm so glad I found people who love me for who I am and not for some version of myself that had to be lesser to make them comfortable. Because basically she's talking about the fact that Crix hates her because she's accepted who she is. It's basically the story of somebody who's accepted who they are and has been willing to open up and finally... It's kind of a story about coming out of the closet to be...
Yeah.
I mean, realistically, that's kind of the story that this is. And Crix is the person who can't accept them for who they are and instead has the idealistic version of them and is like, that's the person. And so he says... So he's about to say, I always love... And she cuts him off saying, keep it, and slams the door on him, essentially.
Yeah.
And which is good. You go. Because he doesn't love you.
No.
He's being manipulative when he says that. He loves an idealized version of you that he's put in his head. And that irks me. And this is the level where, like I already didn't feel sorry for Crix. But when he started to do this manipulative shit right here, that's when I was like, nope, I will never forgive you. You are done, Crix. I hope that Markion finds you and things do not end well. I hope you get pan-aided.
You fucked up for the last time.
I hope you get pan-aided.
Markion will fucking do it.
Well, yeah, because Markion does not suffer fools.
Yeah. He also willingly sacrifices his, like, people all the time.
Yeah. Even if they were successful.
Yeah.
But if you're not successful, he's definitely throwing you out the airlock.
Yeah. That's what, like, I think is gonna fucking bite Markion in the ass.
Well, it's also
He's gonna run out of people.
it's the Everini way though of not trusting people.
Yeah.
It's that generational trauma that the Everini have. They kind of have this generational trauma of we can't trust each other, and we definitely can't trust outsiders. Because of all these things of us betraying each other way back when, that we learned about in the I comic.
Like, even, like, at the end of, the audio drama, right?
Yeah.
They bring it up. Like, Lorna points this out, and what Bub and Markion, they're like, are talking to each other, and they're like, you don't have any goddamn ships, do you? You don't have any pilots. You're running out of people. You're essentially out. You have, what, 300 people at best?
Yeah.
And, like, I'm gonna go with maybe 70 at worst.
Yeah. And, like, the only other fleet ship that you have is dinky compared to what I just brought you.
Yeah.
So it's just like, yeah, Markion's running out of forces. He's tossing them out as soon as he gets them for the most part. And that's a larger discussion that we can bring back once Phase 3 starts. Because once Phase 3 hits the ground running, we're going to be back into this part of the High Republic era.
That was just something that I noticed, like, throughout all the stories. I'm like, one, Markion. Oh, also that it was me, Republic. I'm the one who's been making your fucking...
That's his Walter White speech, though. That's his "I'm the one who knocks" speech.
Yeah, I'm like...
And I think it's deserved. I think
It's a great speech. However, I'm like, oh, see, you didn't say, like, the storm or, like, any of the regular rhetoric. You went, no, it's me, Markion Ro, the Eye of the Nihil, the leader. I planned this. I did all of this.
Well, and that's where his ego's catching up with
like,
him.
That's gonna bite you in the ass, man.
Yep. So, yeah. So once again, they now have this information, and Zine immediately volunteers and says, "I have to go tell everybody. Like, I have to tell Cantum, Comac,
Yeah.
and Ram and Reeth what's going on, because otherwise they are fucked." And so we get this last moment of kind of intimacy between Lula and Zine, where they don't quite say what they want to.
Yeah.
They say something close enough though.
Yeah.
And they both say, "I need you."
Mm-hmm.
They both immediately regret that and are like, "I should have said love."
Fuck. It's not the right word.
Like,
Can't say the L word
like,
yet.
But like, they're both like, it's good that we said this at least, because it implies we both have the same understanding of our relationship.
Yeah.
Because they both understand what they mean when they say "I need you." They're saying "I love you" without saying it, and so they're both like, "Okay, I understand what you're saying." So this is where Lula kind of realizes, "Hey, you know what? I don't want to graduate tonight yet." Because we because we go back to the boys, where their masters are like, "All right." Their masters, along with Torben, are like, "All right, time for you guys to get into your fancy night, get into the ceremonial garb."
Fucking graduation robes.
Yeah, get into the ceremonial robes. It's time for graduation, boys. And they ask Lula if she's ready, and Lula's like,
No,
"Nah,
not yet.
but I'm excited for you because you guys are my best friends. Healthy relationships once again."
Yeah.
It's just such a healthy friendship.
Yeah.
She's like, "I don't need this. You guys deserve it. I'm there for you." And so, and then and then we get to see their knighting ceremony.
Yeah.
And so, and that's the end of it. Of course, now we know that, so we don't know what happens to Lula after this, because we know she disappears.
Yeah.
And that's where Zine's left off in Midnight Horizon, is looking for Lula, because once again they're both regretting that they didn't say "I love you."
Yep.
Because everything falls apart because of Starlight Beacon falling apart, which is in the background of them having their graduation ceremony. It's not falling apart yet, but it's about to.
It will.
Like 2 minutes.
We kept the camera rolling for another 5 minutes.
Yeah. It's basically like when you watch Rogue One and A New Hope back to back. Like, you would remove the credits and you could just watch, like, immediately. Remove the credits, remove the opening crawl on A New Hope. One movie. It's basically that situation with this. It's like you could remove the end on this comic, get rid of the opening parts of Fallen Star, cut to the everything happening, and you're like, oh, yeah, it's right there.
Yep.
But yeah. So that's it of Phase 1. We are done with Phase 1. I looked at our schedule. There's no more Phase 1 content. We are out of the Phase 1. So, long journey.
Hey, Caleb.
Yeah?
Fuck you for the timeline.
Don't worry, I've got it written down.
You ass.
I've got it written down, so that way, when we do the episode at the end of the season, because when we finish the season, we're going to do an episode where you have to figure out the timeline. I've already come up with a great name for the episode. And
when the fuck did this happen?
No, it's they're all going to be references to Star Wars movies.
All right.
But yeah, so every season we're going to do a timeline so that way we can see where we are. Right now I don't know when the season exactly is going to end, but I think it's going to be May of next year at this rate.
Oh boy. Have you added stuff to it?
I've had to clean. Well, I'm not done fixing it right now because there's stuff that's coming out that I'm like, oh, I should add that.
So yes.
Like I've had to rearrange some stuff, but I've also had to add some stuff. So like, I've had to add, for example, Tales from the Rancor Pit, Jedi Battle Scars. All of the new Phase 2 High Republic stuff. Bad Batch Season 2 starts in January. So, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I've had to add.
Okay.
But yeah, so next week.
Yeah.
Oh, final thoughts, by the way, on High Republic Adventures Volume 3. I give it a 9, maybe 8.5.
I'm gonna give it an 8.
I think it ends well, but of course it's very much a situation of it feels rushed if you've never read the rest of the material that's alongside of it.
Yeah.
But if you've read the other material like we did, then it's just this is a puzzle piece to the larger picture. And I think it does a really good job of giving us that missing piece.
This is one of the few times I'm glad that we aren't quite a big thing yet. Because if we were, I think that Sav is not one of my preferred characters.
No, I think that's fine. Everybody has their favorite characters. I think if anybody gives you shit for that, that's their own issue to deal with. Like, I like Sav a lot. She's not my favorite character, but I like her a lot.
Yeah.
You just don't feel that same way, and that's perfectly fair. You have your favorite characters in the High Republic. We've talked about them. Like, I mean, everybody has their taste of favorite characters.
Buryaga, Lily, Porter Engel, Detective Jedi.
Yeah, that's Aram? Hold on.
The planet?
No, sorry. I know it begins with an E, his name. Emmerich.
Yeah.
I was word souping my way to the right word. But I made it.
Torben. There's a lot of
there's a lot of characters you like.
Jedi I like and I respect. Unfortunately,
most of them are dead.
dead.
But you like, but once again, so that's why I'm like, if you like a character, that's fine. It's fine to not like a character too.
Sav is a respect, not a like.
Yeah, And it's not a dislike either. It's just it's a neutral. Now Crix is a dislike. And that's a I like how well he's written for me to dislike him. So that's the compliment you're getting, DJO, regarding Crix, is that I like to dislike him. Because you've written him so well that he is dislikable to this degree. That's my opinion, anyways, regarding Crix.
Like,
because you have to write a character that well to get that much emotional, like I don't like him out of it.
I think it might just be like how we were kind of like raised a little bit different.
Mm-hmm.
Where I don't hate Crix.
Well, I don't hate him. I don't hate him. I dislike him.
Yeah.
Especially since he's a fictional character.
Yeah.
I mean, you know.
You dislike him. I'm indifferent to him.
I think I dislike him because he represents a lot of real world type of things that I do hate.
Yeah.
But I'm just like, you're a fictional character that's representing these things, so therefore I don't hate you. I just dislike you. Because you're not going to do anything. You're a fictional character. I don't like how you're treating the characters I do like.
Yeah.
But yeah. So next week, Andor.
Oh yeah. Oh shit.
Because Andor wrapped up, buddy.
Oh yeah, it did.
You just got to watch 2 more episodes too, because we've been slowly having you watch along the way.
This is one where I've been not weekly, almost weekly watching.
We've been doing it per arc. When an arc finishes, we've had you watch the arc, and so.
I am glad. Like, we got done with the prison arc.
Hey Seth, I can't swim.
Oh, well, that's unfortunate for you, pal. Ignore the fact that
God,
that
it's
fucking
so
fall
sad.
should have killed you.
God, it's so sad though. He can't swim.
Yeah.
Oh. I'm gonna bring it up now,
Okay.
actually. So there's a certain well-known Star Wars YouTuber who has had some not good opinions over the last few years, and is friends with Geeks and Gamers.
Okay.
The group that we try to make sure we don't affiliate whenever we talk about the game shop here, Gamers and Geeks. That we're like, no, the game shop, not this group of assholes. So he decided for the finale. So for the finale, he's like, I thought the acting and the writing was well done, but bricks and screws are too real and shouldn't be in Star Wars. And that was his take, and he was like, and that's why Andor is bad.
What? Like, bricks is in the things you need to
like literal bricks and screws. Let me find it. I can find the exact quote if I need to.
What? It's
It's why I was like, that's when earlier I was like, oh, we don't care about, we're not as, worried about the whole, realism, like in Star Wars. Like, we're not worried. Are they no longer on Twitter? Can't find the exact quote. I know it's here somewhere. Well, this isn't news. This is just like something in the community that we can talk about, because
this is not bricks and screws. I'm like, okay. Ignore all the fucking other things.
Yeah. I'm trying to find. Oh. And of course, our good friend Sawyerism. Sawyer, she
Fast and light travel isn't real either, but none of us are complaining about that.
She decided to warn this content creator about other things that are canon in Star Wars that are from the real world. Knit sweaters. Let's see, books, fireworks, pizza, spray paint, water, wheels, flashlight and screwdriver, fork, ducks. Somebody brought up ducks are canon.
Oh yeah, they are. Because they're in the movies, aren't they?
Yeah. So ducks. And so, yeah.
I feel like I'm missing context as to why.
So the reason, at least for Sawyer calling them out, is because the Star Wars community used to be a little bit closer to him. In terms of the TikTok people, because a lot of them, I was never part of the Discord server for this person, but a lot of them were. A lot of them left, and meanwhile, Sawyer stayed friends. This is more her story to tell, so I'm kind of TLDRing it.
That's not. I mean, why are bricks and screws?
In Andor?
Yeah.
Spoilers.
Like, why is that an issue?
Oh, why is it an issue? It's not. It's not, and that's the joke. Everybody's pulling on him. It's like, why'd you make it an issue? It's because he wants to just find something to complain about. Because he did this. This is the same guy who, when Obi-Wan was coming out, was upset that we didn't get to see more of the Padawan massacre in the Jedi Temple. Yeah.
I see.
Yeah. Same person. This is also the same person who Oh, I think this is his. I don't know if this is his or if this is somebody spoofing him. Oh yeah, this is somebody spoofing him. But one of his other quote, like one of the things for Andor was him and his buddy who do their podcast. They're like live streams, I guess, not really a podcast. They're live streams together. They're like, man, Andor sucks, but you know what would be great? A General Grievous show in the same style as Andor.
It doesn't really work.
I mean, honestly, they would probably hate it if they did actually make a Grievous show because, like, interestingly, they would probably call a Grievous show woke because the story would be about how General Grievous got screwed over by the Republic and capitalism, and that's why he joined the Separatists because that's his Legends backstory, anyways. So if they were to recreate that for canon, they would probably hate it, ironically enough, even though they asked for it. Especially since they said in the vein of an Andor show, which is...
Well, Andor is supposed to be a political thriller.
Yeah.
Let's call it what it is.
Yeah, it's a political thriller, and therefore it's going to have some real-world politics mixed in, and there's a lot of themes there.
Hate that.
I mean, Star Wars has always had real-world politics. Yeah. I mean, it's the conversation of when people say, why are there politics in Star Wars? There have always been, buddy. Literally, the original trilogy was about, fascism and imperialism and how it's bad. And also, America is bad for doing the imperialism as well. Because Return of the Jedi is Vietnam. It's
like
the Empire is America, and George has said that himself. What am I gonna tell you, buddy?
So here's the thing, right?
Yeah.
I think, and this is just on a global scale. I'm gonna say something political here.
Go for it.
So, I think the reason why America gets like so much stuff for its like mistakes over the years as like a country is because we're, in terms of like countries and such, we are pretty young.
That's definitely one of the reasons.
People haven't had time to forget.
Yeah, I think also on top of that,
and America holds itself accountable.
Sometimes I think that's also why we get so much shit for it, though, is America doesn't always hold itself accountable because look at how we deal with slavery. We kind of just ignore that we did that. We're just like, we know we did it, but it's in the past, and it's like, but we need to talk about how that's a foundational issue that America has had, but nobody wants to. I know we got really heavy here, but that's realistically the issue. And so,
I'm not gonna say that was a dumbass thought I just had. I'm
no,
gonna
you're
ignore
fine.
That one.
But like that's realistically part of the issue of why the world views us as dumb is we don't acknowledge our mistakes enough. Instead, we are like, yeah, we made the mistake, but we're going to ignore that it's repeating itself now. And it's like, that's not how that's supposed to work. If we're trying to move on, we need to acknowledge that, hey, there's some issues that we haven't resolved still. But, yeah. But, of course,
Like-
Star Wars has always been about the politics of the today.
Yeah.
It's always been relevant to what's going on today, because when Return of the Jedi came out, Vietnam was still relevant. I mean, it was over because 83 was Return of the Jedi. Hold on. Yeah, 83 was Return of the Jedi, so it was over, but there were still a lot of people who were like, hey, we made a mistake by even being involved in that.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Not our fight.
Yeah. Like, nobody attacked us. We just kind of were like,
This is one of those. Why did we
Yeah.
get involved here?
because America.
No, the
I
real
know,
answer
but-
is because of the falling blocks of communism theory, even though that's not going
Yeah.
to work,
Yeah. And also,
mostly
yeah.
from a cultural standpoint.
And also on top of that, the whole, because America had to make sure that everybody is a capitalist society that's democracy around the world, and it's like,
Yeah.
no, that works for us kinda, but it's not for everybody.
Yeah.
There's a reason many countries have different systems, but yeah, not everybody can fall under the same system.
Yeah.
Like, but yeah. Anyways, we'll get to a chance to talk political for sure. Let me double check because we should have a guest next week. Let me double check. I was asking them actually if they were still in. Okay, they said they should be able to, so I'll go ahead and announce it. So for the Andor episode, we are getting T Blue Pulsar 66 from TikTok and YouTube, and we're bringing him in. His name is Jordan. He's a great guy. We're bringing him to talk Andor. Couldn't get. I tried to get M, but M is so busy. But we got T Blue Pulsar as well. I was trying to get multiple guests for this one, honestly, because I feel like this is one where there's a lot of good opinions out there regarding Andor.
I like how so far a lot of what I've seen from Andor is Cassian being like, "No, fuck off. I don't want to be part of your rebellion.
But also
I
at
mean,
this,
I'll join you for like jobs and such, but right now,
also
let
at
me
this,
figure some shit out, okay?"
yeah, and we'll talk more in depth about it because I have more thoughts regarding that specifically. So we'll save that for the episode for next week. But that'll be it for this week.
Yeah.
Thank you all for watching. Be sure, if you're watching on YouTube, which is youtube.com/Escape Reality Films, be sure to like and subscribe to the channel. If you are watching on Twitch, which is twitch.tv/Escape Reality Films, be sure to give us a follow or a subscribe. Either way works. And then check out our Patreon, which is patreon.com/Escape Reality Films, where you get to watch YouTube content a week before it's uploaded to YouTube. You get to check out like some of the comic I'm working on before it's released. A lot of good stuff there. And all that money goes back to stuff like this. It goes back to the books we read, all that good stuff. Eventually, hopefully, pays us to where we can do this full time.
Yeah.
Also want to thank Gamers and Geeks, which is our local gaming shop, where here in Mobile, they're right off of Moffett, so if you're ever in the Mobile, Alabama area, come check them out. They have tabletop games, board games, card games, whatever you can think of. There's an arcade in the back, which is using the free-to-play type arcade systems where you don't put coins in, but you do pay $10 at the front, get a little wristband that says, hey, I can play these games for the day.
Oh, shit. No, keep going.
And then inside Gamers and Geeks, we also have Engage Gaming, which is a sort of a console rental sort of thing where you can basically pay hourly to play on like PS4, Xbox, PC, and VR, which they have all the systems there. They provide the games as well. So if you don't have a console but you got some money, like a little bit of money and you want to try out that new game everybody's talking about, there you go. That's a way to do it. And if you pay a monthly membership fee, the hourly rate is a little bit cheaper. Also want to thank Mobcast Network, who pay for the space here, and they basically provide it to us. So they pay Gamers and Geeks, who then let us use it. I'm part of a lot of their content. Right now they're on complete hiatus for all the shows. I produce, and I'm also a co-host. We got Cult Movie Cantina, where we talk about old movies, and we have a drink that's themed with it. We also do My Star Wars Life, where currently we've been talking about Andor. We're a good bit behind, but we do plan to come back pretty soon now that the show is done, to kind of fly through the rest of the episodes. And then there's also Tuesdays with Scotty, which is basically Scotty, the main guy who owns Mobcast Network. It's a show to basically just talk about whatever's on his mind, whatever, topics seem interesting at the moment, and interview different people that are local that do different cool things. So, because we've had, comic book artists, an independent comic book artist and writer who self-publishes on the show. We've had some independent filmmakers on the show that are local to the area. So, we do he does a little bit of everything on that. What else am I? Oh, I guess we can talk about this some more. We are also planning our own second podcast pretty soon. We've talked about it before. We are doing There Can Be Only One Podcast, which will be our Highlander podcast.
The irony is we have 2 podcasts.
So
we're lying to you.
Is that ironic or just lying?
I think we're lying. I think it's just lying.
Yeah, I think it's just straight up lying. But yeah, so that's going to be our Highlander podcast, where we're going to go through all things Highlander, and we're going to start with some books.
Yep.
And we're bringing our friend Ty onto the show.
Yes.
And so it will be me, Seth, and Ty as our hosts. And we're going to steal a little bit from Cult Movie Cantina. We're going to have drinks on this show.
Yeah.
Mainly because we made a drinking game.
Yep.
We don't know when the first episode will come out, but we know we're going to start filming soon.
Yes.
Because this one, There Can Be Only One Podcast will be filmed, unlike this one.
That one's a pre-recorded.
Yeah, that one's going to be taped. And so that's going to be fun. Just wanted to throw it out there so you guys can keep an eye out for it. I think that's it at the moment.
That's everything for now.
And then, of course, you're working on your secret project as well.
I should get back to working on that because I haven't.
Don't worry, I've been slacking on a project as well. But
I do it. What do you think of a...
I like what you've done so far. Yeah. Without giving anything away, I like it. So thank you all for watching, and we'll see you guys next week with Andor, along with T Blue Pulsar 66. And I have spoken.
All right, we'll see you around.
I'm sorry, I said we weren't announcing. I said we were just going. I'm your host, Caleb.
Hi, I'm Seth.
There you go.
I talk Star Wars with this man.
This week,
sometimes we have a difference of opinion on things.
Yeah, this week we were supposed to have a guest with us, but unfortunately they had some personal stuff that came up last minute, and that's just the way business. The show's got to go on.
Yep.
So we got a little bit of news first.
Mm-hmm.
So first off, The Mandalorian Season 3 has finally gotten a release date announcement.
Oh.
So we now know...
it's going to be weird when we have to talk about this for the show, because I will be jumping in on Season 3.
Yep, you'll be skipping Seasons 1 and 2 and Book of Boba Fett, which all tie into The Mandalorian.
No, we didn't skip Book of Boba Fett.
Oh, yeah, you saw Book of Boba Fett.
Yeah.
So you'll be skipping Seasons 1 and 2.
Yeah.
So you'll have some context of what's going on, because you at least saw Din pick up his Jedi son, and take him back from. He basically took him to boarding school and was like, you know what, I don't want to. You know what, my son doesn't want to be in boarding school anymore. But the release date for when the show starts airing is March 1st, so it's a lot sooner than it feels like. Now, of course, that's not the first show we're getting next year. The first show we're actually getting is Bad Batch, because that starts in January, which you'll be jumping into that. You haven't watched Season 1.
Nope.
So that's going to be interesting.
I'll say this. All I know about the Bad Batch is they're the weird clones.
I mean, that's a way of putting it.
Brief aside, I don't think weird equals bad.
Yeah, no. They're the clones that have genetic enhancements.
Okay. What's up?
Yeah.
I'm remembering, like, Age of Ultron. What are their abilities? He's fast, she's weird. Moving on.
Also announced, Jedi Battle Scars, the tie-in novel for Jedi Fallen Order and Jedi Survivor, has gotten a cover reveal
Oh, yeah?
along with an official synopsis. So I'll pull up the cover, real quick. That way everybody can get a good little look at it. It's got Fifth Brother on it. So the crew of the Mantis are gonna run into Fifth Brother, it seems. Let me make sure it's...
You know, Cal Kestis, you're not making it into the movies.
Yeah, there he is. There's Fifth Brother.
Mm.
And, you got your Grease and your Marin and your Cal and everybody on it,
Yeah.
So they gave a synopsis to go with it.
Mm-hmm.
So here's the official synopsis.
Mm-hmm.
Cal Kestis has built a new life for himself with the crew of the Stinger Mantis. Together, Cal's crew has brought down bounty hunters, defeated Inquisitors, and even evaded Darth Vader himself. More importantly, Marin, Seer, Grease, and faithful droid BD-1 are the closest thing Cal has had to a family since the fall of the Jedi Order. Even as the galaxy's future grows more uncertain by the day, with each blow struck against the Empire, the Mantis crew grows more daring. On what should be a routine mission, they meet a stormtrooper determined to chart her own course with the help of Cal and the crew. In exchange for help starting a new life, the Imperial deserter brings a word of a powerful, potentially invaluable tool for their fight against the Empire. And even better, she can help them get to it. The only catch, pursuing it will bring them into the path of one of the Empire's most dangerous servants, the Inquisitor known as the Fifth Brother. Can the Imperial deserter truly be trusted? And while Cal and his friends have survived run-ins with the Inquisitors before, how many times can they evade the Empire before their luck runs out?
Mm.
And so that's
I
the...
think the chances are pretty good. The last three
I mean-
Inquisitors they dealt with are either
Well,
wounded
two.
or dead.
Two. Because they've only run into Second Sister and Ninth Sister.
Oh, yeah. Never mind. I miscounted. I forget that you fought Second Sister twice.
Fight her 3 times.
Yeah. As are all good rival characters in games, you fight them 3 times.
Because you fight her at the beginning,
You fight them the first
Where
time,
you're supposed to
you
lose. And then you fight her again where you
draw,
draw,
and then you
and then you
yeah.
fight her again where you win, but then Vader kills her. Spoilers for a game that's 3 years old now. And so, and then the chances of them surviving in the book are pretty good considering it's before. It takes place before the next game, and more than likely they are not going to kill. And it's a discussion that me and some friends had last night. They're not going to kill anybody important to the games in a novel.
Yeah, looking at you, Stormtrooper.
Well, the
You might have some red
Stormtrooper might die.
flags.
Stormtrooper might die. But I mean, like, they're not going to kill, like, Cal or any of the Mantis crew because those are characters that we want to see in the next game. And if you just play the games, you'll be wondering, wait, what the fuck happened to my characters that were in the first game? Like, and they're going to expect you to read a book to learn that? Probably not.
Imagine they.
I mean, we're going to read it anyways.
Imagine they just wipe the slate clean at the end of that book.
Except Cal's in the trailer for Survivor.
Well, then that might make things difficult.
But we're definitely reading the book because it's already on the schedule for us. Because this comes out in March as well,
All right.
which has a lot of people thinking that the game is going to come out probably in April. Because we don't have an announcement for when Survivor comes out yet. But we know that this book is in March. So, and the artwork book is also in March.
Okay.
So more than likely, the release of the game will be in April. Because you probably wouldn't release it more than a month out.
Yeah.
So back to TV news. Daphne Keene, who we talked about being part of the Acolyte show a few weeks ago, was interviewed about the Acolyte and had some interesting comments.
Oh yeah.
This is her quote. I mean, as you know, it's set 100 years before the prequel movies, and it's kind of an explanation of how the Sith infiltrated the Jedi. It's a Sith-led story, which has never been done before. It's been really fun to film. The cast is amazing, and the director and crew are just lovely. The whole experience is wonderful, and I'm already excited for people to see it.
All right.
So, yeah, it seems that people are more shocked at the whole Sith infiltrating the Jedi thing, because that's not something that we've heard about for this show yet. Like, we knew that the Sith were involved. We knew it was going to be a Sith-led story for the most part, because it's called The Acolyte.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff that fans had put together. That was not one of the things. So that's going to be interesting.
The difference between a Jedi and a Sith is at some points pure.
No, Kreia. I don't want to hear this.
Yeah.
It's very...
that old bitch.
Yeah, no.
Like, we've gone. I don't think we've ever gone over Kreia on air, and we're not going to open that.
Yeah, we'll wait. We'll talk a different time about Kreia. But
about why we both dislike her for different reasons.
But like along the same vein, like they're on the same vein, but they're like two different paths of the same like conversation point.
In our like playthroughs of games and such, we end up making the same choice, but the reasons for why are usually very different.
But not too far off, though. At the same time, I'd argue. I argue that they come close sometimes, but yeah. So the last thing I want to...
Yeah.
Oh, well, so Acolyte. Does that add any excitement to what... I mean, we've already said this is the show we are most excited for.
Yeah.
But
to the High Republic.
For the High Republic, yeah. So does that add anything?
I'm glad. I want to see it. And as always... Excuse me.
No,
I
you're
will
good.
reserve my judgments until the end of it.
All right. So one last piece of news.
Yeah. What we got?
It's not really Star Wars related, but it is Lucasfilm related. So therefore, I feel like we're safe to talk about it on this show. They dropped a trailer for the new Indiana Jones film.
Yeah.
It looks so good. Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny is what it's called.
What we got?
So Harrison Ford, you got Phoebe Waller-Bridge as his goddaughter, is what he says in the trailer. Helena. And then Mads Mikkelsen is in it. You got Boyd Holbrook in it. It looks pretty good.
Okay.
It's basically, another of Indiana Jones going back to doing his thing. And we're getting... They're doing some CGI because in the trailer we see flashbacks like in the old Indiana Jones films where you'd get the young Indy storyline going with the current storyline. That they kind of have that in the trailer because you see the young Indy and it's the classic Indiana Jones age, so not like kid Indy. It's like Indy from the other films age in the flashbacks.
I'm going around and punching Nazis on the desert again.
Yeah, but it does. Yeah, so the plot is they are going, up against the Nazis again.
Keep their hands off of these artifacts.
They've, so I mean, it looks. I like it. It looks really good.
I like it. Indiana Jones is very much one of those things where.
So it is interesting. Sala.
Yeah.
Sala's back.
Yeah.
But the interesting part is it's still John Rhys Davies, which is interesting because I talked about this with somebody and it's like Sala is obviously like Middle Eastern.
Yeah.
John Rhys Davies is British as they come.
Oh, that's why. Okay.
Yeah. And he does they do a little bit of makeup on him to make him look a little bit more like it was weird. Like it was weird in the 80s, but not too weird. But today it's definitely like
a bit racy.
Yeah, And like, I like John Rhys Davies. I love John Rhys Davies, and I love Sala as a character.
Mhm.
But it is a little bit weird in today's age. And it looks like he's a bigger part of the film too, because like they show him in the trailer
Yeah.
like a good bit. But it looks like Mads Mikkelsen is the villain.
I was
Which-
about to say,
Yeah,
what is Mads Mikkelsen doing in my Indiana Jones movie?
look, he's friends with Lucasfilm already because he was in Rogue One. I
Uh,
mean, so like, he's allowed, and his brother is in Rebels. So I mean, and I'm hoping he's gonna come back
Oh.
in, and I'm hoping his brother's coming back for the Ahsoka show. But
it's weird.
because Lars Mikkelsen is Thrawn, if you tell me otherwise, you're wrong.
I was thinking about this, right? And I was like, I know Mads Mikkelsen, but it's not from like a movie or a television show.
Really? Oh, is it from what I think it is? Go ahead, say it. It's that video game, ain't it?
Yeah, it's from fucking. God damn it.
Death Stranding.
Yes, he's from Death Stranding.
Yeah, he's in Death Stranding. Yeah.
What the baby? What have you done to my baby?
Him and Moff Gideon after babies.
Yeah, except he's not actually. Spoilers for Death Stranding. He's not actually after the baby that you, the protagonist, are holding.
No.
You, the protagonist, are his
the baby.
baby.
Yeah, and since you're not an MCU fan, you didn't see him in Doctor Strange,
No, it did not.
and but you did see him in Rogue One because he's Galen. Because you and your brother did go up at least until
Yeah, we
A New Hope. No,
We
you made it
got
to
to
Empire.
6.
Oh, you made it to Return
yeah.
in your rewatch. That's right. Y'all didn't do the sequels.
We didn't do the sequels because we were like, okay, we've done 6 Star Wars movies in like a week.
See, I've known Mads as far
Sorry,
back.
not 6, 9.
See, I've known Mads as far back as Hannibal. Although,
We
well,
know
that's
some
not
very different versions.
actually
of
that
Mads Mikkelsen.
actually that's not true. I knew him in Casino Royale as well, but like the I think Hannibal is what made him a household name.
Mm.
Because he did a lot of work before. I think Casino Royale made him famous for like people when it comes to like the industry. So like people in the industry knew who he was, but I think. Because he appeared in a few other things before Hannibal. Because, there was Clash of the Titans and the 2011 Three Musketeers film.
What?
Yeah, he was in the 2011 Three Musketeers film.
No, I didn't know there was a fucking Three Musketeers in 2011.
There's been plenty of Three Musketeers adaptations. The 2011 one is weird.
Admittedly, I was in middle school at the time.
That's the Paul W.S. Anderson one.
What?
Yeah, no, Paul W.S.
The
Anderson.
horror movie guy?
Well, I wouldn't say he's a horror movie guy. Monster Hunter, the Monster Hunter film's not a horror movie.
No, I don't know him from Monster Hunter.
I know, you know him from Resident Evil. But, like, and
Those
probably.
really aren't horror movies.
No. And probably Event Horizon.
Except for the first
Event Horizon is. So there you go.
Yeah.
He also did Mortal Kombat.
The new one?
The 90s
Oh,
one. The classic
oh,
one.
God.
He's
Okay,
been doing video game adaptations for years.
so it's you I need to talk to. Never mind. He's actually.
No,
I'm fine.
most of the ones he's done are fine, except for, as the Resident Evil films went on, they kind of got worse.
I'm not gonna call them first. I'm just gonna call them. They got a bit more interesting.
I mean, to be fair with Resident Evil, he just wrote them. He didn't
Yeah.
direct them.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
But yeah.
This will be an interesting watch. This new Indiana Jones.
Yeah. You got
It's
Mads.
Harrison Ford fighting Mads Nicholson.
Yeah, and you got Boyd Holbrook in it, who looks like he's like a sidekick to Mads. He looks like he works for him in the trailer.
What's his name?
Kleba, which is definitely it's very German.
Yeah, I wonder.
I'm wondering which side he's on. Toby Jones is in it. He keeps getting in films that have like either Nazis in them or versions of Nazis in them.
Yeah.
Because he was also in Captain America. Antonio Banderas also is in it.
What?
Yeah. I just got done watching an adventure film with Antonio Banderas. especially since I actually liked it. It's the Uncharted film
Okay.
because Antonio Banderas is the bad guy in it, and so like, and Uncharted is a video game series that's inspired by the Tomb Raider series, which is in turn inspired by the Indiana Jones series.
Yeah.
So now we've come full circle.
All right.
All right, we've spent enough time talking Indiana Jones
Yeah.
for now. This is not the Indiana Jones podcast. This is the Star Wars podcast.
Yeah. All right.
So we need to talk about the first season of Andor,
Yes.
and we are already. We're not quite at the halfway point of our show, but I do want to
Yeah.
kind of push us through this.
So, you know what? Full tilt. Spoilers ahead. If you have not finished watching it by now, we are going to spoil this show.
Yeah. I guess if you don't know whether you want to watch it or not, I say watch it.
Yeah.
Just be aware there are bricks and screws in it.
Yeah. Which I never thought too much about this, but I'm like, well, obviously they have to be there. None of this shit's going to work if they don't have either of those things.
I know. It's almost like they've been in the series since the beginning, but we're not going to get into that.
Yeah.
We're not.
So-
That's for a different platform.
So the thing, I would officially like,
So we're going to do this arc by arc.
yeah, okay.
Uh,
So here's the thing,
yeah, go
right?
ahead.
At the end of the first or like second episode, or maybe the third one, I was like, you know what? The name of this show should not be Andor. It should have left it the fuck alone.
probably the third episode, because that's when everything goes down.
Yeah.
Like the third episode is where like. So. Quick, little, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Quick little explainer for the first arc. Cassian kills two corpos because they.
He went looking for his sister at a dive bar.
No.
No, that's the
no,
initial starting point.
It's not a dive bar actually, because
It's
even
an illegal.
no.
that shouldn't be there.
Wikipedia actually describes it as a brothel. So it's a brothel.
Okay.
It's a brothel on the most Blade Runner of Star Wars planets I've
Yeah.
ever seen.
Oh, that's very true.
And yeah, so these corpos decide to harass him,
Yeah.
and they pull what we kind of expect corpos to do.
Yeah.
And Andor's like, I'm not putting up with this, headbutts one guy, which ends up immediately killing him. And then when the other corpo's like, hey, we can cover this up, Andor's like, nah. Shoots
Yep.
him. So basically the rest of the arc is him covering it up while one of the lead corpo deputy inspectors,
Yeah.
Cyril Karn, is looking into it, despite his boss saying, hey, no, leave it alone.
Leave it alone. And it's like, okay. Like, even Andor's, like, mom, I assume they've had this discussion.
Oh, yeah,
before
Marva.
of, don't go looking for your sister.
Yeah, and basically,
And he's like, I'm gonna go look.
and so let's talk a little bit about that dynamic, because
Yeah.
Cassian is not actually Cassian. He is Casa. And we learned some new information that destroys what a lot of Rogue One fans knew about Cassian,
Mhm.
but they do it in such a way that it works. So, in a lot of the source material, like there's source books, of course, of going like for the movies, and visual dictionaries, you can look at character stats and learn about their homeworlds and all that. Cassian's originally read Ferrix in the Rogue One visual dictionary.
Yeah.
They decided to change that.
Really?
They made it Kenari, as we learn in the show, right? The way they do it, though, makes it to where it's one of the best. It's the most well done way of like changing something,
Mm.
because they explain it in a way where your source book is still correct, even though it says the wrong information. Because when basically, for the audience,
Yeah.
Casa, as a child, was part of basically like this tribal community of just children. We don't know what happened to the
Yeah.
parents. We know some major mining accident occurred, and that's as far as we know regarding what potentially could have happened to the parents. Republic ship comes landing in, well, crash landing in.
Yeah.
The kids decide to investigate. where they get attacked by some Republic of officers with the Separatist logo on them.
Yeah.
But this is, according to the timeline, the Clone Wars has not begun yet. So still Republic officials. And they killed those officers.
Mm-hmm.
But unfortunately, the officers do kill the leader of their tribe.
Yeah.
Casa decides to continue exploring, where Clem and Marva Andor, along with B2 Emo, find him.
Yep.
And they quickly decide, hey, we're going to take him in because Republic ships are coming in to investigate what happened to this crash ship,
Yep.
and we can't leave him for them to find.
Yep.
And the explanation is, if we leave him, the Republic will kill him, as well as the rest of his tribe.
Yep.
We don't know if that's what happened, and there's a lot of debate as to whether what Marva did was right, because of the whole, kind of almost white savior complex, and the idea of taking him away from his community, and all that. And that's a discussion that I'm not the right person to have, because it's not something that has affected, white cis male. Not exactly something that I can discuss with any, authority, I feel. But it is, I think, an interesting take on what's going on.
I will say this.
Because I think Marva thinks she's doing the right thing. Because they're not doing it out of ill
No,
intent.
they're not. I don't think it's the right thing to do.
And that's where the complication
I'm also
becomes.
like-
Yeah.
I'm like, fuck. Our options are we ice this kid right now,
We kidnap this kid,
or we kidnap this kid.
or we let potentially whatever happen
Yeah.
to him.
Apparently, they went with option 2. We're gonna take this kid.
Yeah. It's a tough decision. And so I can, once
Those
again...
are your 3 options.
Yeah, and once again, I think Marva and Clem made the decision that they believed was right in the moment.
Yeah.
Now, whether you agree that it was morally right, that's a decision up to you as the audience member.
Yeah.
Because the show does a good job of not telling us the right answers all the time.
This will become a thing.
Yeah, Gilroy loves to... Tony...
This show is an espionage.
Yeah,
thriller.
Tony... Yeah,
So,
it's a Tony Gilroy show.
Morality does not work
I mean, this
as
is-
it normally would.
This is the man who gave us the Bourne films and Rogue One, so,
Traditional morality does not have much of a place here.
So...
Ironically, in a Star Wars show.
But yeah, so that's basically the background regarding Cassian and Casa. And so we also learn a bit about the community of Ferrix, where Cassian has kind of been taking in.
Yeah.
And we learn about his relationship with his friend Bix, who potentially was an ex-love interest, but they never say. They never outright say.
confirm it.
Yeah, they never... Yeah, friends with benefits. Well, no, that's Tim. Tim is a friends with benefits. We had the Force yelling at us. But yeah, so and so along the way we also some people that Cassie knows money to, like Nurchi.
Yeah.
And we'll get to that later in this discussion of how we feel about Nurchi.
Yeah.
And so like there's a
I
lot.
get the sense
Yeah, go ahead.
that, like, on your average day, Ferrix is like
It's a small community.
a small community.
Er-
It doesn't seem like it's that bad there
No,
at the moment.
no, yeah, and-
It will get worse.
yeah. Well, I mean, because that's the thing. So we are told by the show that the Corpos, who technically own Ferrix,
Yeah.
but they don't operate from Ferrix, they operate from Morlana 1, that they just don't operate on Ferrix at all.
Yeah.
They just go, Ferrix is ours, but we just kind of let them do whatever as long as they bring in the money that we need. As long as they give us the money at the end of the month, we're good, essentially.
Yep. You pay your taxes and we'll leave you be. That's it.
And so Cyril, of course, is changing that because Cyril decides that he wants to bring justice.
Yeah.
He's got a bit of a
This is
he's got a Javert complex going on.
yeah. So I'm like, first thing, Cassian
the first of should have left it alone. Cassian goes looking for his sister. The second, the Corpos decide to follow him out of the brothel. I'm like, why did you do this?
Because they're drunk and they're
like,
they're
you're a
corpos.
fucking asshole. You didn't need to do this. Third thing, Cyril's boss specifically tells him,
Leave it
"Leave
alone.
And Cyril's like, I'm not gonna leave it alone. And it's like, you asshole.
So
You're
yeah.
gonna cause so many problems.
So Cyril decides to look into it anyways. And he actually puts out so he finds out that the ship that left Morlano went to Ferrix.
Yeah.
And then he decides, okay, well, we need to put an all out on Ferrix. We've learned from the brothel mistress that
Yep.
the person that we're looking for is from Canary, because Cassian gave that information.
Yeah.
Which Marva gets onto him for when she finds out. Marva's like, why'd you tell them that why would you tell anybody that you're from Canary? That's the entire secret we've been trying to keep. Because basically, something happened on Canary that was really bad.
Yeah.
Like, apparently another mining accident occurred afterwards that killed everyone on Canary, supposedly, according to the Empire. However, if you want to believe that, that's up to you. But the Empire, I wouldn't believe their cover story.
I don't think.
I think something else more sinister went down. But we don't know yet. We don't know. Because, unfortunately, after the first arc, we
It's
don't get
never
more
covered.
flashbacks. That's the one thing I kind of wish we got more of, that they stopped after the first arc. The first arc, they said, okay, we're done with flashbacks.
Yep.
I was hoping we would get them a little bit more so we could but maybe we'll get them in season 2.
Yeah. The other thing, I get the sense that Cassian has spent more time on Ferrix than.
Yeah, I mean, he's about, I can't remember how old he is in the flashbacks. I want to say he's like 10 or 12.
Yeah.
And so, if I remember correctly. And so, I mean, he's in his mid-20s, maybe 30s by this
Yeah.
point. If I'm doing my math
I don't know,
correctly.
like 27.
Yeah, if I'm doing my math correctly. Because I think he's 30-something by Rogue One.
Yeah.
Which makes a conversation for later. Not for this episode.
All right.
But yeah, so Corpos eventually track Cassian down because Tim, Bix's friends with benefits situation, who is jealous of Cassian, which, to be fair, Cassian is a good-looking fella. I would understand. Yeah. So, I understand, him being jealous that Bix might be...
Harbor some concerns.
Yeah. So, I understand why Tim is a little bit frustrated. But also, Tim, you need to be secure in your own feelings. That's why Bix won't start anything serious with you.
Yeah.
Also because you die.
Yeah.
But thankfully, Cassian did try to cover up. He did a good job of, because he went up to his buddy Brasso, and Brasso was like, yeah, I got you. This is the cover story. Brasso and Cassian have been through it before, because, Cassian's like, here's the beginning of our cover story, and Brasso's like, let me add some extra details to that.
So that it doesn't look.
And it's like, oh, okay, so you guys have done this before.
Yeah.
Brasso's a
Probably not to the point of I murdered 2 guys.
No, this is probably the first time Cassian straight up murdered anybody, besides when he was a kid, probably.
Yeah.
But since then, but Brasso's a good friend. That's somebody I want by my side through thick and thin, man.
Mm.
Brasso's somebody that is loyal.
Damn.
But yeah, so unfortunately, Cyril, along with his new buddy, I just blanked on the name. Give me a second. It's gonna bug me until I have to find him. It's gonna. I'm gonna.
Is it not in
Hold on. Oh, Linus Mosk.
Linus?
Linus Mosk. Yeah, so Linus Mosk is assigned to him as like so Sergeant Mosk is assigned to help him out with the situation, and like they're like, okay, we're gonna go to Ferrex. We figured out who this guy is because somebody reported him, Tim.
Yeah.
And we're gonna go like just basically riot mode and,
Yeah.
and get him. And so
What was the thing that I called Linus and Cyril at the end of it?
oh,
Is that
I can't remember now, but
I
we'll
was
come
like, wait a minute, I know what you are.
we'll come back to it because we're gonna come back to these two for
Okay.
sure. But yeah, so Cyril gives like the worst speech ever.
Yeah, he's like, I'm like,
Like
God,
like the speech itself is fine.
it would be fine.
It's
if
just he had
rose-
yeah, like he just didn't raise his voice enough. He had no presence with
Yeah.
about it. The words are fine. It's the presence, and his
Like,
presence
he
is
doesn't-
awful.
His presence is awful, and he doesn't seem very passionate during the speech.
Yeah, like he sounds like the kid that you've basically gone. Here's the paper for what you need to say for your speech for class. Make sure you. Yeah, he's got no confidence.
Yeah,
And so I think that is something he gains as the show goes on, whether that's for good or ill. That's and so him and Moss go in,
Yep.
and oh boy,
man, does this go wrong?
yeah, it goes real wrong. So it ends with Tim shot in front of Bix.
Yeah.
Bix in handcuffs in the middle of a street.
Yep.
Oh, Bix called in backup.
Yep.
To pick up Cassian. Well, not to pick up Cassian, but to sell something that Cassian had.
Yeah.
But this was also like to pick Cassian up because
Yeah.
her informant, I guess is the best way to put it at the
Yeah.
time, is basically like, oh, I know a lot about Cassian. I want him on my team. And of course, we learn that this is
Luthen.
yeah, this is Luthen. And Luthen comes in to pick up the device, which Cassian is very wary of. He's like, how do I know I can trust you? All that stuff, which very spy, And Luthen's like, oh, I know everything about you. And then Cassian's like, that worries me more.
It's like, why would you lead with that?
Unfortunately, though, they don't really have time to debate.
Yeah.
Because once again, the riots, like the corpos decide to basically house arrest Marva,
Yeah.
which of course starts everything off, and that's
Yeah.
where we get to Tim being dead, Bix in handcuffs, and then like Cyril almost catches them, but Cassian and Luthen get him at gunpoint.
Yeah.
And Luthen, the most hilarious point in the first arc is Luthen just going, shoot him, do it. And Cassian's like, I don't know if I can do that.
The irony is how many people I think Cassian has left in a body bag at the end of the season.
Yeah, no. But I mean, some of them are indirect, but the majority are directly.
Yeah.
And so Luthen and Cassian leave, and that's kind of that's basically the end of the first arc. Like the corpos are in shambles, realizing that
Yep.
because they got destroyed
Yes.
by the people of Ferrex.
So, Arc 1, Cassian's Ferrex escape.
Yeah, it's and Cassian basically. So the interesting part about this show is it's a different take of Star Wars.
Yeah.
It's a little bit darker. It's not as. It's still hopeful though. At the end of the day, the hope is there. It's just under all this grime,
Yeah.
and then on top of that, it's still the hero's journey.
Yeah, it is.
Cassian doesn't want to leave with Luthen. Something happens that forces him to leave with Luthen.
Mm-hmm.
And as we'll get back to later at the end of the season, he comes back with. He basically has his coming back with what's it called?
It's called the reconciliation with the father in the hero's journey.
But it's the coming back with the
He's back with a potion.
back with the potion. Yeah, it's his back with the potion moment, and it's late. It's at the end of the season, but it comes full circle in a way that works. And then he leaves again, which is once again part of the hero's journey is that you leave again.
Yep.
So that's the first arc.
Yeah.
Second arc is Luthen basically going through, okay, here's what I hired you for,
The Aldani job.
the Aldani job. You're going to go undercover. You're going to change your name, which Cassian decides to call himself by his adoptive father, Clem's name.
Mhm.
Which we did learn a little bit about Clem.
Yeah.
So
at
we
the
learned,
end.
yeah, at the end of the last arc as well.
Yeah.
So at the end of the first arc, we learned that Clem was hung and
Yeah.
on Ferrix in front of everybody.
Yep.
And that Clem actually, Cassian went to prison because he attacked some stormtroopers after what happened. I like the eye.
Skeen.
I like the eye. Oh, Skeen. Oh, when Skeen dies, that felt good. Because Skeen was like, hey, let's split the money and run. No, not after all that. And Cassian also gets
meanwhile-
Nimic's journal.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Nimic passed away in surgery because he completed the mission, but
And we get a little bit of... when he died, it's a bit of a reflection of K2's death in Rogue One. Because he's telling Cassian to climb. And it's not the first time we'll hear that from somebody who dies in this show. But yeah, Nimic's the martyr. And we also... Cassian needed that.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't believe in the cause at the moment. Mon Mothma's, of course, dealing with money issues, which for Luthen, this job is supposed to fix that.
yeah.
Now, it doesn't fix Mon Mothma's problems, though.
No. Actually, it makes hers worse.
Yeah, because now, basically, because now the Empire gets a tighter grip on looking
Yeah.
into what's going on than what they would have had before.
I know I made the joke while we were talking about it last night. I was like, Senator Mothma, it seems these 25 credits have gone missing from your account.
And I was like, it's a bit more than
that.
Yeah, and then they reveal the number.
Funnier than, it's funnier if it's 25. The actual amount is closer to 500,000.
Yeah, and it's just like, oops.
Yeah, I'm like,
So then we get into the announcement, which isn't an arc.
Yeah.
It's just a one-episode thing where Cassian goes back, tries to bring his mom with him. He pays off Nurchi and a bunch of other debts he owes. Says goodbye to Bix. Marva says no, she's not going with him, and that she's actually staying to help become part of the Daughters of Ferrix, which are starting to believe that they should rebel against the Empire, at which the Empire has moved in to Ferrix after all this, because Cyril's been sent away, he's been fired, he's off on Coruscant with his mom,
Yep.
who is the most emotionally abusive mother we've seen in Star Wars.
Hi. Fuck you and your Oops All Berries cereal.
What? Wait a minute. I love Oops All Berries.
Oh, fuck that, man. Get a little bit of a different color other than fucking blue.
Well, okay, so he does have the problem with Oops All Berries. It's just blue. You're right. Oops All Berries should be a bunch of colors.
Yeah.
He's got blueberry cereal for his
And
blue
that's it.
milk. It's the saddest blue milk ever, though. And then they have like actual TVs, like
Yeah.
actual like where we just turn the dial TVs, like, which is how they learn about what happened on Aldani. And then so Cyril has been fired, and then we also learn later that Mosk was sent to, like, he basically is working like the actual mines of Morlana now.
Yeah.
Like, he's not working on, he's not Corpo anymore. He's like been demoted a lot.
Yeah.
But he still got insiders within the Corpos. And then of course the head Corpo guy was fired as well.
Yeah.
Because when Blevin came in, he was like, look, you were in charge and you let this all go to shit. And, like, sure, you told them not to do it, but you were still the boss, so it's still on you for
Yeah.
messing this up. Get out of here.
You're under new management.
Which, that doesn't work out for Blevin either, because Dedra finds the connection between Aldani and Ferrix, which then gets Blevin removed from the Ferrix situation.
Yeah.
because Dedra is looking for what she calls Axis and who we know as Luthen.
Yeah.
Which Luthen, funny that we're doing a Highlander podcast because Luthen he's an antique dealer.
Yeah, and I'm like, fuck.
Antique dealers are always up to something, okay? Never trust an antique dealer. They're either an immortal or they're working for some sort of rebellion. Oh yeah, yeah. So yeah, evil stuff. Or they're the devil. Yep.
Yep.
So just don't trust antique dealers.
God.
And so like we get all that, and then we start our. So Cassian decides, you know what? Well, if I can't get my mom to come with me, and I can't get Bix to come with me,
I'll just leave.
I'm just gonna go on vacation. I'm gonna go to Space Miami.
I'm gonna go on a permanent vacation.
And so he goes to Space Miami with all his credits.
Yep.
Which is like a lot of money. Like he's
Yep.
got a lot of money, as well as the Nimitz Journal, which he locks all that up into like a little safety box.
He puts it in the I don't want to open this thing ever again box.
So it's in a safety box, and we find him at Space Miami with his girlfriend with
Yep.
whoever he's sleeping with, in their hotel room.
Yep.
And I know it's a hotel room because I got into an argument about that of whether it was a hotel room or not until he came back later in this show, and we saw that other people were living in it, which confirms it's a hotel room.
Yeah.
Or an Airbnb. With it being Space Miami, Airbnb also makes sense.
Yeah. I was like,
So
here's the best.
So he goes
part.
out to get drinks or some snacks because his girlfriend's like,
Yeah.
"Hey, can you go get this from the shop?" And so he's like, "Okay, I'm gonna go out."
Yeah. Like the best part about it is he doesn't really hide the box all that well.
No, it's just above the showers.
Yeah. Like it's in a thing where if anyone actually walked up and looked up like a foot, they could see it.
Yeah. Now you would probably still need like a combination or something.
Yeah.
But like, it's not hidden.
No. It's very
like,
obviously
like that
there.
was like so he gets arrested.
Yeah.
Because it's basically arrested for being in the wrong place, wrong time. And because of the Patriot Act of the Empire,
They're like,
hey,
instead of the usual
6 months, this is now a 6-year sentence.
Yeah.
And so he gets sent to space jail, which also the joke of, oh no, somebody's gonna find all that money. That doesn't happen. He gets his money back later. But he gets sent to space jail, and we get into the next arc, which is so favorite parts of the prison arc. Andy Serkis, man. Andy Serkis puts his all into this guy. So Andy Serkis is the head of his section of the prison and is basically like the foreman.
Yeah.
Because all the prisoners are working on a secret project that we don't learn about what it is until the end of the season. But they're all working on something, and they're all like in different sections. It's a huge prison.
Mm-hmm.
And the guards don't really have guns. They just have shock weapons.
Yeah.
They have guns, but they don't use them.
Yep.
Because the floor is lava, essentially.
Yeah,
They're playing the ultimate game of floor is lava.
floor's fucking electricity, man.
Yeah, the floor is electricity. And so the rules are don't break the rules and you don't get shocked to death.
Yep.
Make sure you're in your bed before the hallway floor turns into lava.
Yep.
Which we don't see somebody we don't see the person that does do it, but we hear about it, and it is brutal from what we hear. We're like, oh, okay, we don't want to be caught in that.
Yeah. Like the guy tries to run, he gets all the way to the door and is dead.
Well, no. Even before that, I'm talking about the when they're spending the night during the second night when the guy just kills himself on the floor, like in the hallway. The guy's like, I'm done, and he just jumps, and that's it. That guy's dead.
Can I just real quick?
Yeah.
From a production standpoint, making the floor lava is the smartest thing they could have done.
Yep.
So you've got you don't have to have hire actors to be guards. You get 2 guys, you just kind of cycle out, and you just say the floor will kill you, and they're like, oh yeah, we just saved $100,000. Great.
Well,
I watched that from a producer standpoint. I was like, Damn, I wish I thought of it.
And on top of that, well, one, I like the prison in general, gives THX vibes, which is,
Totally does.
and then on top of that, it proves the point that Cassian is making later in that arc, that the Empire is going through the cheapest solutions they can because they just don't care. They as long as they think you're under their thumb, they don't care how you're under their thumb. You're just under their thumb. And in the case of like the episode Nobody's Listening, nobody's listening. There's no cameras or anything. And so like, and of course, Kino, Andy Serkis's character, goes through that realization of, oh, nobody is listening, and he makes that realization once the oldest member of their unit dies, and it turns out that another unit was completely killed because they found out that when they finished
not
their
being let out.
whenever they finished their sentences, they were just moved to a different prison. But this time somebody fucked up and sent them back to the same prison, just in a different unit.
Yeah.
And so they were like, "Hey, my sentence was up. Why am I back?"
Mm-hmm.
And so they had to kill that whole second unit to hide that. But a medic released the word to Kino's unit,
Yeah.
which then starts the riot of the final episode of that arc, where Cassian kind of forces Kino to be a leader, which I think is interesting. That Cassian is never the leader of these rebellions.
Yeah.
Now you could argue, yes, he is the leader in terms of like, it's usually his plans that are being at the end of the day really followed through, because while Val was the leader in the Aldani arc, she was not a good leader. Like, Cassian's the one that was like, hey, you need to be a leader, you need to do this. And that's the same thing with Kino. He's like, hey, you need to... And when Cassian is doing that, I started to really see the hints of the spy that he would be later. Because as a spy, that's kind of what you're doing.
Cassian is very observant.
He's observant, and you're not always the one who's going to be at the forefront of a mission.
Yeah.
In fact, as a spy, you shouldn't be at the forefront of a mission. It should be somebody else at the forefront. And so Cassian is pushing these other people into the forefront to be the leaders of these missions.
Mm-hmm.
So Val is already the leader, but Cassian's like, no, you need to be more of a leader. You need to do this. And he pushes Val. Same thing with Kino. He's like, hey, you're already kind of a leader, but here's some other stuff that you could do to really improve that. Because Kino almost lets Cassian do the big speech, but Cassian's like, no.
They're not going to listen.
They're not going to listen to me. It needs to be you.
Yeah.
It can't be me. Because I'm the new guy still.
They're not going to listen.
I've been here for a few months, because we do see how long of time has passed. It's a few months. And he's like, no. It has to be you. You're the voice that they'll listen to. And then, of course, unfortunately, similar to Nemec, Kino is our sacrifice because Kino can't swim. We also meet Melshi during this arc, which is a nice throwback to Rogue One, because Melshi and Cassian are buddies in Rogue One.
Yeah. So
the rider dies.
I thought about this, right? And I came to the conclusion that, like, even in the real world, out of like your 10 friends, there's probably one who doesn't know how to swim.
Mm-hmm.
This problem could only get exacerbated in a setting like Star Wars, where there are some planets that don't even have water on them.
Yeah. But yeah.
So I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
That sucks.
So now we're getting into the last arc, which is just 2 episodes.
Yep.
So Cassian and Melshi find their way off the world with some help after getting caught into like this fishing net.
Yeah.
By these two, like the people that actually live on the planet where the prison was.
They're like,
hey, the Empire's fucked our planet with that prison.
they're fucking
fuck the Empire. They're like,
ruin the water for all our fucking fish.
they're like, fuck the Empire, and Cassian and Melshi are like, yeah, fuck the Empire, and they're like, all right, come on board our ship.
Where are you trying to go? And he's like, I need to go to Miami.
Yeah, I need to go to Space Miami so I can pick up my stuff.
Yep.
After he goes to Space Miami and picks up his stuff.
Also,
Oh,
she hears a gun.
yeah. So let's kind of jump back to Mon Mothma a bit, because we did not talk about her husband at all.
Oh, no, we didn't.
Man, fuck Perrin. Like, I like, we've had this discussion. We disagree a little bit on Perrin. Like, I understand that there are stuff that Mon is doing wrong when it comes to her family dynamic, but I am led to believe, based on how the story is being presented, that Perrin is still an awful person.
Oh yeah.
Like, even before Mon was really pushing the rebellion stuff even further. And the discussion that came up last night, to solve Mon Mothma's money problems, Mon does something brilliant, but also fucked up.
Yes.
So it turns out that and it's something that's revealed in the prison arc, I think they reveal it, that she knows that her driver is ISB.
Mm-hmm.
We also learned that Val is Mon's cousin.
Yes.
Basically, knowing that her driver is ISB, picks up Perrin from a party, and they get in the car together, and she starts an argument that basically involves, "Hey, Perrin, you've been spending all my money on gambling," and Perrin's like, "What? I haven't gambled in years," and like it. We are led to believe that, yes, Perrin is being honest. He has not been gambling.
Yeah.
This is just Mon covering up where the money would have disappeared to. And she knows this. She's setting it up very perfectly because she knows that her driver is going to report to ISB. Yeah. And so when the tax man comes around looking through her financials, they're going to go, "Hey, there's some money missing. Oh, it must have been from Perrin gambling."
Yeah.
And so it's brilliant, but it's also fucked.
Yeah.
Because it's showing that Mon is willing to sacrifice her family, which, I mean, we see that also with Leda, her daughter.
Yeah.
But in the case of Leda, though, Leda wants this.
Yeah.
So Mon becomes friends with an old friend who is good with financials and is part of the banking system back on her home planet. And he's like, "Hey, so the financial situation, the best way we can get out of this is if you make a deal with a crime lord and get some money from him."
And he goes,
and the crime lord's like, "Hey, the only way you're getting money from me is if you have our children meet. Have your daughter meet my son.
Yep.
We don't have to arrange a marriage right now, but we can have them meet." Which Mon is hesitant about, but Leda's interested because the old traditions of their planet basically are arranged marriages.
Yeah.
And so, like, we learned that Mon and Perrin have been married since, like, they were 16.
Yeah.
If not younger. I think it was 16, though. And they talk about how they they say they went to Coruscant when they were 16, so they might have been together even longer.
Yeah.
And so, Leda seems interested in the old culture, where Val is like, "Man, this is messed up," because Val's, of course, not into guys, so therefore she would not be into this culture vibe, because that's the only kind of marriages that they arrange are straight marriages.
Mm-hmm.
And Mon's like, "Well, Perrin is kind of open about it as well. Yeah, I'm not into it." Whereas Val is like, "Oh, Perrin obviously set this up." She's like, "No, actually, Perrin is pretty open about it, strangely enough."
Yeah. It's one of those, really.
Yeah.
And like,
which is funny considering the previous episode, Perrin had like assumed that Val was looking for a boyfriend, and like that obviously shows that Perrin has no idea about his own like extended family in any way whatsoever.
Well, yeah,
which is fair because Val's not usually around a lot.
Yeah,
but I would think they grew up together enough to know that, depending on if Val came out or not, that's the real question.
I don't think she.
No, I don't think she has.
So it's a case of I don't know.
It's hard to judge Perrin on that conversation.
Yeah.
But it is like an interesting note that Perrin just assumes.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Leda kind of wants this, whereas Perrin is being tricked. Yeah. And it's like, okay, like I don't like Perrin because my issue with Perrin is when you surround yourself, when you have a dinner party and you're with 11 terrible people that are, I guess I'm just going to throw it out, fascist. They're fascists because he surrounds himself with people like Sly Moore and Masameda, and he's like, "These are my best buddies. They're the best party people." Sly Moore's a party person? Excuse me. Did I read the Darth Vader comic wrong? Sly Moore is not a party person. And Perrin's like, "Yeah, totally. They're the people that." What hair? But yeah, no. So like, it's the saying of, you surround yourself with 11 fascists, and then there's 12 fascists. So, and it's even worse because Mon is clearly going, hey, I'm trying to help the Gorman out because we are wasting all their resources and we are stealing from them, and the Empire wants to keep stealing from them. And Perrin just doesn't care what his wife is trying to do in the Senate, and he's like, no,
Also, we see people actively leaving the Senate building like every time.
Yeah, we see that the Senate is slowly dying because people just stop caring because they're realizing under the Empire the Senate is doing nothing. Like, it's worse than it was under the Republic. Because while the Republic was... There was corruption, at least the Senate was mostly doing things still.
Yeah. Were they corrupt? Yes. Were they doing things? Yes. But now...
Now it's doing nothing.
Yeah.
And so, like, you see less and less people every time we see the Senate.
Yeah.
And we're getting to the point where we're a couple years off from Mon leaving the Senate entirely and declaring her rebellion. But we're getting there, and it's because of the Gorman stuff. Because in Rebels, it's the Gorman stuff that causes her to leave. So I'm curious how much worse it's going to get.
Yeah.
Because we know it has to get worse before it gets better.
Mm-hmm.
Or actually, it's not going to get better because by the time of A New Hope, Palpatine says, no more Senate.
Yep. Senate has been dissolved.
Senate is dissolved. So
To be honest, I don't really think it needed a public announcement.
Yeah.
No one was showing up to these anyway.
So back to Cassian. So Cassian,
They're trying.
So
but
Cassian
fucking no one's there.
Cassian finds out his mom is dead.
Yep.
Val and Cinta have been assigned to Ferrix to hunt out Cassian.
Everyone is pulled up on Ferrix.
Yeah, so we were joking when this was coming out because the book Convergence just came out for High Republic, and we were like, oh my god, it's a Convergence on Ferrix. And so, yeah, everything goes down on Ferrix. We're going to kind of wrap this up because we are past time.
Also, Bix got tortured pretty hard.
Bix got tortured for information. Poor Bix. Brazo is best caretaker of B2.
Yeah.
God. So, favorite moments from the finale. Dedra getting hit by a rock is great.
I know. That's like...
Yeah. So, favorite moment.
Oh...
I love the funeral procession, and I love the entire riot. The entire riot is
riot
amazing.
Is great. Now it's like an actual comment during this is, man, I didn't expect them to wait until the end to not to start shooting people.
Oh yeah, for the Empire to interrupt it. Yeah.
Because like they let it go on for a good long time.
So unfortunately, because we're over time,
no,
that's basically all we're gonna really say. I'm gonna say go watch the show.
Yeah.
It's a 9. It's a 9. Do I say it?
Go on.
Do I put it that high? Do I set that standard?
Go on. You do as you please.
10 out of 10.
I'll give it a 9.5.
I'm gonna say 10 out of 10. Yeah, it's 10 out of 10. But I think
Praise does not come easy. For
I
me.
think only one other thing has been 10 out of 10 this entire show for me. Fallen Star, right?
Yeah, I think so.
So unfortunately, we are past time because I do have to be somewhere else.
Yep.
So thank you all for watching. Be sure next week we're going to talk about High Republic Convergence.
Yes.
Be sure to like and subscribe to the YouTube channel if you're watching there. It's youtube.com/Escape Reality Films. If you're watching on Twitch, it's twitch.tv/Escape Reality Films. Be sure to follow or subscribe. Thank you to Mopcast Network, who provides the space. They are a fellow podcasting app podcast. They are on youtube.com/Mopcast Network, as well as every other podcasting app. They'll be back January. We'll give more information once we get closer to them coming back. Also want to thank Gamers and Geeks, our local gaming shop here in Mobile. They're right off of Moffett. I'm kind of just brushing along this time, unfortunately.
We don't have a lot of time.
And then I also want to thank Engage Gaming, which is right next door. They do like you can rent out consoles in the shop and kind of play like an hourly rate. And then I want to also shout out, because that's where I'm about to go next, to the Pod Ones podcast. They're currently live right now on YouTube at youtube.com/thepodawans. I'm about to drop in with them. I just have to leave here and go home and set up there. They're currently playing some Battlefront. They're celebrating 1,000 subscribers. Go check them out. They're awesome. I'm going to join them for some Battlefront in a minute. And then they're also going to have a Star Wars Fantasy Flight D&T game that St. Pat has been working on.
Should we tell them some stuff?
No, we'll save it.
We'll save it.
And then I'm also going to be hopping in with them to rewatch Rogue One. So go follow them. Go ahead and join them right now because they're live right now. I'm actually late. So go tell them hi for me. Also, shout out to our patrons. Thank you, Jennifer. That's patreon.com/Escape Reality Films. We'll see you guys next week. Sorry for the rush on this one. I just double booked myself. That's on me. It's hard for me to say no to awesome things. And I love the Podwans. So I'll see everybody there. Have a good one. Well, hey everybody. Welcome back to Escape Reality Star Wars Talk. I'm your host, Caleb.
Hi, I'm Seth. I also do that thing.
Yeah, you also host. So how are you doing today?
I'm good. I woke up a little bit before we went on air. So still a little bit sleepy, but I'm pretty glad.
Yeah,
And we have a bunch of stuff to talk about.
we sure do. Before we do though, you got me a gift. You surprised me. You were like, we got in the car because I pick you up normally.
Yeah.
And so we were on the way, and you're like, "Hey, I got you a gift. Do you want me to give it to you before or after the show?" And I wasn't quite sure. I was like, "Whenever you want." And then we got here, and you were like, "So before or after?" I was like, "Okay, before." And I already looked at it, but I decided for the show, I'll reopen it so that they can see what you got me, because I think it was really nice. You know, I wasn't expecting it, and
You
now
weren't expecting a gift from me.
now I'm the asshole who has to get something now.
worry about it.
No. But yeah, so you got me a Hasbro Mandalorian Din Djarin. So you know what? And since I'm the kind of guy who takes my figures out of the box, let's go ahead and get this boy out.
Yeah.
Ooh, he's taped in there. They got tape on this.
Yeah.
They want to make sure you can't steal it. You
Mm-hmm.
gotta. Do we have a knife around here?
I have fingernails, but I don't think that's what you need.
Oh, normally you can get away with this trick, but they taped it to where that's a little... Oh, there we go. You know, the tape is the hard part.
They had some other ones, but I didn't know which one you'd like out of.
Oh, I'd
them.
appreciate anything, honestly.
So I was like, I'll just go with this one.
I mean, I'm somebody who appreciates any thoughtfulness of this type, so, like, you could have got me anything, and I would have been happy. I know I'm expecting a Darth Malik figure from Scotty once the Malik figure comes out, because we talked about them making the Malik figure for Black Series, right?
No, I don't think so. Or if we did, I
Okay,
didn't
well,
remember
similar
it.
to how they have the Revan figure. Okay, he's wrapped up, nice and safe. This is unusual for the type of where you would put a. To be fair,
I didn't know
to
how excessive.
be fair, I assume you got it from your workplace. And to put that into perspective, so y'all know, it's Dollar Tree. So
Yeah.
so like
It's one of our plus items.
yeah, I mean it was only $5 according to this.
Yeah.
So I mean, for $5, it makes sense that that's the packaging he's in. Once again, though, I very much appreciate it. Let's see. Oh, and he's got his gun though, at least. So there's that too. So he does have his gun. Look at him go. Din Djarin, everybody. Now he can go up with my. Now can I? Now is this when he's not allowed to take the helmet off? That he is not allowed to take the helmet off because I am pulling. The helmet should have came off by now.
Batman's head
Yeah,
off.
if I pull any more, his head will come off. I do like that the cape is a little bit of flexible, so you can do like cool stuff like that. But of course, it goes back down because it is plastic. And it is just the pistole. Can I take it out of his grip? Is it this level of? It is that level of cheap where if I try to pull any harder, I am breaking this toy.
Nope. This version of Din Djarin is
He is not flexible at all.
fucking in the mood.
He's like, you are not taking my gun. You are not taking my helmet. He's gonna sit there for the rest of the show.
Weapons are part of my religion, and so is my damn hat.
I mean, it is though in the first season, anyways. Let me get another water.
Yeah,
But yeah, I appreciate this.
yeah. I know that sooner or later they'll make a season 3, so I figured I'd get you that before that happened.
Well, we know when season 3 is coming out. It's in March. No, it's in February. It's in February because we were talking. So I've been talking with some of our mutuals, the Podwans and others, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's weird. March is going to be packed
Oh yeah.
because January Bad Batch is coming out. February Mandalorian season 3 starts, and then March both of those shows will still be airing. We will be getting the Jedi Battle Scars novel and Jedi Survivor.
Mm-hmm.
March is packed.
Yeah.
I'm not upset about this at all as a Star Wars fan. In fact, I'm happy that we're getting so much content. Like it's one of those things of I'm somebody who I see this as we are being fed well as Star Wars fans. We are getting what we want as Star Wars fans, in my opinion. I'm somebody who doesn't think there can be too much as long as the stuff is still good, and I've been enjoying everything we've gotten. So, in my opinion, we are fine. Speaking of Jedi Survivor, they dropped a trailer at the
They
Video
did.
Game Awards show.
Yeah.
And boy, oh boy, does that trailer look good.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, we will watch it again now with everybody here.
Yeah.
And then we'll talk about it as well while we're watching. Let me readjust this sucker.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little, y'all can't, it's a little big. Plus, y'all can't see our pretty faces. So, there we go. That's better. Let me make sure sound is...
Just a heads up, it may contain content inappropriate for children.
I'm making sure they can hear it, too. Let me restart it, because they couldn't hear it.
Oh.
There we go.
Okay.
They could hear us, but they couldn't hear the trailer. Also, I turned on subtitles, because there's stuff that I didn't catch that I want to try to catch. Still a mystery figure. We still have no clue who this is. Starkiller is a big theory that a lot of people are holding. I personally don't like it. Also, can we talk about how Grease isn't flying the ship? Where's our Greasy boy? Where's our Greasy boy? Where's our Marin? They do not appear at all in this trailer.
No, it doesn't look like it. Also, I don't think...
Seer does. Seer does appear. There's Seer.
No, I was about to say, I don't think Cal is a very good pilot from that shot.
Maybe it was a good thing Grease never let us fly the ship.
And maybe
Also-
he might have been under duress.
That could be Marin.
Yeah, it could be.
It doesn't. It looks. The hands don't look right though.
Mm.
We're looking at the figure on the right to Seer. I like Seer's new haircut though. Seer looks awesome.
I hear you've been busy making yourself the Empire's most wanted.
It seems Seer is kind of taking the role of historian. And then as for this guy, I've seen theories already that this is the same race as Dirge, so the Gendai.
If that's true, fuck.
Because the facial feature is very similar to a lot of the Gendai that we've seen in Legends, anyways. Because, and of course, he's wearing all this armor because Gendai don't have traditional body forms, and they wear armor usually to give them a more humanoid form. Also, that boss fight when we do fight him, that's going to be tough if it is a Gendai. And that looks like a Wampa.
Yeah.
Which in Legends, Wampa's Sawyer actually made a video on this last night on TikTok. Go check out our friend Sawyerism on TikTok. She does biology videos every now and then, and because she's a biologist, and so she did a biology video on Wampas last night, in fact, and she talked about how in Legends Wampas used to not just be Hoth creatures; they used to be able to go in different types of environments, and then their fur would reflect it, and so. It's interesting we're going to get more droid enemies, because they haven't shown it yet, I don't think, but we got B1 battle droids. Okay, I was trying to figure out, I thought that was a name, because I was like, I couldn't tell if he was saying Bud or a name, and I was like, is that a name? And so that's why I turned on subtitles this time.
All right.
And okay, and so apparently they're working together, whoever this Bode character is. Yep, there's the B1s. And that's the same guy from... And they bring in the... the cross guard. Got some commando droids. Those were commandos. But yeah, March. It's very soon. So oh, there he is. So that's the guy from the back to tank, obviously.
Yeah.
He's cut his hair now.
My thesis is that he's
He looks Umbaran.
I was going to say-
Yeah, he's Umbaran for
Oh.
sure.
My guess was Soiken, but I guess
Soiken can be correct too. He looks either Soiken or Umbaran, because Umbaran has that same kind of like pale, like
Yeah.
like you've seen some of Clone Wars. It's the Umbaran arc with Pong Krell, the Jedi that nobody likes.
fucking asshole.
Yeah. Because remember, the people of Umbaran look like that, and they have the silver hair. Soikens are blue.
Yeah.
Soikens are blue, so this is more of a pale look. So I would say Umbaran would be my guess. Now, as far as who this character is, I think he might be. I think he's a brand new character. I don't think he's based on anybody. In fact, because he.
I think it's a let's just wait and see.
Yeah, it's a wait and see. But he's definitely the antagonist. So whoever was that guy that's in the back to tank is definitely the antagonist. So obviously, Cal gets in over his head, breaks open this back to tank that's apparently had this guy in there for who knows how long.
Mm-hmm.
And then now he's like, I'm free, and now I can get my revenge on whoever.
Yeah.
And
I think that's
apparently,
probably where all these older separatist droid models
yep.
are probably gonna be.
He was probably a Jedi during the Clone Wars, and probably feels betrayed by both the Jedi and the Empire.
Yep.
And that's how we get Cal to be an issue for him. The actor who plays Cal, Cameron, he actually did an interview not long after this came out, and he talked about how he was inspired a bit in his way of playing Cal by one of my favorite Legends characters,
Really?
Kyle Katarn. Apparently, Cameron is a huge Jedi Knight video game fan, because apparently he grew up in loving Kyle Katarn, and he talked about how he noticed a lot of similarities between Cal and Kyle. So I don't notice too many of them in the first game. Like, there's some similarities, but I think Survivor might show us more of them. They did also, during that leak, we talked a little bit about it out of podcast, but we didn't get to talk about it on air because it happened during the week.
Yeah.
Steam, of course, dropped the ball a little bit in a good way, I think, for fans, and that they leaked when it was coming out before this trailer came out. They were like, oh yeah, it's March 17th, because they showed like the Steam listing, and they showed like the deluxe edition and what happens if you pre-order. And it showed that there's pistols now. Which Jedi Fallen Order, you don't get a pistol. You just use your lightsaber and force powers. So that tells me that something in Battle Scars happens where Cal and the crew are going deeper into hiding because of that. Which tells me their fight with Fifth Brother does not go well. I don't think anybody's dying in the book, though, but I think there might be some deaths during this game, and I'm a little afraid that Grease is dead based on what we saw, or rather what we didn't see. Speaking of things that are leaked, let's talk about The Acolyte. So somebody leaked some images
Yeah.
from the set. And so we got a little bit of a good first look at some of what's going on with the Acolyte.
Who are you?
So this is, of course, our buddy from Squid Games as a Jedi.
Mm-hmm.
Looks, I'm trying to go back here. Hold on. Okay, it's just grainy. But, like, at first it looks like he's a Force ghost, but it's like, no. They can't do that on set. It's just a grainy photo.
Yeah.
And then we got our Wookiee, which everybody has already started making theories. Some people believe that it's Buryaga. I also say we can't count off Arkoff yet, because we don't know what happened to either of the Wookiees.
Yep.
Arkoff is more likely to die, though, before the events of Acolyte, just because Acolyte is 100 years out from Phantom Menace, whereas Phase 1 of the High Republic is 200 years out from the Phantom Menace. And we know Arkoff is older than Buryaga, because one, Arkoff is a master, and also he's in Phase 2. We just haven't read it yet, because he's going to be in the Edge of Balance manga for Phase 2.
I see.
So, along with the Jedi that's at the end of Path of Deceit. Rail. The one.
Mr.
Yeah, the one I found, the one who found found the dead bodies.
Okay.
Yeah, because they're both on the cover for the Edge of Balance, and then he's talking to. We see that the Wookiee's interacting with the Zabrak character, which we're about to get a better look at. Here's a better look at our Zabrak, and then here's who is believed to be. I said her name earlier off air, but I just had a brain fart. Daphne Keene. Yeah.
I was about to say Enya Keen, but that's not...
You had the last name, though.
I was like, yeah, but also, who the hell is Enya Keen?
Well, Enya is at least... Is that a character in the book we read? Enya.
I think it might
Yeah, Enya's a character in the book we read for this week. But, so your brain probably melded the two. No, this is Daphne Keene. And most people can tell based on the face. And so... That's our first look at the show, and I think part of the reason why this first look had to happen is partially because this is a show where, unless you're like us, already reading the High Republic stuff and already excited you won't know what the show is about. Like, this show probably, like, you've heard about it being made, but you're like, what is the show? What's going on? This is your best... I think this was leaked on purpose as a way to start promoting the show. Because currently, while it's buzzing amongst Star Wars fans who have been reading the High Republic...
The general populace.
The general Star Wars fan probably has no clue what this show is and that it's even coming out. So, I think it was a smart move, whether it was on purpose or not. I think this is a win for the show.
Yeah.
Because one thing that this show has that a lot of the live-action Star Wars shows, like Mandalorian has it, but not too much, is aliens. Aliens in Star Wars. Book of Boba Fett kind of had some. Mandalorian has had some. But outside of that, it's mostly been human-centric like shows with like
Yep.
almost no aliens involved. Like I said, Book of Boba Fett had some, but not too many. It was mostly humans. Same thing with Mando. It's had some, but it's mostly humans. Obi-Wan had none to think of other than Quizzy.
Yeah.
Other than Quizzy and Fourth Sister, who was like in the background. Whereas the rest of it's human. Andor was entirely human.
Yeah. Most of the primary cast is human.
Like there's probably some aliens in the background here or there for Andor, but I can't think of them.
There are the aliens that help them get off.
Oh yeah, there's the ones that get them off the prison world, yeah. But other than that, it's human. So the Acolyte looks promising in providing a grander scope, and it looks like we're getting more non-human characters and main characters at that, which would be nice. And it looks like they did a good job, even this is even before all the effects are done,
Yeah.
like the digital effects that they could add on top of what they're doing for the aliens. Because like the Zabrak and Wookiee already look really good just with the makeup and costuming department. This is before they do like any special effects to add like more realistic look to it. Like, it looks good already with just the practical. And usually I'm somebody who defends using both. I say do the practical but add digital on top to kind of clean it up. You don't override the practical with digital, which was a mistake that the Thing remake did, for example, if we're going to point to our friend Johnny back there. Because his version of the Thing did good, and then they did the remake where it was they did the practical effects, and then they entirely covered it up with CG. No. You blend it. You blend it. It's a blender.
Yeah.
Um,
Over the course of the podcast, there have been more scary motherfuckers getting behind me.
what?
went for-
Yeah. Riddler's there. Batman's there.
Fucking the Riddler and the Batman.
And honestly, that's the scary Riddler, because that's the incel Riddler who's like ready to. God, he's scary. But yeah.
Yes, Caleb, I would imagine someone who actively straps bombs to people is scary.
Yeah. So, thoughts? Does this increase? I mean, I was already excited, but this just increases my levels of excitement for the project.
I cannot wait to see it.
Yeah, whereas our friend like M was like, I am crazy excited about Andor. This is my Andor. This is the thing I am going to be like, when it comes out, I will be a problem.
When it comes out, I will be a problem. What? What's that?
I will be praising this show so much, and I will be. I am already like this is the show that I've decided that I'm going to be like promoting hardcore.
Yeah. All right.
Like I'm already doing it.
Calm down.
Uh,
And find your balance, man.
no. Okay. So yeah. So that's our news.
Yeah.
I didn't find any other major news things going on in the Star Wars world. So we'll just kind of move on to the next subject, which is our main topic of the episode.
Mm-hmm.
The High Republic Convergence. We read a book this week.
Yeah. We did.
I've read it twice now.
Yeah.
My opinions on certain characters have changed since the first time reading it versus this time reading it, and we actually have some differing opinions on this. I've been swayed a little bit on my opinion because I've had some friends that pointed things out that on my second reading I noticed more. But let's kind of get into it.
Yeah. Okay.
So the premise of this book is we focus on the Forever War between Irem and Arano, and it starts off with a shipment of ice
Yes.
to Arano,
Yeah.
because Irem's the one that's water, whereas Arano's like we don't have a lot of water,
Yeah.
so we need ice.
We're a mining planet
Yeah.
that is also a desert planet.
And so both planets are kind of at a so because they're at war, hence the Forever War.
Yeah.
They're kind of at a standstill because they've agreed, okay, we're going to let this shipment go through. Nobody's going to do anything crazy. We've got a Republic Supreme Chancellor here, and we've also got Jedi on the way to ensure that everything goes peacefully. We have managed to not get into a fight for 3 days,
Yep.
which is our new record.
So, me and Andrew, my brother, we actually talked about this while we were waiting in line to get some food one day, and I was explaining, like, yeah, 2 planets, Forever War.
Yeah.
And I asked him what he thought, like, I asked him, what do you think the longest
Like,
ceasefire
since-
they've
yeah.
had? And he goes, well, it's called the Forever War, so 3 days. And I was like, you're right.
A good job, Drew. I know you don't watch the show, but good job on that complete guess. That's. But yeah, and so like they're like, we haven't fought in 3 days. We're not gonna fight, and we get the perspective of both sides because the first chapter is the perspective of one side, and then the second chapter is the perspective of the other side. And they're basically like both being really harsh and being like, okay, we cannot fight. And if you fuck it up, God help you.
Yeah.
But at the same time, they want to fight.
They're like, don't fuck it up. But if you do,
At least go for the kill.
yeah.
Like, if you're gonna do it, at least make sure you kill them.
Mm-hmm.
And so, so we do have 2 Jedi with the Supreme Chancellor already, right? I believe there's a Jedi envoy already with Malu.
No.
No. Okay. So the entire envoy is on their way.
Mhm.
Okay. Because so we have Supreme Chancellor Malu, who's so. Let me also explain the Galactic
Yeah.
Republic situation here. There are 2 Supreme Chancellors.
Mhm.
So Phase 2 is interesting.
Yeah.
Phase 2 definitely is going with a 2 theme
Mm-hmm.
because there's a lot of 2s in this, like a lot of duality going on here. There's only 2 waves that we're getting instead of 3 waves, like in Phase 1. So we're only getting 2 waves of books. And then there are 2 Supreme Chancellors. And then we're focusing on Irem and Arano, twin planets
Mm-hmm.
that share a moon. And so yeah, there's a lot of 2s going on around here. But yeah, so there's 2 Supreme Chancellors who apparently are on their second term.
Yeah.
Also, so another 2. They're on their second term because they just got voted in again. I think they think this is the last time they can be voted in as Supreme Chancellors as well, because I want to say it's 2 terms. 2 terms of 4, similar to our presidential system. Actually, no. That can't be true.
How do you figure?
Because Palpatine is voted into office in the Phantom Menace in 32. 10 years later, he's Supreme Chancellor still. And then he only extends his, which means he's on his final term, because he extends his leadership through Jar Jar doing emergency powers.
Yep.
And by episode 3, they talk about how he's like gone past his term limits using the emergency powers. So that can't be true. So it has to be more than 4 years, and I don't know the term limits then for Supreme Chancellor. Either way, they're on their second term. That's all that matters. Because they talk about it. They talk about how they both were voted in together both times, which I guess means that ties happen, and that if they tie, they just share the seat.
Yeah. That's a thing that can happen in some
Yeah,
governments.
yeah, in some governments. Ours does not.
Ours doesn't do that.
Ours goes, oh, well, then we just got to re-elect. We got to do the number, revote. We got to vote again. We got to, or actually, well, if it's state senate, then yes, because that's what just happened in Georgia. They had the runoff election, with Warnock and Herschel Walker. They just had their runoff because they were so close that they were like, oh, we got to do a runoff. So states do that, but presidential, it goes to the Senate, I believe.
I think so.
Anyways, we don't. Either way, America doesn't do that.
Yeah.
That's the point. But in Star Wars universe, they do. They say, hey, you tied, so you're both in the office, which is I think can work to a degree, because you start to have people that have different ideologies having to work together. Although since this is their second time working together, they found a way to make it work.
Yeah.
Because Marlowe is basically the guy who goes. He's a Quarren, by the way. He goes. I think it's important to mention that because he does talk about how similar to a lot of water species, we've learned that they struggle outside of water. They have to have a certain amount of water every few hours. Just like we learned with the Mon Cala, which they share the same world. Mon Cala and Quarren share the planet of Mon Cala. And so the Quarren, Marlowe, his thing is he goes out. He's the outreach guy.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm going to go out. I'm going to go to the Outer Rim, make them feel welcome to the Republic. I'm going to also try to get more people to be part of the Republic, so on and so forth. And currently one of his main outreach programs is dealing with the Forever War.
Yeah.
Whereas the other Supreme Chancellor, Greylark, her whole thing is staying on Coruscant and doing the business as usual, trying to keep the politics at home going.
You are away getting people into the Republic. I'm gonna make sure there's still a Republic for them to come back to.
Making sure the Republic continues to work.
Yeah.
And I think this actually works really well to the advantage of the Republic system and how it needs to work. Especially from what we see in Phase 1, we see that the work they put in has led to what we see in Phase 1.
Yeah.
Because this is, I think, without these two doing what they did, Phase 1 wouldn't have been.
possible.
Yeah, we wouldn't have had the "We Are the Republic."
Yeah.
It just wouldn't have worked. The outreach, because the Outer Rim, even in Phase 1, are still wary. Imagine how much more wary they would be if there weren't already outreach programs years beforehand doing the work.
Yeah.
And so that's where we are. So Malo is in the middle of this, trying to make sure that negotiations work. Irem has called for the assistance of the Jedi.
Yeah.
And that's why the Jedi are on their way. Because the Jedi are like, we're not taking sides, but Irem asked for our help, so we will not say no. Arano has just chosen not to ever ask for our help. And we learn that this is because the Arano do not trust the Jedi.
Yeah.
So, I can't remember if they say why.
They don't say, I don't think.
Yeah, it's one of those things of something happened so long ago that it's just ingrained in their system of beliefs now. We also have the mother working in the background of things. The mother is playing. I'm gonna take somebody else's words here,
This
another reviewer's
witch
words here.
again.
But the mother is playing a Palpatine role in this book.
Yeah.
And this book, so Phase 2 is the prequels.
Yep.
No. Like it's literally the prequel movies.
Yeah.
Except if we were only getting 2 movies to explain everything, rather than 3 movies. And the mother is Palpatine, setting up so many evil things in the background.
God damn it, this witch.
And so we learn, and also before we get too much into it, because we will end up. So this is your fair spoiler warning for the
Yeah.
book now. I say go read it. It's a good read.
Yes, definitely go read it.
It's it solves, it sets up a lot of the puzzle pieces for what we're going to get for the rest of this phase with the second half of this phase, and I think it also starts to set up some of the questions that we need to be asking before this phase ends. Like these are the questions we need to be wondering about in order to get the answers that we're going to get before phase 3 starts. Because obviously phase 2 is answering questions, but also creating questions. And so let's go back to Greylark.
Yeah. Which
'cause-
one?
Well, we're going to talk about Mama Greylark, but only because we have to introduce her son.
Okay.
So Mama Greylark, she has a son
Yes.
named Axel.
Yes.
He's a bit of the black sheep of the family.
Yeah.
He's the kid that goes out and knows that he won't get in trouble because his mom is Supreme Chancellor, but also still somehow manages to get into trouble. And he spends he is...
When we were first introduced to him, like the big thing on the news.
Is that he just
He is-
ended this big marriage that he was supposed to have. That's the big
Yeah.
piece of news that they're like, oh yeah, he just got out of this big marriage with this big corpo woman's
Yeah.
corpo family, and the news is that she broke it off, but
No, it's not that.
Oh wait,
It's not that at all.
what?
It's that he stood her up.
Oh
at
yeah,
the
he stood her
airport.
up. That's right. Yeah, he stood her up, but he's like, no, it was mutual.
No, he
Or
doesn't
what was
say
it? He
any of it.
he corrects somebody. He
No,
corrects.
he corrects the fucking person who owns it because they're like,
Yeah, the
do you
casi-
want to get with me now? And he goes, no.
Oh yeah, because he's at the casino spending his money, and the owner of the casino is like, "Hey, you want to get with me?" He's like, "No." I thought there was something that the news got wrong that he corrects,
No.
because he's like, "No, there is," because he says that the news doesn't get everything right,
He's lying.
but he says that.
That is true. He also does like, it's probably some tabloid stuff.
Yeah, there's something where he says that the tabloids get it wrong, and he mentioned that they got something wrong. I can't remember what though. But yeah, anyways, we learned that he's pretty much a playboy kind of thing because he is flirting really hard, and I'm starting to. Sawyer got in my head, man.
Oh, yeah?
Because at first I was like, you know what, this character isn't so bad, and then Sawyer brought up a lot of stuff, and I'm like, oh, wait a minute, you're right. Because the things I don't like about a certain character in a different game for Star Wars, I didn't mind with Axel, but then as I reread it, I was like, oh no, these are the same issues. Why am I not liking it with this guy, but I'm okay with it with this guy? These are the same exact problems.
It
So
might help that Axel doesn't actively torture people,
that's probably part of it.
or that every time he's given an assassination target, he decides, no, these people are good. I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
He keeps making, like, the
Like-
mother is always there being like, you should be evil now. You enjoy that, don't you? And he keeps being like, fuck you, no.
I do think, though, that he does have a lot of similarities to that character, and it is something that we can't ignore entirely.
No,
because
I'm
it
not
does.
going-
Because it does make Axel a little bit problematic. He's problematic.
Yeah, he is.
Um,
Let's face fact. He's like, I am fully aware that I am self-destructive.
he at least is aware of it, and he's. I will say, in defense of Axel, he is trying to get better. He's the Elzar of
The Elsar for
which is something somebody else mentioned to me. I think, it was Grandmaster Bell. Grandmaster Bell mentioned this to me. We were talking about it, and he was like, or somebody mentioned it. No, Harith. Harith mentioned it to me. Harith said it. Harith was like, yeah, he's the Elzar of this phase.
where it's like,
Where it's like, yes, you're problematic, and you have a lot of connections to a character that's way more problematic. Because, like, similar to how Elzar is similar to Anakin,
yeah.
Axel is similar to Atten. Atten ran from Knights of the Republic 2, for those of you who don't.
So, Axel and Elzar are slightly better than Anakin and Atten in that they are aware of it and actively making choices to try to be better.
The problem is they still have these issues.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for Axel, it gets him into a lot of trouble a lot of the
Yeah.
time, because, like,
It gets him in trouble the first time we're introduced.
yeah, when we're first introduced to him, because one of his main issues is he's very quick to get mad and to do something stupid
Yeah.
because he gets mad. Like,
This one isn't actually on him, though, because he doesn't cheat.
no.
He doesn't do anything wrong apart from being in a gambling den.
Yeah, I think
Which
which
isn't
isn't illegal,
illegal
or
or
anything, like
immoral.
because it's on Coruscant.
Yeah.
It's on Coruscant. And so really, the only thing that he does wrong is that he lets the situation get away from him.
Yeah.
Because he does like we are in his head during this scene, and
Yeah.
we hear from his thoughts that he knows he shouldn't get into this fight.
Like-
He's like, I know I shouldn't get into this fight, but I'm gonna.
The fight happens after.
Yeah. But he gets into this situation where it's like he gets called out for cheating, and then he gets upset about
He
that.
doesn't cheat though. He just wins.
Yeah, exactly. Although, based on information we might know about Axel, I think he unintentionally cheated.
Mm.
Because the way it's described in the book, and I'm gonna throw this
Go on.
out here
Go.
because it involves the cover for the second book in this. We see Axel with a lightsaber in the second cover for the next book, Cataclysm.
The fuck did he get a lightsaber?
But I think Axel, similar to Atten, has a little bit of a force tendency that he doesn't know
I
about.
fucking hate that.
But the way it's described, when he wins that card game,
It might be possible, but I don't fuck it. I really hope it isn't.
when he wins
I'm
that,
getting tired of the Force being an explanation for everything.
I don't
understand
I don't think
it's a
he
Star Wars setting, but I fucking am tired of it.
I don't think he's going to actively use it. I mean, we see that he doesn't actively use it in this first book.
I just thought it was because he fed his bug, and it was like, I'll help you out.
But also, why else do you think the mother wants him so badly?
I don't know. She's a bitch.
We see that the mother tends to lean towards force users or heavy force sensitives, because everybody's force sensitive technically. So we'll say heavy force sensitive. Once again, we're trying to get rid of the word force sensitive, but at the same time, that fits for what we're talking about right now.
Yeah.
Because force sensitive. Because in the case of Axel, he doesn't know he's using it. At least if my interpretation of the scene is correct. That once again, that's my interpretation. I am interpreting. I am not saying that that's exactly what's happening. Because I think, and your interpretation could be right too, where you're like, oh, I don't think he is.
I think he just.
You think he just got lucky, and
I think he just fed the bug.
Yeah.
Something that no one else in the scene is described as doing. So it was like, oh, thank you.
yeah. So I mean, which you could argue is still actually cheating if you.
Yeah, but
So technically, he did cheat.
unwritten rules. But
So
they
technically,
don't seem to make a big deal out of the fact that he did that.
yeah, but that's just I think, and I think it's interesting because I talk about books all the time. I talk about these books all the time when we're reading them
Yeah.
with a bunch of people, and everybody has different interpretations, and I think it's something that was on my mind after talking about it with Sawyer, because at first I did not agree with her interpretation of Axel, but as I reread it, I did. But I think it's interesting that everybody has different interpretations, and I think that's what makes reading interesting, because
I think it's also.
I think if everybody had the same interpretation, reading would be boring.
Yeah. I think it is also interesting because of how we read things. Apart from you, and apart from, like, Andrew and the rest at the house, I don't really go and actively discuss it,
Yeah.
what goes on in the novel, too often with other people. Until I get here.
Yeah.
So, for the most part, my
Yeah.
interpretations are kept in isolation.
Yeah, whereas I am not isolated, and that
Yeah.
kind of I will admit that can skew my thoughts a little bit, but I think it's a healthy skew.
Yeah.
Because I think it's healthy to be open to your interpretation changing. Because like I said, I'm willing to think of your interpretation as correct too, because we don't have a second book. I am making assumptions. I'm making huge assumptions based on a cover I saw and based on how I read the book. And so
You're over here playing fortune teller, and I'm like, this is what I saw, and I'm going to assume,
Yeah.
unless a character is described as
Actively,
having the
yeah.
ability, then they are not.
yeah, it's the difference between what a similar scene in Legends when Bane is playing Pazak in Path of Destruction. Spoilers for Path of Destruction. A few years. It's an old book at this point. I don't think I'm in. Although I do know Sawyer's reading it for the first time. So, but it's in the opening chapters. It's before Bane when he's Desil and he doesn't know he has the Force. We know Bane has the Force.
Yeah.
So when he's playing Sabak, not Pazak, sorry, Sabak, we see that he is cheating even though he doesn't know he's cheating. So it's the difference between those scenes are different. Because, like you said, in isolation, you read the scene in Convergence, and it just seems like, oh, he got lucky, and he fed the bug, and he just happened to get lucky.
Yeah.
Whereas in Path of Destruction, we know he has the Force going into this, and the book is describing the Force being used on a narrative level where we, the audience, are seeing him use the Force, but he, the character, doesn't know he is.
Yeah.
And so it's a similar situation, but with the narrative telling us two different things.
Yeah.
And that's why your interpretation for Convergence could easily be correct, and I could be 100% off the mark. But I enjoy talking about it still and having my own interpretation. But it can be skewed and I think that's where, like we're talking about, discussion is healthy when it comes to reading, because then you can come into a new viewing of your book, of your favorite book. And once again, I think you should go into these discussions with an open mind, willing to be like, hey, my interpretation might be wrong. And it's something that I've gone into these discussions with other people with all the time, where I have these really certain, like, these are my, like, opinions of what I think happened. And then I talk to, say, Sawyer, for example, because 90% of the times it is Sawyer that I'm messaging about these books. And then she's like, your interpretation's weird. This is my interpretation. I'm like, I didn't think of that. Like, for example, you and I think, shared the same opinion on Path of Deceit, where we thought, oh, the Herald is fully not caring about getting back at the mother for the same reasons that Yana is. You and I shared that, right?
Yeah.
Like we thought the Herald is definitely in this more for the power of moving up, and less so for the vengeance of his own daughter.
Yeah.
Like that, it's there, but it's
reason,
but it's not his
primary.
It's not his primary goal. His primary goal is to use Yana and potentially, I think, even betray Yana.
Yeah.
And so we share that thought. But when I discussed it with Sawyer, she was like, "That's not how I read that at all." And that's a open interpretation that everybody, because we don't actually hear the Herald's thoughts during that scene, so we don't know for sure what the Herald's goals and ambition is.
Yeah.
We know he wants to be in charge. That's something that the narrative does tell us, but we don't tell him. The narrative doesn't tell us if that's the reason he's going after the mother, or if it's also. And that if he truly does want to work with Yana or not. That's stuff that the narrative doesn't actually tell us. And so, interpretations.
Yeah.
We went on a big interpretation rant, but I think it's important because, like, I think it, especially this week, it was on my mind. Uh-oh, no video on Twitch. Is it not working again? I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the Twitch users. The YouTube should be working, I hope. I don't know why Twitch sometimes doesn't want to work. But I know for sure YouTube should be. For some reason it doesn't work when we're airing, but then I'll look back at the VOD and it'll show it just fine. I don't know why. Weird.
Well, hopefully you all can at least hear us if you can
Yeah.
know that.
Okay, cool. It is working on YouTube. Okay.
Our rant about interpretation.
Yeah, so that was our rant on interpretations, which I think
Which
once
is
again,
going
I thought it was an important discussion to have because I was just thinking on it this week, and I was just like, this is a discussion I think we should have.
Yep.
And so back to the story.
This is a thing that's
Go ahead.
kind of known in my family, in that I tend to be very stubborn about how I view things. It's a weird form of stubbornness where it's like, okay, eventually, if you cite enough sources, I'll admit that I'm wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But until you do that,
Yeah, and I think in the case of book reading and interpretation, there is no such thing as sourcing. It's more of just all opinion based.
yeah,
And it just comes down to your opinion could be right, my opinion could be right. We'll see.
yeah,
Or we'll never see. We'll just have our interpretations, because there's like books that are hundreds of years old where people are still having 100 different interpretations over, and we'll never get answers for because the author is dead.
yep.
And so, but that's also what makes reading interesting and fun. Yeah. So
Greylark.
back to Greylark, to Axel. Axel is one of those characters. Axel is a character where there's a lot of interpretations of how you can
Yep.
look into him. You could, I think, at the end of the day, most people will agree he is a problematic character. Now the question is, does he have redeeming factors? Not everybody. Like, some people will say, yeah, the factors of him trying, like similar to Elzar, that's redeemable. Some people will say that's not enough. And I think it's from person to person. It's
Yeah.
I'm starting to lean more towards it's not enough, but we'll see. I think because he's on the cover for Cataclysm, we're gonna get a chance to see. I think he gets close to redeemed at the end, because he does make. I think he makes huge sacrifices, and that's what we're gonna talk about. The big spoiler: he works for the Path, or he did.
Yeah.
Apparently he has been trying to distance himself from the cult. He was like, he's the person who got out of a cult.
Yeah.
We've talked about this before, because we know somebody who was in a cult, but like, he's that I just got out of a cult and I'm trying to separate from them, but they keep really trying to pull me back in.
Yeah.
Which is how cults tend to work when people leave. They will try to get you back in if they can. Sometimes they'll just cut you off completely if they think you're not worth bringing back. But if they think that you're worth bringing back, they're going to try to bring you back. And Axel is in that situation.
Yeah.
Um,
I was like, the thing that I noticed, I was like, damn, Axel, you fucking wrecked this place.
yeah. And like, we learn why he joined. It's he doesn't trust the Jedi because of them being a factor in his father's death.
Yeah.
And because of that, he joined the Path, because the Path offered a vision that agreed with what he interpreted the Force being, which is that the Jedi shouldn't be involved. And as he did more and more terrible things, he
was like,
realized that
maybe not.
Yeah. And so I get where he came from. I
Like, there's at one point where he's like, he hears the words, "the Force must be free," and he's like, I can't fucking believe I ever agreed with that damn sentence.
Yeah. I mean, and I think the big factor for our differing opinions on Axel is that you're not a fan of the Jedi.
Yeah. Because I see the problems that can come from them.
But
They are not bad.
No.
But I know where, if people wanted to, the Jedi wanted to do this, they could.
But at the same time, I think
Most of the time,
I think
they don't.
I think Axel, though, is being unreasonable.
After, like, a couple... The thing is, he goes and he talks to the
now, I'm
Jedi
not-
who did it.
Yeah.
And what do they do? What do they do, Caleb?
Go ahead.
They do the same thing in order to get him to go away. They don't talk to him and explain to him their reasoning. They do it again.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I got a little into
No, it's fine. This is, once again, this goes into the healthy discussion of interpretation. This goes into that. I see your point. I still think Axel
like the
does take it
initial
an
use-
extra.
The initial use for it was Axel wanted to stay by his dad, but that was a bad spot for him to be considering the situation. What affirms it, I think, both to Axel and to me, why he is correct in his assumption at that point, is that they do it again, but they don't even explain why they did it
and to like be reasonable. That is the issue that I have with it.
So doesn't that though come down to it being a problem with that specific Jedi and not the Order as a whole?
Yes, that is the problem. But if this is another, if all you've experienced of something is bad, you're not going to think that it is good.
Yeah. Because I mean, I would argue
We haven't met that specific Jedi yet.
no. Because I would argue most
Most
because we also
Jedi don't
yeah
use it so cavalierly.
yeah, and also on top of that, most Jedi would probably, as we see when the story is told to
They're like,
Gila,
what?
they're like, hey, that's not right. What the fuck? Like most Jedi would
Yeah,
condemn that,
it's just Axel got the shortest straw.
which is where because this is where unfortunately Jedi get compared to cops.
Yeah.
Where I think the problem with that most people have with cops versus the Jedi situation is most cops don't condemn each other when stuff like that happens.
Yeah.
Whereas Jedi, they will condemn it. And I think that's what separates them.
Yeah.
So most Jedi do condemn it and would be like, no, that's wrong. And I think that's why we have to be careful when making that comparison. Whereas, yes, because a lot of people say, oh, Jedi are just space cops. Yes and no.
As far as I have come to understand it, the Jedi are not police.
No.
They're also not diplomats,
No.
although they tend to fill
They're
that
more
role.
diplomatic than cop. If we were to if we were to look at the radar of like where they are on the spectrum.
Realistically, they're a religious order,
But they're a religious order, yes.
which I have my own.
Which I don't mind that because really they're a religious
That's
order.
not my issue
No,
with them.
because really they're a religious order that just so happens to go on missions.
Yeah.
It's very much like any missionary where they go out and they do things for the community that they're going out to be like, hey, we're just preaching our word, but we're also going to help you, because generally a missionary is supposed to also help the area that they're going to when in religious groups anyways.
Yeah.
Like usually a religious group, when they send missionaries, it's to help that area and to do good community service for the most part, because obviously there are missionary groups who don't, but that is supposed to be the goal of these sort of groups. And
Now-
that is what the Jedi, I think, are. Yeah, they are supposed to. And I think that's what the Jedi are doing when they do
Yeah.
diplomatic missions and they go as
No.
and when they act as police for certain groups, because usually they only do that when they are asked to.
Yeah. Otherwise, they generally are like, that's not what we do.
Yeah. Now the problem becomes later, and that's in the prequel era
Yeah.
when we get no separation of church and state, and
Yeah.
where the state has said you are always police cop, you are always space cops now, and you will do space cop work whenever we tell you to.
Yep.
And that's when the issues arise,
Yeah.
and especially when they only serve the Republic, because we see that the issue, because like Phantom Menace,
Hmm. Yeah.
the Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan go to Tatooine.
Yep.
They see the issues with the Hutts. High Republic Jedi would have got involved.
Yep.
They would have said no slavery. They would have gotten involved and ended slavery. Or at least tried their best. Like, they would have fought the slavers anyways. They wouldn't have...
Yeah.
Ended slavery might have been a little harder to do.
Careful.
But they would have, like, at least tried to free Anakin and his mother.
Strongly opposed.
Yeah, they would have attempted to free Anakin and his mother. They would have attempted to find a way to get the bombs out of their the chips out of their necks and all that. They would have tried to figure that out. The Republic Jedi during the prequel era cannot get involved because they don't. They serve the Republic. They only serve the Republic. But yeah, we're getting. By the way, for
Oh, that reminds
Twitch, thanks for Twitch. Thank you guys for watching, and there's an ad break for you guys, so just
Okay.
sit tight for us on Twitch. But
Also, I forgot something important. This is a shout out to my little brother. Happy birthday, Lee James.
oh, happy birthday, Lee.
Yeah.
But yeah, so going back to Axel. So we learn that he's working for the mother, and once again, a lot of episode 1 comparisons because the mother is trying to keep the Forever War going.
Yes.
Very similar to how, like in episode 1, Palpatine's whole manipulation is trying to get the Clone Wars started, and he's starting with the Trade Federation and Naboo. He's like, I'm stirring up the trouble here,
Yes.
and Mother doesn't, because Mother does not want this marriage or anything to go through.
Yeah.
Which we're gonna get to that. So, somebody makes a fire shot.
So what was supposed to happen, and Mother was plotting even
Yeah.
before we're introduced to Axel
Yeah.
through 2 agents she has on Arono,
Yep.
Selena and Abda.
Yeah. Abda.
And so Selena sneaks in. And she essentially she downloads a virus onto a spaceship,
Yep.
which wasn't a thing I thought you could do, but I guess that's a thing you can do.
Which that's also that's what happened.
From-
Which is what happened. Which is what causes in chapter 2 to happen.
Yes.
Which is the whole somebody fires.
Yeah.
And it turns out they're like, I didn't touch my controls. I don't know why this went
Yeah.
off. And that causes an
It was
fire.
supposed to be Princess Ziri's ship.
No.
that she was supposed
Yeah.
to be in, but out of spite, she gave like this kind of older. I don't know if it was a newer or older.
It was an
model
older model.
fighter to like this young pilot.
Yeah, because they were like messing around and like teasing each other.
She's like, out of spite, I will give this to the new recruit.
And unfortunately, yeah, that happens, and the new recruit gets blamed for starting the war again
Yeah.
because they immediately a firefight happens,
Yep.
which is when our Jedi characters land in.
And they're
'cause-
like,
so,
shit.
yeah, which we're introduced to Creighton's son, Gela. I forget.
Charil Roy.
I forget Gela's last name, but Charil Roy.
Natai.
Natai, thank you, Gela Natai. Charil Roy, who is our one of the first good big brain boys,
Mm.
because everybody hates Kiadi Mundi.
Yeah.
What about the droid attack on the Wookiees?
Shut up. No one cares. The Wookiees will be fine.
And
If
then
anything, they were winning.
Charil Roy's no,
No.
son's apprentice. You said her name,
Enya
Enya
Keen.
Keen.
Not to be confused with
Daphne Keen. And so they land right in the middle of all this going
And-
down. Well, not land, but they get out of hyperspace with
Yeah.
all this going down.
And Gela's got some issues of her own.
Yeah, so Gela is somebody who should have been she's a knight right now. She should have been master by now.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, so she was part of one of the Pathfinder groups.
Yeah.
And we learned that something went wrong.
It's like I made a bad call, so I'm not ready for master
Yeah.
status yet.
And so we learned that happened. And then we also learned that she's also contemplating going Wayseeker.
Yeah.
Because she's just like, maybe that's my calling. By the end of this book, I think she has more confidence,
Yes.
but she does not.
She does.
But she does. Well, I was gonna say, we don't know which path she's really gonna take yet. 'Cause I think
She
I think-
declares herself a Wayseeker.
Yeah,
At the end of the book.
but I think there's more to it than that.
Mm.
It's I think because once again we got one more book in this phase, so there's still a lot to be told of her story. I think. But yeah, she mainly chose that path because she finally felt that was her calling,
Yeah.
and also
Throughout the book, she's oddly enough, Axel, Ziri, and Fantu, whenever they are in the same room together, an argument will break out about whether or not things are good or bad, much like the one we had previously.
yeah. Oh, let's talk about Fantu as well.
Yeah.
So Fantu is
a
the
very sweet kid.
yeah. So he is the prince. I guess. I mean,
He's an adopted
he's
heir.
the adopted heir for Irem.
Yeah.
And his story is filled with a little bit of tragedy as well.
Yeah.
Because there is basically the
Everyone is sad in
yeah,
this book.
because basically his story is that essentially the levees broke on Irem and a flood happened, and that killed his original his birth
mom.
family. Yeah.
His mom and his sister.
And so he was adopted into the royal family. and he is made the heir. And I think while it made a good PR thing, I think it was beyond that because we do see that the queen does care about him.
Yes.
So it is more than just, oh, I adopted him because it looks good. No, she cares.
Yeah.
He is in all sense and purposes her son,
Yeah.
which is rare in fiction. Usually there's a motive.
Yeah. No.
But
There's
here there's no
motive
motive.
behind this one.
Yeah, like usually there's a motive when something like this happens, but no motive. It's a truly caring relationship, and I think it's really wonderful, this family, the dynamic,
Yeah.
because we both moms, because the queen is married to another woman,
Hmm.
and I think both moms really care about Fantu.
Oh yeah. No.
And Fantu, I think, was raised properly in
Yeah,
that,
he's
because
not-
we see that he's not spoiled in any way. He cares about the people.
And he's like, God damn it.
Now, part of that could also be because he comes from the people, and so therefore he has a little bit more understanding of what the people want than, say, somebody who was born into royalty.
Mm-hmm.
Although I think Ziri disproves that, because on the Arano side, we see that Ziri cares about the people
Yep.
in the same way, despite being born into royalty.
I think one of the I'm gonna go and say something a bit weird.
Okay.
I think the Forever War was good for teaching them sympathy to the lower classes.
I see that. I see your point.
Admittedly,
Admittedly, it still
Sounds-
sucks.
it sucks, and it taken out of context will sound really bad.
Yeah. Like, it still sucks that a war had to happen for this lesson.
Yeah.
But if you can take anything out of it, then hey, at least you were able to take something out of it, unfortunately. And I think
Took
also,
a lot of families out of it too.
I think we also are, yeah. I think also a key, I think a key lesson is also that with age, we are seeing that stubbornness is a key part of why
Yep.
this war keeps going on, and we see that age is a factor to that stubbornness, because Ziri talks about how her dad, he wanted to end the war too. Like, he was happy with any peace, any way of getting peace, but now as he's gotten older, there are less and less things that he's willing to do to get that peace. Like, he wants the peace still, but he's gotten stubborn to the point of, well, I'm not gonna do this to get peace. I don't want. I have to still look like the top dog if like he wants to still get the better end of whatever deal is being made. Whereas Ziri and Fantu are just like, no, whatever deal works is what works.
Yeah. Also, fucking.
So
Can
and
we talk about to me the real fucking villains alongside Mother?
oh, go ahead.
Fucking Farol family.
Oh yeah,
God damn it. Like Sagaru I get.
yeah.
Farol
Sagaru.
needs to shut the fuck up.
So please explain to the audience.
So Sagaru is
He's like the
of
captain,
the guard, the guy who's been in all the battles.
and he works with Ziri.
Yeah.
So
and he
so
works with
so
Ziri.
so to make specific, he is captain of the Arano forces.
Yeah.
So and Ziri's the captain. He's a lieutenant
Yeah.
because Ziri's captain because they always refer to her as captain. So I
Yes.
think Sagaru is a lieutenant actually.
Yeah. Sagaru.
But he's like the under the princess. He is the next
Yeah.
leading person
Farol,
because Arano's
the father, not
yeah.
the son.
Yeah, because Arano's forces, to get specific,
Yeah.
Arano teaches their children from birth.
Yeah.
It's a coming of age thing to be a fighter. So Ziri, that's why Ziri is captain, just to kind of
Yeah.
set the stage there.
Farol is just another corrupt advisor
Yeah,
who keeps making things worse.
yeah,
Which is why I think I kind of understand Sagaru's take on it a little bit more.
because he's kind of being pushed into like.
Yeah. Because with Sagaru, it's his job.
Mhm. And I do understand the perspective of some of the because we do get to that combat scene where Ziri has to fight another captain
Yeah.
to like prove, hey, no, the war is over and I'm still in charge. I'm not a traitor.
Yeah.
Because, so to explain,
Bruzo is that character's
Bruzo.
name. He is not actually anyone. He's just some
Yeah.
random guy in the street.
so to explain, so after things happen and everybody kind of converges on each other,
Yeah.
for the most part, the only person who's not there yet is Axel, which actually so Axel gets put in jail, and then gets bailed out by Mama Greylark, who is like, I bailed you out, but specifically so that way you can do one more thing for me, and then you get out of my life forever, and I get out of yours. And in fact, I will give you your inheritance money, and then you'll be done.
Yep.
And he's like, okay, what's that mission? You need to
Go to the Forever War and figure that shit out.
go help Malo and ensure that the treaty that he's working on goes through. Because
You know, the weirdest part is, despite everything that he does, he succeeds in that.
yep, it's the one thing he succeeds at. Even though
Congratulations, you temporarily stopped a Forever War.
even though technically even though he was also working against himself because Mother was also telling him what to do at the same time.
Keep the Forever War going, or stop, or halt the Forever War.
Either
That's the binary choice for him.
either way, he wins.
Yeah.
But yeah, so his mom says, "Look, go do that for me, and I'll give you all your money, and
And then you could fuck
then
off.
you can do whatever you want, and we'll be good."
Yep.
And basically, this is the last time I'm pulling you out of jail.
Yeah.
But you won't need me to because you'll have all the money you want.
Yep.
And so he agrees. And so, because the reason she wants this to go through is because not because she wants Malo to succeed, but because it will look good.
Mm-hmm.
Because she's realized that people like Malo more than her.
Yeah.
And she's like, and she realized that if Malo succeeds, they both succeed.
Yes.
And in order for that to happen, and it's something that's brought up later, one of the Jedi makes this observation that she had to send her son because if she sent, say, one of her secretaries, it would look like she doesn't care.
Yeah.
But if she sent her son, it looks like she cares and that she's trying to make this work.
Yep.
And so that's why the plan is going that way.
Mm.
Because she needed to send somebody to make sure it worked. Because Malo hasn't always been 100% successful,
Yeah.
despite how hard he tries. And this man tries. Man, he was working on that speech for a good week.
Yeah.
Like, this man comes up with a speech, and he's working on it for a whole week, and he tries it out once, and everybody shuts him down.
Everyone's like, no.
Like, he tries to do it, and it's during a dinner party, and nobody's listening to him. And they're like, okay. And then he says it again later, and that's when it works.
Yeah.
But yeah, so eventually everybody converges except Axel, and the plan becomes
Now.
basically Ziri proposes to Fantu
Yeah.
because at
they've-
this point they've been on the ship together for a week
Yeah.
or so because they've been on the ship with the Jedi and
And they've been talking and going through.
learning about each other.
Yeah. It's the same week that fucking Malo is working on his speech.
Yeah.
Like, the two monarchs do talk to each other, but only when it's like, all right, it's time to negotiate.
Yeah. And the first time negotiations failed,
Yeah.
so we see the dinner happen, and then after the dinner, the Ziri and Fantu are kind of with the Jedi because they're doing like relief missions for for all their
Yeah.
planets. And we learn a little bit about their cultures. We learn that they both call the moon different things based on their
Oh.
cultural beliefs. Because we have the Arani,
Yeah.
which is the Irem name for it.
Yeah.
And then Arano calls it the Time
The Timekeeper.
Keeper moon, yeah. And so, it's all because of their religious beliefs. Because we
Yeah.
learn from Fantu, there's a lot of traditional like story time. We don't really learn about legends from other planets a lot, and
Yeah.
this is our chance to learn about that. Fantu shares a lot of the even like the creation myths. He
shares the creation myth for Irem.
which is very interesting. I don't usually think of Star Wars and creation myths,
Yeah.
so it's very interesting seeing one.
Whereas with Arono, they just have the old gods, but they never go into it.
Yeah, and so
Now, of course, they have their, like, Thelfire Maid ritual.
yeah, and so like Fantu and Ziri still very much disagree on a lot of things, but they're starting to like understand each other
Yes.
better, which is very similar to what happened in Into the Dark, where the leaders were trapped together and they started to get to know each other. It's almost like if these people would just sit in a room and talk to each other, this war would be fine. But
Yeah. It's definitely a case of, since you have not spent like more than probably 5 minutes talking to each other
and when
in
you
so long.
and when you are in those rooms, you're insulting each other and talking about the bad things that the other person did to you.
Yeah.
Like they're like, well, you started attacking us first. Well, you started attacking our citizens first. And
Yeah.
you didn't defend us from Zerka Corp, which, I mean,
Zerka's usually
Zerka
pretty
sucks.
bad.
So yeah, that's fair. Zerka sucks.
If you hear the words Zerka or Sigirian, just go
Just-
in expecting it's probably not going to be
Just
good.
going expecting that they're the bad guys. And so yeah, and
We
so
have yet to meet a good Zerka.
I
Or
think
at least I have.
I think we've met a good Zygerian though.
Yeah.
But Zerka no.
But I guess Zerka's a corporation, not a...
Yeah, it's a corporation, not a person. So
Yeah.
like, it's a little different when talking about a corporation versus a race of people.
Yeah.
So yeah, and like, so yeah, that's kind of the situation that they're in. Oh no, you're good. Yeah, and it's Zerka with a C, just so you know. But you got the rest of it right. The C is normally silent, but yeah.
Yeah. And it's like, all right, here's the proposition. And everyone in the room
Yeah,
kind of goes, what?
Because basically Ziri comes into the, like, it's their second time doing this, and Ziri comes in and is like, I propose a marriage with Fawn, and they're like, wait, what? And they think at first that it's between the two monarchs. And
they're
then
like,
and
"No, we're
and
two."
Ziri's like face palming, and she's like, "Can these people not think of just themselves for once?"
Yeah, she's like, between me and
Me and
Fontu.
Fontu, you like, duh.
And
Well-
it's like,
And like both of the parents are like, no.
they both are like so firmly against it.
But after some talking, like, and after a little bit of negotiating,
Yeah.
they agree.
They're like,
And then Malo gets to have his speech that time,
yeah,
and it goes through, and everybody loves it.
yeah, and it's like, and all
Peace is a choice.
the funniest bit is that Gela has been by the door.
Listening to him, like,
She's like right at the door that people enter and exit through, and she's like,
yeah, everybody, like, she's hearing all the tea. She's getting all that tea.
and at first, the monarchs accuse it kind of interference by the Jedi, and she's like, no, I didn't do any of that. She
Yeah.
came up with that on her own.
Also, a key factor to this is that somebody is killed.
Yes, immediately after this.
So she goes to meet with we said his name earlier,
Cigar.
Sagaru, and Ziri and Sagaru have it out, where Sagaru is like, hey, no, you're a traitor for doing this, what the fuck? And she's like, I'm willing to challenge you to a fight if it comes to that.
Fucking ice you right now.
Like, we'll fight if we have to. And Sagaru's like, nope, you know what? Nope. I know you can win, and it's your choice. I know. And I think part of it is also Sagaru. I think Sagaru loves Ziri.
Yeah, I think so.
I think
as
that
well.
I think that's a key part of why he's upset,
Yeah.
is because he was hoping that they would have a thing,
Yeah.
and I think Ziri knows that. I think
Yeah.
I think Ziri
I had
understands.
the sense that both of them considered it at one point, and then were like, probably not.
Yeah. And so I think they have a past. Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree. I think they were together at some point, and Sagaru still has those feelings, but unfortunately, politics do play a role
Yeah.
into this, because it's a marriage of convenience.
Yep. And so Cigar's like, I'm gonna go fucking get this Fantu kid.
But first, I'm gonna go to my room and like sulk a little bit,
Yeah.
and then he gets murked in his room.
Yeah. No, correction.
Oh wait,
He does go to Fantu Zen's room,
that's right,
but Fantu Zen isn't there.
and that's where he gets murdered.
And
That's
that's
right.
where he gets killed.
That's right.
And he's like, wait a minute, the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, and so
And it's like, Fantu calls the police. He's like, hey,
somebody killed this guy in my
killed
room.
This guy in my room.
On top of that,
'Cause-
because we kind of skipped over this,
Yeah.
and it's something that is involved with Sagaru's murder.
Yes.
This isn't the first time somebody broke into somebody's room.
Yeah.
So the mother's assassins that we talked about earlier,
They broke.
they
in.
broke into the Queen Monarch's
Yeah.
room for Arano because it turns out she used to have a deal with the mother.
Yeah.
Apparently, at one point, the mother provided food when the Arano was, or Irem, sorry, Irem, the Irem Monarch.
Arono for
Arano has actually no clue that most of this is
Yeah.
going on, but Irem had a deal with the mother. Irem's monarch had a deal with the mother because Irem had a moment where they had no food.
yes.
There was a bit of a pestilence, I guess, is the best word.
Yeah.
Um,
Just for the record, it's hard to grow food when you live on a planet made mostly out of salt water.
which another traditional thing between Arano and Irem is the whole water usage.
Yeah.
Because Arano's like, oh, that's a waste of water to take baths. And Irem's like, oh, well, we mix some of it with the salt water, so it's fine.
Yeah.
We're not just doing our drinking water and taking baths in that. We're doing it in the salt water where,
Arono is going through like a drought.
which is why the whole, at the beginning of the book,
Yeah.
we mentioned the ice thing, the ice shipment.
And Irem has fucking salt water. Like 95% of their planet.
Yeah, like they still have enough drinking water where it's not an issue.
Yeah.
And honestly, you can convert salt water to drinking water.
Yeah.
Like it's not a problem.
But they don't have any.
Food.
They don't have a lot
They
of
didn't
food.
have, especially during the time when this deal was made.
Yeah.
I think they've gotten over that hurdle.
Or over that.
But yeah, Mother was like,
Originally, it was
yeah.
like, I'll give you stuff.
Don't
And
worry
then
about it.
And then the deal slowly became, I need you to make weapons, essentially.
yeah. It's this deal keeps getting worse every minute
Yeah.
sort of deal.
So, both of these planets have scorpions. The Thelfire scorpions on Arono are not poisonous. And they do look weird.
Mhm.
Arono also has some, like, not quite glitter dust, but it's basically glitter dust.
Yeah.
That kind of comes from the scorpions, but that's not.
Sort of similar to the glitter spiders.
Yeah. On fucking Irem, their scorpions are built way different, and they are not as beneficial.
They're basically the Fallout, like,
They're basically rad scorpions.
Yeah.
In that, if you get stung by one of these,
You're fucked.
Fucked.
Yeah.
You are going to die.
But yeah, which
Also, they're not
this is also
small.
which also this is about when Axel gets introduced back into the
Yeah.
story, which is the halfway point of this novel, by the
Because
way.
immediately Axel comes in, and he's like super chill about everything.
Like they're in the middle of like arguing and stuff, and
He's like, hey,
and everybody's like, "Who the fuck is this pretty boy that just showed up?" And Malo's like, "Oh, this is Axel Greylock. Don't mind him."
don't worry about it. And
Uh,
Axel's like, hey, what we doing?
So so as part of this marriage
Did we
agreement.
mention Quinn?
Oh yeah, Axel's droid Quinn.
Axel's droid. Who Axel is very much like,
It's one of the few people that it's one. I say people, but it's one of the few people that he really cares about.
yeah. Like, his mom, he's like, hey, I'm gonna need a ship and stuff. And she's like, do you want a new droid? And he's like, no. He's like, I'm not giving up my dog. Because let's face it, it's like a therapy dog for him.
Yeah. Especially considering, because we
Yeah.
did talk about his family loss.
And he got it essentially after his dad died.
Yeah. And so, like, I I think it's interesting the path that they go, and so like, so first off, while Axel is on the cruiser, the Jedi decide, hey, let's steal his ship.
Yeah.
Now they do it. It's funny thinking back on this because it reminds me of the Vera situation in our tabletop game.
Oh. How do you figure?
Remember when our Jedi character said, hey, let's steal Vera's ship so we can do something good? So this is in our Star Wars The Old Republic campaign. 2 Jedi in our... So we were doing a recreation of the Old Republic MMO.
Yep.
We had our smuggler and our Jedi Knight and Jedi Consular. And our smuggler was like, I finally got my ship back.
Oh, no.
Remember?
Oh, yeah, after, like, I think in-game, like, a couple of weeks of not having their ship.
Which they got their ship backer than a lot faster. They got their ship back faster than in the MMO because they took down Skavik a lot faster.
Yeah.
They were like, fuck you, Skavik. But they got their ship back, and just after getting their... No, they hadn't gotten their ship back. They were still looking for it. That's right. They were still looking for it because Skavik still had it.
Yeah.
And then they called... But they had already worked with each other, like the Jedi Knight characters and the smuggler had worked with each other already. And so they were friends with Corso, the smuggler's companion. And they called Corso and were like, hey, we found the smuggler's ship. You mind if we take it so that way we can do this relief mission? And Corso didn't ask the smuggler, but Corso, being the good-natured kid the good-natured, kid that he is, he's like, yeah, I don't think the smuggler would mind if Vera would mind if you took their ship, as long as you bring it back.
I don't think they
And
brought it back.
Vera did not take it well. Even they did bring it back, but Vera did not take it well.
Yeah.
And that's basically what happened in this book. Is the Jedi were like, hey, we got to do this thing real quick because there's some relief that needs to be brought.
Yeah.
But we'll take the ship back. Which I like the ship, by the way. That ship is...
Oh, the Eventide?
Yeah, the Eventide is really cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they took the Eventide, and then Axel's like, where the fuck did my ship go? And then they bring it back, and this does not start them off on a good...
And it's like, so I come in, you guys tell me a guy has been murdered, and you steal my car?
Yeah. And then, yeah, because he came in just during the murder situation. And that's why everybody was freaking out. And he was like, why is everybody freaking out? Oh, is this another one of your murder mystery parties, Malo? And he's like, no, there was an actual murder, you idiot. Because apparently Malo just holds murder mystery parties.
From time to time, I guess.
You know what? I want to join you know what? Malo sounds like a great guy, honestly. Honestly, I want to be friends with Malo. Out of all the characters in this book, Malo seems like the right guy to be friends with.
Yeah.
He seems like he actually cares about the people.
Yeah.
He still has a good nature about him, though, and he's willing to party. Like, he's just well-rounded.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the mission is now set for the rest of this book, in that they have to tell all the planets and all their people, hey, the war is over.
Yeah.
So they got to go basically from planet to planet,
They don't
spreading
go
the
from
word.
planet to
Well,
planet,
but like, essentially. They basically go...
They go from village to village.
Village to village. They basically do a tour.
Yeah. Like,
This
hey,
is
war's
the
over.
marriage tour.
War's over.
And at first, once again, the parents are like, why the fuck are you guys going in person? And we could just send, like, a message out. And they're like, no,
they need to see
They
it.
need to see it, yeah. They need to see it in person. It's more important to the people that they see this.
Yes.
And so,
Because if we don't, then the spirit will still be there.
yeah. So Fontu and Ziri decide, we're going. And once again, the parents are like, you should take guards. And they're like, no, we're not doing that.
No. We'll take
We'll take the Jedi.
Playboy and the Jedi Knight.
Yeah, that's it. We'll take Gela and the Playboy.
And Axel and Geller are like,
We don't
Okay.
like each other, but okay.
they're like, all right, we'll do it.
Axel's like, you just stole my ship, but fine.
Yeah. And Geller's like, I'm not sure I can do this, but I'll try.
But yeah, so the rest of the story is that we get the fight though with Ziri and
Brusso.
Brusso, which is basically Ziri. It's a cultural thing
Yeah.
where, in fact, if Brusso wins, he becomes the next monarch.
Yep. Ziri wins.
Yeah, Ziri wins. Obviously.
Yeah.
It's interesting though, because Ziri's like, I could explain how this goes, because Gela is asking, and Ziri's like, I could explain it, but I think it's more interesting if I see how Fontu explains it, since, I'm interested to see from the other side what they think of this.
Yeah.
And he explains it. I'd say he gets 90% of it,
Yeah.
and so Ziri's actually impressed, and then she kicks ass.
Yeah.
And in fact, Fontu, despite having no combat training, also shows that he can kick ass because a fight ensues still, even after that.
Russo tries to get you're like, all right, I'll just kill you anyway. And Fontu's like, as a matter of fact, you won't.
But let's kind of get to the end of this because for
Also-
the most part, we've covered, I think, the bigger details. Go ahead, though.
Big symbolic things that happen, fortunately, which make the general public on both Irem and Arono kind of see they start thinking that this union is blessed by the gods.
Mm-hmm.
Because unknowingly, Fantu falls down a hole and comes out just covered in scorpions and such.
Yep.
The Thelfire scorpions, which is part of the
It's part of the myths.
of the myths and traditions.
Yeah. Because we learn, because Axel gets a little history lesson because he's like, what are these Thelfire scorpions? And when they talk about them on the ship ride over, and they're like, well, obviously they're creatures on our planet. He's like, well, duh, I meant, what's the importance of them?
And they're like, oh, the deserts around here are really harsh and unkind.
And also,
these scorpions survive it every day.
and then they're also a part of the myths.
Yeah.
And
And
so,
so-
yeah.
Fantu comes out covered in scorpions, and the villagers are like, Thelfire made. And it's like, oh, well, that's great.
I guess that means that we're going in the right direction.
Yeah. The next place they stop at has Irem and Arono soldiers kind of fighting with each other. And they haven't had contact with anyone for 6 months.
Yeah, so they had no idea that the fighting even stopped at all. Let alone that it stopped for the 3 days, or let alone that it stopped for this marriage. They didn't know it stopped for the 3 days when the ice shipment was going on.
Yeah. And so the group shows up, and it's one of the cases where,
They didn't believe who they were, who they claimed to be.
and it's like, oh, I guess it's a good thing all of the characters were here, because if just one of them had been missing, all three of them would have died.
Yep.
Because
And
everyone is covering each other's backs and
Yeah.
stuff like that, making sure no one gets hurt any more than that.
yep.
It's a case of diplomacy failed this time,
So
but our protagonists are unhurt.
so let's kind of get
And
into
then
the big
rain comes.
let's get into the big finale,
let's-
the big plot finale. Mother's big plan to get the war to go back on again.
Yes.
Would you like to share it?
Is I'm going to reveal to Irem, not Irem, because they already know.
Yeah.
Arono,
Arono, yeah.
that they have been trying to aerosolize the poisons from the aforementioned scorpions on Irem.
Yep. Basically biological warfare.
Yes.
And not only am I going to reveal it, I'm going to set those weapons off.
Yes. Except it doesn't work.
Because of a certain member of the Path who doesn't want to be a member of the Path.
Because Axel and Fantu find out, and they're like, we're going to go put a stop to this. Fantu destroys the research ones on Irem.
Yep.
Unfortunately, some were smuggled out beforehand, but Axel's able to get his hands on them.
And it's interesting the way this whole, from start to finish, we get this mission to when it ends. It is, I read this as a ticking time, it's almost like an episode of 24, where there was a ticking time bomb going on, and I felt did you feel the same reading it?
I was like, okay.
I felt this pressure going on. I was like, oh God, if even one, and then we read, oh, we stopped it. Oh no, they took the bomb still. And it's like, oh shit.
Yeah.
And then on top of this, Axel's mission from the mother is to set them off. He's told to be the one to set them off.
Except he's like, I will activate the bomb,
but I'm not gonna put the poison in it because they still have. He's like this. He got stung by one of them because he like
Yeah, he
shoved
got stung
Fantu out of
earlier.
the
Yeah,
way.
he saved Found2 from getting
And it's
sick.
like
Because one got on the ship, right?
no,
where
there
was
were
it?
two of them in the research facility.
Oh yeah,
that
the
got
research facility.
loose.
That's right.
And it's like, if Axel didn't think this was a good thing, he wouldn't have fucking done that.
Yeah.
And it's like, he's like, I wanted the reason why I'm going to blow up the tower, as he and Gela are explaining. He's like, I don't want any like version of this to be destroyed because the archived ones are still in the palace in Irem. I needed to blow this up so that I could get to the ones that are in the palace and destroy those as well.
Yeah, because the plan is to still blow up the research, but not set off the actual the full capabilities of the weapons. And it's interesting because this is also at a point where Gela finds out that he's working.
Yeah.
That he's a traitor in the sense, and so
And she's like,
but she still believes that there's a chance that he's trying to do the right thing, but it's hard to she's not sure.
yeah.
Because
And he's like, she's
throughout
like-
the story they've been getting closer as
Yeah.
they've been starting to trust each other more.
And she's like, why did you come back for me in the fight pit? And he's like, I don't fucking know.
But
And I'm like, I
yeah.
know why. You have a conscience. You're not,
Yeah. And so
you're trying to be better.
so this man has not only gone out of his way to where he could have died twice.
Yeah.
This will be 3 times now because
Yeah.
he's setting these bombs off knowing that he might not get out.
Yep.
Specifically to screw the mother over, but
Yes. Also, to take out a shit ton of bounty hunters because he sent out a fucking invite.
yeah, because basically,
Because Rake,
Rake,
the boss
the-
from the gambling den, is pissed off.
yeah, because he still owes a lot of money.
300,000 credits is how much she put on this man's head.
And so he's like, well, I'll just take out all my enemies at once.
Yep.
And that's actually how Gela finds him, is because she sees the call that he put out, giving his exact location. Because Crane is like, where are you going? And she's like, oh, well, he gave out his call, so I know exactly where to go. And Crane's like, okay, go get him, and I'm going to deal with this.
I'm gonna go and make sure that the wedding still happens.
Yeah, because they're also
'Cause-
because the wedding is going on at the same time, and they're trying to make sure that the wedding goes through and that the mother's assassins don't fuck it
Yeah.
up.
Yeah. And it's like Creighton's son's like, if this was a video game, Creighton's son, this is where you pick your character to go down their side of the story. Creighton's Sons is a hold the line mission.
Yeah, it also is very much reminiscent of instead of the baptism scene in The Godfather, but if it was a wedding.
God.
But yeah, so things. So Axel takes out his enemies, manages to stay alive thanks
Yeah.
to Gela, and the wedding goes as planned.
Yes.
Axel gets arrested
Yeah.
because he still
He's
did
like,
some bad
yeah.
things.
He's like, yeah, nah, I get it.
And so Axel is still arrested. Although the way it seemed is he went back to his I only trust Gela, but not the rest of the Jedi, and that he still wanted revenge on the Jedi's how it's felt, but it was weird.
I feel more like it was a I didn't interpret it.
Yeah, it was weird. It was weird how it's weird how that ending is, because at first I'm like, okay, Axel learned his lesson, and then he's like still angry, and it's like, what?
I saw it as more of a like, oh, I met one good Jedi, and while I still don't like the Jedi, I know that they can be good.
Yeah.
I don't trust the organization. I trust that one member of it. But ultimately, I am still probably not good
Yeah. Like
for the galaxy.
he's still not
which
a
is why he's like, I'm okay with the fact that I am in prison.
yeah.
Like even Gela and everyone in the story notices it, and he also explains like
He just has
story
these
is-
outbursts, and it's
a story is told where she's like, from Gela to the arrest with Enya and all of that, she's like, there was one galaxy who was told to like walk.
oh
or
when they're talking about the myths on the ship, yeah.
Yeah, And he's like, Gela, you were definitely that, because she's like, I have the weight of the galaxy. And
But Axel,
Axel's response is, I don't want that.
Axel,
I want to burn up bright and fast like
yeah.
a supernova.
which made me think of a certain.
Shut up. That's
He's got something to say. It's better to burn out than to fade away.
not where I thought you were going. But
But it's also not wrong,
no, I don't think he means it as maliciously as.
as that specific quote.
Yeah.
But the thing with Axel though is I do think he's still an antagonistic force.
Yeah, he's definitely. It's a case of, while deep down you may be good, you are still too dangerous to keep around.
And it's really because of these outbursts that he has. Because
Yeah.
when he has these outbursts, he does not have any control.
Yeah.
And we've seen how dangerous that can be.
Mhm.
And so I think Axel's complicated.
Yeah, Axel and Els are complicated people,
Yeah. So
and it's not
yeah.
like,
So I'm scared because we are going to see, because obviously he's on the cover for Cataclysm, which means obviously he's not staying in that prison.
no.
Fuck.
What, you thought he was gonna stay in prison?
I hoped so. He hoped so.
He hoped so.
The galaxy hopes so. But
Let's see what happens. I'll reserve any further judgment.
yeah, once again, yeah, we'll see what happens with this character because he still has another half of his character arc to go.
Yeah.
Because there's one more book at the very least with him in it. So thoughts on the on this? Any final thoughts?
I liked it. I wish I didn't have to read it all in 3 days. I enjoyed it. It provides a lot of perspective to like this kind of time frame. Of
Yeah,
High Republic.
because this is so. I did read a little bit of the timeline. I believe this is the earliest actually now
Yeah,
of Phase
it would have
2.
to be because of what happens in
Because at least in Quest for the Hidden City, they talk about how the war's over.
Yeah. in
Um,
Quest for the Hidden City. Yeah.
Let me pull it up. I've got the timeline here. Let's see. In Quest. Because I've been keeping track of the timeline.
Mm.
This might actually be wrong, but I'll double check. Yeah, so it's Convergence, Path of Deceit, Quest for the Hidden City,
Okay.
I believe is the order.
Yeah, because it would have to be because of peace being declared between Arum and Arono
Mm.
in Quest for the Hidden City.
Yeah,
That happens at like the halfway point or at the end.
yeah, and in Quest for and Path of Deceit has to happen after it as well because they talk about how they're still on Dalna in Convergence.
Yeah.
Okay, it's Convergence, Quest for the Hidden City, Path of Deceit. So I was off by one.
Okay.
Just swap Quest and Path.
Yep.
So yeah, and then Tells New Prospects is before all of it.
Yeah. I know it might seem cheap, but I'm gonna give this one a 10.
I can see it. I'd give it a 9, 9.5, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
It's definitely a really good book. I can see why you gave it a 10. Hey, coming from you, that's high praise.
Yeah, because it's almost impossible.
So let's see.
I think there have only been like 1 or 2 other things.
So next week we get to relax and read a comic book.
Oh,
We get to jump ahead. We're gonna read Han Solo and Chewbacca,
okay.
which I've been praising that the run so far. I've been enjoying it. So we get to read Volume 1, the Crystal Run Part 1, because they're separating the big arc into 2 parts. So Volume 1 is out. And then after that, we'll take a break for the holiday. So next week is the last one before our holiday break.
All right.
And then the one after that, to finish off the year, we'll be reading Revelations, a one-shot,
Okay.
which will reveal all the big stuff for the comics ahead of us. And and actually for the next few weeks, we'll be in the comics. We'll be doing... actually, that's not true. yeah, for the next few weeks we'll be in the comics, and then on the 14th of next month of the new year, we will be back in the High Republic for the Battle of Jeddah, which is an audio drama. Audio drama time. Woo!
I think that. So I've been thinking about Porter Engel a little bit.
Uh-huh. Is this the last thing you want to talk about before we wrap up?
Yeah. And like, how is Tile the Blade of Bardata and all that. I think finding out about it, it won't actually be as dramatic as we think it will be. I think it might be a lot more somber.
Well, yeah, I figured it'd be somber because we know that it's him looking for his sister, which obviously I think something's going to happen there.
Yeah.
And then we know that he's...
Hopefully it won't go as poorly as it did for Cassian.
Yeah, and then we also know that one of the characters is named Baresh, which makes me think that the Baresh Vow is going to get introduced, which means something's going to happen, and somebody's going to take the Baresh Vow.
Yeah. Where the hell is Des Riding?
I think at the end, Porter's going to take the Baresh Vow until the events of Phase 1.
But with that, I think that's it.
That's the end of this week. Like I said, next week we're going to talk Han Solo and Chewbacca.
Yep.
And thank you all for watching. If you are watching on YouTube, that is youtube.com/Escape Reality Films. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Leave a comment down below. If you are watching on Twitch, it's twitch.tv/Escape Reality Films. Be sure to follow or subscribe. We also have a Patreon. It's patreon.com/Escape Reality Films. On YouTube, you can find it in the description of this video. On Twitch, it is on the main page. There's a link there. And let's shout out to Jennifer Brantley, our main Patreon member. And on the Patreon, you can get videos on YouTube a week early, but you can also check out the comic that I'm working on. And some other... I think there's some other cool stuff. You can be in the Discord and lots of stuff depending on what level you get.
Yep.
Also, shout out to our local gaming shop, Gamers and Geeks, who are currently holding a convention as we speak. They do a convention every few months. I think it's like every 3 months they have a convention. Yeah. And so it's like usually like $5 entry, and they get some pretty good guests. They've had Power Rangers here before. They've had...
Oh, yeah, that's right.
They had specifically, I think, Tommy here.
Yeah.
Rest in peace, Tommy. They had Tommy here, and that was a good time when he was here. But yeah, so if you're ever in the Mobile, Alabama area, come check us out. It's on Moffett. Sometimes I'm here, sometimes Seth's here. Depends on the day. They've got some good stuff. You can get all your Magic Pokemon cards. They got your tabletop gaming, all that good stuff, and an arcade in the back even for $10 for the day. And it's a free play arcade machine, so no quarters. You just pay the $10 and you play the machines.
Mm-hmm.
And then connected to them, there's Engage Gaming, which is like not owned by the same people, but it's in the same building.
Same building.
And so they offer in-house. It's basically like it's similar to like those VR arcades, except like if you could rent any gaming console, and you just pay a hourly rate to play on Xbox, PC, PS4, and even VR. But then they provide the games. But you can also pay a membership fee, where then the hourly rate is decreased a little bit. And then what else? Mobcast Network, who are the ones who rent out the space from Gamers and Geeks for us, and then allows us to use it very kindly.
Yep.
And we're currently on hiatus, but I think we are doing a December thing before the end of the year, because I think Scotty wants to do one video for the December thing before the year ends. And then I think we're actually recording that tomorrow. Nope. Scotty's out of town.
So I guess you won't be recording that tomorrow.
Nope.
then.
Scotty's out of town. Scotty is going to a convention to sell some toys.
All right.
So I know at some point he wants to do one before the end of the year, but I know for sure we're coming back out of hiatus in January. And Mobcast Network is another podcasting group. You can find them on youtube.com/Mobcast Network or on any podcasting app. They have a few shows. We got Cult Movie Cantina, where they talk about old movies with a drink and show them to somebody who's never seen them. And then we also do My Star Wars Life, where we talk about Star Wars, similar to what we do here, except they focus only on visual TV shows and movies.
Yeah.
Whereas we go all over into it.
Yeah.
We take the deeper dive.
We meander.
Yeah, we meander too on there, but we take the deeper dive into like books and comics and stuff that they don't. But I'm also on those shows. I help produce and I'm a co-host. And then there's Tuesdays with Scotty, which is in hiatus as well.
Yeah.
Which is basically just Scotty talking about whatever he feels like, because it's his show and he can do that. Is there anything else I'm missing?
Happy holidays.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we'll say it again next week because next week's the last episode before the holidays. But for anybody who happens to have holidays coming up before that, happy holidays. It's
Remember to show compassion to your fellow humans.
get some eggnog.
Yep.
Even if you don't like eggnog, looking at you, Sawyer. Yeah, I'm mad. Sawyer doesn't like eggnog.
I don't know what. I've never had it.
You never had eggnog?
Yeah, no. Or if I have, I don't remember.
We're gonna have to have some eggnog. We'll have to do that next week. I'll bring some eggnog.
Okay.
Now the question is, alcoholic or non-alcoholic?
Well, I've never had either, so
Okay, we'll do both.
we'll do both.
I gotta find some good alcohol to go with it though. Usually like a rum or
I'm never going. No one is ever going to let me live down mixing fucking.
We don't have to talk about it here.
Okay.
Anyways, thank you all for watching. I have spoken.
Maybe the force be with you or some shit.
All right, we are live-ish.
Yeah.
We're actually
again,
pre-recording
We're having to pre-record this because of
work. Yeah, work came up, but this is still our special.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me
Go on.
do the intro proper. Welcome back to Escape Reality Star Wars Talk. I'm your host Caleb,
Hi, I'm Seth. I talk Star Wars with this man.
and this is our Life Day holiday special. I guess
Yes,
you could call it.
This is as close as we're gonna get
Um,
for a whole year.
Yeah. So, speaking of, not next week, but the week after when we come back,
Yeah.
it'll have been a year that we've been doing the show.
Oh boy.
Because
Yeah.
we started the week after Christmas last year.
Yeah.
It's
How the fuck did we manage to do this for a year?
and we improved a lot along the way.
Yeah.
I think we went from starting at my house
Mm-hmm.
on the first episode with struggling with the mics, specifically the because I had the lapel mics and I was hoping to
Yeah.
try that, and that didn't work. But thankfully we had like an actual mic.
Yeah.
And now we're here at the Mobcast studio.
Yep.
And we've been kind of rolling from there, and
Yeah.
we've been learning some stuff. We've had some amazing guests.
Mm-hmm. I've learned to quit. I still can't quite not mess about with the mic, but I'm getting better at it.
Yeah, and you know you're getting there. So I talked about it last week.
Yeah.
Before we get into the actual programming, I promised you something last
You
week.
did.
'cause-
I gave you a gift, and now.
And now I'm so I brought some frosted cookies for us,
Yes.
some sugar cookies. Because that's a Christmas classic. Let me turn them
Yep.
over for the audience so that way they can see the nice decorations.
Yep.
Get rid of that branding because we are not sponsored.
No, we're not. We're also not sponsored by these people either.
But yeah, they were store bought. Sorry.
Yep. Like
I mean, sugar cookies are. I don't think you can mess up sugar cookies.
I'm not gonna say anything.
Oh, do you have a story about that?
No.
But I doubt you can really and even
Like you have to try really hard
yeah,
to mess them
and
up.
store-bought sugar cookies is one of those things where normally you don't buy store-bought baked goods.
Yeah,
But sugar cookies are a safe one.
Yeah.
So I bought these,
Yeah.
and then because I thought it was festive, and then because I was trying to figure out what snack would be festive,
Yeah.
and then the thing I promised though, eggnog, because you've never had eggnog.
Yeah. No, I don't. I'm pretty sure I haven't, but I think that might be due to some of the ingredients that my family has put in them.
Oh yeah. So some people put more cinnamon in it. because
Oh, it's not cinnamon would not be the problem. I don't know.
and that was one of my concerns because I know, like, that's why I sent you a picture this morning. I was like, hey, is everything in this good? Because like, I think we've talked about it on the show, but
There's a lot of things like
your family is allergic to things.
yes.
Your brother has some of them, but you've talked about it on the show that you got the brunt of it, where
Yeah.
you got like all the debuffs.
Yep. I gained a few perks. I gained a perk or two as well, but mostly debuffs.
So I had to make sure. So I was like, okay, I know that some eggnog contains heavier cinnamon. Here it looks like it's just nutmeg in this one. And then you get the egg yolks, because eggnog. I don't think I see anything too major that would.
Yeah, it should be fine.
Yeah.
Oh, there's turmeric in this. Oh, that's for
Turmeric,
turmeric
yeah.
and
Annatto for the colors.
yeah. Okay.
So just pour a little bit of it, because I've got another part of this that we're going to do.
Yeah.
So just drink a little, like pour a little bit of it into your cup. And, give it a little taste.
Okay.
Like I said, it's going to be thick, because I said that before the show, because I was like, because it's made with eggs. It has a scent to it, yeah.
Well, that's okay.
This is actually less thick than most eggnog. Like, some eggnog I've had has been, like, real thick. But this one's actually a less thicker
Okay.
eggnog. So, the other part. This is new for me. I have never had eggnog with alcohol. And that is, like, supposedly a major tradition for Christmas, is to drink your eggnog with alcohol when you're an adult.
It's either that or fucking hot cocoa and vodka.
Yeah, hot cocoa and vodka.
Specifically peppermint.
Yeah, get that peppermint. Get that peppermint schnapps.
God,
okay.
go on and tell them the story. Since it's pretty-
No. So I actually want to talk about something I watched last night.
Yeah.
So, you've watched Netflix shows?
Yes.
Have you ever seen Murderville?
No.
Okay, do you know the premise of it?
No. If I've never seen it, I probably don't know the premise.
Okay, well, some people, you can hear about the premise of shows without knowing what they're about, or without watching them, rather.
Yeah.
So Murderville is it's kind of a lie, not like a lie. It's got Will Arnett, right?
Okay.
And he's playing a detective named Terry Seattle, and it's supposed to be like the detectives show, like noir types. Not quite noir, but like, where he's like a gumshoe detective who's like,
Is it?
He's like
noir or
divorcing-
hard-boiled.
hard-boiled, where he's like divorced and all that.
Oh yeah.
And like he works for his ex-wife, because she's the chief of police.
Fuck.
But the premise though is that every episode it's a murder mystery,
Yeah.
and there's a guest every episode who does not get a script, and
just
they
have
have
to-
to ad lib and figure out who did the murder.
Oh boy.
And so they did a holiday special. And so the joke about the guests is that they always just play themselves.
Yeah.
So, like, it's always like a celebrity guest. So this time, they had 3 guests for the Christmas special. So the first guest that they brought in was, they had, where is it? I'm looking for it. Oh, so they started with Jason Bateman.
Really?
Yeah, so Jason Bateman comes in, and he's trying to solve it at first. And then about halfway through the mystery, they bring in Maya Rudolph to help. And then after they've already talked to all the suspects, they bring in their final guest. Like at the part where they're supposed to guess who the murderer is, they bring in Pete Davidson.
What?
And I start cracking up at the bullshit that they start doing, because they have like 3 suspects, and they're like, "All right, who committed the murder?" And they go like, "Is it this person, or this person?" And it's like they're all connected to the person that got murdered, right? And so Maya guesses first, They're all given a present to hand to the person that they think is the murderer. Spoiler warning for the Murderville Who Killed Santa special, by the way. Watch it on Netflix. I highly recommend it. It is hilarious. I recommend the whole show, but I recommend that
It's me,
Christmas special.
Santa. I killed myself. Wait, for real?
So Maya Rudolph guesses the mayor, who is not a suspect,
Okay.
who is immediately offended because, of course, Jason guesses Santa killed himself as he's lying on the floor. He's like, oh, he committed suicide. And they're like, that wasn't even the option either. And at this point, I'm starting, like, I watched this last night. It was like 2 in the morning, and I'm cracking up, crying, laughing at this point. And then Pete gets his turn, and he's got no real evidence because he was not there at all for any of the investigation. He was just told a 15-second synopsis from Jason and Maya, like the best that they could give him. And Pete's like, "Oh, it's obviously Terry. It's he guesses Terry, who is also not a suspect." I'm not going to reveal who it actually is, but like. That was like the all three of them going for the joke. What? Because like normally in the normal episodes they are actively trying to guess who it is, but in this episode they were like, "Nah, we're gonna go for the joke answer."
Yeah.
All right, so
Truly, it is a shame that Santa Claus iced himself right before Christmas Eve.
right before all the orphans could get their toys.
Yeah. You won't be getting coal for Christmas either this year.
Here we go.
In fact, you won't be getting much of anything.
That's some good whiskey, but it is Jack, so usually a safe bet.
Should be.
Yeah, it's usually a safe bet. I'm just kind of filling her up. There we go. I only filled the whiskey up to the first line on the cup, but that should be enough to give it that taste. Ooh. Yeah, it should give it that taste because it still smells strong, even with... Oh, you're finishing your eggnog off.
Yeah. Put this off to the side.
It's all right. I can see whiskey. I can see why some would do whiskey.
Mhm.
I think next time I do it,
Yeah.
I'll do rum, because that's also an option, and rum I feel like would go really good with it.
Yeah.
But whiskey, I can see why whiskey works. It's just a little
You drink a lot of whiskey?
every now and then.
Yeah.
Like I like whiskey. I'm more of a rum guy though. At the end of the day, like rum, I'm very classic rum and Coke. Funny enough, that's like the only drink my dad used to drink when he did drink was rum and Coke, and like that's one of my safe drinks that I like. I like the flavored Jack Daniels, the whiskeys that they have that you can get. I like the cola whiskey. That's really good. The black cola.
So here's a fun story while you're looking stuff up.
Yeah, I'm looking at some other like eggnog stuff.
A while ago, me and this was like
Ooh, Bailey. Ooh, eggnog and Bailey's. That sounds really good.
yeah.
That's one that I saw. Sorry, go ahead.
So me and Andrew come to pick me up, and I'm like, hey, I need to stop by the liquor store.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I go in and I'm like, you know what? I should get a gift or something, right? So I go and I'm like, hey, what do you want? And he's like, can you get me a little, like a little bottle, right?
Yeah, kind of like about that, maybe smaller.
Smaller than that.
Okay. Yeah, I saw the even smaller ones of this, but I was like, that's not going to be enough for
Yeah.
us.
So I come out with what I bought for myself
Mm-hmm.
and a thing of Fireball about that size.
And he's like,
Fireball is also recommended with eggnog, by
Yeah.
the way. I saw that.
because it got cinnamon in it.
Yeah, it's that cinnamon, yeah.
And he's like, I'm in one of the small ones, but I guess this is. I'm like, that is small.
Was it like that?
No. Bigger.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So I've seen them about this big for some
Yeah, there
joints.
are smaller ones than that, but
Yeah.
I think it's the response of that is a small bottle.
Yeah, because it is already a small bottle. Like, I would say this is still small. I would
Yeah.
argue that's still small, what I got.
Yeah.
Like this, I would argue this is small. Like, because there's even there was a medium-sized one about
Yeah.
this big that was about $20. This one was only 11. Which for $11, that's not
That's
bad.
not bad at all.
And so yeah. But yeah. Okay, so we are a Star Wars show. So we should
Let's talk Star Wars.
Yeah, let's talk Star Wars. So there's been a couple things going on. For one, it is, award season for movies and shows. And of course, Andor got some noms.
Yeah.
Specifically, Diego Luna scored a Best Performance nomination for Andor at the Golden Globes,
Yeah.
which I hope that's a good sign for maybe the Emmys as well.
Maybe.
Let me see. I'm going to see if there's any other announcements, because usually you can find award things on the Wikipedia page. Let's see, accolades. So, okay, so Critics' Choice.
All right.
Andor has been nominated for Best Drama Series.
Okay. Yeah. I can see that.
I think it depends what all it's running up against, because
Yeah.
I would argue that 2022 has been good for television, especially in the drama department. Like, I'm curious if House of the Dragon or anything else got nominated for that, because
It might have been. It might not have.
and then once again, Diego Luna got Best Actor in a Drama Series nom for Critics'
Yeah.
Choice. So he has already been getting actor nominations, which I think is well deserved. Diego Luna is really good. I think in the show he is very much in the background.
Yeah.
Like, at first you don't realize how good he is, like when you're watching the show, but as it goes on, you start to realize, oh no, he's good.
Mm-hmm.
So I am looking at the Critics' Choice for Best Dramas. We got, for shows that I've watched, we got Better Call Saul with the the series finale season. That
I'll probably beat it out.
only because it is the last season.
Yeah.
And this last season was really good. House of the Dragon is also listed.
Yep.
I don't watch Yellowstone. It's on my list.
Yeah.
But
I've seen one scene from Yellowstone, and it's a very interesting scene.
Yeah, but Yellowstone got nominated as well. Euphoria, another show that's on my list. I know that Tori probably watches it.
Tori has watched it, and Andrew watched it with her, and they're like, it's pretty good. And I'm like,
I mean,
not interested.
yeah, it's very much a Tori type show.
Yeah.
It seems like something I would enjoy still, though, because I tend to enjoy all types of shows. I never heard of Bad Sisters. It's an Apple TV Plus show.
Ah,
Oh, The Crown got nominated,
okay.
which makes sense. I haven't watched. It's been a while since I've watched. I'm a few seasons back.
Historical drama.
Yeah. I know this season though was the big season because this was the one with Diana Diana,
Mm.
So that's a big part of that's a big story for the Crown to cover. The Good Fight I've heard of, but I haven't watched. I've heard good things though. And then Severance I've never heard of. It's on Apple TV Plus. But any of these sound like they could win.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't say Andor's got it locked.
No.
It's a very, like I said, this year has been good for TV.
Stiff competition
Yeah.
there for that one.
I am curious about Best Actor. Once again, I think it could be a stiff year because... Oh, yeah, so Bob Odenkirk, of course, for Better Call Saul. I don't know. I don't know if he would win, but he is good. Anthony Starr in The Boys, Homelander.
Oh, yeah.
Like, he is good, but I don't know. I don't know if he would win compared to some of these others. Because you also got Jeff Bridges for The Old Man, which I have not seen. Sterling K. Brown for This Is Us. I've heard good things about that, but I haven't watched it. And Adam Scott for Severance. Once again, don't know Severance.
Okay.
But the ones that I'm definitely rooting for are Bob Odenkirk or Diego Luna, because those are... But I'd be happily surprised if Anthony got it, because he really puts us all into Homelander.
He does. I don't think I've seen someone who does like fucked up corporate better.
So this is really interesting. I like the award season, but I also hate it because it's never like you really root for some of these projects, but then you realize, oh no, certain projects are gonna win because it's just the way the system works. But so
But that's not talking about Star Wars.
yeah. But anyways, it's adjacent.
It's adjacent.
It's adjacent.
We've
It's Star Wars
gone off
adjacent.
on a thing or two.
Going back to Star Wars though, the other big thing. So Wonder Woman 3, Patty Jenkins has left that. And that was a big hubbub, right? Because everybody knew that Rogue Squadron was on pause until Wonder Woman 3 was done for Patty Jenkins, right?
Yep.
Because Patty wanted to work on Wonder Woman 3 first. So with James Gunn now in charge of a lot of the DC projects, he's changing things up. And one of those changes was Patty Jenkins was removed from Wonder Woman 3. The rumor mill started up, and they said, oh, well, she was removed because she's supposedly hard to work with. And that made people worried that Rogue Squadron would also remove her, delaying it even further or even canceling it outright. Well, good news on the Rogue Squadron front. Patty Jenkins decided to clear the air on Twitter. She decided, hey, I'm not happy with all these rumors, and I just want to make my own statement. I'll pull up the statement because I retweeted it on my Twitter, which is Escape Reality 94, by the way. Let me find it. It's not too far back. Yeah, here it is. Okay, so it's a bit long, but she goes, "Sigh, I'm not one to talk about private career matters, but I will not allow inaccuracies to continue. Here are the facts. I originally left Rogue Squadron after a long and productive development process when it became clear it couldn't happen soon enough, and I did not want to delay Wonder Woman 3 any further." So, that part we knew. It was taking a while to develop the film, so she said, hey, I'll come back to it. I'm going to do Wonder Woman 3. That's stuff that we knew. When I did, Lucasfilm asked me to consider coming back to Rogue Squadron after Wonder Woman 3, which I was honored to do, so I agreed. They made a new deal with me. In fact, I am still on it, and that project has been in active development ever since. I don't know if it will happen or not. We never do until the development process is complete, but I look forward to its potential ahead. And so the rest is basically how like she has a good working relationship with Gal Gadot and all that stuff, and why it's weird that the rest of it is Wonder Woman focused.
Yeah.
But that's the first paragraph is the big chunk of, okay, Rogue Squadron's still happening, and Patty Jenkins is still part of it.
I forgot that they made a Wonder Woman too.
Yeah, 1984, yeah. And that's
It was
also
a thing that was like
like
if you told me like, hey, is this a movie that you think exists? I would be like, yeah.
yeah.
I didn't see it though.
And I think 1984, I liked it. I don't think
I haven't seen it, so I can't cast.
it's
judgment.
not as good as the first film, and I think that's where a lot of people.
Of course, it's not going to be as good as the first one.
And I think that's also where a lot of fans were like, "Oh, this 84 is terrible." It has some bad moments, but it's not. I wouldn't say as terrible as some people make it out to be. I do think Pedro Pascal makes some weird choices in the film, but I don't know if that's him or if that was Patty,
Okay.
because he plays the villain, and Pedro is the villain in it. Well, one of the villains, because you get I forget the name of the businessman villain that's in DC, not Lex, but the other guy. Anyway,
That doesn't narrow it down.
I know there's a lot of DC businessmen that are evil. Anyways, it's one of those, and then you have Cheetah as the other villain. The Cheetah story is a little weird, but it gets there.
Okay.
It's really Pedro's one that's like You didn't think this one through, did you?
Is it another case of they were going to die anyway?
No, it's more of they were gonna end up killing the person that they were doing all this for. If they kept doing this.
Ah.
Yeah. Anyways, that we're not
Yeah.
DC talk. But so Rogue Squadron's still in development, and I think that's good. I am sad that Patty is not working on Wonder Woman 3 because I did think she was going in the right direction with it, and I think her and Gal have worked well together from what we've seen of the two projects they've done.
Yeah.
I'm excited though for her take on Star Wars because especially Rogue Squadron because there's a reason why she's not dropping this, and it's because she mentioned it when she was announced to be directing it. Rogue Squadron is important to her because her dad was a fighter pilot, and that's what Rogue Squadron is. It's really it's a fighter pilot movie. It's an Air Force movie essentially.
Yeah. I can
I'm-
see why they didn't release it this year.
Well, yeah, people joked after watching Top Gun Maverick that Top Gun Maverick is basically there's literally a trench run section in Maverick where they're like, "Oh, that could be what Rogue Squadron is." But yeah. Anyways, I'm excited though. I'm glad that she's still on the project. And I'm glad that I'm okay with it being delayed. Take the time you need to develop it. I'd rather a project get. I think film news sites specifically, have ruined the definition of indefinitely delayed. Because when a project is now called indefinitely delayed, they will say, "Oh, it's been canceled."
Ah.
And it's like, no. Indefinitely delayed means exactly what it sounds like. It's on pause. If it was canceled, they would just say it's canceled.
Yep.
Words have meaning. I'm not wrong.
No, you're not.
Words have meaning. There's a reason why they. I mean, it's the same thing with the Knights of the Republic remake. They said it was indefinitely delayed because they're reworking their company, the way their company works, and who's making the game, and so it's indefinitely delayed until they can figure that out.
Yep.
It's not canceled. If it was canceled, they would say, "Hey, we're canceling it because we just can't handle this project." I know this.
I'm
This
sorry.
is the second week in a row I've had a rant about
No, it's fine. Indefinitely delayed.
it means
Words followed up by words have meaning.
yeah.
I understand that, but it's just one of those things where it's like, well, yeah, that's how words work.
But what I mean by that,
But what you mean is like,
words have definitions that they mean, and that just because you think a word means something, that's not what it means.
yeah,
I mean, sometimes you're right. It is. Sometimes they are right that it is a sign that it's going to be canceled, but that doesn't mean it is canceled. It's a sign that it could be canceled, but I don't think we should give up hope either that the project is gone because it's just delayed. Anyways,
all right.
that's my rant. So we were pleasantly surprised that the Han Solo and Chewbacca comic, which we're now going to dive into.
Yeah. So spoilers for this.
Spoilers for that and the Life Day one shot, which is
Yep.
the pleasant surprise, was that the Life Day one shot came part of the trade paperback. So we're going to talk about that. Which is perfect timing for us.
Yeah.
Because as soon as I saw that and we started talking about it, and I double checked that it is just a one shot, I was like, oh, this couldn't have worked out better. So it covers the first 5 issues of Han Solo and Chewbacca, which is part of the Crystal Run storyline. It's the first half of it, because the heist is not really over, but things go bad enough that it's a good pause moment.
Yep.
So this takes place after the Solo film, but still before Episode 4.
Yeah.
It's Han and Chewie, and it starts with them working on a heist with Keltana
Mm.
and her crew, which
Yep.
we've seen her and her crew in the Crimson Dawn stuff.
Yeah.
Because they've been working for Kira.
Yep.
But they start on a heist on the casino planet of Galater 3, where everything goes wrong.
Yeah.
Like, there's a huge escape that they have to make immediately, and they're being chased by the cops, essentially. And the cops start shooting at the Falcon, and the Falcon, like, goes through a casino on the way of its escape.
It's like, it's just storage. No one's gonna.
Yeah,
fucking
thankfully
do
it's
this.
storage, but
Unless you're the janitor on that one day.
but this was a job for Jabba,
Yeah.
which
I-
they barely succeed at.
Yeah.
Like, Jabba's like, you have succeeded, but that's okay. Like, Jabba has this thing where he actually likes Han, because this
Yeah.
is before he owes him so much money.
yeah.
Like, this is when he and Jabba have a good working relationship, and Jabba's like, hey, I mean, even in episode 4, Jabba's like, I like you. You're a bit of a punk, but I like you.
Yeah.
I don't want to do terrible things to you, but I will just to make an example out of you. Because gangsters, they got to make examples out of people. You can't just have people owing you money.
Don't fuck it up again, or else.
And so, apparently, they've changed terminology in the Star Wars universe.
Oh yeah.
I mean, one of the terms, kind of like how we say we talk about how easy something's gonna be. We call it a milk run.
Yeah.
It used to be in Legends that it's a blue milk run, but here, Bib calls it a crystal run. And he's like, it's that easy. Although Han corrects him and says milk run.
Yeah.
So I guess milk run still exists in Star Wars. Like, they still call it that, but Bib is just dumb.
Yeah.
But it's also the name of the arc now, thanks to Bib. Good job, Bib. You named the arc.
Thanks.
Thanks a lot. I can't call him a fat fuck yet, because he's not fat.
Can't wait for you to get blasted in your fucking chair.
Yeah. He had that coming after the
Yeah.
way we talked about this. The way he treated Boba in the War of the Bounty Hunters arc is enough alone
It's like,
for
God damn it.
it's enough reason alone for Boba to shoot him.
I'm a day late and you put a fucking hit out on me?
And it's like, I understand why Jabba did this. It's business, but for Bib it was personal.
Yeah.
Like, there was something between Bib and Boba beforehand,
Like,
which I don't think we see Boba in this.
no, we do not.
But we do get another bounty hunter,
Yeah.
and it was the selling point of this comic series, Greedo, because they announced it. They said, when they announced this comic series, they said, oh yeah, it's going to be about Han, Chewie, and Greedo working together on a heist,
Mhm.
and we're going to see why things end up the way they do in A New Hope.
Yeah.
And oh boy, do we!
Yeah. And so the Crystal Run is brought and explained to Han and Chewie.
Yeah, basically they have
There's
to.
this guy that Jabba fucking hated.
Yeah, and he's dead now.
He's
Right.
yeah, and he's been cremated.
Yeah, and so
And he's
Han,
like-
if Jabba wants the urn. He's like, I want his urn.
Fight. Go and get me this man's ashes.
And they're like, okay, that should be simple enough. I mean, what's funny is Greedo's reputation has, like, preceded him.
Yeah.
Because, like, Jabba's like, yeah, here you go, you're working with Greedo. And immediately Han's like, what the fuck? Fuck this
fuck?
guy.
Oh, God damn it.
This guy really, like, Greedo apparently is just that bad of a bounty hunter. Like, and I guess we've already known that because in he does make a cameo in Clone Wars at sucking at his job. It's the episode where he's part of the kidnapping of the Pantoran's daughters.
Oh, boy.
The Pantoran arc, not the actual Pantoran arc where they're on the ice planet with the towels, but the one where the Separatists kidnapped the senator's daughters, Senator George Lucas, because in episode 3 George Lucas cameos as that senator.
All right.
Uh,
It's like.
But yeah,
like,
Greedo's
fucking really. We have to work with Greedo, and they go, yes. However,
yeah, like he immediately is like, your reputation sucks. I'm reading it word for word right now. He's like, just one, your reputation, it ain't good. And Greedo's like, now isn't that quack to calling the stifling slimy? And Han immediately is like, except my rep isn't for being sleazy and underhanded. Yours is. Which it is kind of funny coming from Han, but I guess Han has managed to keep his nose clean so far. Like,
Yeah.
this is a younger Han we're talking about. I think we're closer to episode 4 than Solo, but we're still, like,
Yeah.
at a point where it's still a young Han who's, like, still probably good at his job.
Yep. It's like, I don't.
Other than, you know,
Jabba-
yeah. Other than what we
Jabba-
saw in Belthar 3.
Yeah. Has agreed to pay 1 million credits, and they're going to supposed to split 50-50.
Which is still really good.
500K.
Yeah,
for each
which
of
of
them.
course would then be, and then Han's 500K would be split with Chewie, which would still leave 250K,
Yeah.
which is still really good.
Yeah.
And then they get to go to our favorite, not favorite planet. Because it's Han
Welcome
Solo's homeworld.
Back to Detroit. I mean, Corellia.
Yeah, so they go to
Let's
Corellia.
be real. Corellia is the Detroit of Star Wars.
Is it more like Detroit Become Human, though, where, like...
No, I mean it's the Detroit because Detroit used to make cars, and that's where.
Except Corellia still makes good cars.
True.
Because they still make YT 1300s.
Yeah.
Which, backstory for Han, because we're going to get into it.
Hmm.
Han used to watch his dad make ships. That's how he got into. I mean, they mention it in Solo briefly, and it's how, and I know in some of the books they've mentioned it too.
Yeah.
It's basically why Han is so interested in flying, because he grew up watching his dad make YT 1300s, because that's what Corellia is best at, is the YT class of ships.
Yeah.
And so, of course, he's like, that's why he likes the Millennium Falcon so much, and he knows it so well, because he grew up watching it be made. He's like, yeah, I know how this ship works, and it's why I love the Falcon as much as I do, because it's the ship I grew up watching my dad make over and over.
Mhm.
That's
Yeah.
important information, by the way, for this comic.
He's also like, I fucking hate this planet.
Yeah,
so
because
much.
because he grew up as a street rat, essentially, he basically grew up Oliver Twist style.
Yeah.
As part of Fagin's gang, except he was more of a Dodger than an Oliver.
It's like, well, time to go back home, I guess. I don't want to be here, but this is where.
Which also, Lady Proxima is probably still alive somewhere,
Yeah.
because, like, they didn't kill her in Solo.
No.
But we don't see her in this. Meanwhile, on Tatooine, word is getting out about this heist, as well as there's a detective from what did I say the name of the planet was?
Galator?
Galator.
Galator
3.
3.
There's a detective that's looking for Han. Basically, they're like a corpo
Yeah.
kind of cop, similar
Except
to
they're
similar to
like-
Andor. Similar to Andor, they're
Yeah.
like a corpo.
Except this one is a lot more competent from what I'm seeing.
Yeah, and so this
And
corpo,
not fucking around.
yeah, so this corpo's like, I'm looking for the Falcon. I'm looking for this Han Solo guy. They don't know the names yet, I don't think.
Yeah.
But they're like, I'm looking for this person, and I'm willing to pay 1 million credits for any information.
And they're like,
And so this one rando is like, hey, I know who it is. That's Han Solo.
yeah.
And so we get a little flashback to when Han's going through the streets of Corellia. We
Yeah.
see a little romantic moment between him and Kira, as well as I think we later on get flashbacks of seeing the scene from Solo where he has to leave her, I think,
Yeah, I think so.
where they get separated.
And they're, meanwhile, in the present.
Yeah, in the present they are they're scoping out the joint of where they're
Yeah.
about to rob, which they're like in the wealthy district called the Pearl District. Good name for a wealthy
The
district.
other thing I was thinking, right,
Mhm.
while reading this is like, I swear to God, I've seen Batman's parents shot in this alleyway.
Oh, in the flashback or like when they're walking through that alley where the
Yeah.
flashback happens.
Yeah.
But then we get to the nice part where we get to where the Waynes live.
Yeah.
We get away from Crime Alley and we get to the where the Wayne Manor is.
Yep. And it's like, all right.
Actually, more of where Wayne Corp would be, not Wayne
Yeah.
Manor. Wayne Manor's like,
And Greedo gives them the information. He's like, all right, it's gonna be in the safe, in the penthouse.
and thankfully we're away from like the White Worms territory, which is the crime syndicate that Han used to work for.
Yeah. So
So we shouldn't, cross any like lines with them by doing this.
Yep.
Because that's another concern is you got to make sure that if you're going to commit a crime, don't do it in somebody else's territory.
Yep.
Especially on a place like Corellia.
they will just fucking kill you.
Yeah. Which, I mean, Han also knows this because Han's like, I grew up here. Yeah, I know this
Yeah.
isn't White Worm territory, you dumbass.
And it's like, all right.
He's like, all right, how we doing this?
He's like, I'm just gonna walk in.
Yeah, because Han's like, if you pretend that it's one of those things of you go in pretending that you are supposed to be there,
Yeah.
they'll believe that you're supposed to be there.
Yep.
And Han's like, I have engineering skills, so that can get us past all the alarm systems and all that. You just and then it's up to you to crack the actual safe.
Yep.
That's Greedo's job. That's why Greedo was brought along, was because only Greedo could crack the safe.
Yep.
And so they watch as one of the guards walks out, and they're like, okay, we see now's our perfect opportunity. We're going to jump that guy, get his security. Well, we're not going to jump him, but we're going to pickpocket his security access,
Yeah.
get in that way, and we'll just pretend that we're one of the hired guns that protects this place.
Yep.
Because the hired guns look like just that.
Regular guys.
They look like gangster. Like they look like you. It looks like they paid off like the local biker gang.
Yeah.
They're like, the local biker gang is our protection.
Mm-hmm.
And because like the guy who comes out is wearing like a leather jacket and
Yeah.
everything, so I just think biker gang.
Bump into him. All right.
Yeah,
Oh,
Han does the
I'm sorry.
classic bump and grab. I almost said something worse. You know what? Fuck it. I almost the bump and snatch. I think it's the eggnog, man. The eggnog's getting to me.
But so he's like, all right, I'm in. And the fucking
So he managed to get past the doorman because the doorman doesn't know the difference. He's just like, okay, you're security. Same thing with the guy inside, but he gives him a harder time.
like the concierge, I think is what they're called.
Yeah,
or-
the conceit, like,
is like, wait a minute.
because they're basically breaking into this penthouse.
Yeah.
We should clarify that. Like, they're like trying to break into this penthouse, and they're gonna get to like the top floor.
And make sure everything is all in order. And the concierge is like, I don't know, man, you don't look like one of the regulars. And he's like, look, the boss man's gonna be real pissed.
Yeah, he does the whole. I do you want the boss to find out that you held me here, or you gonna let me up? It's the classic. Wait till the boss hears about this, and of course nobody wants the boss to ever show up. So they're like, yeah, get in.
Just once I would like for them to be like, you know what, yeah, we will wait here for 15 minutes. Also,
I
like,
will speak to your manager.
also like the sick prisoner one where they go and they look in and they're like, yeah, I'm not falling for that shit today.
Or they say, fuck it, if you are sick, we'll just let you die because we don't care anyways.
Mhm.
But yeah, so he made it to the master bedroom, and he's looking for like where the safe is, and he found it. Really, so this is really just supposed to be scoping out.
Mhm.
Not trying to actually break in, so he scopes out, he now knows where the safe is. Perfect. Now they can proceed to plan the actual heist.
There is one small problem though.
It does not have the type of encryption that Greedo was prepared for.
Yeah. They put a big fucking lock on it.
Yeah, like, on top of the lock that was already supposed to be there, there's now like an extra layer of security that Greedo was not prepared for.
And he's like, and they all collectively are like,
fuck. Okay. And so they
start to plan how they're gonna get through it. Which Han is like, we need a turbo laser to get through that thing.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, Greedo's like, where the hell are we supposed to get that?
He's like, give it a minute. I'm thinking.
And they're planning at this cantina. They're like
Yeah.
getting some drinks and talking. And that's when some opportunity bumps into Han.
Mm.
It's apparently a guy who works at the docks.
Yeah.
He works at the shipyard, and because he sees Han recognizes the CEC logo, which is the name of the company that works on the ships, and he sees like a CEC logo on this guy's badge. He has like a badge.
Yeah. I think it stands for Corellian Engineering Corps.
Mm-hmm. And so Han introduces himself, and they start having drinks, and meanwhile we have back at Hosnian Prime, we have our corpo looking for Han and looking for clues of where to find him.
Where the fuck is Han Solo?
And their name is Marshal Buck Vancto,
Yeah.
which I like. Marshal Buck, like, they are a bastard, but they're a really fun bastard to watch.
Yeah.
Like
where?
like obviously we're cheering Han on to not get caught,
Yeah.
but at the same time, this
Guy is not here to play games.
it's the competency that makes me love them. Like, they're very competent, and that's what makes me like them. Like, obviously, I don't want them to succeed, but at the same time, I'm like, I wouldn't be upset if you did succeed.
Yeah. And it's like, for the narrative,
Yeah, and
you're not going to, but
yeah, and so they're looking. They're looking for a connection to Han at the moment because they're not looking directly for Han. They're looking for the Snivian, who is That's the name of the alien race, by the way.
all right.
That's connected to it, and what happened. And they managed to locate them, and I think actually no, that was a previous job. Yeah, so that was a
they go
previous
and they
job.
turn-
Sorry, they start looking for Han at the end of this issue. My
Yeah.
bad. So like from the beginning, they were looking for the Snivian,
Yeah. They caught him.
and they catch him. Yeah, with the like electric bola, essentially,
Yeah. He's like, oh, I love it when they run.
because then get to use my electric bola.
Yep.
And so they catch him, and then they get the new job to look for Han Solo.
Yep.
I think actually no. So I was correct that earlier somebody is getting information on Han Solo, but it was the actual corpos and not our marshal yet.
Yeah.
So, but now our marshal's in the story. Meanwhile, Han and the stranger are drinking, and they're just like trading drinks. And actually, I missed it. I think where Han. Oh no, not yet.
Yeah. So they're talking.
So they talk, and Han eventually does a toast to his dad,
Yeah.
and the stranger is like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll drink to that, because you told me that he was a shipbuilder like me. What was his name? And he gives the name. It's let me make sure I pronounce it right. Oven? Ova? I can't tell. It's Oven. I think that's an N. It's hard to tell on this print that we've got.
Yeah.
Because the last letter is a little smudged.
Yeah.
But yeah, Han says the name of his dad, and the stranger's like, wait a minute, that's my name. What?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Wait a minute. And it's like, oh shit.
I'm double checking what
Yeah.
the last letter is.
And
It's
so-
Oven. Okay, I was right. Oven.
And so Owen's like,
So so this stranger's like, hey, wait a minute, I'm Oven Han. Wait a minute, and Han's like, yeah, that's. He's like, what? And Oven's like, well, that's my name. I'm Oven. I can't believe it. You're my son. And Han's like, wait, Dad?
yeah.
And that's the end of the first issue. And when I read that because I read this as it was coming out, I
Yeah.
was like, oh my God, did they just drop Han's dad into this?
the funniest thing happens in like the next panel for the next issue.
Mm.
After like this little flash.
Yeah, we get a little flashback of another cute moment with Han and Kira. Oh no, sorry, this is Han and Oven.
Han and Oven.
Sorry. I know there is a Han and Kira thing later on
Yeah.
as well, but this is Han and Oven. Han had long ass hair, by the way, as a kid.
Yeah. So long that you've confused him with Kira.
No, I
the-
figured it was still Han. I just.
But Han and his father
Mm-hmm.
are talking, and he's
Who?
like,
This comic does a good job. So throughout this comic, they're meant to question whether or not this man is really Han's father.
yeah,
This issue does a great job of continuing that mystery off the bat by not showing us his dad's face in the flashbacks.
yeah,
They make sure that they shadow his face, and they set it during like sunset, so that way it makes sense that his face would be shadowed, so that way we don't see it. We also learned that his dad is very much an alcoholic. I think
Yeah.
I think this flashback is meant to show us that he's an alcoholic. Because we see him drinking while talking about the ships and all that. Because like this is their bonding. This is how Han bonded with his dad was through
Like,
the shipbuilding.
while he and his dad are, he's not drinking, but his father is. His dad's like, "You're made for more, son. You're supposed to fly ships, not build them."
Yeah. You were going for a Sam Elliott there.
I don't know. Fucking build a goddamn. I'll build the ships, you fly 'em. In the present.
Meanwhile, in the present,
Fuck you, Dad.
yeah, Han punches him.
It's like, damn.
Which is fair
Yeah.
because, as far as we know, Oven abandoned Han,
Yeah.
which is why Han ends up with the White Worms.
Yeah.
Because obviously, somehow Han had to end up with the White Worms while his dad is still alive. Like, the explanation would be that Oven abandoned him.
Mm-hmm. So Oven's like, damn. Hell of a greeting, but I get it.
But Han also is like, "You're not my dad. I should recognize my own dad. This con doesn't work if you're counting on me to not recognize my own father."
Yeah.
And Oven is like, "Well, in case you haven't noticed, things haven't been well for me over the past few years," and he points to the eye patch on him.
Yeah.
So, like, obviously I look different because things have not gone well over the past few years.
Yeah.
Shipbuilding's dangerous work, boy. And he takes off the patch to show his eye gone.
Yeah.
And so, and that's when Han clicks that, hey, I can use this guy.
Yeah.
Whether or not he's my dad, he's gonna have a laser that I can use.
You wouldn't happen to have a turbo laser, would you?
Or a plasma cutter or something.
Yeah.
And so
It's like,
before we
yeah.
get in, before we get too much of an answer of like whether or not they're gonna work together, Han's back on the Falcon holding the infamous dice, talking to Chewie and kind of thinking through this plan, and we're wondering if it's a good idea or not
Mm-hmm.
to work with Dad.
Yeah.
Um,
And he's like, well, I don't think the security chip idea is going to work twice.
yeah. So we got to kind of
So plan B.
yeah, and so we'll skip ahead a little bit
Yeah.
and get to the heist because like we get some moments of like Greedo and Han interacting, and we get more of Oven and Han interacting, and Oven trying to convince him that he's his dad and talking about some memories. Like they talk about they go back to the same pier that we see in the flashback,
Yeah.
and they talk about how they spent time here a lot. And meanwhile, of course, so of course we jump ahead to the actual like heist, which they break in with some explosives to get. They basically die hard into the place. So they go through the vents and then they blow up a hole in one
Yep.
of the vents to get through. And so far, nice and quiet.
Yep.
Like even with that explosion, it was this minor explosion, so nobody suspects anything yet. And part of the plan, though, is that while that's going on, so in order to get to that part, they also had to then dress themselves up as employees that are part of the security
Yeah.
who are checking in on the vault to make sure it's secure.
Yep.
And so they dress up and basically checking for vulnerabilities. They're basically a what's it called? There's like a job for that in real life
I don't remember what it's called. I know they exist.
where you check for security vulnerabilities. It's one of those jobs. And so they're like, "Hey, we're just checking. That's what we were hired for." And once again, the guy, it's basically the guy who runs the elevator this time, and he's like, "No, no, no, no. I don't know if I can trust that." And they're like, "Once again, look, if you don't stop." Oh wait, no, he lets them by easily. I forgot.
Yeah.
He's just like, "Here you go.
Go on in.
52nd floor." He just tells them where to go. So they get on the elevator, easy peasy. Greedo messes with the door to make sure that in case something does go wrong, the guards, it'll take a minute for them to get
Yeah.
through.
And Oven, in parentheses, is explaining, like, because Oven got them in through the door, and he's like,
Unfortunately, it does take him a minute to get through the door because Greedo does have to break in because the owner of the penthouse did upgrade his security.
yeah,
Because after Han broke in, Mr. Graves is the
Yep.
name of the guy they're robbing. He upgraded because he was like, wait a minute, that guy wasn't supposed to be here.
Oven, the, like, brief elevator talk is like, what, you thought fucking being underhanded was a Corellian trait?
Yeah, because Oven's the one that helped sell the lie.
Yeah.
And, of course, Han is like, I think it's a clip I showed you back when this issue came out.
Yeah, it is.
Because, of course, at this point we had just finished talking Midnight Horizon, and so we were talking Corellia, and I was like, "Hey, this just came out," and it's Greedo says, "Interesting. I've never heard of a XMAR scanner before," and Oven's like, "Probably because I just made it up," and Han's like, "Helps to be a con artist, right, Dad?" And Oven's like, "You think thinking of one's feet is limited to grifters and scoundrels? It's a way of life for anyone on Corellia."
Yeah.
And so, of course, me and you being the Corellia haters that we are, we were like, oh, yeah, this makes sense.
It is also very much a, like, I think we haven't spent any real time in the nice part of Corellia as, like,
We usually get, like, middle to lower class Corellia.
we,
Like, we get some upper class Corellia in Midnight Horizon, but it's mostly middle to lower.
yeah.
And especially in Solo, we only get lower class because we're only there when Han's part of the White Worms, and then we leave Corellia.
And so they go, and Greedo is taking his time cracking, and it's like,
It's taking a minute because, like, Greedo is bitching the entire time because he's like, if you didn't break in the first time, we wouldn't be here. And it's just like, yeah, but if he didn't break in the first time, we wouldn't have the information we needed about the safe.
yeah.
Because that's how you do a heist. You do your first break-in, so that way you can scope the joint out properly.
Mhm.
It's literally how every heist movie goes. You go in the first time, not to rob the place, but to scope out.
Yep.
And then you go in the second time for the actual heist. That's how a heist works.
Yeah.
But Greedo's so dumb. He's just bitching the whole time.
Yeah, and it's like, God damn it.
Once again, we're just like, fuck Greedo, and he deserves what he got.
And it's like, alright. Oh, meanwhile, Chewbacca's off securing a car.
Yeah, because he's getting the getaway.
Yeah.
Because they're like, obviously we can't use the Falcon as the getaway. We
Because
got
then people will know
who did it.
was.
Yeah, because we're like, the Falcon is recognizable at this point.
Yep.
We don't want any connection to Jabba, because obviously if they know I did it, they know it was Jabba.
Yeah. And so eventually, the safe is opened.
Yep, and they, unfortunately though, an alarm also is
Yeah.
secretly set.
Meanwhile,
Back on Tatooine, Bib's being Bib and preparing immediately to betray Han.
yep.
'Cause-
Also gambling on dogfights.
yeah,
On not dogfights.
yeah, not dogfights, but dogfights. Once again, fuck Bib.
Yeah. And it's
So he meets with Marshall Buck and is like, "Hey, I could give you that information you need if you could pay me generously, and obviously make sure Jabba doesn't know what I gave you."
I think the actual tone of the conversation is like, "Hey, what can you tell me about this Solo guy?"
And Bib's response is, "Not much unless you're paying me."
Yeah.
To which Vant
Oh yeah.
is like,
Buck is.
"You fucking owe me."
Yeah, Vancto's like, look, you want to go back to Ryloth, and he's like,
It's like,
no.
I realize that the implication here is I will fucking sell you back into slavery if you don't talk right
Yeah,
now.
like you're going back to your homeworld, but not freely.
And Bib is like, "Yeah, I can help you with that."
Yeah. Bib as always is slimy.
Yeah.
He is scum. But yeah, so back at the heist though, they're managed. Once again, we're getting more of dad and son bonding, and we get a one panel flashback to the last time Han had a father figure, and he shot him from Solo.
Yeah.
Where, oh boy,
It's like, damn.
yeah. God, I miss him. Anyways, so they of course, Han gives him a. Oh no. Dad gives Han a hollow image of when to like once again,
He's trying
Tell
to
the story.
Tell the story.
and it's like, oh, this was us when you were younger, and it's a
Yeah.
nice little hollow image of dad and son, which means somehow
Mm-hmm.
I'll wait till the end
Okay.
because I don't want to reveal anything yet.
Yeah. So
But yeah, so Han
the safe is broken into.
safe is broken into,
And
and,
it's like-
the ride is pretty much almost secured by Chewie, which is
Yeah.
perfect timing because like they managed to get into the safe. Chewie's got the vehicle on the way.
Yep.
Unfortunately, there's a problem. It's empty.
So there ain't shit in here, man.
Yeah. So they realize, okay, well, we got this thing right here though, and that's worth some money at least.
Mm-hmm.
So they take that as like
Yeah.
incentive, at least.
Like a fallback.
Yeah, fallback.
Yeah.
And just as that happens, that's when the guards come in, and they're
They're like,
like,
"We're
"Hey, how's it going?" And lock the door.
Yep. And it's like, okay, so what now? And Han's like, I have a great idea.
And Greedo's like,
Let's call 911.
"Yeah, let's call 911." And Greedo's like, "Why would we waste time with that?" Shoots that bulletproof window, and laser starts flying through the. Just as Han's like, "Don't do that." Fucking Greedo.
Like, God damn it. And he's like, well,
He's like, how was I supposed to know that would happen? And Han's like, well, duh, that was going to happen. You think that somebody this rich would live in a penthouse that's not bulletproof?
yeah, like thankfully from Dad, we have this big fucking laser cutter.
Yeah, so they start laser cutting the window. Thankfully, the window's not laser cut proof. And so they start working on that. Meanwhile, the cops show up, and they're like, hey, you made it. Oh, my God, you made it. Come help us. The guys who broke in, they're already leaving. They went that way.
Yep.
And the stupid cops believe them, and then they
They get in the back of an ambulance, essentially.
yeah, and then they knock the driver out so that way they can take the vehicle.
Yeah.
And so Chewie then picks them up so they can get into the actual vehicle, the escape vehicle, and that's when we get a little bit more father-son bonding, and they start to plan, okay, what are we going to do with this that you
Yeah.
did steal? Also, they leave Greedo behind,
Yeah, they leave Greedo behind.
because fuck Greedo.
This asshole.
And so Dad is like, hey, I know who we can bring this to. There's a
Yeah.
Sava named Madeline's son. It's our
Yep.
buddy Madeline's son from the Crimson Reign.
I was like, wait a minute. I know that name.
You sure do. And so they go to her, and this is, well enough before her joining Crimson.
Yep.
And so this is,
And so they're like having a very
they're like, hey, this is, we're looking for an urn because they believe she has it now.
yeah.
And they're like, we're willing to barter, we got money. And they kind of come to an arrangement, except Madeline's like, too bad I don't have what you want.
Yeah.
and they're like, God damn it.
But they're kind of like, she still has it.
Yeah.
You know.
So, like, they gave her the credits anyways, because they're like, you gave us information, and also, like, we know you have it. So,
Yeah.
here's the money.
And so they go and they're like, all right. So how are we gonna get it?
Unfortunately, this is also the scene of that flashback from Crimson Reign. So remember in Crimson Reign when Madeline talked about how the stormtroopers raided her workplace?
For like no reason.
We now know the reason. It's Han's fault.
And Han
Han is the reason her place got raided.
Han like ratted her out to the fucking
Which
stormtroopers.
is very it's very circular in that it's like poetry, it rhymes, to quote George.
Go on.
That Han is the reason she got raided, and then she ends up working for Han's girlfriend.
Yeah.
Well, ex-girlfriend.
Yep.
Because Han did this to her.
Yes. And it's like, so they go in after her place has been raided and there are 3 dead clone troopers.
Stormtroopers.
Sorry. Right. There's a big difference between the 2 of them.
Yep. But yeah, so yeah, they find the dead bodies, and then eventually Owen's like, hey, I found it.
Yay.
And so it's and immediately Han betrays Dad. Knocks Dad out. Unfortunately, seems that somebody was hunting Han for what he did.
Yep.
Because here comes another Wookiee that's not Chewbacca, grabbing Han by the throat. It's Black Chrysanthemum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, you motherfucker.
And so we get a Wookiee fight. Well,
Yeah.
we get the start of a Wookiee fight. We don't get the all-out brawl that we're hoping for. Although we've had the brawl before. We get one later in the timeline between Black Chrysanthemum and Chewbacca. It's in Star Wars 2015. They fight on Nar Shaddaa.
Oh boy.
It's a 3-way fight too. It's Chewie, Black Chrysanthemum, and Dengar.
Oh god. That's just a mess.
But Chewie is smart. He manages to place a tracking beacon on
Yeah.
Black Chrysanthemum's ship, and so
After
wakes
getting
up
fucking
Dad.
wrecked.
So he wakes up Dad, and they're like, well, first he carries Dad to the car.
Yeah.
He's like, get in the Falcon. I'm piloting us to follow. And that's when he wakes up, and he's like, where are we going? Solo did a number on me with that stun, and he's like, oh, we're going to go get him. But the problem is Orvin doesn't speak Shriwook.
Yeah. He's like, I don't fucking know what you're saying, but
And that's when Chewie's like, look at the computer, you dumbass. And Orvin's like, oh, that's a flight trajectory. Oh, you're tracking them. And Chewie's like, duh.
yeah, so I guess HARRO is
Yes. Yeah, Orvin figures that out, and another, oh, is yes.
Great. Learned one word.
One word in Shriwook. We know horror is yes.
And so
That's
they,
my best Shriwook. I'm not going to do anymore, by the way.
they go and
So they managed to track him down. Yeah,
I assume it takes like an hour.
and they park in this nice field, by the way.
Yeah.
And so, like, they find them on this planetoid. Not even a full planet, it's a planetoid called Molotonka. And so Chewie's like, you stay on the ship, I'll go get him. And so Chewie manages to stealth his way in, knocking these guards out. And then some of the guards are like he kicks some guards' ass, and these guards are like, you know what, we'll stay on the ground. We're good.
They're like, do we get paid enough to fight a Wookiee?
No,
Okay, let's run away.
yeah. They're like, we'd rather not deal with that.
Yeah.
And so, meanwhile, Han has been captured, and they're asking him where the
Where's the urn?
where's the urn? Which he's like, I don't got it.
Bam!
Uh,
Once again, where?
yeah,
And he's like,
he's like, I dropped it when your guard picked me up, you dumbass. It's your own fault for losing it.
Know where it is.
Next time, hire a bounty hunter that can, get the item that you're looking for. But that's when, as Chewbacca's sneaking in, Black Chrysanthemum sees him.
It's
and
like, no.
pew! Bowcaster fight. And the guy, I think this is supposed to be Mr. What did I say was his name?
Graves.
Yeah, I think this is supposed to be Mr. Graves. I don't think they say his name.
Yeah.
But I believe this is supposed to be Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves is like, oh, fuck, Wookiee fight. I'm out.
Yeah. The smartest move I think anyone has ever made.
Yeah.
Of, fuck it, I'll leave.
And so Chrysanthemum and Chewbacca start going for blows. And it's so, I love it. It's such a great moment. And, meanwhile, Chrysanthemum's cheating because he's got brass knuckles.
Yeah.
But, God, Chewie's taking it like a champ, though, still.
Yeah.
And
fucking-
that's when Chewie's like, oh, you know what? I got a thermal detonator.
He's like, I have a grenade.
Not just any grenade, though, a thermal detonator,
Yeah.
which is it's a big deal, apparently, in
Yeah.
Star Wars. Even though every time I've used one in Battlefront, they're useless. So he blows Chrysanthemum away, giving enough of a distraction for him and Han to start to make their way out, and they shoot at some guards as they break out.
Yep. He's like, why did you park the ship so far away?
He's like, because, it makes... I didn't want to be spotted, duh.
Yeah.
And then, of course, they get to where the ship is parked, only for it to not be gone, not be there. It's gone.
It's like,
Because
there's no ship here.
good old Pops took the ship.
Damn it.
Meanwhile, Chrysanthemum and team catch up, only for a ship to come back in, but it's not the Falcon.
Yeah, and they're like, this is weird.
It's Tonga and Caltana's group.
Yeah.
And so Caltana's like, hey, you stranded me on Galtor. You tried to strand me on Galtor
Thanks for
3.
leaving me, asshole.
But you know what? And he's like, well, first off, I didn't leave you stranded. And second, I thought you said you were going to blast me. And he's like,
fucking might.
she's like, I could still do it, but Greedo's like, here's a punch, because Greedo's on the ship.
Like,
That's for stranding me.
and Han's like, no, I meant to do that.
Yeah, that one's fair. I did actually strand you.
And,
I love when Han even admits, he's like, yeah, that one I did do.
and it's like, God. He's like, Chewbacca, I believe, is still outside.
Yes. Yeah, Chewbacca is... No, they picked up Chewbacca too.
Yeah.
Because it's in the same... But, he's in another room.
Yeah.
And so everybody points blasters at
It's
Han,
like,
and Han's like, wait a minute. We
The
can...
thing that prompts this is, give me one good reason why I should help you.
And he's like, well, that's 7 reasons. I said 1.
I love... like,
Han's humor is
I
like...
love the... It's good. I also love the design of Tonga's, blaster, because it very
It looks
much-
like it's aimed at us. Like, if you look at that frame, it looks like it's almost pointing at us.
It also looks like it's a 12 gauge with a pistol grip on it.
Yeah, it looks like somebody took a pistol grip and added it to to a heavy
Yeah.
machine, like a little SMG. They're like, what if we just gave it a pistol grip, but it's an SMG that could blow
And it's
Han
like-
away. And then
How about I blast you right now?
what's funny though is that everybody is pointing one gun at blaster at him except for one guy who has 4 arms and he's pointed all 4 blasters.
He's
at
like,
him.
I will.
That's like where most of the blasters are coming from for the 7.
Yeah.
Uh,
He's like, okay.
Yeah, you know what? That's some good reasons. Well, look, I can count us in on that earn job. I know where it is.
Yep.
And so, it's with good old Pops,
Yeah.
who, at this point, we start to get the reveal that, well, first, we see the Corpo following. We see Marshall Buck.
Yeah.
And we get a reveal of Marshall Buck's face, who turns out has captured Orvin.
Yeah.
And that's when we get the reveal that Orvin is not Orvin. They are Corvus Tyra. And I think also at this point, Greedo and them also figure that out.
Yeah.
Except for Han. Han doesn't know this yet.
Han's not in.
He's not in the know.
Do we tell Han? And they're like, no, there's no reason to.
Because right now it works in our advantage that Han thinks it's his dad.
Yeah. I feel like I should know the name Tyra from somewhere.
I can pull it up. I
What?
think it's mentioned earlier in the comic, or at least Corbus is. But I don't think he's mentioned anywhere else outside. Yeah, he's only a Han Solo and Chewbacca character so far.
Okay.
Yeah, they mentioned that they're. I think the Corpos mentioned they're looking for Corbus earlier
Okay.
in issue 1.
All right.
So that. But yeah, he's a member of crimes. Yeah, that's right. In the first issue, he's contacted by one of the crime syndicates by Vism to get about the job, but we don't see him,
Okay.
and that's the setup of Like that's the early on setup that this isn't Han's dad.
Yeah.
Um,
And so they're like, fine, we'll go and get Solo's not father.
yeah, so they go to Paqualis 3, which is where they tracked the Falcon as being, and they do a similar heist to the Galator 3 heist, essentially, where they kind of they just go in guns blazing, essentially.
Yeah.
And they manage to, with some heavy hits and almost betrayals, with actual betrayals, they knock out Han.
Yeah.
They do get Corbus, but they knock out Han and leave him and Chewie for captured.
Yep.
Well, Han they leave for dead. Chewie they leave captured.
Yep.
And we see Chewie wake up at a prison on Golhadar,
And it's like,
where we see our buddies Dr. Evazan and Ponda Baba
Mm.
from episode 4. I'm wanted in 12 systems. My friend doesn't like you very much. I don't like you either. If you remember that from
Yeah.
it's them. We see them there, and they're like, "Hey, look, some fresh meat in the prison."
oh boy.
But thankfully, Chewie runs into an old friend,
Yeah.
Maz Kanata, who is also in prison there.
Who is also in prison for her various crimes.
Well, because she is the pirate queen.
Yeah, piracy is a crime.
Yeah, she is the pirate queen. And that's the end of the actual Han Solo and Chewbacca stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But Volume 1 included a Life Day special,
Mm-hmm.
which was a one-shot, where basically Han... So we get this is basically a collection of like different sorts of Life Day celebrations. It mostly follows Han and Chewbacca, which is why it's part of this collection. And it's them basically getting this the festive orb, essentially, that we see. It's if you've ever watched the original holiday special, it's the orbs that we see all the Wookiees carrying in that one scene where they go into what looks like the World Between Worlds before the World Between Worlds was a thing. But when they're wearing the red robes that look like cult robes. Have you ever seen the holiday special? Oh, we gotta do that sometime. It's not canon. The holiday, obviously, Life Day is canon, but the holiday special is not canon
Mm.
for a bunch of reasons. It's bad.
Mm.
It's basically the holiday special is essentially a variety show set in Star Wars. So by that I mean like they do different like skits.
Okay.
Like, a variety show, usually they have like a lot of skits and stuff.
Mm.
And part of it is they have like Jefferson Starships play a song. They have like a Circus du Soleil moment.
Okay.
We get our first appearance of Boba Fett from this, actually, though.
Mm.
The first time we ever have Boba Fett, he's in this. It's part of the animated segment, which you might have seen clips of.
Yeah.
It's that weird, funky 70s animation where, like, Han long face, where Han has the really long face in it. But yeah, that's the first appearance of Boba Fett ever,
Yeah.
was from this. But yeah, so
This I made the joke while we were coming over here. It's like Han.
oh yeah,
Every
Han
life-
gets shot every Life Day.
Every life. I'm glad my friend enjoys.
Yeah, because they do get separated. So Chewie's off to go shopping, essentially,
Yeah.
whereas Han is worried about Conja Club,
Yeah.
which they're on Batuu, by the way, which is where the park Galaxy's Edge for Disney is on Batuu. So when you go to Galaxy's Edge, you're going to Batuu.
Yep. And it is like every year, every damn year, I get shot at.
Mm-hmm. To be fair, Han's made a lot of enemies.
Yeah. And
But-
it's like, really?
But yeah, Conjure Club goes into the bar where Chewie was getting some drinks, which that is a bar you can visit at Galaxy's Edge. I've had a drink or two there. But yeah, so Han's like, okay, I got to figure out a way to save my friend. Meanwhile, we get flashback to a
past.
previous life day where we go to the High Republic era.
Yeah. Buryaga and Nibisik.
So obviously before the events of Light of the Jedi.
Yeah.
Um,
And
basically, Buryaga gets to go home for Life Day.
yeah. And Nib is kind of teasing him a little bit, like,
That he's still basically the runt of like it's
Yeah.
that teasing thing of like you're still a Padawan, you're still a kid. Oh no. It is after. I forgot it is after Light of the Jedi because they talk about dealing with the great progenitor. So it's
yeah.
even after. It's even after book 2. Why is my brain just fail on me right
I
now?
don't know, man. Might have something to do with the eggnog.
No, it's just I can't think of it right now.
Mm.
Well,
You have an excuse, but you're not using it.
correct, because I don't think it is an excuse because my brain is still. It's Rising Storm.
There we go.
I got to it. But yeah, Rising Storm. It's after Rising Storm because Progenitor stuff takes place at the same time as Rising Storm because the High Republic comic is taking place at the same time as that when the Progenitor stuff's going on. Because they mention in Rising Storm that Avar's dealing with the Drengir situation and has made a deal with the Hutts.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where that is on the timeline. But yeah, so we get a history of Life Day essentially, and like why it's important to the Wookiees, and I think it's a little fun. But then a little bit of a disaster strikes
Yeah.
as these bug creatures, spiders, start to attack,
Yep.
and so thankfully a Life Day miracle indeed happens with a bunch of flamethrowers.
Yep. Like I've been saying,
Just kill it with fire.
just kill it with fire.
If only I could do that in Jedi Fallen Order when I run into those spiders.
Just equip flamethrower. I got something for you, motherfucker.
But yeah, so then we get to see a beautiful feast, and we see. So part of Life Day's ritual is honoring the origin tree,
Yeah.
and so after the feast, Buryaga goes to honor the tree, where we see that the tree is beginning to heal
From all the
from the
insects.
damage. Yeah, from the insect damage. Because that's where the spiders came from, was within the tree, and apparently they were messing up the Worcester tree.
Yeah.
But we see that it's beginning to heal again, which I think that's beautiful. And we go back to present day with Han and Chewie. I think this takes place after Episode 6
Yeah.
is when the Life Day event, like the present day stuff, is supposed to be.
Yeah.
And so, because I think they talk about how like, okay, everything is now. We're not under the Empire or Hutts.
Yeah.
We're good.
but we
celebrate-
are broke.
Yeah. But Han manages to help take. Han is almost caught when we get another flashback to a previous life, to a closer Life Day that's more recent for Han and
Yeah.
Chewie, where basically a bad deal goes down with Trandoshans who are
Yep.
working with Jabba, this is when Han and Chewie are working for Jabba still.
Yep.
And of course, Wookiees and Trandoshans are not.
On friendly terms, from what I understand.
Well, yeah, Trandoshans hunt Wookiees for their pelts.
That'd do it.
And of course, things go down where they get into a fight, and even during the heist, and that kind of. But Chewie manages to. They basically find out all these other Wookiees are like enslaved,
Yeah.
and they manage to free them.
Yep.
and after a good fight with Chewie versus the Trandoshan that was supposed to be working with them,
Yeah.
Trandoshan falls into a Sarlacc pit.
They were making chemical weapons in this.
Yeah, which is part of why they had to free the Wookiees, because they were like, oh, this could go bad.
Yeah.
So just as Chewie's about to fall in with the Trandoshan, Han manages to save him with the help of another Wookiee.
Yep.
And so then they get to celebrate Life Day,
Yep.
because we see the cult robes.
Yep. Also, here's the chemical weapon so that your crime lord boss
Yeah, because
doesn't
Jabba
get
wanted.
upset.
Because Jabba wanted that.
And Han is like, he doesn't have to know all the details about how this got done, just that it did.
Mm-hmm. Go back to the present day, but hold on.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah. So we go back to present day where Han manages to talk his way. He does his Han thing. He talks
Yeah.
his way out of it, and we get one that's even closer to now. I think this is the last
Yeah.
flashback segment where we get one that's during the events of the original trilogy. Whereas that last one was, like I said
Yeah.
before, episode 4.
And
And it's basically
C-3PO is being a nuisance.
C-3PO is like, hey, why is Chewbacca so sad right now? And he's like, well, in case you haven't noticed, the whole team morale is kind of down here. And also, like, my buddy can't celebrate his holiday,
Yeah. He also can't go home to his
family,
family.
which is a whole thing in a Chewbacca comic that we'll eventually read
Yeah.
about, where we get to see Chewbacca's family.
He's like, and the closest thing we have to a Life Day orb right now is your big shiny dome.
And C-3PO is like, oh my. And so C-3PO and R2 decide that they're going to bring Life Day to Chewbacca.
Mm-hmm.
And
So they go out and they're like looking for an ornament at the very least.
yeah, some way to celebrate.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, ISB is around.
yeah.
And I say this is ISB because they got like the Callus helmet.
And like there's some children singing in an alleyway and he kind of looks over at them and he's like, that's just kids singing. And decides to leave it alone.
Yeah, and then C-3PO is like, hey, there's some, like, decides to set them up for a trap.
Yeah,
And it's
I'm like, this is one of the times where I'm like, they
Good
were
job,
minding, good job, but also the ISB was actually minding their own damn business for once.
It's one of the few times where C-3PO actually, like, blathered just enough
Yeah,
instead of oversharing.
he like takes this
He takes the
ISB agent to
and is
this
like-
fucking dark ass
yeah.
alleyway.
He's like, oh my gosh, the rebels, they went this way. Here, follow me.
fucking Chewbacca.
And then Chewbacca comes out from behind with Luke with a blaster pointed at them.
Chewbacca's over there like the fucking Batman.
Do we just play the Batman theme from that?
That would be a great sting for that panel.
But yeah, so and then basically the children and their alien race.
Yeah.
I think the ISB agent was gonna stop them from celebrating, but decided not. Like, managed to not do it because C-3PO distracted them. I think they were about to. They didn't say, "Oh, we're gonna ignore it," because they were going for their blaster.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't see that.
Yeah,
Fucking sing Christmas carols. I'll show you, child.
I'll show you a holly jolly Christmas. More of a holy jolly Christmas because of the holes I'm gonna put in you.
Oh.
But yeah, so yeah, the Rebel Alliance and this alien and the alien race on this planet decide to celebrate
Yeah.
Life Day together, which thankfully boosts the morale.
Yay.
And Han's like, well, if we couldn't be home, at least Chewie managed to celebrate somehow.
Yeah.
And so, back in present day, we get to the finale of it where Han starts to convince this guy, hey, look at this orb. It's magic. And the Conjure Club guy is like, what does it actually do? Oh, well, what else? It's a distraction. Pfft, destroys it. And then shoots them. And then Han's like, look, I'll buy drinks for everybody. And on top of that, we'll find another way to celebrate Buddy.
Yeah.
But Chewie's just happy to be with his buddy.
Yeah.
Like, he's just happy to celebrate in any way.
And it's like,
Unfortunately, though, there is a plant that starts to grow at the end.
yeah.
But we don't get a follow-up to that.
And Han is like, also, I can't pay this, but you know what? What the bartender doesn't know won't hurt until they find out.
Until it's time to pay the tab.
Yep.
So that is Han Solo and Chewbacca Volume 1 completely.
Oh,
It was a nice break from
Yeah.
the High Republic. I like the High Republic, but this was a nice break.
Yeah.
Um,
Because we talk about the High Republic a lot, and sometimes it's fine and nice to take a breather from it.
especially because the High Republic can really get you down in the dumps.
Hmm.
Because you're like, man, this is sad.
It's a different kind of thing. Like, while the Empire and the First Order are, like, oppressive, they aren't, like, as bad as the stuff that goes on in the High Republic.
Yeah. So far, because obviously we haven't. Obviously, there's more Han Solo and Chewbacca to talk
Yeah.
about because the series is done. I think at the moment of us recording, they still have a few more issues to come out with.
Yeah.
Because I think they're going to do a volume 2, and then I think that's it. Because it was supposed to be an ongoing, but then I think it didn't make enough sales, so they decided to cut it. Like once the heist, once the story is done, it'll be done. I think is what they're going with, and so it's unfortunate because I do like this. I kind of like seeing a Han and Chewie doing like stuff for
Yeah.
Jabba during a time when they and Jabba get along. So far, I'd give it a 7.5.
Yeah. I'll agree with that.
Obviously, I know stuff that's a little bit later, but
From what I'm seeing, I'll give it a 7.5.
so, and yeah, and the Life Day short itself gets a 8.
Yeah.
But yeah, happy Life Day to all of you all,
Yeah.
and happy holidays, whatever you celebrate, Christmas, whatever. You know, be open-minded on that because it is holiday season overall.
Mm-hmm.
We are taking a break next week for
Yep.
Christmas because I'll be out of town. Actually,
Yeah.
I'm going to be in Tennessee.
Not my fault this time.
Well, also it's Christmas. I mean,
Yeah.
I think Saturday falls on Christmas,
Or
at least-
Sunday is
or at least
Christmas. Saturday is
so
Christmas Eve.
Christmas Eve. So yeah. So either way, there's no way we would have
Yeah.
done it next week. And then we'll be back with Revelations as the final. So a one shot, which will be the final thing we'll talk about for the year. And then we've got some stuff planned for the year ahead. It's not the end of the season yet because we haven't made it through all the stuff I planned,
Yeah.
but we are getting there. And so yeah, I'm excited. I can't believe we've made it a year.
Whole year.
Yeah. Whew. Thank you all for watching with us
Yeah,
for a year.
thank you.
Like, yeah, that's the key, right? Like,
Yeah.
we do it because we want to, but also, like we always say, it helps that you guys watch.
Mm-hmm.
I want to thank our friends at the Mobcast Network for providing the studio space, as usual. You can find, they do podcasting as well. You can find them at youtube.com/Mobcast Network, where they got a few shows. Cult Movie Cantina, where they talk about older movies, have an alcoholic beverage, and show it to somebody who hasn't seen them before. So somebody who doesn't watch a lot of movies. That's kind of the gimmick.
Yep.
And then we also have My Star Wars Life, and we have Tuesdays with Scotty, where we just talk about whatever Scotty feels like, the guy who runs Mobcast Network. And you can also find them on any podcasting app as well as YouTube. And then I want to thank Gamers and Geeks, our local game shop, which rents out the studio space to Mobcast Network. And you can find, if you're ever in the Mobile, Alabama area, you can find them out here on Moffett. And they have your Magic the Gathering, your Pokemon, your Warhammer, basically any type of gaming. They've got even most tabletop, like most like board games as well.
Yeah.
So if you like niche board games and card games, they've got that. There's an arcade in the back, which you may or may not be able to hear. Sometimes you can hear it, sometimes you can't.
Yeah.
It's you pay $10 for the day, you get a wristband, and it's free play machine, so you don't use quarters, you just play the games. And then located adjacent within the shop is also Engage Gaming. They have like it's basically it's an arcade in its own system, but you pay like an hourly fee to play on video game consoles.
Yep.
So you can play PS4, Xbox One, PC, and VR. You pay an hourly rate, but you could also pay a monthly membership fee, and the hourly rate is decreased.
Yep.
I think that's everybody. I do want to thank our patrons. Thank you to Jennifer Brantley for continuing to support us.
Yeah.
Even though we're not on Twitch today, I do want to thank our Twitch. We have a subscriber, our buddy Matt, who it's been a while, but he resubbed. It's my buddy Matt that I play some games with every now and then.
Thank you.
Matt, thank you. And if you want to go support us, we are at twitch.tv/Escape Reality Films. I've actually finally rebranded completely, I think. TikTok is now Escape Reality Films as well. And then youtube.com, Escape Reality Films. And if you really like our content, be sure to like and subscribe and comment on this video. And trying to think if there's anything. Oh, yeah, if you want to follow me on any other things, I have Twitter and Hive, which Hive is similar to Twitter. It's another social media app. But you can find me there at Escape Reality 94. And I think that's it.
Yeah, I think that's everything.
This upcoming week, though, I will be appearing. I want to announce it again because it's been a minute. I will be on Thursday on the Podwans podcast talking Star Wars Rebels. And lately, another thing you can find me on Twitch doing is I've been playing Jedi Fallen Order on Grandmaster difficulty.
Oh, boy.
And that has been a ride, to say the
yeah?
least. I've made it past the arena.
Okay.
So I'm making progress. So I think the next time I'm streaming will be tomorrow as of when this video comes out. So it's Saturday is when the podcast comes out. So tomorrow, Sunday, will be the next time I play Jedi Fallen Order. Which I am scared and excited because Matt told me that next to the Terran Malicos fight, the arena is the hardest part. So I've made it past the arena, which took me about an hour. And I'm worried about Terran Malicos because I heard that takes about 3 hours on a good day.
That motherfucker's ripped for an old man.
I mean, you have to be living on Dathomir, to be fair.
Yeah.
I think that's it.
Yeah.
Trying to think if there is anything else.
No, I think we're done.
All right. Well, we'll have one more episode for the year, and so it'll be New Year's Eve episode. So I guess we'll see you guys in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Everybody have a happy holiday, and thank you all for watching. Have a good one.
Yep.
I've spoken. Hey, everybody. Welcome to Escape Reality Star Wars Talk, the last episode of 2022.
Yeah.
I am your host, Caleb.
Hi, I'm Seth. I talk Star Wars with this man.
And so this is the last episode of the year. It's kind of crazy. So we skipped last week because Christmas. But the week before, we hinted at it, but I forgot that week was actually the same week as the first episode of this season, which means we've been doing it for a year.
Yeah.
As of that week.
Yep.
So we're actually a little late for the anniversary. Happy anniversary.
Yeah.
We're only a couple weeks late. I realized it today because I was looking through the episodes. Because I was thinking this week was the anniversary.
Mm-hmm.
But then I saw, no, we did the Visions episode on the 18th of last year.
So,
And then on the 1st of this year was when our second episode hit. So, which was the Ronin episode. But yeah, I can't believe we've made it this far.
yeah, I didn't think we would. No offense, but
But we've come a long way, and we've got a lot to talk about today. We'll get a little more, what's the word I'm looking for? Not emotional. Yeah, sentimental. We'll get a little more sentimental in the halfway, but we're gonna first talk about Star Wars news.
But first, let's get the business out of the way.
We'll do the Star Wars news, and then we'll do the sentimentality, and then we'll do our review for today.
Yep.
So we'll start with so they announced, so the January 2023 PlayStation Plus lineup is out,
Mm-hmm.
and of course we know that Jedi Survivor's coming out. It's really close to being here,
Yeah.
like 3 months, a little less than 3 months really. So they decided that they're going to put Jedi Fallen Order for free for PlayStation Plus members next month. I think this is a great move. It's a great way to build up even more anticipation, especially for people who may not have been able to play the game yet.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a good way to, if you've been holding off on getting it, but you've wanted to get it, now's your chance. I mean, I'd say go for it. I mean, I've also been doing my Grandmaster run.
Oh yeah, how's that been going?
I'm surprised how good I am. Like, I've surprised myself that I can get as far as I have.
Mhm.
Like, I've made it all the way. So within the four and a quarter streams of it, I say a quarter because the first stream I did an hour of it, and then the rest of the stream was a Fortnite stream. But for the 4 and a quarter streams I've done of it, I've managed to get all the way to Dathomir. The first time you visit Dathomir, because I've been going. So normally I go to Dathomir first to get the double-bladed lightsaber. I already knew I was not doing that for Grandmaster run because I've done it on higher difficulties before and I just can't. Like, I can't get past the Night Brothers, and so I was like, I'll just save it for when I'm supposed to go there.
Oh yeah.
So now I'm there. So I've done. So all that's left. All that's left is the 2 visits to Dathomir, Ilum, and the final showdown.
Yep.
And then, of course, I do want to play a little bit of the. There's like in New Journey Plus, which is what I'm playing it on. It's like a New Game Plus, but they don't give you your abilities. They just give you all the cosmetic clothing that you've picked up, like any of the boxes like that you found, cosmetics and stuff. That's all that you keep in a New Journey Plus, which doesn't really make it a New Game Plus in my opinion, but that's another discussion.
Okay.
We'll
talk about that
That's-
with you after.
Yeah, because New Game Plus means you keep your skills.
Mm.
But so in New Journey Plus, there's a sort of an arena mode where when they call it training, meditation training.
Yep.
So when you go into your little meditation thing, you can go to the meditation training, and they've got challenges there for you to complete.
Okay.
That's also something I plan to do for the stream is complete those challenges because if you complete 3 of them with 3 stars, essentially, then you get 3 more skins for BD, and so that's all I'm missing. And I've already platinumed the game because you don't have to do that to platinum, but I want to get that done for the stream. But yeah, so considering that I figured that I would still be probably on Kashyyyk at this moment, I'm doing better than I thought. The arena so far has been the hardest, not the training arena, but the monster, the bounty hunter arena.
Oh yeah.
That's been the hardest. That took me about an hour. But thankfully, I had help from one of our Twitch subscribers, Matt. Matt helped me out with that. He reminded me that for the spider creature, the giant spider creature, there's a if you perfect parry a specific attack that it does, it's a one-shot kill. So you perfect parry, and then it shows the QTE button, and then you hit it, and you've killed it.
Once again, wildlife, the most dangerous thing in Star Wars.
It really is, though, especially in the arena, because in the bounty hunter arena, you have to start the arena completely over, and unless you make it to the bounty hunter segment, and there's 2 waves of creatures.
Oh boy.
So, and the first wave I was getting past just fine, because really you're only fighting the Ogdabogdo, the frog-like creature, and like I had come up with techniques to deal with the Ogdabogdo. You pull its tongue, cut its tongue off, because you can do force pull and do that. There's actually a trophy for doing that, for removing its tongue, and so like it's a good way to get rid of one of the main attacks that it uses. But then I was learning to perfect parry the rest of its attacks, except for its unblockable attacks, because it has the red. It lights up red for the unblockable attacks. And one of those I was fine with the dodging, but it was the other one, whenever it would use the other one, that I would have to start over that fight, because I wouldn't be able to do anything about it.
All right.
But yeah, so that's how I'm doing on Jedi Fallen Order.
Okay.
For Grandmaster. I do recommend at least playing the game once for the story. The story is really good. I'd say you don't even have to play it on Grandmaster. I'd say play it on story mode. That's what I normally play my video games on. I'm just doing this Grandmaster challenge just for my own entertainment and for the entertainment of anybody who watches on the Twitch streams. Because I figure it's a fun little thing to do before the new game comes out.
Like, if a game has a story mode, or like the game, like an average one, I'll probably go with the average one, because that's what the designers intended.
Yeah, like normal mode is, I just do story mode because I know that I suck at video games sometimes, and I just want the story sometimes.
I'm not the best at video games, but I'll be damned if I choose the easiest setting.
See, I'm willing to take that lazy route. It's fine. I want to enjoy the story. But yeah, the rest of the games that are coming out for PlayStation Plus, not Star Wars related, but in case you were curious, Fallout 76.
All right.
Which, from what I've heard, 76 has gotten better over time with the updates. If it comes with the updates, then that's great. If it doesn't, then oof. And then Axiom Verge 2, which I've never heard of.
I don't know what the hell that is.
That's their indie title, because PlayStation Plus likes to do an indie title at least. They like to try at least one indie title, which I appreciate about how PlayStation Plus works. Because it's like, oh, you're bringing forward a title that I probably wouldn't have played if I never heard of it. Like, if you guys didn't put it forward. And I usually will play the indie titles that they bring forward, because I'm like, I'll at least try it, because, I mean, I accept all the free titles they give me, so like, I'm gonna be like, oh, I'm taking all of them anyways. I might as well at least play the indie title. And I've gotten some good game, like Rogue Legacy before it was big was one of the indie titles, and I loved Rogue Legacy, and now of course we got Rogue Legacy 2 because it did so well. I mean, so yeah, once again for Star Wars fans though, make sure if you have PlayStation Plus, grab Jedi Fallen Order in January. Because it's going to be free.
All right.
The other thing that's kind of newsworthy-ish is Ron Howard recently came forward to discuss Solo 2. And unfortunately broke a lot of people's hearts by saying it's not currently a Lucasfilm priority. Which I kind of figured.
Yeah.
Like, there were rumors here and there that Lucasfilm was talking about it.
But it's not.
But it doesn't seem like a priority project. And that most of the discussion, according to Ron Howard, has been coming from the fans.
Mm-hmm.
And that makes sense.
Because to be honest, I don't think we need one.
You want
one, but you don't need
I've discussed it recently with somebody. I think the need for a Solo sequel is less to tell Han's story, but to tell the story of Crimson Dawn.
Yeah.
Because there's a piece of the Crimson Dawn story that's missing. Like, we can kind of fill in the blanks, but we don't know the exacts. And that is, how did Kira take over from Maul?
Yep.
Like, because at the end of Solo, we have Maul show up, revealing, hey, I'm in charge of Crimson Dawn. Which we kind of knew, but didn't. Like, we didn't know he would show up. And then, of course, he called Kira over to be his second in command, which I think is a fun story.
Yeah.
And that's a discussion that I actually had last night with some people.
So for me, right, here were the things I knew. I knew, one, that Darth Maul was alive,
Mm-hmm.
but I also know that by the beginning of episode 4,
He's
he's
dead.
dead.
Well, we've got the story of how he dies, because that's in Rebels.
So
But we don't have the story of how...
him still being alive in that time frame fit, but I was like, why are you a crime lord?
Well, by the time of Rebels, he's not.
Yeah.
So that's... By the time of Rebels, he's lost everything.
Yeah, so how did this happen?
Yeah, so somewhere between Solo and Rebels, he loses it all.
Yep. Again.
And so that would be an interesting story to tell. I think Lando is the closest thing we'll get to a spiritual successor to Solo, because there is the Lando project that they're working on as a Disney Plus show. But I feel like it's going to focus also a little bit more on Billy D and Donald Glover Lando, and not just Donald Glover Lando. So that makes it more of its own thing, while still kind of being a spiritual successor to Solo. And so that's it.
That's it for the new stuff and the stuff to not be concerned about.
Yeah. So let's talk about let's go into some sentimentality, because it's it's the final episode of our 2022 list of episodes. Let's talk about our favorite projects for the year.
Okay, you go first.
Oh, no.
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 But this was your idea. I can go first.
Yeah, go first.
No, you.
Where's a coin when we need to flip one? No, I'm kidding. Let me pull up what came out this year. I'm gonna pull up the list of what we talked about this year, so that way it helps me out a little bit. Hold on, everything's slowing down a bit. So we can't. So two things we can't talk about. We can't talk about Visions,
Mm-hmm.
and we can't talk about Ronin, because those came out last year, technically. Even though we talked about Ronin this year.
What about the novel?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Ronin. We can't,
Damn it!
because that was last year, technically, it came
Fuck.
out.
Alright.
I think, I'm going to double check real quick, because it might have actually came out. I think it's last year that it came out, though. October of last year, yeah.
Damn it.
So we can't talk about Ronin.
God damn it.
Was that going to be like your number one?
Yes. This is a good book.
It is. It is a very good book, and I would also almost be inclined to agree that it's number one if we could include it. But yeah. Let me look at the
Chain of Fire?
list. Yeah.
The others, I think, are.
I think everything
Fine.
else is this year. Let me double check. Was that this year? Yeah, I think. Not the TV show. The Star Wars book.
Boogity-boogity-boo.
Okay, that was this year, because that was February. No. Oh, February last year. Sorry, nope.
Well, I'll give you a hint. Since I can't pick Ronin, I had to change my answer, and it wasn't that one.
Yeah, well, so we can't talk about Into the Dark either. We can't talk about Light of the Jedi, because that was 2021 as well. I think, actually, no, The Fallen Star was the only one that was this year. Fallen Star, Midnight Horizon, and... Like, Fallen Star is the only adult one, but it was Fallen Star... Wave 3 was this year. So, Fallen Star, Midnight Horizon, and... Yeah. I'm willing to put Fallen Star up there pretty high. So we're only going to talk about our top three. So let me kind of... So I think number 3 project would have to be... See, this is tougher than I... Path of Deceit would be my number 3. What would be your number 3?
For me, number 3, I am going to put. I think I'm gonna put Book of Boba Fett at number 3.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that. Book of Boba Fett's, yeah. Like, it's not everybody's choice, but it's definitely up there.
Yeah,
Um,
I like it because there aren't a lot of Jedi in it,
yeah.
and that's not really what the story is about.
I feel like I know what could be on your list because it
Mm.
it is this year. Because I know you like that character. Ooh. See, I was gonna try to lean towards a video game or a TV show for number 2, but I forgot Brotherhood was this year,
Oh yeah, it
and
was.
and Brotherhood I might have to put as my number 2.
Okay.
Yeah, Brotherhood's gonna be my number 2 because I think it's a great Obi-Wan and Anakin story,
Yeah.
and it's before episode 2, and there's not. I feel like we've got a lot of between 2 and 3 stories.
Is Brotherhood?
It's before episode. No, sorry, it's before Attack of the. I'm sorry, it's after episode 2. You're right. It's just after 2. You're
Yeah.
right. My brain just.
Because no one in their fucking honeymoon on Star Wars
You're
gets
right.
to take a break.
You're right. Yeah. You're right because the war. Yeah. Because the war's
The
just
war
starting.
begins.
Yeah, the war's just starting. So Brotherhood is just after episode 2. But it feels like one of those stories of like a pre
Yeah, it
Attack of the
does.
Clones story, and I like
But
that.
it's not.
But it's not. But that's part of why I like it is
Yeah.
that it's like it has that vibe, and it's sort of a vibe that
And
we
that
don't have a
business
lot
on
of.
Kiddo Nemoidia does
Doesn't
not count.
Yeah,
For real.
yeah, for real. So that's why I think, and plus that episode was fun. I loved having Char on. It was, and that was also the week I was on vacation. Well, not really. I was at GCX. I was on vacation, but also working for the podcast.
Diplomacy failed.
Yeah. So you're number 2.
So number 2 for me is I'm gonna have to say I'm gonna go with Tales of the Jedi.
Another good choice. Yeah. I honestly, before we hit number 1, I think there are no wrong answers to this list. Like, it's whatever you feel like you enjoyed.
Yeah.
And
I enjoyed a lot of this.
and this year was strong in content.
Yeah.
Like, we have some of the best TV shows, and sure, there are some minor complaints I have with stuff like Tales of the Jedi, but they're not enough for me to hate it.
Yeah.
So number 1, I think I'm going to give an obvious answer here for my number 1. It's Andor.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that.
Andor is such a strong television show, and it's got such strong character development, and just Gilroy knows what he's doing. And I'm excited for season 2, even though we have to wait 2 years.
I'll give you a hint for my last and final pick. It's not a television show.
Oh, you're actually not doing a show?
Yeah.
Is it a comic?
No.
I'm
it's not the one I was
I'm
thinking.
surprised they're not on your list.
They're good.
Are they in your top 5?
They are definitely in the top 5.
Okay.
For me,
For reference, it's Monster of Temple Peak, which, if you've watched the show long enough, you know Seth is a big Ty Yorick fan.
yeah.
So that's why I'm teasing about Monster of Temple Peak.
Ty, I'm not a Jedi, Yorick. Don't call me that. Also, don't touch my saber. God, number 1 is more recent. Quest for the Hidden City.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, Phase 2 has been strong.
Yeah.
I mean, I almost, if I didn't want to diversify
But-
my list, that's the thing. I'm diversifying my list, and so like it was hard for me to go, oh, just put all the High Republic, because I could easily put all the High Republic books in the top 3.
Now, spot number 2 is negotiable for the most recent book we had,
Oh, yeah, Convergence.
Convergence. Yeah.
Yeah, because there was Convergence, and then there was the Han Solo and Chewbacca Volume 1,
Yeah.
which is good, but I wouldn't even put it in top 5, maybe top 10.
Yeah.
Um,
Now, if we included this list to last year, that would change my answer.
yeah, obviously number 1 would be Ronin.
Yeah, the fucking Ronin novel.
Would that then put? I mean, if we're gonna talk about the year overall as our show for like the year of our show, which I think is also fitting,
Yeah.
then yes, we could include Ronin as number 1, and I would even put Ronin as number 1, and then I would put Visions as like number 3, honestly.
Okay.
But that's like saying like including the entirety of the year of our show, but that should have been 2 weeks ago, honestly.
Yeah.
Oops.
Oh well.
We know better next time.
Remember for next year.
So
hopefully.
yeah, so for the next year, we'll remember that it's the week before Christmas
Yep,
is our
The
anniversary,
week before Christmas.
because we did the week before Christmas, then did the Christmas break, then did the.
And all through the house.
God damn it. But yeah, okay. So that's our sentimentality out of the way, and a little bit of like our list. Feel free to throw your list. Anybody watching in the chat, feel free to tell us what you think and what were your top 3 projects of the year. And so let's get into today's topic, though,
Yeah.
which is Revelation,
Mhm.
which is a comic book that it's a one-shot that they decided to drop, so that way we can kind of get an idea of what's coming up for the rest of
Yep.
the Star Wars comics. So your mainline Star Wars, your Bounty Hunter, your Dr. Aphra, and your Darth Vader. Even goes into the Han Solo and Chewbacca comic.
Yeah.
Doesn't delve into the High Republic though,
No.
but it delves into High Republic adjacent things.
Yeah. It's mentioned.
Yeah, it's mentioned, but it doesn't delve into the High Republic comic proper, or even High Republic Adventures, which makes sense because this is a
Yeah.
Marvel printing, so it wouldn't do adventures. But I would think at least the mainline comic it should have talked about. But I guess it makes sense when we're looking at stuff going forward, not backward.
Yeah.
So this takes place after the. So spoiler warning. By the way, we're
Spoilers. We're gonna spoil all of this, so this is your one warning.
Yeah, so this is your warning. I say if you like the comics and you kind of want to know what's coming up, you can
Go
read
read
it.
them.
It's not a necessary reading. I think Revelations isn't a necessary reading to everything, but
No.
I think it's a good read as like here's a sampler. You know, I view it as the sampler. So the premise is that this takes place after all of the current. So it takes place after what Crimson Reign,
Mm-hmm.
but and after the first issue of the Hidden Empire run.
Okay.
So the first issue of Hidden Empires happen, which is important because a very big thing happens, which is mentioned in this comic. And so we'll go from there. So Vader is on Mustafar, back at the home planet, where he goes to deal with he feels the call of the Eye of Webbish Bog.
A thing that I have no idea what the hell it is, but he seems to know what this thing is, so it's like...
Yeah, because it's introduced in an earlier comic that you haven't read for the Vader stuff.
Mhm.
It's like after Vader's castle is built,
Yeah.
he runs into this creature, and it's kind of like it's obviously force connected,
Yeah.
which is why it's able to call on Vader. And it's basically asking him for help with something because it's in pain.
Yeah.
And he can also see Vader's pain, and he's like, here's a vision of upcoming events.
Yep.
And we get hints of what's going on in the Vader comic with the handmaidens, who turn out, like, we already know Sabe's alive, because, like, in the current run of comics, Sabe's been working with Vader. Turns out the other handmaidens are alive, which is part of potentially Sabe's plan of getting revenge for Padme. But it seems that Sabe's getting closer to working with the Emperor. We also get, I think, I would call this a hint at the Yoda comic.
Mm.
Because we see Yoda and past Anakin during the
A
Clone
brief
Wars.
glimpse of the past. Just it's very funny. Just Anakin being like, "Huh, no droids today.
Droids.
Damn it! You know,
Uh,
just once I thought we'd get lucky."
And then speaking of droids, we get a tie into what we get a discussion of what's going to happen in the main Star Wars comic, which is apparently a droid revolution.
They're like, there was a
Because
droid
there used to
revolution
be
once.
yeah, and apparently the droid that was in charge of it is coming back.
While it was stopped, they essentially took its brain out.
Yeah, and now the brain is
And
going
it's
to
just been passing from person to person.
yeah,
to person.
which ties in also to potentially Han Solo and Chewbacca.
Yeah.
Because Han is the last person to have it and hide it before it got picked up by a droid.
Yep.
Specifically, the Spark is planning to use it, which the Spark is, the Spark Eternal. And so apparently they're going to work together potentially, the Spark Eternal and this droid revolutionist, and so that ties into the Afro stuff as well.
And you know, Afra, I may be a bit hard on you, but man, are you going through it.
Yeah, you don't deserve what's going on here. The Spark Eternal stuff is not entirely your fault.
You did open the box, but I might have been a bit too harsh.
And then Triple Zero's back because Triple Zero and the Spark are working together.
Mm.
I
don't know who that is, but I guess they're friends.
it's the protocol droid. He deadly. He's a assassin protocol droid,
Oh boy.
and his whole thing is that he's always trying to kill his masters. Like for a while, he was trying to kill Afra, but then Afra put something in him that was like, "Oh, now I can't."
Yep. Meanwhile,
Vader.
Vader is getting pissed.
Yeah, he's like, "Get to the point."
"Fucking motherfucker, you called me out here.
Yeah, he's trying to get to the point with the Eye of Webbish Bog.
Fucking give me actual answers, you bastard."
And so we
It's
get
like, I'm showing you the future, man. I can't.
I can't give you specifics. It's not how this works.
You should know this.
And so he shows him a little bit more of like a closer something a little bit closer to the near future, which has to do with the Vader comic and the Hidden Empire stuff, which is that Kira's found a dangerous device that could potentially end the Sith.
Yeah.
The Fermata cage.
Yeah. Here's my policy, right? That shit just sounds evil.
So what we know is that it carries an older. So what we do know is that it carries an older Sith spirit, and that Kira is trying to release it
Great.
to, like, we don't know the entire specifics of how the plan will work, but we know that she's trying to open the box.
Oh, wonderful. What is it? Could you just fucking not?
I mean, apparently it's bad enough that the Emperor's afraid of it,
Like,
which is her goal because she wants to get rid of the Emperor and Vader.
what is with. Man, the Sith, they have a tendency to, like, put shit in masks and
And boxes, and boxes and bags.
and fucking a
Sorry, I had to
greenhouse-
Grinch there.
and a fucking greenhouse to make sure they don't get out.
Yeah.
Stop touching this stuff.
And then we get a glimpse at the bounty hunter comic as well, with Lieutenant Hayden,
Yeah.
because Lieutenant Hayden's been growing close to Valence, but Valence is of course also trying to separate himself from
Like, I don't want to be it.
the Empire. And then we get Inferno Squad. I was excited to see them. They're coming back.
So, speaking of, I do like the conversation between Hayden and Vader. And Vader's like, "What are you dumb? No, go make sure he's dead."
Yeah. Well, because she doesn't want him to be dead. That's the.
Yeah.
But I guess.
He's like, "Don't fucking. You know what?"
Yeah, but we find out that Inferno Squadron's been sent after Valence,
And so-
which of course Inferno Squadron is the squadron in Battlefront 2 that you play as, and
I was like, while reading this, I was like, I know that name. I don't know where it's from. I just remember that it's bad if they're after you.
Well, yeah, because they're some of the best. They're
Yeah.
pretty elite. But Inferno Squad is who you play. You play as the main member in Battlefront 2. The main campaign is about Inferno Squad. And then there was a book as well, which was pretty good. We'll get to it eventually. I say that about a lot of things. We'll get to it eventually. And then we got some more stuff with Valence, who's angry at the rest of the bounty hunter group because he's like about to shoot Zuckuss,
Please don't shoot Zuckuss.
which strangely of all, like, Bosk gets in the way of this, but also like Bosk is working with them, so it makes sense. But like Bosk also doesn't like Valence, so also
Like, I'm
that
gonna
makes sense.
Fucking kick your ass.
But no, Valence shows that he's the one kicking everybody's ass.
Damn. Everyone's like, damn. Why the fuck did we decide to fight the Terminator?
But I think, from what I understand, but from what we understand, he's not of him. He's not
Yeah.
himself during this fight. Like it's supposed to be the.
First it comes
It's
for the
supposed,
metal,
from what I
and
understand,
it
it's supposed to
comes
be
for
the
muddle.
It's supposed to be both the What we were just talking about it.
Then it comes for the mind.
It's supposed to be both the spark and the droid revolutionists that are like
Yeah.
working together, and so like the spark is spreading to other technology, and of course since Valence is all technology now,
Yep.
he's getting into a fight with his friends, including Tonga, who's like, "Hey, it's me! Don't shoot!" And the last thing we see is him getting ready to shoot her
Nah, I'm gonna do it anyway.
with his little arm shot. And then, of course, we see the mainline Star Wars stuff where Luke and crew are and Lando and Leia are discovering the droid, the past of the droid revolutionist, and find him.
And they're like, these aren't like Clone Wars battle droids.
Yeah, and also and on top of that, like it has to be pretty recent because it's not even High Republic, like
Yeah.
because the bodies are still pretty fresh. But like they also find hints of High Republic era like battle that took place on the same planet. And then
To
Yeah.
clarify, when Lando asks like where are all the organic bodies, Luke's response is like, no, this
happened a long time ago.
with the battlefield that they show up, but that's not the fucking massacre that he sends in.
No, because they then find like actual dead bodies in
Yeah.
another, like once they go into a like some sort of base.
Yeah.
And Luke gets into a fight with the revolutionist droid.
And the revolutionist droid is like, what? I'm gonna fucking answer to your sense of justice. He's like,
Especially when he finds out that he's a Jedi, he's like, "Oh, sweet! I haven't got to kill those in a minute."
I can fight a Jedi. I thought they were all gone. I'm gonna.
It's bad when, yeah, here it is. The exact quote: "A Jedi. I was afraid my dreams of killing one were dashed. Your presence here is an unexpected gift. I'd been informed the Jedi were extinct."
Yep.
I kind of like yellow lightsaber Luke era that we've been getting in the comics. But also, that's because I'm a fan of yellow lightsabers.
Mm.
Like, I like yellow and orange the most.
I don't have anything against it.
Yeah, yellow and orange are my favorite colors for lightsabers, and then I kind of, like, obviously the safe, I feel like blue is, like, the safe color for me as well. But, like, out of all the colors, I like yellow and orange, and then I would probably have a blue lightsaber, though, is probably what I'd end up with. And then we get some Hidden Empire stuff and connecting everything together, because it's all connected. Everything's connected. And,
Plotting.
yeah. We even see Palpatine with his lightsaber again.
It's
And then we see Afra. Oh, I missed that the first time. Afra and that's Tag. That's Tag. Afra and Tag kissing.
is that Domino?
Yeah, that's Domina.
Oh.
See the pink hair?
Oh dear.
I missed that last time.
And Luke, no, don't.
Oh, no. We're going to get to see Luke making his lightsaber because look, he's got the green and red crystal.
Hey.
He's probably going to purify that red one, but the green one in his hand there is probably going to be the one that we see in Return of the Jedi because we've yet to see him make his Return of the Jedi lightsaber. The lightsaber he's carrying now is one that he found. It's not his, it's not really his. Like
Yeah.
he didn't go on a journey to build a lightsaber yet.
I found a spare one from a corpse.
Yeah. And then of course we see C-3PO holding Vader's helmet. So that looks like a cool moment. That's probably going to come up. We get a Trandoshan fight with the bounty hunter one from the bounty hunter comic, the one that's been working for Vader, fighting Bosk.
Oh god damn it all.
That's got to be cool. And then we see droids. Oh man, we got 000, BT-1, IG-88, and R2 all lined up together. Oh my god.
God. I'm still remembering like fucking IG-88 had it pretty rough during fucking
The War of the Bounty Hunter.
yeah.
And then we've got
Get your ass kicked to the point where it's like, okay, maybe I need to reevaluate
Yeah.
my life.
and then we got Zuckuss being carried by 4-LOM,
Yeah.
which means, oh no, does something happen to Zuckuss? Because something could happen to Zuckuss, because as far as I know, he's not in episode 6 or after so far. So he could. Zuckuss could die.
Zuckuss down.
Could Zuckuss die? Maybe.
Might need a revive.
Sabe's putting on Vader's helmet, and it shows her in one panel holding a. Shows either her or one of the other handmaids holding his lightsaber, or no, that's him holding his lightsaber. It's really hard because the frames, the one we
Yeah.
got, the way they did it is they put the wide, you know how you get your what's it called the. There's a term for it when it's the 2-page spread. The spread, they separated it into 2 pages. No, I want to see the spread as one image, but so yeah, it looks like it's Vader and the handmaids and maybe Tonga.
Maybe.
No, that's Tonga, but one of there's some people back there. It's interesting, the story that's going on.
Vader's like,
All right, done with the riddles. Come on.
just fucking spill, man. I don't.
And then he realizes why the Eye of Webbersbog has been in pain. It's because of the gas in the area, and it turns out that it was a trap, that somebody poisoned him. It was the Mustafarians, and he gets into because the Mustafarians have not been happy with Vader living there,
Oh yeah.
and so
fucking territorial dispute.
yeah, and so he gets into a fight with the Mustafarians, who lose
Yeah.
very very quickly.
It's funny. He's like, they're like, this is our home. And then you should be very familiar with its lava pools.
Yeah, and then they go
like-
for a swim,
God damn, Vader.
and then we get like a Terminator 2 falling into the lava, except no thumbs up. It's him going no.
I just interpreted him as it being like,
Well, like in Terminator 2, you know, because
Yeah,
he falls
I
in
know.
the yeah.
believe it or not, that is one of the movies I've seen.
Yeah.
I know I haven't seen a lot of them, but I am familiar with that one.
But yeah, so Eye of Webbersbog is like, these are just warnings, so just be prepared for them.
Yep.
And Vader's like, yeah, sure, whatever.
Yeah,
and then
whatever, man.
and then like minutes later, he goes into a call with the Emperor, which is one of the exact conversations that happened in the
Yeah.
visions.
And he's like, oh, fuck.
Yep.
God damn it, he wasn't joking around.
And so that was our little sampler. And they have a little bit more of like specific panels of upcoming panels in it as well, but that's
Vader,
yeah.
Valence, fix your goddamn collar.
So, as a little bit of a end of the year, here's what's coming up thing, I think it did a good job.
Yeah, I agree.
It's a little harder to judge this just because it's not like a story in and of itself. Like
Yeah.
like the Eye of Webbersbog thing is the story, but it's not like it's not advancing anything
Yeah,
plot
these
wise.
are events that may come to pass.
Mm-hmm. As a story for Vader, it works.
Yeah,
Like Vader learning about the future, but also being like, I don't believe in what you're telling me, and also I don't care, because that's just Vader sometimes.
yeah. Vader. Yeah, seeing the future is such a great thing to happen.
I would give it a 7.5, maybe 7. My main reason for that is just like I said, it's not
Yeah.
advancing the plot, but it's giving us an advanced look of what's coming up because fans are curious what's going to happen next because we're we're nearing the end of an era for Star Wars comics because
Yeah.
we're about to be at the point where Return of the Jedi starts.
Yeah.
Like once Hidden Empire storyline ends, nobody knows really what's planned next in terms of the mainline stuff. Are we gonna hit? We know we're probably gonna hit a number 1 again soon. Like they're gonna reset soon, but what's the plan for that? And I'd say this comic doesn't really delve into that. It delves into the rest of what's gonna happen for this arc with the Hidden Empire stuff.
Yeah, I think a 7 is a fair one to give this one.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, you're right. It's not advancing anything. The story's fine, but it primarily just gives hints as to what can happen in the future for this one.
Yep. So, I
That
get
was
it.
a sentence.
Yeah. So I guess that's our review of it.
Yeah.
Dang.
Quick read, pretty good.
Yeah, it's a quick read. So I guess we'll be seeing you all in the next week.
Yeah. Yep.
We'll be going a good bit forward in time.
Oh.
We're gonna read the Halcyon Legacy comics, which take place during the sequel trilogy era, and take place on the Halcyon, of course.
I was thinking about this. Do you remember the book that had Luke and Lando in it that was set after episode 6 that we read?
Oh, Shadow of the Sith.
Yeah. That was a good one.
Yeah. So we're going back to kind of that era, but a lot closer to because it's during the
Yeah.
sequel era because they have mentioned the First Order in the comic. That's what we're going to be reading for next week, which will be the first episode of the new year.
Mm-hmm.
And since this is New Year's Eve, I do want to wish everybody a Happy New Year. Because we're probably not gonna, we're not gonna be live when
Yeah.
New Year starts.
No, we're not.
And so, thank you all for watching with us for over a year now.
Yeah.
Because we're past the anniversary, like I made the mistake of.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you all for watching us as long as y'all have. And be sure to give us a like or subscribe on the YouTube channel, youtube.com/Escape Reality Films. Be sure to check us out on Twitch as well and subscribe or follow there. That's twitch.tv/Escape Reality Films. I'm also on Twitter and Hive at Escape Reality 94. Those are both social media apps. Hive is very similar to Twitter. It's kind of like Twitter meets Instagram sort of deal. And then thank you to Mobcast Network for providing the space. We've got Cult Movie Cantina that they do podcasts for. We also have Tuesdays with Scotty and My Star Wars Life. They will be starting fresh in the new year. So we'll be recording because we just talked to Scotty. He was just here.
Yeah.
The next Sunday from tomorrow is when we'll be recording our next episode and it'll be kind of a start of the new year, belated Christmas episode. And you can find their podcasts on youtube.com/Mobcast Network or any podcasting app where podcasts are available. And you also shout out to Gamers and Geeks, our local game shop, which is who provides the space to Mobcast Network, who then provides it to us. If you're ever in the Mobile, Alabama area, come down towards Moffett, and you'll find Gamers and Geeks. You'll have your tabletop gaming, your card games. They got an arcade in the back for $10 for the day. You get a wristband, and you have the free-to-play machines in the back. And then, of course, right next to them in the same building is Engage Gaming, which has they do like video games hourly rental sort of thing. It's almost like a trying to think of the word for it, but it's basically that. You pay a hourly rental fee and you sit inside the shop where they have the consoles. So they got Xbox, PlayStation, PC, VR, all of that. They also include the games. If you pay a monthly membership fee, you get a reduced price on the hourly fees. And they got all that kinds of cool stuff. I wonder if they're going to upgrade. I don't know if they have PS5s or Xbox Series X's. I haven't looked. But if they do, that would be cool, especially for people who want to play Jedi Survivor, because that's only going to be next gen consoles and PC, or current gen really, which is a whole debate, and we could probably have that discussion once the game comes out. About, because it's already a discussion people are having of like whether or not it should also be last gen PS4, Xbox Ones. There's a discussion to be had there. I think there's value to both sides of it.
Okay.
But I say we save that for when the game comes out, because I think we'll be better informed of the product by then. Which I have already pre-ordered the copy because I have a PS5, so I already pre-ordered the deluxe
The
edition.
ability to play it.
Yeah, I've already pre-ordered the deluxe edition. That way, as soon as it comes out, we can play it.
Alright. I feel like if we do that, right? Like, I'm gonna go and get up, and you're gonna like switch the difficulty on me.
No, I'm gonna leave it on story mode because I've already said that for the first day. I'm gonna try to sit down and play the entire game.
Oh,
Like as
boy.
soon as it comes out, I am playing that sucker. And on stream, I'm gonna hop on Twitch and play the entire game until I'm done.
Oh,
I'll take breaks, of course, like bathroom breaks and drink breaks, and food. But like, besides that, I'm dedicated to finishing that game. And then and then of course you and I will do a separate gameplay because it's Jedi Battle Scars. So since let me give a little bit of a layout for January at least. So next month, so this first month of the new year, we're going to do Halcyon Legacy next week, like I said. We got a new Tales of Enlightenment short story.
ooh,
A different perspective. I've already read it. It's decent. And then we got Obi-Wan: A Jedi's Purpose, which is a comic, the Obi-Wan comic. And then we got Volume 5 of Dr. Aphra, which will have our first guest of the new year.
yeah.
Yeah. And I'll introduce who that is because we're gonna have them a couple times next year because they said they wanted to be on the Dr. Aphra and Darth Vader issues. And then, so what I was gonna say for Jedi though, we got Jedi Battle Scars coming out, and then a week later Jedi Survivor comes out, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the way that I've got it scheduled for us to talk is we're going to do Jedi Battle Scars, and then we're going to talk Master and Apprentice because a guest wanted to talk about it, and it was already dated for that week,
Alright.
and I didn't want to move the date on them. And so we'll talk Master and Apprentice with the guest, and then we'll do Jedi Survivor. So that'll give us 2 weeks to play it for you,
Alright.
because I'll have already beaten it probably, because like I said, I'm going for day one beating it.
Yep.
Or at least within the 24-hour period of beating it. And then after Jedi Survivor, we'll be talking Bad Batch Season 2 with another guest.
Mm.
Next year's going to have we've already got 1, 2, 3, 4 episodes with guests next year. So that's exciting. That we haven't even gotten into the next year and we've already got guests lined up. Because I think our best episodes are with guests.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Like, I like the episodes of just you and me, but it's more fun when we have somebody
Yeah,
else.
to bounce off of.
Yeah. And so I'm excited for next year, and I'm excited to get more guests. Like, if you're a Star Wars content creator and you want to reach out and be part of the show, I used to advertise this more. I feel
Yeah.
like I should again. We do have an email address that you can reach out to us if you want to be a guest on the show. It's escaperealityfilms@gmail.com. I look at those emails every day. So, like, if you want to reach out, we potentially will have another guest as well within the April period, I think, within the March or April period. Because I'm talking to somebody about appearing. But that will probably be a pre-recorded episode because of a scheduling thing where, like,
Alright.
so it won't be live. But I am working with emailing back and forth with somebody about being on the show.
Okay.
And I've been trying to reach out to them for a minute because I met them once and they seem really nice. They have a good podcast. I'm not going to say names yet just because I don't
because
have anything in, like, nothing's in solid stone yet.
Yep.
But once it is, then I'll talk about it. But yeah, so that's pretty much the plans for next month and next year. So like I said, next week, Halcyon Legacy. Thank you all for watching. Oh, shout out to our Patreon members.
Yeah.
Be sure to check out our Patreon. It's patreon.com/Escape Reality Films. Shout out to Jennifer Brantley. And shout out to our Twitch subscriber, Matthew. You are awesome. And that's everybody, I
That's
think.
everybody, right?
Yeah, I think we got everybody. We'll see you guys next week with Halcyon Legacy.
Yeah.
And Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
I have spoken. Hey, everybody. Welcome back to Escape Reality Star Wars Talk. I'm your host, Caleb.
Hi, I'm Sep. I talk Star Wars with this man.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right,
Yeah, get
fine.
your
Let me get-
yeah. You got to eat the mic.
Oh yeah, yeah. Today's the day, huh?
Yeah, you're gonna need to because we were.
So,
Should I say how this started?
well, as the aggrieved party, I'll let you go first.
Well, aggrieved.
Sorry.
Am I the defense in this case, and you're like prosecution?
No, I'm just fucking with you. That's the.
Before we go into it, we should explain what we are. Escape Reality Star Wars Talk is a Star Wars podcast where we talk about mostly canon information, but we'll throw in some Legends stuff here and there, but we mostly follow a canon stuff, and we try to do a timeline, but whenever new content comes out, we go for the new
jump around a
content.
bit.
Yeah, because, got to talk about the new content, got to keep up with what's going on. For the most part, today's episode is going to be about the Halcyon Legacy comics,
Yes.
but I brought back an old feud.
Yep. I thought it was buried, and we had agreed to disagree.
So back in the Book of Boba Fett episode, a argument started between whether or not trees are a thing on Tatooine. Like, obviously, trees have to be a thing on Tatooine, in my opinion, because, where else does Boba Fett get his gaffy stick from? Where else do any of the Tuskens in that tribe get their gaffy sticks from? Because they all go on that POD, vision quest to get their, lizard POD vision quest to get a gaffy stick.
Yeah.
And so, obviously, they exist. To me.
Yeah.
To you, it's more of a question of, do they really, though? Because we don't see any. And so, I remembered back in the day playing Star Wars Galaxies and going, which is a Legends video game. It's an old MMO where it was a sandbox game. It's very much, I equate it to, if Second Life was a Star Wars game. You get to RP and explore the world of Star Wars during the, old original trilogy era, specifically between episodes 4 and 5. And so I started playing a private server because the game has been shut down since 2012. So there's private servers now. So I was playing a private server for a Twitch stream not too long ago. If you're watching on YouTube, go check out my Twitch channel. It's twitch.tv/Escape Reality Films.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I'm getting all.
Oh yeah.
We're getting it all in today.
I hope you're ready.
So I was playing it, and I was like, for the last hour, I was like, well, we can go visit the point of interest because we're on Tatooine, and one of the things in Star Wars Galaxies is they give you the point of interest, all the highlights of Star Wars places to visit. You can go to the Lars homestead, you can go to Jabba's palace, you can go to where the escape pods crashed in episode 4.
Yeah.
And so I was like, okay, well, we'll start with Biggs Darklighter's house because it's not that far from here, from where I'm at.
Yeah.
I drive to Biggs Darklighter's house, and I'm not thinking about it when I approach it at first, and I'm just walking around. I'm like, oh yeah, here's his house, and then I turn around. I'm like, wait a minute. I was just looking at these. Wait a minute. I was right. There are trees here. And I show all these trees that are planted here. Now, obviously, they're not in the sand,
Yeah.
but they are planted within the Tatooine desert. And so obviously there are trees. And then I the next day I clip it and make it a TikTok, and I showed it, and I was like, hey Seth, look, it's evidence. It's my vindication.
Yeah.
I said it's my vindication. And then I didn't put it in the TikTok, but then I drove further to go to Lars's homestead.
Yeah.
And I drove through a city where there are even more trees. I didn't put it in the TikTok, but I did say it while streaming. I was like, look, even more vindication. And I was kind of upset because you did watch the beginning of that stream, and then you left like
I
10 minutes in.
I think I showed up for like 10 minutes. I was like, all right, good luck with the heroics. And then I left.
And then I was like, God damn it, he's not here.
Yeah. You're like, fuck, if only he'd stayed for like another 10 seconds.
Well, no, it was like 3 hours, but
Oh.
because I do 4-hour streams generally.
God, man.
Yeah, last night was fun though. I played Starwind, which is a Morrowind mod, that total conversion Star Wars mod. But that's not the point. So then the argument went back to Discord, which if you want to be part of the Discord and see this kind of discourse,
Yeah.
join our Patreon. It's patreon.com/Escape Reality Films. Look at that. Look at all that synergy.
Yeah.
We're starting hot today. Apparently, because I picked you up today,
Yes.
as I do for all the podcast episodes, I pick you up and bring you to the studio because we live not too far from each
Yeah.
other. So
It's
it's just
like
easier to carpool.
Yep.
You told me that you researched.
Yes.
You did research, and
I
apparently,
wasted 4 hours of my life for this fucking argument.
and apparently, you found some interesting conclusions.
Yeah.
That I told you not to tell me whether they agreed or disagreed with you. But you have notes.
Yes.
This man brought his notebook, which he keeps a notebook and he takes notes on a lot of things.
Yeah. Sometimes they're very boring. Like they're just basic.
But
addition
you
and
brought your notebook
subtraction.
today.
Yes.
I'm kind of disappointed as the host here that you didn't give me slides as well. I could have posted them for the video side of this.
Yeah, no, fuck that. I'm not doing that. That sounds like more work than I already went through.
Look, if you're going to go through the effort, at least give us a nice PowerPoint presentation.
So,
Okay, but yeah, go ahead and present your argument.
okay. So, first thing I thought of, I was like, well, does it rain on Tatooine?
Oh, should I? There's some pre-context to this argument
Give them.
because in the Discord server, I should say what
Yes.
the argument was.
Yeah.
So that the argument became, well, that's Legends information. It shouldn't count, is what your point was, and I said, well,
Your rule of thumb.
my rule of thumb, and I talked to some other creators, and I got some disagreements, some taking your side on the, well, just ignore Legends altogether, and some agreeing with me, which is, I view anything that doesn't directly, like, isn't directly, what's the term I'm looking for, where it's proven incorrect, debunked, or, like, if it's not, like, if canon doesn't directly
Explicitly state.
say that this is wrong. Like, for example, in Legends, Han and Leia had 3 children instead of 1. That's obviously no longer correct information because canon says they only had Ben. But like, say stuff like Darth Bane, we don't know much about Darth Bane. I'd say that as far as the novels and Legends are concerned, they can be mostly accurate, and because within Legends I view it as this is the story that people tell each other in bars, and so like
Yeah.
that's where some of the information is going to get incorrect, and so until canon information comes out and is like, oh, a historian found new information that says no, this is what actually happened. I view Legends as, okay, this is the most accurate telling we have at the moment, and which is why I think, since trees have not been disproven to be on
Yeah.
Tatooine, they must be on Tatooine because Legend says they are on Tatooine. Now, and then of course I at the end we were just like, okay, agree to disagree. But then you were like, well, I'm gonna look more into this, and I was like, okay, well, you can bring your argument onto the podcast.
Okay.
And so now we're here.
At the time, I was like, man, for right now, for me, trees on Tatooine is the Schrodinger's cat of Star Wars, in that they may exist or they may not exist.
Yeah.
And I came to a conclusion. And the conclusion is as follows. Are you ready for this fucking 2.5 minutes of me writing down
Hold
like
on.
my line of
I'm ready.
thinking about how it started and how it ended?
I'm ready. I don't know if our audience is ready, but I'm ready.
Okay.
Oh boy. I can see the notes. It's like full pages,
Yeah.
except for like the last line. But nobody writes on the last line in a notebook.
There are no trees on Tatooine. This was supposed to be the evidence list. However, it's gonna be a bit rambly.
There are no trees on Tatooine? Is that your title of the
Yes.
of your thesis?
Yes. I find the evidence list presented by the stream dragging a friend into Star Wars Galaxies dubious due to its non-canonical nature. My original counter evidence was going to come from the short story collection Star Wars Stories of Jedi and Sith, and the story The Eye of the Beholder by Sarwat Chadha. Because on page 64, paragraph 2, sentence 3, Anakin states the following: trees don't grow on Tatooine. However, I must admit that their evidence, while canon, is flimsy. What led me to my ultimate conclusion is the media that started the argument to begin with. The Book of Boba Fett, during which the titular character acquired a gaffi stick, a weapon traditionally used by Tuskens. Fett's staff is made of wordwood. I find the manner of its acquisition a bit strange due to the lizard affecting the protagonist's mind at the time, during which I believe he saw Tatooine's past as an ocean planet. I am led to believe that the lizard led Boba Fett to a dead tree, as it doesn't rain on Tatooine, because it doesn't have enough surface water to do that, and all other forms of water are either produced by machine or the fucking black melons, which don't work with tree roots. I will admit that trees exist on Tatooine, albeit as dead, lifeless things, such as sticks and ashes. In conclusion, I was wrong about there being no trees on Tatooine, but they don't live very long.
You know, I still feel vindicated.
That's fine.
I mean, so I think
There are other fucking...
I think there's other ways that trees can exist on
Yeah.
Tatooine. Like you said, they don't. The statement Anakin makes is that they don't grow on Tatooine.
Which is why I'm like, you are right. You're right on a technicality.
Which is the best kind of correct, as Futurama says.
But those fucking palm trees from Galaxies, they ain't real.
I think.
However,
The
part that confuses me
yeah,
is that Tatooine has natural plant life.
yeah, because it has like other plant life.
It has like grasses here and there. It has those fucking melons.
Yeah, because obviously the melons come from somewhere.
Yeah, they have to. But I'm like, that's not a tree though.
But where do melons usually, like those type of melons, usually grow? They grow on something. They don't just show up in the
they can't
dirt
just
or the sand.
spontaneous existence doesn't happen.
Yeah. Although it's Star Wars, so it could.
Yeah,
but-
it's entirely possible. There have been weirder things.
Yeah. I think, and I think the other thing to take into account is even with my evidence in Galaxies, and I'll give you this.
Yeah.
It's like I said, it's not grown. It's not in the sand.
Yeah.
They're in like almost like pot-like things where they're like
Yeah.
lifted from the dirt, from the sand, and they're in their own dirt.
Yeah.
And so like, I think trees, that's really my core of the argument, is that trees exist on Tatooine not because they grow on Tatooine, like they're not all natural there on Tatooine, but because people just tend to bring trees there
Yeah.
because they
Like, I talked with this about my brother, and he was like, well, Seth. And when he looked at it, I'm like, he's like, I don't think it would be too difficult to fucking import soil or trees. And I'm like, yeah, that there are no naturally occurring trees on Tatooine.
yeah, maybe there were once because
Yeah, there were once. but
because
there are no
Waterworld,
trees
it,
native
yeah,
to Tatooine
yeah,
anymore.
yeah, exactly.
They're all dead.
I think it's I think the crux of our disagreement comes from a misunderstanding of wording.
Oh yeah.
I think we agree at the core. Like we agree that trees don't like naturally exist.
Yeah.
I think the
I think over it.
technically right versus practical right, 6 on one hand, half a dozen on the other. I love this argument. I think it's a misunderstanding it's a miscommunication.
Yeah.
I think we agree. We just like have a different viewing of the wording
Yeah.
of things. And I think that's where this argument comes from.
It's a perspective thing. I'm like, there are no fucking trees here.
And it's like, well, no, there are trees, and I point them out, and you're like, no, I mean, it's like, no, I mean, they don't naturally grow, and I'm like, oh yeah, you're right. That wasn't my argument though.
Yeah, like my argument is a wholesale it's like an absolute sentence. There are no trees on Tatooine,
And then
whatsoever.
yeah,
But that's not
that's not the argument I'm trying to make.
that's not your argument.
My argument is, yeah, there are trees, they just don't naturally grow.
Yeah. And it's like the thing that I found out that surprised me. What do you think, without looking it up, the total like water moisture level on the surface amount of water on Tatooine is?
See,
You already know the answer, don't you?
I don't know, I can't say I know for sure, but because of my Star Wars Galaxies gameplay, I'm playing as a trader,
Yeah.
and one of my things I have to do is I do have to look for water.
Yeah.
And it shows me the percentage of likelihood for me to find it
Yep.
in certain areas. And the highest I've gotten is like a 47% chance of finding water. And so I would have to say it can't be more than like no need for foresters on Tatooine, about 0.05% according to Jennifer. I'd say about maybe I'd say a little higher. I wouldn't say at least 5% maybe.
The answer is fucking 1%. Which
Okay, by Price is Right rules, Jennifer is closest and wins.
by the logic of like, speaking of Book of Boba Fett and Kenobi, and like the fact that moisture farmers are a thing, they are fucking killing it by Tatooine standards.
Yeah, because they get for the
So I'm like, and I'm now realizing why the Tuskens, a lot of them have such an issue. It's because they're like, that's our water, and it's like, well, I get it. This is your home.
yeah, it's the natives versus
Quit
the
trying
colonists.
to rob us, and maybe we just give you some back.
The problem is,
But of course, that's a whole.
the argument is would they though? Because
Would they?
Yeah, because it's the whole natives versus colonists,
Yeah.
colonizing and all
I
that.
don't want to get into that
Yeah,
too much.
I mean, Book of Boba Fett deals with that issue, and we talked about that a little bit on the Book of Boba Fett episode, but we're not. That's not what we're here for
Yeah.
today.
And I was like, God damn. So the conclusion is that you have to have money on Tatooine to even fucking own a tree.
Well, yeah,
Upkeep for that is insane.
yeah, because the Dark Lighters are funded. Like
Yeah.
the Dark Lighter, because using Galaxy's example, the Dark Lighters estate, they are doing well, I would assume. Obviously, Biggs doesn't do well because he doesn't
Yeah.
make it through A New Hope. But
Yeah.
I mean,
At the end of it, like Tatooine, on it, water is more valuable than gold.
yeah.
Which now, do you remember that fucking water merchant from Book of Boba Fett?
Oh yeah.
This pisses me off more.
Yeah, the
I was
whole-
mad about it at the time because I'm like, this is bullshit.
Yeah. But now that you understand like the levels of how little water there is on
Like-
Tatooine, you're like, oh, that really is just jacking up the price.
Yeah, because it's already bad.
Yeah.
Because it's hard enough for a normal person to get credits in Star Wars based on personal
Yeah.
experience.
But in the case of the mods, we're talking about teenagers and
Yeah. It's like, what, you're gonna fucking take water away from teenagers as well?
apparently so.
I know this is a crime planet, but could you not be a jerk about it?
yeah.
But in conclusion, there are trees on Tatooine.
They're just not
However,
natural.
They're not naturally occurring.
Okay.
Can we
I
agree
I
to-
think I think this isn't even
Do we
a
have
this
a
isn't it.
peaceful
I was about to say this isn't even agree to disagree. This is just we agree.
Okay.
I think we have ended the debate for trees on Tatooine.
I will bury the hatchet.
I'm good with calling it.
Okay.
Trees on Tatooine debate concluded.
Yep.
We will not bring this up unless new media comes out regarding. But I highly doubt it.
The thing is, right, I went and I checked, like, the dates. And so Book of Boba Fett happened, it doesn't canonically happen
like in universe before Eye of the Beholder.
Yeah, because
happens
Eye of the
afterwards.
Beholder's attack is during the Clone Wars. Yeah.
However, in terms of publication, Eye of the Beholder happens later on. But that doesn't help either.
Yeah. In fact, that kind of confuses the situation. It's like, wait a minute, we just watched a Book of Boba Fett. What the fuck?
Yeah. But that's it for that argument. I hope you enjoyed Seth fucking rants about trees and
I think this was a fun little
Yeah.
topic. I'm glad we brought it back and we found a consent, like a proper conclusion to it.
Yep.
So now we're gonna jump into Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser Halcyon Legacy comic, which your boy is on the cover, Buryaga.
Yeah.
So spoiler warning for this comic.
Yep.
We're gonna talk about all 5 issues. So the premise is the main storyline takes place, I'd say my guess would have to be after episode 7 at least, because
Because the First Order.
the first
is
order
around.
the first order's around and it's kind of like a bigger presence, and they
Yeah.
make it sound like the Republic is,
Yeah.
because I mean that happens in episode 7. The Republic gets.
Yep.
And so so that we are following Saminia and her grandfather, what's his name? Sorry, I'm pulling up the info. Are we gonna get that info? I just want to know.
genuinely- At the end of it, I was like, Samina and her grandfather.
Yeah, okay, so we're with Samina and her grandfather. And her grandfather, they don't tell us this right away.
Yeah.
They kind of let the information get there, but we're gonna
Yeah.
out front state it. He's working with the Resistance,
Yes.
and he has intel on the First Order that is useful for the Resistance.
Yes.
And so they figure the best way to get passage to where the Resistance is that they got to meet up is to board the Halcyon Legacy.
Yes.
Which is this star cruiser. It's basically like going on a fancy cruise.
Fucking cruise ship.
Yeah, it's like
Let's
going
call
on.
it what it is.
It's like going on a cruise ship, and they are working with D3009, which is the tour droid, guide droid, essentially that takes care of them. And so this is basically a big advertisement for the Disney
Yeah.
Galactic Star
Your
Star
daily
Cruiser
dose
Hotel.
of capitalism.
Yeah, it's a little bit of capitalism, just a little bit, but I think
It's
something
songs are
we
still worthwhile.
Yeah, there was a discussion we had. I think the story still holds up on its own, whether or not it's a big advertisement for this hotel. And the reason I bring this up is because the droid is something that's prominent if you go to the hotel. Like you don't see a droid in person. I don't know if you see the droid in person. I haven't gone because it's a little expensive for my blood. And they but I have seen like you talk to it on like a video call thing, and you can have them tell you stories just like it does in this comic. Because in this comic, it's very similar to what was the other one that's very much like this that we talked about. There was one where there was a main story going on, and then they had like there was something like this that we read, I think. But anyways. They talk about previous guests on the Halcyon, which is interesting because, like, we talked about this with the Princess and the Scoundrel review, that the Halcyon Legacy has been around since as far back as the High Republic.
Yeah.
It just goes through new management each time.
Every time.
Yeah, it goes through new management every time a new political power takes control of the galaxy. So the first story we get is one from the we get a hint of the prequel era one, but that stops short.
Yeah.
Because we see a little preview of Anakin fighting Asajj Ventress. But unfortunately, meanwhile, we learn that pirates are about to hijack the Halcyon Legacy, led by Crimson Jack.
Yeah. A character who I did not know anything about other than that man looks like a pirate.
And
He's probably a pirate.
when I heard
Talks like a pirate.
yeah, when I heard that
So he
name,
is a pirate.
yeah, so he is a pirate. When I heard that name, I immediately thought back, okay, I know this name, and I know that image, I know who that guy is, and I think I thought about it, and then I was like, oh, he's from the old 70s and 80s Marvel Star Wars comics from back in the day, which means he is a Legends character, now canon, and I immediately thought about that, and I was like, "Oh hell yeah!" I like he's always been like they brought him back in a way that he is still the exact same character. They just I guess made him younger because he's about this age that he is in the comic now, back in the original trilogy era of Star Wars. So I guess they would have had to make him younger in the canon version because he's probably in his 40s maybe. 30s or 40s, late 30s, early 40s, from the look of him. He's got a luxurious beard, though, man. He's got it going. But he's that kind of character where you're like, oh, this is like a lovable bastard.
Yeah.
He's the lovable bastard trope, and I like that in a pirate. You know, I think a good pirate character should be a lovable bastard. And so he is trying to specifically find the spy. The Resistance spy, a.k.a. Samina's grandfather, on the ship. He doesn't know it's Samina's grandfather, but...
It's like, I just know that they're on the ship.
Yep.
It has to be one of them. Which one of them is it?
And so he's in communications with the captain, Captain Kavan, and is going, hey, look, I don't have to attack your ship. You just got to give me the spy. And we can call it a day. But if not...
It's like, that's all I want.
Yeah. If not, I'll board your ship and... You know, we'll do this the hard way if we have to.
Yep.
And of course, they don't truly know who it is yet. Well, Captain Kavan doesn't. I think somebody in her crew does.
Her assistant Lena Mock, I believe, does.
Yeah, because I believe Lena Mock is the one that's part of the Resistance as well.
She's like, just don't say anything.
And so, meanwhile, so then you see the ship, and I love the design of Crimson Jack's ship.
Yeah.
It's very big and pirate, like it's very much like almost like he brought his whole stronghold with him.
Yeah.
Like he's like, rather than just having a pirate island, I'm just gonna have a huge ship that holds all my stuff, and I love it.
Yep.
And it's got like it's very much a pirate ship because it's got like it's got the different sails on it, and it's like. I'll present this for them because it's too good of a design to not show off. Let me see if I can window capture. So this is it, and so the big ship is theirs.
Yes.
The ship that's a little bit smaller and sleeker, that's the Halcyon. But yeah, like I said, it's a really cool design for a ship. And I like that Star Wars is willing to play with that, with designs and stuff like that. It's one of what I think one of the more fun parts of like Star Wars ship design is seeing that type of stuff, where it's like it's a blend of like an actual ship and a spaceship. But so in order to help calm the guest and help Samina kind of not overreact, the droid decides to tell a story.
Yeah.
And we get to hear something of one of the earliest guests, because this is during the High Republic era.
Yep.
And we get to hear a story about our boy Buryaga and their master, Nibasik. Yep.
Yeah.
And Buryaga and her are meditating.
Yep.
When Buryaga gets a vision of like, well, they sense something bad's about to happen. And so it kind of throws them off, and
this is during the Great Hyperspace Disaster.
Yeah, like it's
still ongoing.
Yeah. So
which was bad.
Yeah.
In terms of, I think it's up there for me as like very bad things that have happened in Star Wars.
Yeah, there was a very intense debate about recently that I was in about discussing Lena So's kind of nonchalantness about the affair, and how like it was kind of a terrible decision for what happens in book 2, like her to be like, oh yeah, the Nihil seem to be dead, even though like they caused one of the biggest natural disasters in recent history. Let's go ahead and hold a galactic fair and also have no actual protections about it. I personally don't agree with that assessment of Lena So, but I can understand it. Because like you said, it is a terrible disaster, but at the same time, I don't know how much more they could have done. They could have done maybe a little bit more, but
I think that so since that topic has now been brought up,
yeah,
the hyperspace disaster, as we've discussed, was not intentional.
yeah.
Although the Nihil definitely eventually blame it as
they
like,
took
yeah, we did that on purpose.
Well, yeah, because
Do it again because fuck you.
they're a terrorist group, and that and it's a little real worldy talk, but terrorist groups they want you to know they did something.
Yeah.
And
So I see like the Republic Fair was supposed to be another moment of like, look, we're trying to make the best of things. Let's go and have like a little party.
yeah,
Unfortunately, they crashed that party pretty hard.
yeah,
Like it was supposed to be a moment of relief of like, look, what we can all do together. It just didn't work out. And let's be real, they tried.
yeah.
Okay? I can only imagine how much of a bitch and a half it was to even get the fair together to begin with.
Yeah. So this is actually near the beginning of the disaster.
Yeah.
Because like Buryaga sensing the like ships, like they go to the captain, who's this really cool Keldor
Yeah.
looking, and they're like, oh yeah, these ships just are appearing out of nowhere, and it's like, yeah, there were no ships on the hyperspace routes originally; they just appeared, which means the disaster's happening now,
Yeah.
like it's just starting. Because even Nibiseek's like, wait, what? You said they
that's
just
not
appeared? That's weird. And like, but at the same time, she's like, okay, well then, it can't be a mistake. Your readings have to be correct.
Yeah.
Uh,
It's not.
oh, sorry, the Nihil show up.
It's
yeah,
the Nihil showing up because of their fucking path drives.
yeah, the path drives.
Which operate like short hyperspace lanes that they can use.
Which I'm excited for when you start reading what's going on in Star Wars right now in the main comic, because they're getting into like that stuff. Because,
Yeah.
but yeah, like I'm sorry, yeah, I misunderstood. Yeah,
Yeah.
the
The hyperspace
it's already
disaster
happened. Yeah,
is happening, and it probably will continue happening.
That's
but
right.
that's not what the current ship's coming
so
out.
it has to be after Light of the Jedi,
Yeah.
but before Rising Storm,
Yes.
because Light of the Jedi, we know what Buryaga is doing that whole time.
Yeah.
So, and this didn't happen during that book, so it has to be after. Yeah, because Nib is still alive after Light of. No. Nib dies during Light.
I think so.
So it has to be during Light. But we don't. I did. Okay, I'm ready for that timeline book. There's a timeline book that's coming out.
Yeah.
I think I don't know when exactly it's coming out, but it's coming out.
Yeah, we'll get.
We need that book.
We need that book. So, the Nihil show up, and Nibiseek's like, all right, get ready, because they're gonna be coming. And it won't be a good time for any of us.
Yeah.
And so they're like, all right, how you wanna handle this? And it's like, and it's like, all right, Nib is like, I'll handle the ones that get on board. Buryaga, get in your ship and deal with them.
Get in your ship, yep.
And I was like, ship-to-ship combat is not as, I suppose, lenient on a Jedi's
Yeah.
sense of morality as their normal combat is. Because, man, they get rid of a lot of Nihil.
It has to be late in the book.
Yeah.
Because at this point, what's his name is dead already.
Yeah.
Kavak or
Kassav.
Kassav. Yeah, Kassav is already dead
Good
because
idiot.
Kassav is already dead because the new Tempest Runner that replaces him is already there. That bastard with his mech armor.
Yep. And let's Mr. Mech Armor, whose name I have forgotten,
Yeah, I forgot to. He's not important to me. I hate him.
is just running through like the rest of the crew before meeting up and encountering Nibasik.
Yeah. Which I love the Nib's lightsaber.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
See, I love me a good I love a good crossguard saber. I love Nibs. I love Stellan's.
Mhm.
Stellan's has a little cool thing where it has like a little
Yeah.
thing on top of it, like
Yeah. Meanwhile, Buryaga is outside, and he's kind of getting a bit overwhelmed.
yeah. Because he's letting his emotions are controlling, which is a thing even in Light of the Jedi where he gets very emotional.
Like, it's
It-
known that he's pretty good.
He's good at flying and good at shooting, but he also gets very emotional a lot of the time, and he lets his emotions
Yeah.
get away from him, which is a lesson that Nib very much is constantly going, just breathe,
Yep.
relax, let the Force guide you.
Yep. And things are not going well, because 1 against 25, even for a Jedi, is a bit much.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, it looks like Nib is kind of losing on account of being in a poison gas field.
Yeah.
Because this is another thing that Nihil like to do.
Yeah, they like to gas their enemies, and
Yep.
it's a very effective strategy, so
Yes.
I'll give them that.
I'm like, I don't like what you did, but I do understand its efficiency.
Yeah. And
But
so,
also, fuck you.
so just as Nib's about to, like, get hammered, literally,
Yep.
Nib smiles, and they're just like, what are you smiling at? And Nib's like, oh, just the fact I'm not alone, because then all these Halcyon soldiers come
Yep.
running in behind him and start shooting him.
Like, damn it.
And it's great.
The thing that Nib was in charge, they need to keep the Nihil from getting this little compass thing
Yeah.
that's important for hyperspace travel.
Mm-hmm.
And they succeed in that, but they get the other thing that the thing that they really wanted,
Mm-hmm.
which
And-
was the star charts.
Yeah, and of course, like you were saying, it was looking bad for Burry, and just as like all hope is lost, we get this epic.
Fucking
It's
Calvary
very Star.
arrived.
Yeah, it's very Star Wars moment, very Western. The cavalry comes in, led by Stellan Geos to the
Yeah.
rescue.
I don't hate you, Stellan,
I love
since you've helped our boy.
Stellan. I think
Stellan
gets-
he just took on too much, I think.
Stellan's somebody
Because
who
of the circumstances.
Stellan is the gift. He's that. I think all three of that trio, Stellan, Avar, and Elzar. Well, Stellan and Avar specifically, they were the kids that were known as being gifted.
Yeah.
And so, as the gifted children, a lot of things are put upon them.
Yeah.
And of course, it's hard for them to say no.
Yeah. I do feel like Stellan later on should have probably started saying no a few times.
And so I get it. And it's also a
Like,
reason.
I don't hate him.
It's also why Avar and Stellan butted heads a bit, because they're both the gifted children with different ideas of what they should be doing.
Yeah.
Um,
Meanwhile, Elzar is just over here like,
nobody cares. I'm the black sheep of the children. Nobody. I'm
no one
good.
will care what I do.
No one expects anything from me, so I'm good.
Yeah.
Except because of this lack of expectations, he's also more reckless.
Yeah. Like, I can do whatever.
Yeah.
Admittedly, there are times when that I can do whatever attitude works and it saves everyone.
Yeah.
However, there are times when I'm like, a little bit of just slowing down would have helped a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Like, maybe your best friend would still be alive, Elzar.
I think
But
Stellan. I think. Well,
that situation was fucked.
I
to
think
begin with.
Starlight was going down either way.
Yeah.
Whether or not Elzar had cut down them, I think even if they managed to stop the ship from falling,
It's
it was
out of commission.
It's out of
anyway.
commission, anyways. I don't know if Stellan would have died one way or the other. It's hard to say.
Yeah.
Because I don't know like what the Nihil would have done if. What's their backup plan if the
Yeah.
ship's not if Starlight's not crashing, you know? Because obviously Markion is. I think Markion had a plan for a plan for a plan.
Yeah.
So like if something didn't go exactly the way he
damn it.
originally planned, he probably has a plan B to Z.
Ah, this row motherfucker.
Yeah.
But
But yeah, so the Tempest Runner is like, okay, well, I got what I needed. We didn't quite get everything, but we got the
we
main
didn't get
thing.
everything we wanted, but we got the main objective complete.
And so instead of like trying to escape normally, he's like, I'll just blast a hole.
Yep. Since I can survive outside in space
Yep.
long enough for my crew to pick me up.
Yep.
Shame nobody else can.
Yeah, and so blast a hole in the bridge, which causes a lot of people to start flying out. But thankfully, Nib manages to use the force to crush the
Yep.
thing, crush the hole, and seal it in time to save the captain at least.
Yeah.
Um,
And Nib is like, I don't like how easy that was.
yeah, he kind of ran away, and I don't think that's how this was
That's not
supposed to go.
That's not what the fucking Nihil do. They don't run away.
Well, some do. They're kind of
Some do.
cowards.
And she's like, that guy kind of was winning.
Yeah,
Why did he run?
and so
Oh, well.
that was the end of the story,
Yep.
and.
Meanwhile, in the
Eh.
present,
And that's basically to show like the training and like
this isn't the first time we've dealt with pirates.
yeah, to show we've dealt with pirates before, and also like they're giving a tour and they're like,
Yeah.
here's the training pod, the very pod that I told you about in the story that Buryaga was training in.
We did that out of gratitude. That's why this room exists.
Yep. And so
The next story,
we go back into the main story where now the pirates are shooting at them.
are like,
They're trying to disable the ship essentially.
yeah.
And oh, hold on, comic froze on me.
Oh no.
There we go. Oh no, don't stop freezing.
Oh boy.
There we go. Like it's been acting up lately.
Mhm.
I don't know what's going on. But yeah, so they do manage to disable him enough, and Crimson Jack's like, oh, hell yeah, we're gonna take the ship. Think
Like,
of,
all right, diplomacy failed, and they're trying to run away. Let's make sure they can't run away.
yeah, and so. He calls again, like once again, the lovable bastard that he is. He's like, "Hey, I'll give you another chance to not start this the rough way." He's like, "I'll give you one more shot."
Yep.
Because once again, lovable bastard that he is.
All right. Look, I just want the spy. That's all I want. Don't try to run away.
And so,
If you run away, I will go over there and there will be a problem.
this is when we are introduced to Linka Mock, who's like,
Sorry, I got your name wrong.
you did get her last name, Mock.
Yeah. I was like, that's a weird last name.
But Linka Mock comes in and is like, and they are the director of the cruise.
Okay.
So they're like actually higher up on the chain of command when you, because they're like the one in charge of
Yeah.
everything. The captain is just in charge of the ship specifically, but they're like in charge of the company. and,
Yep.
and so Linka's like, no, we can't let them board, and we can't allow this. And the captain's like, but I gotta protect my ship. And they're like, yeah, but they're after a resistance spy, and we can't allow that. And so,
She goes,
that's when the captain's like, hey, I've got an idea.
"Mm,
And she runs over and she's like, all right, we're going to lure the pirate ship closer because we're going to get them into a solar storm.
yeah. What's the plan? The plan is we're going to drive into a hurricane. We're going to what?
I think it's worse than that. A solar storm is way worse than a hurricane.
Yeah. But
Uh,
that's the closest, like,
yeah, I mean,
comparison.
so they're like, yeah, we're going to drive right into a star. And they're like,
Yeah.
wait, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, because, the solar storm will catch them, and then
And then
we'll just divert from it at the
Yep.
last second. And this is another time for a quick. Well, first they go to like the casino. Our main character, Samina, grandfather and droid. They go to the casino, and that's when the droid's like, "Oh yeah, this reminds me of this time when bounty hunters were on the ship back in the old Republic days." So now we're out of well, not old Republic, but the fall of the Republic days, so prequel era. And we talk about Aura Singh.
Yes.
And so Aura Singh is looking for somebody specific.
Yep.
And
She's technically on vacation at the moment.
oh yeah, it's
She's not.
yeah. But they're like it's a vacation where it's a workcation.
It's a case of like, if I happen to come across some work, I'll decide if I want to or not.
Oh yeah, because they're on like so the stop that they're making is for a safari expedition.
Yeah.
Because like any other cruise ship in the real world, the Halcyon Legacy makes stops along its cruise route. So you get to explore a random planet based on what cruise route you took, and
Yep.
in the case of the actual hotel, the premise is that you are stopping at Batuu, which is where Galaxy's Edge is set. So where the park at Disney is set, it's set on Batuu.
Yep.
And so the premise of the park is that you stop at Batuu, you go off, you ride the rides there, and interact with the story that takes place at the park, because there is an ongoing story that
Yep.
it's very Groundhog's Day, where every day it's the same story
Oh, boy.
at the park, but it's because you have to be able to interact with a singular story. It'd be weird if there was an ongoing narrative, and then you don't go to Disney World for a year and you come back and it's like, oh, you've missed so much of the plot, and it's like, what? No, it's the same plot every day, so that way you can interact with different parts of the plot.
The fact that the idea of it being an ongoing narrative is very funny to me.
That would be one hell of a thing to do.
Yeah.
That'd be
That'd be damn near impossible.
that Disney would have some huge balls to do that. I mean, they've already got some big cojones, but I don't know if they do
Not
that.
for that one. But Aura Singh is like, all right, I'm gonna go, and I'm just gonna hang out for a little bit.
Yeah. And so it turns out one of the servers is actually our friend, our favorite other Claudite bounty hunter, Zam Wessel.
Mhm.
Which Aura immediately recognizes. Aura's
Yeah.
like, yeah, I know who the fuck you are. I'm not dumb.
It's very much like. Also, brief thing. At the moment, the Halcyon is controlled by the Hutts
Yes. And
because
not-
they had a change in management.
yeah, because once again, we talked about it at the beginning of this
Yep.
review. They change management over time.
Yep.
Um,
And so,
and this is pre Attack of the Clones,
Yeah.
just to provide context. This is probably episode 1 era. If I was to try to guess exactly when it takes place, I would say around episode, like not during episode 1, because we know Aura's on Tatooine, but around that time.
yeah. And so, Wessel's like, hey, I have
I have a job.
Yeah. She's like, all right, well, what?
And so she's looking for these specific somebody that owes money, I
Yeah,
think,
that
to
owes
the
money.
Hutts. Yeah.
It's-
And
She's
like, once we get to the planet, we can deal with that
Yep.
because it's an easier target while the hunt's going.
Mhm.
So they agree to work together and kind of split the profits.
Yep.
And
They do find the target that they're looking for on the Halcyon.
yeah, and in fact they are like, hey, we're gonna deal with you soon, but
Yeah.
we can't do it on the ship.
Yeah, and he explains his reasoning. He's like, it's very much a case of, I took a loan. I wanted to live big for a while.
Oh yeah,
And
because
then I took another loan.
they're looking for the client's kid.
Yeah.
Because because they owed so much to the Hutts, they were like scared that the Hutts would retaliate, and so they took the kid from the Hutts as like collateral to make sure they don't get.
Yeah.
Because it's not a Hutt. So Aura's not working for the Hutts. She's working for like another guest who
Yeah.
works for the Hutts. because she meets this guy who's like, "Hey, I'll hire you and pay you this much if you'll work for me and help me get my kid back."
Yeah.
And that's why Aura and Zam are like, "Yeah, we'll work together. We got our own jobs, but they are like jobs that like interlink." And so they make it to Numidian Prime, which is the world that they're going on this hunt with. And the guy who owes money is like, "All right, follow me. I'll lead you to where we're keeping the kid." And of course, it's a trap. It's always a trap.
I was like, is that so? When I saw the creature that they're supposed to be hunting, I was like, that's a minotaur.
Yeah.
You can't tell me that's not what that is.
Yeah, the Predavorax.
But in terms of design, I'm like, that's a cool monster.
It really is.
But once again, the fucking wildlife, man.
Once again, I'm gonna have to show them the art because, like, I think it's just fair that they see these cool designs. Look at that, especially with how much effort is put into this art. Like, the artists on these comics do so well with them. I say that now, knowing like some other comics that we're gonna get to way down the line where you're gonna hate the art. But
oh boy,
because everybody hates the art. But,
oh man,
but. Let's just say the mainline Star Wars comics were not as good looking as they are now.
Okay.
But yeah, so they get into a fight with the Predavorax, which wasn't always the trap, but it was like a trap that was like the pirate smuggler, whatever you want to call them, that kidnapped the guy's kid. Were like,
wait, no, I'm not supposed to be down here.
Yeah.
And like, well.
Meanwhile, the Hutt because they're watching from the Halcyon because it's just a big game to them. The Hutt's like, hell yeah, I'm gonna get some money out of this because I put money down on that going down the way it did. And so like, Aura and them, Aura manages to make it through most of it.
Yeah.
And Zam comes in to save the day for the last minute to take down the Weequays.
Yeah.
And save the kid. And they managed to bring the kid back on board just in time.
Yep.
And
it's like, all right, kid, go back to your...
And also just in time to miss the solar storm that they were near.
Yep.
Because that planet is really close to a solar storm.
Yep.
Which is why this story is being told by the droid.
Yeah.
Because that's the connective tissue. And so they managed to get back on the ship just in time. Because I think the solar storm was the timer for how long they had to save the kid and get back.
Yep.
And so, like, that was the like little countdown. Like, we had the little countdown on the clock going. And so, of course, everybody gets paid.
Yep.
And so like, all of these stories are meant to help Samina be like, hey, everything's going to be fine.
Yep.
And so now Grandfather was like, I gotta talk to Mock.
Yeah, I gotta go talk to her.
And at this point, Crimson Jack's like, all right, I'm done warning y'all. It's time to board because I've given y'all 2 times to just work with me.
Yep.
And so if y'all aren't gonna do that, then we'll do a chase. We'll do a little chase. You want to be chased into the solar storm? We'll do that, and then I'm gonna board y'all. And in fact, we're gonna swivel towards the cannons and shoot at y'all.
You know what? Yeah, we will just shoot at you. And so and
that's
like,
the end of issue 2.
We're going into the storm.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, it's very much on Crimson Jack's ship. He's got this like really mouthy lieutenant.
Yeah.
Who's like pointing out,
who never gets his jokes, but also is pointing out all the flaws with Crimson Jack's plan.
Mm-hmm.
Which is upsetting because Crimson Jack has the best jokes. I don't get this guy not.
And this guy, eventually, Jack just is like, all right, fuck it. Bang.
Yeah, he finally just gets rid of the guy. Good on Jack. You know, sometimes there are toxic people in your life, and you got to get rid of them. You got to cut them out.
Sometimes criticism goes too far, as this man learned.
And so, you know,
I'm not sure what happened to this guy. I think he's alive.
Yeah,
but he has been laid the fuck out.
Yeah, like I said, sometimes you got to get rid of the toxic people in your life, and Crimson Jack, I think, did what was best for him.
Yeah. I think I misread the situation the first time.
Oh, as him being dead?
Thought he was like...
Because he just says, ow.
Yeah.
I mean, he could be dead, and that could have been his last words, but...
Yeah.
I mean, we don't ever see him again.
I thought he was incinerated, but
I mean,
he's not.
Yeah, I mean, we don't ever see him again, so I mean,
He might be dead.
I think he just got smacked the fuck out of though, because I feel like if he was shot or anything, we would have seen Crimson Jack holding a gun, and the panels do not show
show
exactly
that,
what happened.
so-
They just show like that the guy gets yeah.
The Halcyon enters the storm, and Crimson Jack's like, I'm not going in there. Actually, I think I'm just gonna wait outside.
Yeah, because they got to come out eventually.
Yeah, it's like the storm's not gonna last forever. I can just wait
I
it
mean,
out.
yeah, and like I liked seeing the representation of like the shields on the ship, like just getting blown, like because they're going into the storm, and of course, once again, everybody's concerned.
And he's like, would you like another story? Everyone's like, yeah, we would.
Yeah, because at this point, everybody is being gathered into like the main hall,
Yeah, because that's like the safest place for them.
and so. Right now it's still just Samina and Grandpa, but everybody else is making their way there, and so the droid's like, "I got another story," and like Grandpa's the one that points out, "Hey, just tell another story, and keep my granddaughter like relaxed while I got to do what I got to do."
Yep.
And so we get another story back once again while the Hutts are still in charge. This time though during the Clone Wars.
Yes.
And we can see that the Hutts have really changed the Halcyon because the Hutts owned the Halcyon for a good chunk of time.
Yeah. Like, they, at the next time we see the Halcyon.
Because Princess and the Scoundrel implies that the Hutts only like recently lost control of the Halcyon. Because even during the Imperial days, while the Imperials kind of had control, the Hutts still had a share of it.
Yeah.
Because in Princess and the Scoundrel, they talk about how like, oh yeah, like now that, because this is like now that the war's over, the Imperials don't have control really, and the Hutts don't either anymore.
Yeah.
Because like,
On account of most of the Hutts being dead.
yeah,
Actually, almost all of them are dead.
yeah, because
Because their cartel, like the main like 6 head people, got killed,
yeah, and like
and then Jabba got killed.
yeah, leaving like maybe 1 or 2 others that were like small fry
Yeah.
around, but the cartel is essentially dead.
Yep. Which I think, of course, leads to events later on. And
Yeah, it leads to like Book of Boba Fett, where the
Yeah.
Pike Syndicate's like, oh yeah, we can take our chance of being big again, and because the Pikes are kind of a major player, but like obviously nobody compares to the Hutts.
Yeah.
But like the Pikes and the Black Sun and all them, they're big
Yeah.
players, but they're not the Hutts.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we see like a Rancor like who's held in chains,
He's like, I fucking.
and so like there's a senator on board, not our main senator,
No.
but there is a senator on board. It's I forget the race, but it's the same one as the Jedi Pivo, I think is his name. It's been a minute. Clone Wars.
I'm unfamiliar.
Yeah. Anyways, they look like a Yoda's race, but they're more human color textures. Yeah.
And so,
But Anakin and Padme are also on the ship because they're there to meet that
Yep.
that senator, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
Because I think isn't he that senator is with the
they are trying to
To-
get to him before he goes and spills a bunch of secrets to the Separatists.
because he's about to convert to the Separatists.
And they're like, we have to catch him, but we also cannot let anyone know that we're
A couple.
from the Republic
Oh yeah,
or a
so the-
couple.
but
No, they can let them know they're a couple,
yeah.
but not that they're from the Republic.
Yeah, so they decide to play at romantic relationship,
Yeah.
which is easy for them because like they're married and
Yeah.
and this is kind of like they talk about how this is also like a second honeymoon essentially
Yeah.
because like
the first one
kind of blew
kind
up.
of sucked
Yeah,
because honeymoons in Star Wars don't work out very well.
I'd say Princess and the Scoundrel wasn't too bad of a honeymoon, but it wasn't the best.
Yeah. I'm like, they never get like a time to just
Be romantic.
be romantic and relax ever.
Yeah. And so they decide to have a little fun while they're on the missions, which I think is nice. It's nice.
Yeah.
It's nice seeing them have a moment to themselves and having fun. It is nice seeing that. Even if I think the relationship as a whole is
Probably
terrible.
not that great.
And so like,
It's in one of those moments where you're like, oh, they're actually happy.
yeah. And so like they do like the little jousting type
Yeah.
thing, like except it has like this really cool belt where there's a rope attached, but like an electric rope, so they can't go too far, so they have to fight and all that.
Yeah.
And then they go to like a little garden that's on the Halcyon, because the Halcyon is very much similar to Starlight Beacon in that it's
Yeah.
pretty much got all your amenities. And so like there's a little garden area that they take a tour on, and they get a little sweet moment.
And it's
Un-
like,
Unfortunately, there's an assassin
yeah,
that makes their way onto the ship. A very familiar assassin by the name of Ventress.
yeah, I'm like, first thing that I was
Also,
like,
that is a
what?
that is a that's a shot for sure of Ventress. Like, oh,
What?
that's a nice shot.
Hmm.
Let me get
I'm like,
real zoomed in here, and then I'll show the audience. It's very dominating, and it very much brings that presence that Ventress should have.
yep.
And I love the cloak kind of look, and I like she's really muscular in this too. Like,
I'm like, oh no.
that's some mommy imagery.
You know,
I'm not wrong.
no, I hate it because you're right. And so
And it's not like, I'm not somebody who, like, I'm somebody who can appreciate a good mommy imagery. I'm not somebody who 100% is like, that's not the thing I'm gonna fall for immediately. But if I see a good mommy, yeah, I can appreciate that. And that's a good mommy imagery.
I've discussed this with you. I have a thing for evil sword women.
And that one does not help.
That did not help. I'm like, damn. If only you weren't evil.
Like, that's a really good fit
Yeah.
for her.
It is. And I'm like, oh man, I'm gonna enjoy this story. And so the story continues. And
So Anakin feels her
Anakin's
presence.
like, oh shit.
Because Anakin's like, damn it, I know who this is.
I know who this is, that woman that jumped me in the tunnel.
God damn it.
Fuck.
Because this is after Brotherhood,
Yeah.
but before a lot of other events. Like, he's grown his hair out, because Brotherhood, his hair is starting to grow,
Yep.
but it's not like what we know in Clone Wars. But this is about closer to what we know in Clone Wars. And so,
And so they're like, all right, the time for subtlety is long since
yeah.
gone.
And so basically, they're like, all right, we better go get that person. And unfortunately, as they're
And-
catching up, Ventress is already like on top of them.
Is so close to like just succeeding.
Ventress is literally
Like,
hovering over this
On
man.
30 more feet, she would have made it.
It's not even 30 feet. She's literally right behind him. She just needs to go. Just hug the man and grab him.
Yeah.
And then Anakin's like, hey, how's it going?
Hey,
Has this really cool action pose with the lightsaber out front.
guess what? I've decided I will be jumping you this time.
And Padme's got her gun and she's
Like-
looking all badass.
You're like, no, you're not getting away with
Although I'm kind of upset that they, once again, Padme is awesome, but like, whoever drew her for this comic couldn't help but do another midriff shot. Do we need another midriff outfit for Padme? We do not. We do
it. I
not.
didn't notice that.
Like,
That did not register as important to my brain.
I'm just now registering it. And I'm just now registering it. And I'm just like, did we need it? Like, because the midriff thing, like,
Is this a thing on Naboo?
this is a thing for Padme. Like, especially in the movies. But the biggest sinner is Attack of the Clones with the whole accidental midriff when on the arena. Like, that's the biggest, like,
Oh,
where the Nexu cuts the back of her outfit, but somehow she gets a midriff outfit from that.
wait, does it change?
Well, because she has like the full outfit, right? The full white outfit, right?
Oh god, it does, doesn't it?
And then she gets the claw from the Nexu on the back, but somehow that creates a whole midriff.
How the fuck did that happen?
Like, that's the biggest center. Like, there can be a nice midriff outfit. And this is a nice outfit. And I guess it makes sense because they're on, like, a romantic cruise.
Yeah.
But, like, at the same time, it's like, you didn't need to do a midriff outfit. She doesn't need another midriff outfit.
She's like, Anakin, I don't have any fucking shirts.
Just midriffs. I packed all midriffs for this week-long cruise.
I don't know why I did this. But a fight breaks
Yeah,
out.
a fight breaks out, and once again, this one's not as good. Like, this, Ventress's face is kind of funny in this, but like, but also, like, outside of that, it's a pretty good shot, but Ventress's face is kind of like, it's kind of off-putting on that one, but like, it's still a cool moment. And
Yeah.
so, like, we get this big fight that breaks out, and of course,
Yeah.
Padme's like, hey, let me try to get you out of here.
Hey, you want to live, right?
Actually, she's helping this other kid.
Yeah.
She finds this kid, and she's like, hey, you should probably get out of here. It's senator business. You're a kid. You don't need to be here.
Return to your drinks.
And then,
Jedi
like,
business.
yeah, and then the guards are coming in as well to
Yeah.
kind of deal with the commotion, trying to stop Padme.
Yeah.
And so
of all
Padme's
people.
Padme's like, nah, stun blast. And like Ventress and Anakin are doing their big duel
Yeah.
and they get surrounded by the Hutts. And
The Hutt's like, if any of them move,
shoot them.
just kill them.
Like, I don't
We're
care.
not dealing with this.
Because we're neutral.
Yeah.
Because once again, this is before Clone Wars. So before the movie, so therefore Hutts are neutral still.
Yep.
Um,
And it's like, an Asajj just like, I'm not winning this one. And I can't have this guy talking. So,
stabby stab.
goodbye.
And also, she takes a note out of the Nihil playbook and decides to jump through a window.
Yep.
Yeah. Although, unlike the Nihil playbook, she doesn't have a mask, but
Yeah.
you can survive a little bit of space quickly if you get into. Cause, a lot of Star Wars ships, they have a certain their shielding provides air even if the blast window's open.
So, as long as you're quick about it.
Yeah. And so, and then of course Anakin helps seal it, while Padme is helping the kid not fly into space.
Yep.
And the kid happens to be the same race as Samina, by the way. So
I thought at the time.
it was Samina, and then
No, not Samina. I thought it was her grandfather.
let me see the name because they mentioned the name. I think.
Yeah.
Of the kid. I think actually no. Grandpa says something at the end of the story. Not for this story. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I think he's in the. Did they do an original trilogy era story? Don't they? I think he's around for that one.
Yeah, I think
I think
so.
that's the one he's around for.
I know he's like in one of these. I don't remember. I think it's the next one. It's either this one or the next
I
one.
think it's the next one.
Yeah.
Because the last one is about the lady that's on the ship.
Oh. Yeah.
Because there's a lady that's been on the ship for 100 years or something like that.
For like a good 100 years.
Because it's no, not for 100 years. Because it's during original No, I forget what era she starts on, but she's been around.
It's very old.
No, it's original. It's after Episode 6 era.
Okay.
But she's 100 years or something old.
Yeah.
But she's like been on the ship since the end of Episode 6.
Yes.
Because of details that we'll talk about when we get to that story.
Yep.
But
And so Grandpa's like, all right, granddaughter.
you need to hang out here. I have to talk to the director because I'll be disembarking the Halcyon early. You'll stay here because I can't sacrifice the people on this ship
I can't do that. I have to go.
because Grandpa is a good man because he knows that the Resistance is more than just him.
Yep.
And so he hugs his granddaughter goodbye, and also, and that's the end of that issue.
Yep.
And so he goes up to the bridge, and basically, well, no, he just leaves. He just gets on an escape pod.
Yep.
That's right. Meanwhile, everybody else is getting ready to be in the main hall.
Yep.
And the ship is like, okay, we can't stay in the storm much longer.
We have to go out.
And so they go ahead and get out of the storm. Only
I believe
for
they're immediately
yeah,
shot.
they're immediately boarded and shot. Yeah,
And, it's
and
like, yeah, I just waited outside.
so
And we are given another story.
and this one is about like the lowest point for
Yeah.
the Halcyon because it's during the Imperial reign, and like how even at the lowest points there can be the highs, and that's where Maz Kanata comes in.
Yeah.
Our girl Maz. Love Maz. And so apparently Maz was doing a job for the Empire. Basically a relic hunt.
Yes.
And Maz is like, oh yeah, I've got this relic for General Cardon, because now the Halcyon is run by the Empire, and specifically General Cardon.
Apparently we got stuck on the Anakin shot.
Did we? Let me see. Looks fine on my side. Let me see here if I can. Okay, are we good? Let me know if we're still stuck.
Yep.
But General Cardon is basically there's a comparison to be made here, and it's very much a comparison that makes sense considering what the Empire is based off of. The villains from Indiana Jones.
Yeah.
Um,
I like
did you catch that too?
yeah. Yeah.
Um,
I was also like, I don't this is the thing where I'm like, I didn't like him before. This interaction with Maz and the whole thing,
yeah, because he's already like
what pisses me off.
this guy that collects and hoards
Yeah.
treasure, and he's much like the villains from Indiana Jones. He's stealing from other
Yeah.
cultures.
The worst, like, then he goes and makes it worse, like, because he doesn't give it to like Imperial museums or anything.
No, it's just for him to hold.
Just for him.
It's just for him to hold, and not even
For some
well.
reason that pisses me off
And
more.
it's not even organized or anything. It's
no,
just
it's all just in a room.
yeah. And so, which once again is very similar to those villains from Indiana Jones. They just they hoarded a lot of treasure like that.
And so Maz is like, all right, I got your treasure for you.
Yeah, and so it's basically this crown from Alderaan, which is even worse
Yeah.
considering that this is post A New Hope.
Yeah.
So this is one of the last remaining artifacts of Alderaan.
Yep.
Like existence of a culture.
Yeah.
I mean, it's angering in the moment. We learn later on some stuff, but yeah, he's like, oh, hell yeah, this is going to go in my collection.
Yep.
And oh man, this line really made me hate him. The loss of Alderaan is my gain. You fucker. You.
And it's like, thanks, I'm glad.
So it turns out, though, Maz Kanata is playing this motherfucker.
Yeah.
Because while the ship is mostly run by the Imperials, like on the higher levels,
Yeah.
on the lower levels, it's run by smugglers and mercenaries and stuff. People that are like on
Literally
hire.
everyone else.
Say, like it's on hire, like anybody that like just happens to be paid by the Empire to run the lower decks,
Yeah.
because the Empire think they're too good to run that. And one of our favorite pirates is on these lower decks, Hondo Onaka.
Yep.
Who is in on this plan of stealing from the Empire, and along with our other favorite, Lando Calrissian, wearing his fit from Solo. I love that fit.
Yep. He's like, I wish I had my car,
Yeah. And so,
but I don't.
And I love. So it's interesting that a lot of times we run into Lando when he's playing Sabacc.
Yeah. It doesn't surprise me. This
Like-
man fucking loves Sabacc.
Like his appearance in Rebels is when we see him playing Sabacc
Mm-hmm.
as his intro to that episode. Solo, he's playing Sabacc. Here he's playing Sabak. The only time we get an intro to him and he's not playing Sabak starting off is in Empire.
Yeah.
And so it's like, oh, okay. But yeah, so Lando, Hondo, and Maz are in on this, but Maz is pretending like that she's helping the Empire,
Yeah.
and that Lando and Hondo are the ones like in charge of this heist.
Yeah.
And basically, the ship goes on lockdown, and they're like, oh shit, we gotta lock down all these artifacts, gotta keep my crown jewels, not let anybody in. Turns out though, Hondo's already in the safe.
Like, hey,
I'm already in here, you fucks.
I got you.
And they're like, oh shit, open the safe, open the safe. And turns out, nah, he's lying. He wasn't there.
Lying.
Yeah. I already do have.
However,
I do have
go
the
back-
stuff
Can
already.
you go back?
Yeah.
Down
To the when he's on the call or
when he's running away.
when he's running that panel.
It was the reaction of one of the stormtroopers seeing another stormtrooper die.
Oh yeah. Where is it? You there, Holt? Now where's the fun in that? Look out, the pirate in October. Haven't been a pirate in years.
Hondo is very. There we go.
Oh, that's the one. Yeah. Oh my god. So hold on. Let me.
It's a very-
Hopefully we don't get stuck again. But let
Yeah.
me show that one.
It is a very amusing thing.
Yeah, it goes. Seems like you've run out of places to hide, businessman. Because he said that he's not a pirate in years. I'm a legitimate businessman. Because it's Hondo. Come over here and surrender for interrogation. That doesn't sound very appealing. I have a better idea. Why don't you come over here instead? That does it. Oof. You didn't think that one all the way through, did you? And they fall down. And Hondo, being the genius he is, actually grabbed on while that stormtrooper died. And his buddy comes in and he says, well, there goes TD 3300. Never was known for his smarts, but at least he got rid of that infernal pirate.
Calls his friend a dumbass. His friend is dead, and he's like, "Yeah, that guy was kind of dumb."
Yeah, he wasn't known for being smart. He was dumb.
It's like, all right.
Tell us how you really feel about your friend.
Oh.
But yeah, so
Meanwhile,
meanwhile, they open the vault, and that gives Lando is impersonating
Yep.
one of the officers, and he's inspecting the
yeah.
goods to make sure that everything is still in there, and then knocks out the General Cardin.
Yep.
And as well as takes out the stormtroopers that are guarding him and makes a run for it with the chest,
goodbye.
because they were liberating the other artifacts for themselves to make a little profit, but they also are planning to give it back to some of the people that it
Yeah.
should go to, because Maz is basically paying them for it, and because she's like, I'm gonna give it back to the people that should have it, but I'm gonna pay you guys that way, because otherwise, because this is during a time when Lando and Hondo would not do something like this for free.
Yeah.
This is pre A New Hope. I mean, or pre-Empire at least.
Yeah.
It's probably post A New Hope, but it could be either. It could be set in either time. It just has to be pre-Empire because Lando would not do this for free yet. This is definitely, and Hondo definitely wouldn't do this for free.
Yeah.
And so it turns out though that the crown jewels of Alderaan were fake.
Yeah.
It was made up by Hondo and Maz to fuck with that guy.
Yep. And so, like I said earlier, Maz is like, I just wanted the box back. A
Yep.
friend gave it to me.
Yeah,
That's why I wanted it.
yeah, because the box is hers, or yeah, like it's been passed down to her
Yeah.
from a friend. But the rest of the stuff though, it's like, oh, this is all
Yeah,
like,
I'm just gonna go give this back.
and then pay you guys.
Yeah, with the guy with the money that the man paid
Yeah.
me.
Yep.
So everyone gets what they want.
Yep. And so we've returned back to the present day storyline where the Crimson Jack is boarded.
Jackie Boy is boarded.
Everybody is in the main hall except for the captain and Mock.
Yeah.
And Crimson Jack is in the bridge with them, holding them captive, while his pirates have basically brought everybody in, and is like, Crimson Jack's like, all right, look, we got hostages now. Things will go down if you don't work with me. He's like, I don't want it to go that way, but if you don't work with me, they will.
For God's sake, just give me the spy. That's the only one I want. If you don't, I will get rid of everyone in this room.
And that's when Gramps makes a call from the escape
Like,
pod that he's
hey.
already on. He's already like a good distance away.
Yeah, he's like,
hey, if you want the spy, come get me, you motherfucker.
He's like, haha, it's me.
It's me.
I'm not on the ship.
Yeah, it's me. Hi, I'm the one you want. He's the problem.
Except he's not. It's fucking
Yeah, no.
Jack over here.
He's not Taylor Swift.
No, he is not Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift is not from a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away.
But yeah, so Crimson Jack's like, God damn it, really?
Fucking motherfucker.
And that's when one of the bridge crewmen gets like the guts to go ahead and be like, fuck it, I'm gonna shoot at him for the Halcyon. Misses entirely. Like, it almost looks like Jack has the force the way he swerves, but like it's like I know he doesn't. He's just like, this guy was just that bad of a shot.
Yeah.
And Jack full on grabs this man and tosses him.
Yep. He's like, what if he uses every fucking villain's favorite move, the grab and throw?
Yeah. And once again, it like the way the panel is, it looks like he force tosses him. But once again, it's like, no. I know
He's
he's
just really strong.
like, I know he's not using the force because I know Crimson Jack can't. I know he's just going, but the panel doesn't show him grab, obviously,
Yeah.
because not every little thing has to be seen in a comic book. You there's implied, things.
Yep.
And so I'm like, I can imply that he grabbed him, but like, if you didn't know this about Jack, you would think, yeah, he did just.
Yeah.
But like,
And so,
So, like, once again, he's like, all right, I'm going to leave one of my guys here to make sure no funny business happens, and then I'm going to go myself to grab this guy.
like, I'll do it myself.
Yeah, he decides to go Thanos.
Meanwhile,
The everybody on board is kind of getting ready to go full, like, resistance on these pirates, but they need one more story to kind of bring it all together. And so there's this older...
this pirate does smack
Yeah.
D309, and I'm like, ow, why?
Yeah, but then this
Just beating the shit out of Protocol.
this older guest on the ship says, "Hey, we should tell her one more story.
Yeah.
It should be my story about when we passed the Sungrazer comet a quarter of a century ago. So yeah, so that would be
25 years.
25 years, which fits the timeline, which is post Return of the Jedi.
Yep.
Yeah, so that fits. Yep.
Okay.
So we go back to post Return of the Jedi because they mention that the events of Princess and the Scoundrel in this issue.
Yeah.
Because turns out this passenger, her name is I know the guy's name, Stolak, but she's with her boyfriend at the time, Stolak, and they go on this cruise together because they are trying to get away from her homeworld.
Mhm.
And he's finally like, "Hey, I've got enough money. We can finally do this
Yeah.
and go. We can go somewhere else because her homeworld she's been getting sick from it
Yeah.
because they have a very industrial homeworld.
So the pollution is getting to her
Yeah.
and making... Like, she might have been sick before, but that is certainly not helping.
But
So
it's
he's like, hey,
like she literally could die at any moment,
Yeah.
and so
we're going to go do this.
she still has some coughing fits, and Stolak's like, "Hey, I'm gonna get you something to drink.
Yep.
I'm gonna go," because he notices somebody, and he's like, "I'm gonna go get you a drink." Turns out he's not going to get a drink because he went the wrong way. Because like immediately she's like, "Hey, the drink bar's that." Oh, okay.
Okay.
It turns out that it's our other favorite bounty hunter. We're getting a lot of favorite bounty hunters in this comic. Bosk.
Yeah.
So Lizard
Boss
Boy.
is like, where you going, Stolik?
Yeah, you owe some money.
The money...
So it turns out that the way Stolak paid for this cruise and got his girlfriend off their homeworld is he basically owes a lot of money to crime lords.
Yeah. He's like, I took out every loan from every crime lord.
As much as I could.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, I had to do that.
Yep.
And Bosk is like, look, you got to pay up or I got to turn you in, dead or alive. They don't care.
Still like, hear me out. What if you don't?
And he gets into a fight with this guy.
Yeah.
The fact that he sucker punches Bosk and almost gets away with it too.
Yeah.
Like, because Bosk does get a good hit, and after that, but he starts grabbing Bosk. Stolak almost wins this fight. In fact, no, he does win this fight, which is ridiculous.
It's like, just he ties him up and leaves him in like a closet.
Which is, but also that's probably just Bosk's age showing, because once again, this is
Yeah.
like we're getting to where Bosk is getting older.
Yeah.
He's not too old because this is just Return of the Jedi era, but like he's getting up there.
old.
He's getting up there. He's been bounty hunting since the Clone Wars.
So, age is starting to slow him down a bit.
Yeah,
Not by much, but
it's catching up.
yeah.
And so Stolak manages to leave, and he's like, "Look, I'll get you your money. Just let me do my thing, and we'll work this out."
Yeah.
In the meantime, I'm leaving you here. I'm taking your blaster, by the way.
I'm taking your gun.
And then I'm going to go get my girlfriend her drink.
Yep.
And so he goes back to their room and gets her a drink. And that's when we return to the present story for a little bit. And where Grandpa's been taken by Crimson Jack and interrogation begins.
He was like, "Look, are you really a spy?"
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's make sure.
That you're telling the truth. Also, we need the thing that we're looking for,
Yeah.
because just because you say you're the spy, we still need the thing that you took.
Yep.
Because otherwise, I'm not getting paid.
Yep.
And so then we go back to the story of the passenger and Stolak, where we kind of have like this nice little romantic moment of her drawing his figure, and they get the droid 09 comes in and is like, "Hey, we're about to see the Sun Grazer comet." Everybody,
Stolik is ready.
yeah, Stolak like starts to grab for his gun because he's not sure if it's a bounty
Yeah,
hunter or if
yeah.
it's, and
Yeah,
so
it's
it's just
DB
09. And 09's like, "Hey, everybody's going to the main hall to look at the Sun Grazer comet. You've got X amount of minutes to come and join us."
Yep.
And so he's like, "Okay, yeah, we'll be there."
Yeah.
And so we have one more romantic moment where she's like, "Hey, what's really going on?"
And I believe he tells her.
Yeah, he tells her. He says, "Hey, I needed to borrow money because I wasn't making the money fast enough. I was
Yeah.
getting a lot of money from my job, but not
It
enough.
wasn't enough.
It wasn't enough to get you off the world, and I knew that you needed to get off
Yeah.
because he loves her."
If you had stayed there, it would have killed you.
Yep. And unfortunately, they get another knock, and he's like, "Oh, that stupid droid. Wrong droid.
Fuck.
It's 4LOM.
Wrong droid.
4LOM comes in and immediately grabs him by the neck.
4LM, like, is not a droid I want to mess about with.
For real.
Yeah, because I'm scared of this man.
So he comes in, immediately grabs Stolak by the neck, slams him into the wall, pulls out like a
like,
predator knife ready to stab
Fucking
him.
kill you.
Because once again, dead or alive bounty.
Yeah.
And so he's like, "I'm going to do this." And that's when girlfriend comes in, and Stolak's fiance comes in and is like, "Nope.
Stabs him with like a fucking chisel.
Yeah, because she was, once again, she was doing Stolak's like figure, but she was like, it was like a chisel art piece. And so she like, bah, right into the back of the neck.
I'm like, thank God this is one of those cases where it's like, thank God you're a droid, because that would have killed anyone else.
Yeah, but so he's stopped for the moment where he has to reboot, and Stolak's like, "All right, run!" And so they run, only to run into more bounty hunters. Our friends Tonga and Suckus and Woru, who I don't think we know that one.
Yeah, that one's unfamiliar to me.
So
They're
we'll-
like, all right.
So Tonga is probably the most understanding out of these three.
Yeah.
Tonga's like, "Hey, I get it. We'll let you say your goodbyes, and then we'll turn you in. Because look, we don't have to kill you, and
Yeah,
we get paid either way.
Your death is optional.
And she's not part of the bounty." And he's
So-
like, "Okay, I want to say goodbye to her. So they all go to the bridge or to the main hall to watch the sun grazer, where we get one last little romantic moment between Stolak and her, and they get a goodbye kiss, and he goes ahead and lets himself be taken in.
Yep.
Oh, and so also we know that at the very least. So this is interesting that this takes place after Return of the Jedi, because it means that Tonga and Losha, because Losha's mentioned,
Yeah.
survive the events of the Bounty Hunter comics.
Yep.
And so does Zuckuss and 4LOM, who were also kind of up in the air, and Bosk. All these characters were up in the air. We didn't know if they'd survive, really, because trying to think if we have anything post episode 6 with most of them. I don't think so.
Nah.
And so, yeah, so these are characters we now know, hey, they make it.
Yep.
Which, if you're a big Bounty Hunters fan, there you go. She had a gun that she took from him, but she didn't shoot.
Yeah. She's like, I realized that would probably be a bad idea.
And that it would make things worse. And so she decided, nope. It turns out, though, the people he took the money from, by the way, were Black Sun.
Yeah.
And the Black Sun never found their money because Solak put all of it into the Halcyon
He was like,
tickets. And he bought her...
he's like,
He
my
basically
room is
bought-
paid for forever.
Yeah, he basically bought her a lifetime.
Yeah.
And which is interesting because he's like they're just when they're watching the Sun Grazer Comet, they're
Yeah.
talking about how like they might not see each other ever again, which they don't, but that it thinking more
But
along the lines
reason why
lines
is
of
that
her
she
dying.
will die
Yeah.
soon.
And then it turns out nope, she actually he was right because Stolak was optimistic. Stolak's
Yeah.
like, no, you're gonna get better.
Gonna live forever.
And he was right. Bro was right. Because she's like, yeah, I lived way past when I should have because he was right. Staying on this ship, I got better because I wasn't on
I
my...
wasn't in pollution planet.
Yeah. Turns out the pollution was killing me. And then she's like, oh, by the way, I still have that blaster from years ago.
And would you like a demonstration?
And so she takes out all of the pirates. She immediately goes, pew, pew, pew. And it's just like, hell yes.
And I'm like, yeah.
Also, her fit. Her fit in that scene is great. God, I gotta just. There are so many good pieces of art in this comic that I'm
Yeah.
just like, okay, we gotta show that. Look at that. That's a nice outfit. But yeah, so I mean, so yeah, they take out the pirates. And the people on the bridge do the same thing because
Yeah,
they hear the fight going on.
Good.
They're like, okay, the
It's our
passenger,
turn.
yeah,
Beat the shit out of it.
because since the passenger is friends with the captain at this point because she's been on the ship
Yeah.
for 25 years, she's like, hey, she calls him and she's like, hey, we're safe now. Go ahead and deal with them.
Go fuck him up.
And she's like, Captain and Mock are like, okay, cool, bam. Meanwhile, back on Crimson Jack's ship, the Halcyon then jumps into
Like, oh,
hyperspace,
bye.
and Crimson Jack's like, well, that's fine, I guess. I got who I need, but I don't have what I needed from him.
Yeah.
And he calls the
like-
lieutenant from the First Order, who's like, yeah, you can't prove that he's a resistance fighter. He's an old man.
It's like,
You didn't bring me what I need. And finally, Grandpa's like, hey, is this what you're looking for? And it's just a little model of the ship
he's like,
of Halcyon. And he's like, no, that's not what I want. You tricked me.
gift for my granddaughter.
And that's when the lieutenant's like, all right, well, our contract with you is up. Crimson Jack, you failed us. Bye.
We're not paying you.
Yeah. And of course, Jack's like, God
Damn.
damn it. And that's when the story ends with it turning out that Samina had the information the whole time. It turns out the necklace she was wearing that entire time had the information on it. And they meet up with Vi, who is from some of the books that are like connected to Resistance stuff.
You know the funniest bit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that they did one of them. Crimson Jack's pirates did get his hands on the necklace early in the
Yeah,
comic.
he thought it was junk.
unfortunate- Yeah. I think he got shot.
Yeah, he did.
Immediately after that.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna let you give your thoughts real quick, but
Oh.
I got to do something real quick.
All right.
Yeah, go ahead and give your thoughts.
So, in conclusion, I like these stories. They were great. If I had to pick a favorite out of them, I think I would definitely. Oh, god damn, they're all really good. Do I want to go? They're all good. Okay, so we have pirates, we have bounty hunters, we have Jedi. God, like the Halcyon to me, right, is a ship that has gone through a lot, and I do make the joke of, man, we get robbed every time we come on this ship, but that's not the case. Halcyon is very. I think for me it serves as a newer constant in the galaxy. Much like Coruscant. Like the Halcyon has been there and it will be there probably until the end.
So what'd you give it? What are you giving it?
As a whole,
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to pick my favorite story out of it, but
Oh, yeah.
they're all very good.
Yeah, they're all so
I'm
good,
like,
yeah.
Fuck.
I mean, I feel like your favorite story probably is
Go on.
it's probably the High Republic because it's got your boy.
I know it. God, they were all very good.
They're very good stories. I really like the last story a lot because it's very hopeful. And while it does end with Stolak being taken by the bounty
Yeah.
hunters, it's still very hopeful because at the end he's like, he did it out of love and he gave himself up knowing that the person he loved would go on to live a better life. And he was right.
Yeah. Like, I think all of these stories are very good. I like them all.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to pick between them, and I just can't do it.
Yeah.
I will say very much, I think that the bounty hunter one is definitely where.
Which bounty hunter one? Because
Oh, fuck, that's right.
are we talking about the last story or the
The second one.
Oh, okay, so Aura and Zam.
Yeah.
That one's kind of the not quite the least hopeful, but it's still hopeful.
Yeah.
But it's it's weird because it's about bounty hunters and it's not about but at the end of the day they're doing a good thing
Yeah.
because they save a kid.
Yep.
But it's different than your normal hopeful thing in Star Wars because usually when you think hopeful, you think like the Republic or the Rebels or the Resistance winning the day or something like that. But you don't think of the bounty hunters winning.
Yeah. You don't think about for some reason, bounty hunters in Star Wars, I'll be blunt, they are not known for their sense of compassion.
They get kind of a bad rep. So
Yeah.
I mean,
Like,
I'd say the closest to a compassionate bounty hunter that we see is ironically Aura. I mean, not Aura. Is Ventress, Asajj Ventress. When she becomes a bounty hunter in Clone Wars, she's very hey, I'm gonna not do the things that certain bounty hunters are willing to cross. I'm not willing to cross certain lines that bounty
Yeah.
hunters are
they're
her very first bounty hunter job, she double crosses the rest of the team because she's like, no, I'm not giving a child bride over to this guy
No, fuck that. That's a terrible idea.
because it's basically a child bride story. You know what I mean?
God.
But the bounty hunters don't know that's what they're bringing. But then when Ventress finds out, she's like, no, I'm not getting paid to do that.
And I guess everyone else was just like,
Well, Boba specifically was like, no, this is our job. But it's like, Boba, you're also a kid. You should be the most understanding of this bullshit.
it's like, nah, man, fuck that. To hell with this.
Yeah. I'd say later Boba Fett is a little bit more
Yeah.
better of an honorable man. But that's because he's been through shit at
Yeah.
that point.
I think,
Cad Bane is honorable, but in a twisted sense.
yeah, very much that,
like I'll do the job no matter
Yeah.
what type. Like where he's honorable in that he'll finish his
This
job.
is
He
what
won't
the
double
job-
cross his jobs.
This is what the job is.
Yeah. Out of the ones that are like honorable from beginning to end, I'd say Valence is probably our most honorable beginning to end. And the only reason that he's kind of in the only reason that he's not the most honorable right now is because he's being forced to not
Yeah.
be. Because like Vader's like, hey, I know where your girlfriend that you love is, and I can just kill them at any moment.
At any point in time, I can kill your loved ones.
Which also includes the child that she's protecting.
Yep. And Valence has it bad. His life, he's a good person, but man, does his life suck.
Yeah. And so that
Overall, I'm gonna give it an 8.5.
okay. I was thinking like 8, 7.5, so we're on that same
Yeah.
track. It's really good. If you like these type of stories where they're just like a collection of stories, if you like, I guess, anthologies.
Yeah.
But it also has a really good bookend like overall story. If you like that type of stuff, you'll like this. Yes, it's meant to be a little bit of an advertisement, but like it's really like if you don't know it's an advertisement, it works.
Yep.
And I just know it's an advertisement because I'm in on that stuff, but I'm also like, it works as its own story.
Yep.
So I suggest reading it. It's a fun.
Go read it for yourself.
It's a fun story. And Crimson Jack is a fun.
Yeah. He's a fun antagonist.
I hope they bring him back for more.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's it for this week. Next week, what do we got next week?
This is a good question.
Let me look up what our next. I think we're sticking with continuing where we're kind of at with stories, where we're not, where we're talking about what is it? Not High Republic stuff. I think we're staying away from High Republic stuff for a little bit. Oh no, we go back to High Republic.
Really?
Yeah, next week we're reading a short story.
Okay.
That's right. We're reading Tales of Enlightenment, a different perspective. So
Oh, boy.
we get a new Tales of Enlightenment short story, and then we got Obi-Wan after that. That's why I was thinking.
Do you think our friend Keth Sarapath will be there?
I know he is because I've read it already.
Okay.
Dang it, my computer is upset right now.
Is not happy with you at all.
I'm gonna have to get some compressed air soon.
Yeah. So.
But let's go ahead and wrap this up before my computer explodes on me.
Yeah.
Thank you all for watching. Let's thank everybody who is involved with making this happen.
Hi. Welcome back to Escape Reality Star Wars Talk. I'm Seth, and
I'm
this man is Caleb.
I made it.
We talk Star Wars. We've had a return to our original format due to some.
Well, secondary format, I guess, but original here for the studio. Because technically our original format was in my house.
Yeah, secondary would be right. We're a bit late today.
Yeah, we had some technical difficulties. We had some sleeping in.
Yeah.
It's been a morning.
Yep.
So no news.
No news.
Not really. Not to talk about anything really. I mean, we've had some stuff come out, but nothing that we can talk about yet in terms of like without me spoiling anything.
Okay.
Like I'm caught up on High Republic comics. Issue 4 dropped this past week.
Mhm.
I did not read High Republic Adventures actually, so I'm issue 2 dropped for that.
All right.
But issue 1 was good. That was last month. Issue 1 was good. That they had Dexter Jetster.
Mhm.
Dexter Jetster and Maz Kanata. And apparently they're friends, which is, you know what? That's
It
exactly
doesn't
how.
surprise me.
Yeah, right. It's like how we imagined it.
Yeah.
Actually, no, I lied. There wasn't a big announcement for a comic. So you know how Marvel does their anthology series of Black, White, and Blood?
What?
Oh, it's an anthology comic series that they do, where they'll take a character and they'll do like, for example, Iron Man, Black, White, and Blood, right?
Okay.
I forget which characters they've done it with, so that's why I just threw Iron Man. But they're doing one for Vader, but they're calling it Black, White, and Red because
Okay.
because lightsabers, no blood. It's going to be a 4-issue miniseries. Usually, I think they're one shots, so it's kind of weird that this one's a 4-issue, but whatever. And then they are having who else is involved? They're bringing back Jason Aaron to write, who is one of my favorite Star Wars writers for the comics. He has also done the 2015 run of Star Wars comics
Okay.
for the main line, and then he wrote Vader down along with Kieran Gillen, who was writing Darth Vader at the time. But yeah, they brought him back to write some of it. I think he's writing the first issue, which is honestly the only reason I'm excited about it. Because outside of that, I am done with Vader comics.
Oh yeah.
Like,
Are there a lot of them?
there is. I mean, even in Legends, it was worse. Like, in Legends, it was worse. In Legends, there was like, all right, we got Darth Vader in the ghost ship. We got Darth Vader in this, Darth Vader in that. Then we got the Purge comics, which are basically Order 66 happening, but with Vader going after different Jedi.
I see.
It's just like, okay. But in canon, I mean, we've had the 2017... Well, we had the 2015 run first, which was which was concurrent to the events of the 2015 Star Wars comic. That ended before the Star Wars comic did, and they had the 2017 run, which was a prequel to that, which was the events just after Episode 3, and showing how Vader got his red lightsaber and stuff like that. Stuff that, like, okay, we can explore this. This is fine so far. It's not ridiculous yet. And then we had Dark Visions, which were as a miniseries similar to what's coming out here, where it was just a bunch of anthology stories about Vader from the point of view of other people. And then we have now the 2020 run, which is the current run, which I'm fine with that because, once again, we're filling in gaps that, fine, we're filling in space. But now we're hitting Black, White, and Red, and I'm like, so this is just another Dark Visions. Because I mean, just without it being from somebody else's perspective. It's just Dark Visions. It's more anthology stories about Vader. And honestly, we know too much about Vader at this point. We literally know Anakin's life, pretty much.
It's another one of those. I know what you were doing on X day of the week.
At X time.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like, we know Vader. We know him intimately at this point, I'd argue. But that's just a simple YouTube Star Wars commentator's opinion on this.
It's not bad if you like Vader, you like Vader. That's all there is to it.
It's not bad. I just think there are other stories we can tell.
So, was there anything else this week, or?
That's the only major drop I think of news that happened. Like, that's official. Like, that's not like just speculation and rumor. I'm double checking right now though.
Also,
I mean, we did get Bad Batch episode 3 for season 2, which I've watched. I've been watching Bad Batch. You haven't yet.
I have not started.
We'll probably start watching soon, so that way, since there's going to be 16 episodes for the season.
Oh boy.
Because Bad Batch is one of the shows that, thankfully, they go kind of back into the idea of, hey, maybe we should do more than 10 episodes of a show, which I kind of miss. That's the one thing, like, while I get for streaming services, it's kind of good that we get, like, less content because you can tell a tighter story. I kind of wish the old days were, like, you got 22 episodes a season. But I think those 22 episodes need to be, like, well written. And I think that's why, for a lot of shows, we don't get that.
Get them.
But yeah.
So,
go ahead. You
a
have
thing
thoughts.
that I have also kind of been paying attention to.
Mm-hmm.
You're still going through Fallen Order on Master difficulty. in
Grandmaster
anticipation
on
for-
Grandmaster, yeah. Did you see my clip on TikTok or Instagram, I guess, or YouTube Shorts,
I think so.
where it's the bounty hunter section. Bounty hunter go burr.
Yep. I saw you walking. Just
Yeah, so I figured out a new technique to deal with the bounty hunters in Jedi Fallen Order, specifically in the Tomb of Mictril. So if you go to the Tomb of Mictril, there's that big openest area where there's the waterfall, and it's like that's the main area for the Tomb of Mictril. It's like the main area that you'll be walking in most of the time until you start like exploring other parts of the room. But yeah, there's a there's a part where there's like this magnet thing that you're supposed to be able to play with. I didn't have the magnet turned on, but like you can push this boulder so you can have a stepping stone to get to one of the rooms, right? There were 2 bounty hunters there, and I was about to end stream. I was like, okay, it's been about almost 4 hours, but we're gonna try to get over here, and then we'll save and we'll call it. And I see, oh, there's bounty hunters here. Okay, well, I don't want to have to deal with them, but okay, I guess. And I go down, and I'm like, you know what? That droid bounty hunter, he's right behind the boulder I gotta push to get to where I'm going anyways. Because I was thinking I'll just push it and run, right? I didn't think what would happen next would happen. I was like, I'm just going to push it and see what happens. Sure enough, it kills the droid bounty hunter one shot. Which, just so you know, even on story mode difficulty, bounty hunters are not a one-shot kill. Even if you become real, like, even after you've unlocked all your unlocks. Bounty hunters, especially the droid one, are pain. So the droid bounty hunter wasn't alone, though. And of course, I'm already breaking down laughing because I did not expect what happened to happen. And Matt's in the chat going, "Oh my god, I didn't know you could do that either." And Matt is like me; he's played Jedi Fallen Order a lot. I'd say more than me. Like, he's so confident that he's currently trying to do a run where you can, or he's planning a run of not using any stems, no hit, no stems run, which on Grandmaster difficulty is...
I've never before seen such a level of arrogance.
To be fair, though, he's played Grandmaster difficulty a good bit. Him and Bale are like...
If there's someone who could try it and maybe succeed.
Yeah, it's him or Bale. I could expect to do that successfully. And then... But right now he's doing a practice run. Right now he's doing a no prison run because we did find a video. I found a video showing that you can avoid the beast arena entirely and how to do it. It breaks the game a little bit, but you can do it because it doesn't update your missions because you're supposed to get caught. But there's a way around it. There's a good video showing how to do it. It's a bit of a hassle, but you can do it, and then. Then you get to avoid the arena, which, in the opinions of some, including myself, the arena kind of is a low moment in the game. It's a good moment, but it's a low moment comparatively. I'm more excited for what the arena brings in terms of like the Haxion Brood, the idea of them showing up again. I'm excited more about them showing up in main story and and not just a single level, you know. But. So back to my story of like what happened. Yep. I then pull the boulder and I'm like, well, there's a jetpack guy because there's one more bounty hunter, the jetpack bounty hunter with the droid one. Yeah. Because sometimes they'll have like 2 of them working together. Yeah. And I was like, maybe I can like. And what if I do it again? What if I did it again? Would it work again? And
the answer
is yes. Yeah, because I managed to get the jetpack one to get like right behind it again, and I go, and I didn't know if he was dead or not. More than likely, he died on the first impact. Yeah. It just took a minute for the game to go, hey, he's dead. Because I pull it back and do it again just to be sure. I double tap that. Yeah. I pulled a zombie lamb.
I'd like to point out.
And then I was like, well, how do I top that? That has to be the ending of the stream, because you can't top that.
Oh, God.
What were you going to point out, though? Sorry, I'm drinking coffee.
I like to point out the sheer brutality of what you actually did.
Yeah. because this boulder is not like a rock.
It's not a small boulder.
Well, it's also not like a rock.
Yeah.
It's metal. Because remember, we're dealing with a room with magnets, and this boulder is something that can be magnetically pulled.
Yep.
And so, of course, so like you said, it's not a small boulder. It's more of a slab than a boulder.
Yeah.
I saying a boulder is like you get a rock.
More like a pillar.
It's more like a slab. Like but it's rectangular, like long ways
Yeah.
rather than height.
Yep.
But there is some height to it because it's taller than both of the bounty hunters. Like the droid is big, by the way. Like the droid is probably about as tall, probably reaches the height of the top of that TV.
Yeah.
Like if we were to put like in real world height.
It's not like a skinny droid either. No.
It's bulky.
Yeah.
And the slab is about as long as him as well. And so, because I couldn't even see him behind the slab,
Yeah.
so I just pushed the slab, and then, and that's the other thing, force push. There's a lot of momentum behind a force push.
Yep.
So you got a giant slab that's the size of, at the very least, if not bigger than the droid, and then the momentum of a force push, which is magical momentum, which creates really high octane speed.
Yep.
Like to the point that there's a puzzle in one of the levels where you have to. There's a lot of puzzles where you have to slow down whatever you're force pushing because you need to step on. Say you need to move a slab,
Yeah.
you got to step on it before it gets too far because otherwise it will just go.
Yep.
So yeah. I'm having fun with Jedi Fallen Order. That was Thursday's stream.
Yeah.
Last night's stream was me playing some Starwind, which is fun. I was telling you about that in the
Yeah.
car. It's a Morrowind mod that takes place during the Knights of the Republic era, and it takes place concurrently with the Knights 1 video game, right?
Also, we know we normally cover High Republic stuff today,
And we are going to talk
And
about a
we
High
will.
Republic thing,
but
but
things are a bit short today.
Yeah, it's
and
only-
we're a bit late.
yeah.
So give us a break.
because we're only
okay?
talking about one short story.
Yeah.
We're only about 30 minutes into today's show.
Yeah.
And that's
wasn't-
with the time of the stream running without us actually being on air.
and there wasn't a lot of.
And there's not a lot of short story. There's like what you said, 3 pages.
Yeah, I think about.
It's like 3 or 4 pages. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a good short story.
It is.
But we can take our time. Usually we don't take our time, but I think
We can take. Some
there's not a lot of news, and plus we like Star Wars, and so we're just
Yeah.
going to talk Star Wars in general. And as video game fans too, it's fun to talk video games.
Yeah.
But so I'm normally not a Morrowind guy.
Mhm.
I'm a Skyrim guy, and I'll admit that. I'm basic that way. I know I'm basic. I know I'm a basic
not
Elder Scrolls bitch.
Gonna say anything, considering I've never played an Elder Scrolls game.
Well, it's because like Morrowind is supposed to be the superior game because Oblivion is supposed to be the most superior game, but Morrowind's supposed to be the superior game, and
Yeah. Oh well.
oh well, and
I wouldn't
I've
fucking know.
I've tried playing Morrowind before, and I just couldn't get into the combat because Morrowind does the real dice mechanic behind your rolls
Oh, boy.
secretly thing, and it's D&D style, which means you can miss entirely while being like stabbed, like you going right into them, and it's
Man.
like missed.
Damn.
It's like, how did that work? I literally injected the knife into him. Like, you don't see a literal injection, but,
No, no. It's
it's the idea.
the idea that you can inject a knife.
Well, you
I know what
technically
you
are
mean.
injecting a knife whenever you...
I know it.
If it's going into your skin, it's injecting.
Yeah.
I'm using the correct word. Would you prefer I use insert?
No, not
Insert
that.
the knife? Stab the knife?
There we go.
I mean, inject it's still the same. It's the correct term. It's a correct term.
It is, but it's a weird.
It's not a commonly used one. I'll give you that.
Yeah, like you inject the knife.
But yeah,
It's one of those things until where you hear another person say it, you don't realize
Yeah.
how funny it sounds.
but like I played Morrowind a little bit one time, and it was like, oh, here's some rats. stabby stab, because most video game
Yeah.
RPGs you start with killing rats, and it's like stab with the knife. Wait, why am I not hitting them? I'm literally hitting them.
I'm like right there.
Whereas in Skyrim, when you hit something, you hit something. Right?
God.
It's the same thing with, I mean, even in Fallout, you hit something, you hit something. You shoot, you manage to shoot them. You don't. If your laser shot hits somebody, if you're using a laser gun,
Ugh.
then it sounds
Sorry.
like you hate laser guns in
I
Fallout.
don't hate laser guns. I've just never used them.
Okay,
Despite
sorry.
the fact that I always have ammunition for them, I never spec into them at all.
For a sci-fi game, it's not very sci-fi of you.
Yeah, I tend to just grab a shotgun.
Yeah. But once again, even with that, your shells hit them,
Yeah,
then it
and
does
it does
damage. It does something. You don't have a percentage chance of missing them, even though the shells hit them. That's
Well,
not how.
dude.
That's not how.
You do, but that's not quite like if you at this range, you're not gonna fucking
Exactly.
miss.
Exactly. And a melee weapon won't miss unless you miss.
Melee what?
But melee, if you're playing melee in Fallout, then you're me, and you should probably stop playing Fallout because
No, it's fine. That's a perfectly legitimate way to go about it.
you're right. If you're a pugilist in Fallout, that's a shot at you because I know that you like your pugilist in
Yeah,
gaming,
but I've never used a pugilist in Fallout.
which is surprising. I feel like that's a run you would try.
I
I guess that should be your next run.
current run, right?
Yeah,
Here is a
which
fucking,
we were talking about this on the car
Yeah.
ride as well.
here's a hilarious thing. I have
Mm-hmm.
every level up I get like I think 16 something experience points.
Mm-hmm.
Because of how skills work in Fallout, they go from like 0 to 100.
Yeah, and then and you get your skills like you can based
Yeah.
on your whatever
Uh,
intelligence is in the special. I forget what it's called in special.
Yeah, it's called intelligence.
Okay,
Because you've got strength, perception, endurance.
charisma,
Charisma,
intelligence,
agility, luck.
Yeah, special.
Yep.
Special. And then also you can get similar to like a lot of RPGs. You can get like
Perks.
you can get a perk that's like
They'll do
adds
something.
an extra point to your of skills per level, and a lot of those type of perks will also retroactively add that. I think Fallout does as well.
It does have a few of those, and you
Or-
can pick up books and such. The funniest bit, right,
Mm-hmm.
is that this run I was like, I'll just go with whatever things the game starts me out with. I then tried that for about 10 minutes and decided I didn't want to do that.
Because what? That'd be like a basic pistol.
No, no, I
Um,
mean like skill and character
Oh,
creation.
like you just didn't touch it, which is weird.
No, I mean I did touch it, but normally I'd change it to what I would like to play
Oh, like
as.
you increase like.
Yeah.
Gotcha. You like you use points to increase your special and other focuses.
So
I was about to say because like I don't think they give you like a preset ever
no,
in Fallout.
they don't.
Like you have to always make
You
it.
go through the character creation, and then it'll be like a preset thing based on choices.
But like your like special is never preset. You have
No,
to always
special is never
special is always point by system.
Yeah. I'm talking about like skills.
Yeah,
and
skills, yeah.
Certain. And so, at the point that I am at in the game right
and this is
now-
New Vegas, right?
Yes, this is New Vegas. For some reason, I completely ditched this after a while, but I have like 50 skill points in melee weapons, despite the fact that I
Don't use
don't
melee.
use melee weapons. Every like guns is maxed
Yeah.
out, speech is maxed out, and so is sneak.
But yeah,
It's like I don't. Despite
Uh,
the fact that I never
yeah.
commit to
To-
melee or
yeah.
unarmed in that game, which I could.
I feel like you should do a pugilist run. I feel like it's very you. But
the
back.
funniest bit,
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, finish it.
right, is that I have done like side quests, so my character does have like unarmed fighting moves. Like they have the ranger takedown.
So you could theoretically turn this run into a pugilist
I
run
could,
if you wanted
I'm not
to.
going to.
Yeah, if you wanted to.
Because I'm. So max level cap is 50. I'm at 43.
Yeah. So you're almost there.
Yeah.
Like,
Uh,
but yeah, so
Morrowind.
yeah, go
Starwind.
Starwind. So Starwind is set during Knights of the Republic 1.
Mhm.
It starts with you as a random mercenary who's on the Endar Spire when all the shit goes down in Knights 1. Because it's not a retelling of Knights 1. It's a story that takes place concurrently. And it's written by the people who made the mod, so this is not to be considered
Canon.
canon in any
or
way
even-
or Legends or whatever.
Yeah.
Like it's not supposed to be like it's supposed to fit the lore of Legends for the most part. There's some stuff I disagree with that's in there, but I think it's still unique. Even if I disagree with the whole Grey Jedi being a thing in the game that the people who made the mod included. And so like they set it up to where you run into Bastila, because remember Bastila's on the Endar Spire when things are going down. You just never see her in Knights 1 until after you find her on Terrace. And so you as a mercenary go and meet her, and then you go into escape pod before her and leave, right?
Yep.
But then you know how you can run into that doctor in Knights 1, and you can Zelka Forn on Terrace, and you can open that door that's locked, and you can find the Republic troopers that are like in the not Bacta, it's Kolto, yeah, in the Kolto, and you can like either blackmail him to pay up to keep it secret, or you can be nice and be like, oh, these are fellow Republic soldiers, I'm not going to rat you out.
Yeah.
You're one of those soldiers that's in the Kolto during that scene for Starwind, which I think is cool.
Yeah.
It keeps it in the lore and it works. And then you wake up after Terrace has been bombed.
Oh, hell of a day, huh?
So you wake up and Zelka's like, I did my best to keep you alive. Cool, thanks. And then he's like, go talk to these people who are now kind of in charge of Terrace. And then the rest of the game is you basically trying to rebuild Terrace, like with the help of this Chancellor's daughter and all this. And that's the story. The next place you go is Tatooine, which is where I'm currently at, and that's most of where
I was
you're...
collecting water going.
Oh, in Star Wars Galaxies? I actually switched classes
Oh.
this week. This week's stream, I played with Chase, Forward Into the Black on TikTok. And because he's a big, like, simulator guy.
Ah.
So, of course, he likes Galaxies because it has the flight simulator there with that. And he likes X-Wing and Squadrons. He's a big flight sim guy. He's a Star Citizen guy, too.
Oh, boy.
Which I might get Star Citizen just to play with him because he's fun to play with. And I feel like he's made some good arguments of why Star Citizen is good. It just has a lot of issues.
Ah. I see.
Where
I should explain.
Do you know what Star Citizen is?
I'm betting it's a flight simulator.
It's a space flight simulator where
So-
people have spent. It's a game that's still in early access, and it's been in early access for about a decade at this point. Like, I remember hearing about this for about a decade. And this is a game that they're constantly bringing in money to, because people, whenever they add a new ship to the game, when it first comes out, you can only buy the ship with real world money,
Oh, boy.
as DLC essentially. Now, of course, after a while, then other people can buy it, but you have to spend a lot of in-game money, so a lot of grinding to get to it.
Yeah.
But you can still have the option to buy it with real world money. But these are spaceships that cost thousands of real world money to buy.
Oh. Oh, boy.
Especially if you're getting like the big ships, because they built like big crew, like full man, like dreadnought class ships. Like, but yeah, that's the type of game this is. It's trying to compete with. It's trying to be on level, I would say, with like it's a combination of what. What's I was talking about it with Chase yesterday, and while playing Galaxies, it's No Man's Sky meets what's that MMO that's like really famous for like people can make actual money in it, and it's a space game. Can't remember it right now. But basically it's a combination of that. So like No Man's Sky with this big open exploration idea, but also like crews
So-
and stuff like that. Like you're playing with your friends and you can crew and all that.
That's nice. So I understand that a lot of people like flight simulators.
Eve, that's the game I was thinking of.
Oh,
Like it's a mix of No Man's Sky and Eve Online.
okay.
That's the best way I can explain it.
So a lot of people like flight simulators. They're not for me.
And I like Squadrons. Squadrons is fun. I honestly have always wanted to try like actual like Flight Simulator, the actual game Flight Simulator, because it seems like something that would be like, oh, I'm bored today. What's a game I can just
Why
kind of turn on and not really like.
Yeah.
I can think about it, but not too much because like I just have to. For the most part, when you get good at it, you just autopilot. Right.
Mm.
But as you were saying, it's not for you.
They're not for me. Like
You're gonna play Squadrons though, because when we get
I
there,
have to, don't I?
you're gonna have to play Jedi Survivor.
Well, one of
I've-
those I'm more looking forward to.
Although I'm not gonna make you play on Grandmaster.
Just be a dick. Like I get up to go and do something and you switch the difficulty before I come back.
That's a dick.
All right. Anything else we want to talk about?
No, I think in terms of just random stuff, I
Yeah.
think that's it. And we're about 43 minutes in, so we can probably jump
Yeah.
into the review.
All right.
So spoiler warning for
Tales of Enlightenment.
Tales of Enlightenment.
A certain point.
No.
A different
point of view.
I was about to say a certain point of view, which I
The-
think is a different thing entirely.
Yes, that would be the collections of short stories that they have been doing for the 40th anniversaries.
Whoops.
A different perspective. That's so point of view is gone entirely. It's a different perspective.
Different perspective.
Yeah, point of view. The certain point of views are what they do for the 40th anniversaries, where they do a bunch of short stories, which they've done one for A New Hope, Empire Strikes Back, and this year people are expecting one for Return of the Jedi because it is the 40th for Return this year. Crazy, I know. God, when we hit the 40th for the Phantom Menace, I'm an old man.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Ignore the fact that I was born in the same year as that movie.
ignore the fact that I was born a few years before that movie. Just a few. So, Tales of Enlightenment, a different perspective,
Yep.
brings us back to Jeddah,
Yes.
and we get to see the our boy Keth Sarapath again,
Mhm.
and he is on his way leaving from his job.
Yep.
He's leaving from working at the Temple of the Kyber.
Yep.
Which Guardian of the Wills, Temple of the Kyber, all that good
A
stuff.
lot of old.
A lot of-
Force-
A lot of that stuff from Rogue One.
Yep.
And because he's I forget the title, adjunct.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's an adjunct, which means he's basically just like a servant.
He's hired help.
He's hired help. He's basically the janitor.
Yeah. He's like, man.
And so he's leaving, and he's heading towards the Enlightenment. Meanwhile, chaos is going on in the street. Because there's some riots going on
Yeah.
a little bit, and there's like a speeder that's falling.
There's not a riot. There's just people being. It's just a big festival thing is gonna happen soon.
Well, yeah, because we're hitting the celebration. No,
no, there is a celebration.
Well, I was
going
trying to
on.
remember
I don't
the name.
Remember what it's actually called.
celebration. I know it's of light. Oh no, of balance, because it's usually of light, but because not everybody on Jeddah is light side. Because remember, we have the
Yeah.
convocation where they're like, "Hey, we can have some non-light side force users as long as you're not like actively like attacking people on the street.
Yeah.
We're good." Is it celebration of balance? It's
something.
something of balance.
Yeah. And so
The festival of balance.
yeah, there you go. Also, the big official like peace declaration thing
between the Forever War planets Irem and Arono
Is going on in the
is
background.
also going to happen here.
Yeah.
So a lot of people are coming here
Mm-hmm.
for multiple reasons.
And we'll get to what happens with all that when we get to Battle of Jeddah, because this is all building up to that.
Yep.
Because Battle of Jeddah is out now. I've already listened to it. He hasn't.
I have not.
Because I had it. I got an advanced copy, so I listened to it before it came out, and I loved it. I have my review actually on TikTok, so check that out at Escape Reality Films on TikTok.
So
uh,
as you said,
There's like a speeder crashing.
Speeder kind of going a bit crazy.
Thankfully, though, there's a Jedi there to save the
Yeah.
day, and the Jedi manages to help direct the crash, and also helps the person that crashed it, and also, but unfortunately, one of the people
Who
that she
should be
saved.
who should be fucking there, but the fucking path of the open hand.
And it's a path member that she saved. I don't think they were the one that the speeder almost crashed into,
Yeah.
not the one that was driving it. And Keth witnesses all this,
Yeah.
and the path guy is like, "Oh my god, what the fuck? Why'd you save me?" And he's like freaking out,
Yeah.
because the path thinks that any usage of the Force has a balance to it.
Yeah.
They believe that if you use
They are correct in that, but the interpretation isn't exactly.
it's a little skewy. Because they believe that if you save somebody, then that means the Force will have to balance it out by killing somebody somewhere else. Which is not how the Force works. At least from what we've witnessed.
Like,
I'd say 90% of what we witness
Yeah.
in Star Wars, that's not how the Force works. Like, you are correct that the Force has to provide balance. But the balance is that you don't use the dark side. That's the balance. You use the light side only because the Force naturally uses the dark side. And that's what makes it a balance, is that it's naturally using the dark side. And when you're using the light, you're not swaying the Force. That's what creates the balance. Whereas when you're using the dark side, you are purposefully trying to direct the Force. And usually the light side is somebody listening to the call of the Force rather than, like, the Force is telling...
usually.
It's usually a, hey, the Force is telling you to do this. And so you're usually listening to the Force and doing what it says. And that's what keeps you in balance.
Yep.
But of course, this path person is going off, and the Jedi has no clue how to deal with
Yeah, and
this.
Keth is like, all right,
You
you go on, I'll take care of it.
Yeah, you go on and help other people that are, because there's still other people that are
Yeah.
like hurt during this. So he's like, you go deal with that. I'll take this guy and we'll go get some drinks and
Yep.
I'll help calm him down. And so he takes him to the Enlightenment where Creighton's like, hey, you brought somebody. How
Yeah, and
you
it's
brought
not your droid.
you brought another customer.
Keeps starting fights with everyone.
Which it's not the droid's fault.
Yeah.
The droid is programmed to, because the droid's initial programming. I don't think we went into this last time.
I think we did, but it's been a while since we've gone to the.
So his droid PZ, I think.
Yeah.
His whole thing is that he was once a droid for the Church of the Force,
Yep.
but he was defunct and all that. Like he
Yep.
just wasn't working, and so Keth rebuilt him C-3PO style, like Anakin did, and was like, "All right, I'm gonna rebuild you." But the problem is because of the modulator and all the pre-programming.
Yep.
Like even though he gave him like new programming to where he can where he's not just a church droid, he can only speak in church speak.
Yeah.
And so, while he's trying to communicate something else entirely, it makes it sound like he's starting religious debates. And that's one of the rules in the Enlightenment is no religious debates.
Yep.
At least no
No, like hard.
you don't, because we get a religious debate in this short story, but it's it's
Not-
between them at the table.
Yeah.
It's not like they're getting into fights with other people outside of their
Yep.
table.
Keth and this path member have what I would describe as a civil discussion.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's. I mean, I guess I called it a religious debate, but it's not really that because
Yeah.
Keth isn't religious, really.
Yeah, Keth is weird in that he works at a church, but he doesn't care.
Yeah, he's what I would call agnostic.
Mm.
He's Force agnostic. He believes in the Force, but he doesn't know which religion is correct, you know, so he's Force agnostic. He's like, there's a Force, obviously, but who is correct, I can't say.
And so he and not Kraden, because Kraden's a bartender.
Yeah, it's because there's Kraden, and then there's the Twinkle Sisters, who are like the bodyguards.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm trying to remember who the hell is what's the name of the Path member?
I'll pull it up.
Because I don't want to just keep calling him. the
Yeah,
Path
because he has a
member.
name. I think he's on my list of characters to talk about for
Yeah.
High Republic highlights.
So he,
But yeah, he only gets a water first off.
yeah,
Because Keth is like, hey, I'll buy you a drink, what you need, and he's like, oh, I'll just take water. Very religious of him.
Kath is over here again.
I mean, to be fair, he just needs a water right now
Yeah.
because he's shaken
a
up.
bit of a concussion.
Yeah. I did not put him on my list for High Republic highlights yet. Thought I did.
So he explains how, like, yeah, I didn't used to think of that was like that bad.
Yeah, because he talked about his past life,
Yeah,
because
his
like before
life.
the path, because like obviously the question comes up of, well, why do you think this? Like, what proof do you
Yeah.
have that this is the way that
It's like,
things go?
Oh, my brother was
I come from a
capable.
mining family,
come from a mining family. My brother was capable of using
the Force.
the Force, and so one day,
But they similar to like how in like the world of Harry Potter, there's like certain wizards that like just try to like not use their powers.
Mm.
They tried to do that with his brother.
Yep.
Where they were like, okay, don't use your powers. Like they didn't think it was because he was evil. It was evil or anything. They just thought,
we don't know what
It's
it
weird.
does, so
yeah, because they didn't.
it's weird, and we don't know.
and we
what
don't
it
want
does.
and we don't want the Jedi coming to take you away.
Yeah,
Which that's not entirely how the Jedi work. They always the Jedi always get permission when they do
Yeah.
that thing. They don't. The whole
we don't.
Jedi are kidnappers is
Child
not.
snatching.
That's not how that works. He's in a Benito. I forget what I'm looking his name right. I'm looking for his name right now.
And so he explains how sometimes the mines would dry up and they'd go and dig deeper and deeper. And he's like, yeah, one day we had to go into a new seam.
Wool.
Wool. There we go.
WHOOL.
Yep.
Wool.
And so he's explaining, like, yeah, and we didn't make sure that, like, the stuff we had was secure
Yeah, basically there was
because we were trying to get it so we could get.
we were trying to get a rare thing, and the mine collapsed.
Yeah, and our brother saved us, which is good.
Because he last minute used the Force
Yeah.
to hold everything up, let everybody out,
Yep. And so they go and they decide to celebrate.
which
and-
is understandable when
Yep.
something like that happens. It's like, hey, you saved us, and they like celebrated him as a hero.
yeah.
But then the next
And
day,
then the
they
next day
find
on
out
the news, they're like another
the
mine
night shift.
shaft.
Yeah, basically the night. So they're the day
It's
shift.
not the night shift,
But it was
it's
like-
a different fucking seam entirely.
Oh yeah,
And it's like, oh yeah,
but it would have
40
been.
people died.
But it would have been during the night shift, like
Yeah.
because their shift ended. But basically, they find out like the night shift in a different strain of the mine.
Yeah, 40 people died.
Yeah, and so they're like, well, and that's when Wool is like, oh, okay, so this is bad.
Yeah. That's a pretty hard way to, like, I'm like, that's this. So me and mom talk about these things. This is a case of, for me, correlation is not necessarily
Yeah, correlation does not.
causation.
Yeah, correlation does not equals causation. Yeah, it's almost like the path has never heard of that before, but
Yeah. And so that happens, and he's like,
which Keth actually does bring up that point. He's like, how do you know that that's connected? And he's like,
I don't.
I don't, but would you take that chance?
And I'm like, Kev, just don't fucking worry about it, man.
I mean, Keth. I think Keth realizes though, after a certain point, he realizes, okay, this is not an argument. This is just him telling me his experience,
Yeah.
and I'm not going to change his mind.
Yep.
Which I respect Keth for that. Like
I'm not even gonna.
Keth talks to him, and he's very reasonable about it. And he's like, hey, are you sure this is right?
And
And Wool's like dead set, and so Keth is like, okay, well, I'm not going to push it, because while Keth may not agree with the path's logic, he will not deny them of their right to believe it.
Yeah. So
Because at this point, as far as Keth knows, the path isn't doing anything. Like, they're not
yeah,
hurting
they're not
people.
hurting people. And so, sort of at the end of the story, I believe the Jedi from earlier does come in, but
Mhm.
this is after
After he's
Wool
already
is left.
Yeah, Wool's left.
And so they talk, and she's like, "Yeah, it was real crazy. That same speeder from earlier, like, went on."
No, it wasn't. It wasn't the Jedi. It's his friend Madalena.
Okay,
From the previous story, Madalena.
okay.
She comes in and she's like, "Hey, did you hear about that crazy crash that the speeder had?" And Keth is like, "Yeah, I was there. I saw the Jedi stop it." And she's like, "Wait, what? No, the other
No,
one."
The other one. Yeah, apparently the same speeder went and it like killed 4 people.
And he's like, "What?" And that's when Keth's like, maybe he's right, but
Maybe
like,
he's right, but really what I think this story is a real lesson about is go get your fucking bike looked at.
maybe, or maybe the Jedi should have arrested the driver because like, endangerment, reckless driving.
I'm like,
Although I guess it's not the Jedi's jurisdiction. It would be, well, it's not the Guardian of the Wills, and there's a reason for that that comes in the comic book. The Guardian of the without spoiling the comic book, fuck the Guardian of the Wills.
okay.
While I love Chirrut from Rogue One, fuck the Guardian of the Wills.
Yeah, it's amazing what 300 years will change a religion into.
Yeah. Well, by the time of Rogue One, the
By the-
Guardians don't really exist as an organized religion. It's kind of just a group of people who are spread out who
Yep.
happen to believe in the Guardian of the Wills organization, but they can't work for the Guardian of the Wills publicly because the Empire doesn't allow Force religions.
I'm still of the opinion because I'm like, because it's described as like the bike as being a bit haywire, which is why I'm like, just go fucking get it looked at.
Yeah.
The alternative of
But
it-
I mean, but when if I think at that point though, the second time it becomes reckless endangerment. Like,
the second time, it's either that or the path is like
which is also a theory-
organizing incidents.
which is another theory I have, and I wouldn't put it past the mother to do.
yeah,
Because
it wouldn't surprise me, but I'm like, this seems almost too random for it to be the mother.
I wouldn't put it past the mother though, because like it does seem that the mother's whole goal is to sow enough seeds of doubt in the Force that the general public who are not Force users will be like, "Fuck the Force," or "Fuck Force using," anyways. Like, I think that's generally the mother's goal. Like, that's the basic goal. Obviously, we don't know the more ulterior motive yet. Like, we don't know we don't know the motive behind the actions.
Yeah. We know what she is doing, but we don't know why.
Yeah. Like, and we know the motive that she claims,
Yeah.
which is the Force needs to be free, except we know that she actively uses it.
Yeah, the Force must be free my ass.
Because obviously, if you're having Force visions as much as she has, you are actively seeking them,
Yeah.
first off. Although I think she's bullshitting the Force. I think she's bullshitting the visions.
Yeah.
I think that's where one of her big lies are. She lies about the visions. See, now we're done talking about a different
Yeah.
perspective. We're now just talking the path.
Could someone please just
And I'm trying to avoid spoilers for Battle of Jeddah,
Yeah.
but I really think Battle of Jeddah proves my theory that the path is actively doing things to make the Force look like Force users look worse.
well, yeah.
Like, I think by that I mean, like, I think they are the ones balancing things out on purpose. Like, because we always hear about, oh, I wouldn't put it
Go on.
past the mother to have been the one to cause that mine shaft to break in the story we just read.
I wouldn't put it past her either,
'Cause
because
that-
not an original Path member from back then.
And I think it's something that she would do as part of her like recruitment
Yeah,
tactics.
it wouldn't surprise me.
Because I would bet that because they mentioned that I think Wool mentioned in the story that the path had come to them before,
Yeah.
and that but they just thought nothing of it. I wouldn't put it past the path in general, but specifically the mother, to try to recruit people, and then if the recruitment fails, do something to balance out the Force and make it look like that the Force is punishing them for using the Force.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't. I think that's something that they would do as a recruitment tactic. And it's probably how they would recruit Force users specifically. Because they would go, hey, you're a Force user and you just use the Force, you shouldn't be doing that. And then something bad happens.
Yeah. I'll say this. I disagree with the path's views on the Force because the Force does not actively punish you for using it.
Correct. That's a very, going into Legends, that's a very Kreia mentality for Knights of the Republic 2. Because Kreia is very much that same mentality of it balances itself out.
Yeah.
And it's like, kind of. You're half right. The Force does require balance, but not in the literal sense. Because you're thinking on a weight scale, like you're thinking on scales. That's not what we mean when we say the Force requires balance.
My distaste for Kreia.
We have
Me and you
we have
hate her,
similar reasons, but not
but
exact.
for different reasons.
Yeah, like they're similar reasons, but they're not exact.
Yeah.
I hate her. I don't dislike her as a character. I think she's a well-written character, and I think her motive is dumb. But I get where she's coming from, like, because she's lived long enough that's probably, it makes sense to her.
Yeah.
My problem is more with the fanboys that agree with her motive and are like, she's right. And it's like, no, she's not. If you look at the Force for 5 seconds, you'll see she's not.
I don't like her because of what she has done.
Yeah. I mean, she's also technically, she's one of the teachers of Revan, and which means that in a way she's also part of the fall of Revan. Because you can see where Revan's ideologies, like when he's Darth Revan, come from,
Yeah.
and you can tell that they come from her, as well as being brainwashed by Vitiate. But that's a whole
That's a
other
different
story.
thing.
But yeah,
Also, normally I don't say this, but she is kind of a bitch about everything.
it's like, don't give to the poor, because the Force is going to balance out that, and they're going to get stolen from. So you might as well just not give them anything. And it's like, no, that's not how. That's very. I'm about to make a joke here that's going to be unintentional, but it's very nihilistic to think that way. Which works on two. That joke works on two fronts, because we're talking High Republic, which has the Nihil, but we're also talking Knights of the Republic, which has Darth Nihilus.
I wouldn't say that that's nihilistic. I would say that that's cynical.
Cynical. It's very. It's leaning nihilistic though. It's
Yeah.
getting there.
Eventually, it does lead towards that if you go too far into it.
Which I think Kreia almost, like, she's almost there.
Well, yeah, Kreia is a nihilist. She ends up being like, fuck this, I need to...
She wants to kill the Force, which is not how the Star Wars universe works, by the way. If you kill the Force, sure, you may end a lot of the problems that the Force causes, but you know what else is going to happen? A lot of non-Force users are going to die, because the Force is in all life. Which is why, once again, we use Force user and not Force sensitive, because the Force is in all life, therefore, technically, everything is sensitive to the Force.
Oh, fuck off with that. Point is, she's a bitch and she needed to die. You don't...
Or at least be stopped.
Or at least be talked down, whichever one you
But
chose.
unfortunately, I don't think you... I mean, I guess when you talk her down, she kills...
I think she goes
she kills
and
herself.
dies
Yeah.
of old age.
No,
or
she
some
jumps
shit.
off and kills herself. She goes bottomless pit.
Oh, great. Oh, well.
If I remember correctly. It's been a minute. I haven't finished Knights 2 in my current play of Knights 2 on the Switch. But,
Point is, she has to go.
yeah.
But I don't hate individual, like, path members except for the mother.
Yeah, because the mother is definitely somebody who
She is the problem.
Well, it's that cult. It's because, we talk about, we've talked about how the path is a cult. It's a cult of personality, like a lot of cults. A lot of cults are cults of personality, because you always have the head, and that's part of what makes it a cult. Is there a head that, like, is the embodiment of it. And in this case, yes, it's the mother. And the mother has such a strong personality that everybody just listens to her up until like stuff in Path of Deceit happens, which is where they're like, "Oh, no, wait. That's not right."
Yeah.
Specifically Yana. She's like, "Wait, you did this.
Yep.
That's not right." And usually
Killed my girlfriend.
and usually in a lot of cult of personalities, you're in the cult until something bad happens to you because of the cult, and then you realize the cult's bad.
Yep.
And then the question becomes, do you leave the cult or do you stay out of fear? And that's usually and I don't blame anybody I guess that's where we're getting kind of
Yeah.
serious with like actual cults. I don't blame anybody who stays in a cult out of fear. I understand your fear. If you're in one, I hope you get out, because we've had friends that are in it,
Yeah.
and so I hope you. This is like serious message. I hope you do get out, and I hope you stay safe when you do it. And that's my message
Yeah.
for anybody that might feel in danger and in a cult. Because we talk about it enough on the show that
Yeah.
I feel like we should bring out that message, because cults are still very much a big thing. They don't make the news a lot nowadays like they did like in the 70s and 80s and even the 90s. But now they're still there. They're just more hidden.
Mhm.
I mean, because we have a friend who only got out of one like within the past 3 years. So I mean, yeah, it's crazy. But I can get why people fall for it, because it's once again, it's the personality, it's the much like how the Path is feeding on its community. It's all about the community, and so they trick you into falling for the community and thinking that if you leave, you have no community.
Mm.
Because if you leave, then you're cutting everybody out, which is that's not entirely true. You're cutting out the people in that community, sure, but you'll absolutely find another community outside of it. If you have real friends, there are people that will be there for you after you leave.
You'll find other people.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
So anything that's now that we're past the heavy, jeez.
Yeah. Right.
Sorry about that. I just felt like I needed to say something on it.
So, could we please just take the mother out?
I also
once that
don't trust the Herald though.
I don't trust the Herald, but the Herald hasn't proven himself to be an active threat. Because
No,
Pat didn't
well-
really do anything beforehand.
Yeah, he hasn't. Yeah, I just don't trust him with his like. Spoilers for Path of Deceit. I don't trust what he's up to with Yana. I feel like he's gonna stab Yana in the back as soon as he gets the chance.
Mm.
He's working with her out of a common interest, which is
Yeah.
getting rid of the mother. But I feel like once that common interest is gone, so
Yep.
is Yana. Because I don't think he truly cares. The way I read it,
Mm.
and it's something that Sawyer and I have disagreed on, and I think we've talked about this.
All right.
I don't think he truly cares that the mother killed his daughter.
Okay.
The way I read it, anyways, it didn't seem like he was as emotional about that. Like, he was like, oh, it's bad that she did that. But also, it's more of like, I think he saw this as his chance to get somebody on his side and
Yeah.
create an alliance of sorts.
Yeah. For the eventual power grab.
Yeah, because he's been wanting this power. He's been worried about this power. Like, throughout the entire book of Path of Deceit,
Yeah.
we are reminded that the Herald was in charge at one point, and then the mother dropped in, and then he lost his
Yeah.
position. The Herald is in charge of the Path still, but the mother is really in charge.
So my issue with it.
And that's just how I read it. And of course, Sawyer says that she didn't read it that way, which, once again, we've talked about interpretation,
Okay, yeah.
and everybody can disagree on it.
I agree with Sawyer on this. However, I do agree with you in that I think he will betray Yana, but it's more out of a sense of
Worried that she'll try to grab the power once they get rid of Mother.
Yeah, but also I think it's a case of I only tolerated you because my daughter loved you. And I love my daughter.
Yeah.
Ergo, I was
Okay.
okay with you. But now daughter's gone. I only need you for this one thing.
Especially now that you have the rod.
Yeah.
Be-
So once the mother is gone, I have all the cards.
Yeah. He just has to get rid of Yana because otherwise Yana is a threat
Yeah.
because she has the Rod of Seasons. Because with that, she is essentially a religious symbol to the path. Which is why the Herald is like, oh, I can quickly grab you on my side. Because the Herald realizes that he needs a religious symbol to combat the mother.
Mhm.
Which is why the mother also realizes she needs Marta. Because she's like, oh, I need Marta on my side. Because if I have Marta on my side, Yana's probably not
Yana
going to
won't
act.
move. Poor Marta.
Marta's in a terrible position, but I think as the story goes on, Marta's actions are becoming less and less forgivable for me.
Yeah, I've only seen like the one snippet of it.
Yeah, because you've only gotten her Path of Deceit actions.
I'm like,
The only other thing she's appeared in so far is Battle Jeddah.
yeah.
Um,
I'm like, you're naive and a bit
Well, that's not true.
misguided.
That's not true. She appeared in issue 4 of High Republic, but she doesn't say anything.
I'm like, you're naive and a bit misguided, but you haven't done anything actively malicious.
Wait, no, Yana appeared in issue 4. Sorry, Yana appears in issue 4 because we see the Rod of Seasons, and we get to, without spoiling too much, we get to see the creature, the Leveler, in issue 4. God damn it, the Leveler is terrifying
Oh, yeah?
looking. It is so terrifying
Still fucking
looking.
scary.
Yeah, it's still terrifying looking. But yeah,
Leveler, Nameless, are the same
Yep.
fucking thing.
yeah, Nameless is technically its actual name, but like Leveler is just a better name,
Yeah.
in my opinion.
Why? Because it levels the playing field.
I mean, Nameless is terrifying. It's a great name for a terrifying creature.
Yeah.
But Leveler gives it a name and like,
Yep.
yeah.
It's.
But yeah. So, thoughts on? Let's go back to our actual review. Thoughts on Path of? A difference of perspective.
Yep. I enjoyed it. It's
I-
one of those.
It's a really good short story. And it's very short. If
It is very short.
I mean, altogether, I would say if you want to, I recommend reading the short stories before reading Battle of Jeddah if you can, only because Keth is a main character in the Battle of Jeddah.
Mhm.
He's a primary character. And so if you want to get a taste of Keth as a character and get to see why he's a lovable character,
Yeah.
because I think he's a very lovable, like he's definitely the most like. I know that obviously Star Wars
Ordinary.
has humans, but he's the most human, like, relatable character.
Yeah.
Because he's not a Force user. He's just a guy who
Like, I just fucking sweep
he
the
just
floors, man.
he just happens to work for a Force religion, and what he believes in the Force. But once again, like I said,
not a very
he's Force
strong
agnostic.
belief.
He's Force agnostic.
Well, I think believing in the Force is a bit of a misnomer,
Yeah.
since the Force definitely exists.
It's
There's
not
no
like
need to
it's not like
believe
most
in it.
religions. It's not like most religions where you don't physically see
Yeah.
proof. This you do physically see proof. But I mean by that I mean like the tenets of like different
Yeah.
religions.
Like, he doesn't believe in that.
He doesn't believe in like the Church of the Force specifically,
Yeah.
or the Guardian of the Wills specifically, like. But he's Force agnostic.
Yep.
He believes in the Force, and he believes that one of the believes that the religions have a right to do what they do,
To practice.
to practice, but he doesn't like have a specific religion that he claims.
Follows it.
And so like that makes him very relatable as a character.
Yeah.
And I'd say altogether, what you only have to read probably 12
About
pages,
12 pages.
because it's about 4 pages per short story.
Yep.
And there's only 3, like there's 2 short stories technically, but 3 like altogether, because one of them is a
Yep.
two-parter. And so, not a lot that you have to read.
Yeah.
It's so I'd suggest if you can find them, check them out.
Keth, I get it. I understand how it feels to live with a bunch of religious weirdos sometimes. Like, they're not bad.
Yeah. So I would give this a 9.
Yeah, I'll give it an 8.
Yeah, that was initially my idea, but then I was like, it's good. There's like I don't have any complaints about it. So
My complaint is that it's a bit short, but it does.
it's a short
what
story.
supposed to
It's a
do.
short story.
I know.
That's like saying Edgar Allan Poe stories are short. Well, yeah, duh. They're short stories. They're poems
I
usually.
think my issue. I know why it's an 8, but and it's not coming out of a place of like malice or anything for me. It's just a bit boring to me.
I gotcha. Hey, hey, Ammo. This is Escape Reality Star Wars Talk, where we just talk Star Wars canon stuff.
Yeah.
Welcome to the chat. Yes, it is.
Hello. Shame you.
Yeah, you
came right at
you
the
came right at
end.
the tail end, but thankfully we do keep the VODs on
Yeah.
on both Twitch and YouTube. So
So you'll be able to check it out.
pretty shortly because
Pretty
we're
short, yeah.
yeah. Like I think the YouTube one immediately like goes up as soon as like it ends.
Yep.
I think the Twitch one does too. Is Star Wars Clone Troopers garbage? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by Clone Troopers garbage? Like, what are you talking about? Clone Troopers? Are you talking about like? Are you talking Clone Wars or like the show?
Mm.
I'm just trying to figure out specifically so that way I
Yeah.
can answer this. I want to make sure I'm answering the question properly. I know there's a bit of a delay. And oh, so you're talking about Bad Batch because he says that they're saying in this animated series. Oh no, or they're talking Clone Wars. Either way, I think Clone Wars. I mean, for both of them, I think Clone Wars and Bad Batch are good shows. I do think. I think Clone Wars is it works. It's an anthology show. You're not. There's no one storyline that you're entirely following throughout the entire series. While yes, you have the Anakin and Ahsoka storyline, which is the core of the show. It's not the only thing you're following, which makes it an anthology show because you follow other Jedi, like you follow Mace Windu,
Yeah.
you follow. I mean, Clone Wars makes sense to focus on because it's Clone Wars. I mean, and they do follow real people to a degree because he's saying that I think it would be better if they would be with real people. I think you get the perspective of real people in Clone Wars. Because you get their perspective even if you aren't following them. And I think the closest we get to following them is in season 7. But that's also the episodes that people don't like, apparently. Because it's the ones where Ahsoka meets the sisters.
Mm.
The Marta sisters. I mean, Kiete style actors as real people.
Oh.
I don't. Now I'm lost.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I don't know what you mean now. I'm sorry. I think the stories are fine, honestly, for what we get. Oh, you want a live action show? I think it's fine we get animated shows. I mean, and it's not like these are kid shows entirely, like people like to claim with Clone Wars. I'd say by season 3, it's still a family friendly show, but I wouldn't say it's a kid show, like because it matures as the show goes on. I mean, I don't think it makes a difference, and I think honestly it works better in animated form because I think people underestimate animation and that animation can do more than a live action show can, and it works better for like something like Star Wars where it's space fantasy. So like your imagination, whatever you can imagine, you can do in animated form a lot easier than you can do in live action form. And that's coming from somebody who is working on like who has written sci-fi. Like I have a novel and I want to adapt it, but realistically I can't do that in live action because I don't have the budget for that, right? And while Disney has more of a budget to where they can do more live action projects, which the live action projects we've got, great. And I love that they're still doing animated projects because I think they should focus on both. I think we should get both animated and live action. And no, I don't think Star Wars has suffered since Disney has bought it. I think we're in a golden age of like Star Wars programming. I think we as fans have been getting fed. We've gotten some of the best books in a long time. We've gotten some of the best comics in a long time. We've been getting some good games lately. I mean, we were hurting at first with video games, but I think we've been getting fed more often as fans. And I think animated show-wise, especially and TV show-wise, we've been doing pretty well. I mean, there are issues. I think while I love Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau for delivering us stuff, and I think movie-wise, we're great. I mean, we aren't getting any right now because I don't think we need. I used to be okay with the idea of having a movie every year, but I've kind of turned away from that in more recent years because I've realized we can get a lot of good Star Wars content without a movie happening every year. Or even every 2 years. And I think the sequels are. I mean, I'm a fan of the sequel. I'm a fan of the sequels. I'm wearing a Last Jedi shirt right now. It's my number one film, tied with Empire. I mean, I go back and forth between which one's number one depending on the day, and so like, I think we're getting fed as fans in general. I think we're in a good golden age. And I mean, you can, and there's nothing wrong with you not liking them, and I think that's a fair opinion to have. I think everybody's allowed to disagree with where the stories are going, because I'm not going to tell you, hey, you should like what we've gotten. I personally enjoy them and I think as long as you're not trying to take away from somebody else's enjoyment, then it's healthy to not like it. That's just my opinion. Seth, your thoughts on like where we are as Star Wars fans? What do you think of Disney?
I don't mind it. It's not bad. It's different, certainly.
Hmm.
But I don't think that it's like bad. Some things I don't really particularly care for, but other times it's all right.
Yeah. And thanks
Like-
for the follow, by the way, Ammo. Thanks for following.
For me, most of the time, it's like my issue is kind of I'm tired of Jedi.
Yeah, and so
Like,
that's
I
why,
understand
and that's
they're important
and
to the
that's-
story, but I'm tired of them. I don't think that they're bad or anything.
yeah, and that's
But I've
and,
just seen
yeah.
so many at this point. It's like,
Exactly, Ammo. It comes down to respecting each other's opinions, and I think we sometimes, I think the fandom sometimes forgets that, both on the negative and the positive side. Because I was talking about toxic positivity last night, and because there is a level of toxic positivity where I like everything that we've gotten, but I think where it becomes toxic is when you say that you have to like everything we've gotten. And that's the discussion we were having last night, because I was talking with the Char Char J, our
Alright.
buddy Char Char J, and he was talking about that. It was me, him, and Harith,
all
and
right.
we were talking about it, and like, yeah, there is a level of toxic positivity, but I think when we think of toxic, we usually think of the negative, because usually that's the more vocal toxic in our community. Is the I hate this, and so you should hate it because it's bad, and it's like, no, if you don't like it, that's fine, but don't force your opinion on somebody else. If you like it, that's fine, but don't force your opinion on somebody else. You can respectfully go, this is why I like it, and if you disagree with me, cool. If you find that after talking about it you agree with me, hey. If not, there's nothing wrong with that. And so I think that's the key at the end of the day, is that we have to be able to live with the idea that we're not always going to agree with each other as fans, and that's one of the best things about Star Wars is we do have so many films, we do have so many shows, we do have so many video games and comics, and both in canon and Legends, that there's just so much material that even if you don't like a certain part of the canon, you'll find something you do like.
Yep.
You'll find the comic you like, you find the video game you like, you'll find the movie you like, you'll find the TV show you like. There's just so much that, as a Star Wars fan, you'll find something you like.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's the nice thing about a bigger franchise, and I'm not saying that franchises are the only things that can get away with this, but I'm saying like in franchises, that's what makes franchises work is that there's just such a wide net that if you say you like something, you don't have to like everything to like the franchise. And I mean, I always say, if you like just one thing about Star Wars, you're a Star Wars fan. Even if it's just like the merchandise. If you just like the merchandise, for example, you're a Star Wars fan. You don't have to be as in depth in the lore as say me or even you.
I'm not that.
You're not that in depth, but
but
you understand the lore on a basic like.
decent understanding.
I mean, it's why I brought you into this though, because you like Star Wars enough. Like you liked the movies at the time when I brought you in. You knew nothing about the books really.
I don't know shit.
And I was just like, hey, you're a Star Wars fan still because you like the movies. And I was like, you're a Star Wars fan, and I want you to enjoy this journey with me because I wanted.
Dragged me into the
dragged you in-
fucking 1940s and 20s of Star Wars.
Like, I dragged you into this because I was like, I think that you would like this, and I've been right so far. And it's like, and honestly, like even the pieces of media that we found weaker, we still like.
fucking. Oh, which one was it? Into the Shadows.
Into the Shadows, yeah.
God.
Like it's weaker, but it's not bad.
It's
Well,
one of those ones where it's like it's important, but it's forgettable.
and while Book of Boba Fett has its problems, I still enjoy the hell out of that crazy ride.
Yeah.
I mean, it's there. I mean, once again, I was talking about it last night. There are some writing issues.
Oh yeah.
And there are definitely some writing issues in Book of Boba Fett, and it comes down to Favreau, in my opinion,
All right.
because he wrote the show. I think there are problems with the Favreau's writing for that show, but I'm also, at the end of the day, I'm going to appreciate having it, but I know that's not how everybody's going to feel about that, and so it's fair for everybody to kind of feel that way, and I will not take away from it because I do see their point. But yeah. But yeah, thanks for dropping in and giving us something else to talk about before we called the episode.
Thank you.
And thank you for following us again. So
I guess we should continue thanking people.
yeah, because
before we head on out.
this is the part where we do all the plugs.
Yep.
I would like to thank Mobcast Network and Gamers and Geeks who provide this space. Mobcast Network is the podcast group that I work with, and we create other podcasts. We actually just came back from hiatus. Season 4 is now starting from Cult Movie Cantina. We did our first episode of Season 4 on, and you can find Mobcast Network on youtube.com/Mobcast Network, as well as any podcasting app. I help produce, and I'm a co-host for them. And Cult Movie Cantina is where we just talk about movies, and we show them to somebody who hasn't seen them. In this case, 2 people haven't seen the movie that we're going to talk about this next week. But this episode, we kind of came back from hiatus. We did our belated Christmas gift exchange. We talked about our top 10 movies of last year, and we announced what movie we're starting with. We're starting with The Quick and the Dead by Sam Raimi. It's my first time seeing it. I watched it last night. I loved it. I'm excited to talk about it next week, or I guess Monday is when the next episode would come out, because tomorrow we're gonna film it.
Yep.
And so I'm excited. And then we also do My Star Wars Life usually, where we talk about Star Wars. So that's another Star Wars podcast to be on the lookout for. And then we also do Tuesdays with Scotty, where the guy who runs Mobcast Network, Scotty White, he just talks about whatever he wants. It's kind of just I run the show, so I'll talk about what I feel like.
Yep.
Which I think everybody deserves. Like, I think anybody that does a podcast that has thoughts that are interesting, like Scotty does, deserves it, because Scotty has some interesting topics most of the time. Last week, this past episode for Mobcast, we talked about on the Cult Movie Cantina. We talked about Mothman, because we just randomly got into Mothman. Because Scotty came back. Because Scotty's from West Virginia, and so he went to West Virginia recently, and we started talking about Mothman. And Justina had never heard of Mothman.
Oh boy.
And so we talked about it, and the more and more we talked about it, Justina was like, "Oh my God, this is so interesting." To the point that
by a cryptid.
To the point that we've gotten to where we're deciding that in August we're going to West Virginia so we can go to the Mothman Festival, because there's There's a festival every year. But anyways, that's Mobcast Network. Gamers and Geeks is our local gaming shop in the area. So if you're ever in Mobile, Alabama, come check them out. They're on Moffett. They have board games, card games, all that good stuff. They even got an arcade in the back where if you pay $10, it's those free to free to play machines. So you just pay the $10 for the day, get a wristband that says that you're allowed in the arcade, and then you can just start the games. You don't have to put coins in or anything. No quarters, no nothing. And then right connected to them is Engage Gaming, which is another shop that shares the same space, and they are like a console rental thing, but it's like in-house rental. So you pay an hourly rate to play on like a PlayStation, PC, Xbox, VR machine even, and then they can also provide the games. And then if you pay a monthly membership fee, the hourly rate is decreased. I haven't tried it yet, but I need to just for the VR. Because I've been wanting to play VR for Star Wars games for a minute because there's a few good VR Star Wars games out there. And then shout out to our Patreon members. If you like our content, check out our Patreon. It's patreon.com/Escape Reality Films. Pretty much everything is rebranded to Escape Reality Films now because you can find us on YouTube at youtube.com/Escape Reality Films, where you can follow or subscribe to us there. We have a lot of video game content there.
Yeah.
I'm working on more scripted content, but that's like long-term goals for the future. And then Twitch, like Ammo here, you joined us on Twitch. That's twitch.tv/Escape Reality Films. You can find us there, and you can follow or subscribe to us. But if you join our Patreon, you can be a member in our Discord community, which I think soon, it's something I talked about with, I forget who I was talking. I think it was Cal brought it up during a stream. That we should probably go free for Discord. Like we should open the Discord, but we should have like stuff for the people who join the Patreon, like specifically, like have locked areas in the Discord, which we already have some locked areas for Patreon members. But maybe we can change the levels that you need to be to get certain access to that. Because right now it's the second level that gets access to some of the stuff. But if you join our Patreon, you get access to all that. You also can see previews of a comic book I'm working on. That's a adaptation of my novel Superworlds. And currently it's a work in progress, so you're going to see work in progress art. I need to post some art for this week tomorrow. Because Colton Holcomb has been amazing. He's my artist. He's been working. He brought in some good art. He's been showing me singular panels. Yeah, I could do a movie night for Patreon members. Like we tried for getting a movie night organized, but it just hasn't fallen through. But maybe we could try that again. And then but yeah, so I think that's going to be the goal for this year is to open up the Discord and then kind of change the levels a bit for the Patreon.
All right.
Because I think that'll do some good for our community, because our community is growing. Like we have over 200 subscribers on YouTube. We have over 100 followers on Twitch. So yeah. And then we could do watch party with Disney Plus or something, because Disney Plus offers watch parties, and I mean, but we could also not have to do the watch parties thing because I know how to stream. I know how to screen share on Discord, different things, and we could do screen share movie nights. And then we could do like game nights and stuff like that.
God.
What, you want to do game nights?
I want to return to what
Oh, you want Star Wars back?
Yeah.
We're gonna get there. I gotta finish. I gotta write, and then I gotta get the last two, because we are working on a tabletop game. I gotta get the last two players to build their characters. I think because that's the only and then
those are the
the only two things left is to finish the story, get the last few players to build their characters. Then we're good. And then we could probably make that like a Wednesday night or Monday. Yeah, probably a Wednesday night thing. Because right now Wednesday night has been for streams on Twitch and YouTube have been kind of weird. And then anything else I need to promote? Oh yeah, thank our current Patreon member Jennifer Brantley. Thank you for being a member, and thank our current Twitch subscriber Matt.
Yeah, thanks, man.
It's not illegal. I pay for it. I pay for my Disney Plus. I pay for all my movie subscriptions. It's only illegal if I was screen sharing, other sites. That's what makes it illegal.
Mm.
But yeah. But thank you, Ammo, once again for joining us, and thank you to anybody else who watched. And you all have a good day, and we'll
Yep.
see you guys next week. What are we reviewing next week? Let's see. I don't have the schedule on me, but I did send it to somebody recently, so I think I can pull it up on my phone. Because usually I have my laptop here in front of me, but
Yeah.
this week
This week,
I forgot my extension cords that let me run the soundboard and stuff from here. Hopefully we don't forget it in 2 weeks, because in 2 weeks we'll have a guest, according to the next week we are talking Obi-Wan: A Jedi Purpose, so we're going to talk about the Obi-Wan comic book,
All right.
so which is a 5-issue miniseries. So that's what we're talking about next week. So once again, see you guys next time. Thank you all for watching, and I've spoken.
You need to run over
Yeah,
there
I
and
do.
cut it off.
Yeah, I do.
I'm not gonna.
Go ahead and do your outro.
Oh, yeah. I have. Thank you for watching. We'll see you next week. Have a nice one.